I spent 7 years in prison, during which I earned a sentence reduction due to good behavior. On the day of my release, I received my mobile phone and was greeted by several unfamiliar calls. These calls came from former associate business owners with whom I had collaborated in the past who were eager to entice me back in their fold, offering salaries that reached up to $100,000 a month and even $200,000 a month along with company cars. Most of these calls originated from two places, Panjiayuan in Beijing and Xinyang Road in Tianjin. After contemplating for a moment, I ultimately chose to decline their offers. My entry into this line of work was a grave mistake. Although I could have achieved overnight wealth, I paid a hefty price for it. 7 years elapsed, transforming me from a youthful man into a portly middle-aged fellow. The girls I once knew are now mothers, and I find myself without kin, utterly solitary. My final decision was to move to Dali. There, by the banks of Arai Lake, I purchased a small storefront and opened a humble convenience store. On quiet days, I would stroll along the shore, enjoying the sea breeze, and my life passed in a manner that was refreshingly tranquil. The convenience store is located on Tsangshan East Road, adjacent to a Lamart. Should any friends wish to visit, I shall graciously welcome them with tea. Recently, the discovery of the ancient Shu civilization and the sensational unearthed gold mass captured national attention. In truth, my path to wealth is somewhat intertwined with these matters, revolving around two pivotal words: antiques and tomb raiding. Years ago, shows like Ghost Blows Out the Light, Tomb Robbers Notes, and Golden Eyes gained immense popularity. Having found some leisure time now, I feel compelled to write about my experiences within this realm. Although I have yet to behold the Yunding Tiangong or the Qinling Divine Tree, and lacks golden eyes, I indeed plunged into the antique trade at the age of 16, witnessing many extraordinary events that most people could scarcely comprehend. Let me begin from the start. I was born in a small village in northeastern China, right next to Mo, where winters are so frigid they could freeze a person to death. My grandmother raised me. I have never met my parents and have no desire to inquire about their names. As the saying goes, grandparents hold a special fondness for their grandchildren. I was quite the mischievous child, disregarding my teacher's authority, and my academic performance was abysmal, regularly finding myself at the bottom of my class. At that time, the village was providing social assistance that amounted to around 80 yuan a month, along with some form of orphan subsidy of over 100 yuan. It was not an exaggeration to say that my family struggled to make ends meet. During my junior high years, I became captivated by a treasure hunting show aired daily on the central television. I watched in fascination as those once overlooked bottles and jars were valued at tens of thousands, identified as antiques capable of affording homes and cars. I constantly deceived my grandmother, telling her that my school required me to purchase educational materials. Each time, she would reluctantly give me money, which I then used to buy books about antiques at the local bookstore. The first book I read was The 50 Treasures of Ancient Coins, published by Mr. Dai. It was a hefty tome. Ancient coins, known in our region as purple money, opened my eyes wide, igniting an obsession with antiques. Ransacking our home and persuading my classmates uninterested in reading to pilfer copper coins from their own houses, I collected them for a mere 50 cents each. I lived frugally, never ordering dishes from the cafeteria, and later sold a pile of textbooks for a mere 7 yuan. My abysmal academic performance led my teachers to shake their heads dejectedly, lamenting that I would become a societal leech someday. I took no heed of the teacher's words. In my heart, I dreamed of riches. Even if I became a leech, I would aspire to be a wealthy one. In my last year of junior high, at the age of 16, an unfortunate accident befell my grandmother while she was shoveling snow, resulting in a leg fracture requiring over 3,000 yuan for medical expenses. Given our dire situation, even gathering 600 yuan was an impossible feat. I vividly remember my grandmother lying on the kong, wrapped in thick blankets, crying during the night. My uncle, who ran several rural goose houses in the snowy region of Mo, was prospering. I approached him secretly to borrow money to buy medication for my grandmother. Though he made no overt remarks, I overheard him derisively referring to me as a cursed star, saying our family was a broken household and that any money lent out was essentially lost, advising his wife against frequent interactions with us. That winter night, I spent 3 hours outside alone. Despite my thick clothing, facing temperatures below -30 degrees in Mo rendered it nearly useless. The words of my uncle shattered a young man's pride into pieces. Clutching the borrowed money, I vowed to myself, I, Xiang Yunfeng, shall rise to greatness. Subsequently, I dropped out of school. Strictly speaking, I had no junior high diploma, merely exiting elementary school. Out of the 3,000 yuan, After allocating fund for my grandmother's surgery and medication, I secretly retained 753 yuan. Not only did I collect copper coins, but I also ventured to neighboring villages to gather porcelain and silver dollars. In the rural mindset, only silver dollars held value. Most people had little understanding or concern for items like bottles or porcelain dishes. Studying diligently from a treasure appraisal show, I gradually developed an eye for the basics. I purchased a pair of late Qing Dynasty blue and white feather duster vases for 100 yuan, acquired several Republican-era powder-color salt cellars for under 200 yuan, and obtained 3 mid-Qing blue and white bowls for 180 yuan, but sadly, all 3 bore chicken claw patterns and had not been preserved properly. Previously, I had saved a small bag of copper coins, around 200 of them, predominantly from the Song and Qing dynasties, with the largest quantities being Daoguang, Guangxu, Qianlong, and Yuanfeng. I recognized these coins lacked substantial value, but I was particularly pleased with 3 well-preserved Yongzheng coins, aware they could fetch some worth, though I didn't know the exact amount at the time. After all these purchases, totaling over 500 yuan, I had 240 yuan left, while average monthly wages hovered just over 300. At that point, I was on good terms with a female classmate who lent me 2 large 30-inch rolling suitcases. With 11 pieces of porcelain and a small bag of copper coins, I carefully wrapped them up in bedding to prevent breakage, stuffing in plenty of foam for cushioning. Ultimately, I filled 2 large suitcases and a backpack to the brim. My grandmother could not fathom my actions, admonishing me for not engaging in proper work, claiming she had wasted her efforts in raising me. My uncle also caught wind of my endeavors, and soon most villagers were aware of my pursuits. Many whispered critical remarks behind my back. Facing scorn and the burden of misunderstanding, on the morning of the 17th of the 12th lunar month, I embarked on my journey away from Mo. I believed that the wealthiest individuals resided in Beijing, and naturally, my antiques should be sold to the people there. My longing for that legendary place called Panjiayuan had already taken root within me. There were no direct trains from Mo to Beijing, necessitating a trip to Siping first, then onward to Beijing West Station. The journey spanned over 2,000 kilometers and would take more than 50 hours, so I opted for the cheapest hard seat ticket to save money. With 2 large suitcases in tow and a backpack on my back, I appeared quite disheveled, my hair oily and my attire shabby, drawing whispers and stares from fellow travelers at the station. This was my first trip out of the area, my inaugural experience riding a train alone. After purchasing my train ticket, I found myself with less than 100 yuan remaining. If my items did not sell, I wouldn't even be able to afford a return ticket, let alone food. Train meals were exorbitantly priced, so I refrained from spending money, continuously refilling my cup with hot water. When hunger became unbearable, I'd resort to purchasing a bag of fried dough twists for 4 yuan. As a rural kid visiting Beijing for the first time, everything was astonishingly novel. Even the security screening devices at the train station left me in awe. Though youth was on my side, I was unafraid of strangers and engaged in conversations. I approached others for directions to the Panjiayan antique market, and the ticket clerk was incredibly helpful, guiding me on the subway and providing information on transfers. Taking the 9 line from Beijing West to Lu Liqiao, I transferred to the 10 line and eventually disembarked at Panjiayan Station. Fortunately, I had retained enough of the directions. There wasn't much unnecessary wandering in at that time. Subway fares were still 2 yuan for unlimited rides, provided one did not exit the station. Upon exiting the subway station, the pavement was interspersed with anti-slip grooves, making my labored journey, burdened by a backpack and dragging 2 large suitcases, particularly challenging. After crossing Huawei Bridge, I was finally greeted by a notable golden insignia standing proudly at the north entrance, Panjiayan Antique Market. At last, I have arrived. Chapter 2. Selling goods. As I dragged my suitcase through the northern gate into the market, the first sight that greeted me was the greenhouse area. Goodness, I recalled that day was a Saturday. And the phrase thronging with people was hardly an exaggeration. There were all manner of items: Kongrong Bodhi seeds, amber, turquoise, assorted porcelain, jade and jewelry, bronze artifacts, weaponry, stone carvings, and embroidered paintings. Truly, it was a feast for the eyes. Dazzling and overwhelming. Yet, most of it was counterfeit. Genuine items were a rarity among the stalls in the greenhouse. That I chuckled to myself, thinking, here, everything is fake, while my possessions are authentic treasures I have personally gathered. They should sell out swiftly. Shouldn't they? Spotting an empty stall, I prepared to set up my display. Hey, what do you think you're doing? A bald vendor beside me interrupted. That I'm setting up a stall. I replied, setting up a stall? Is this your space? If not, move along. Scram, you little brat. I gritted my teeth and retorted, I want to set up a stall. Is this your space? I'll pay you. How much do you want? The bald man's eyes darted around before he broke into a smile, saying, 100 yuan, pay 100, and you can set up. What? 100? That's outrageous. With a sideways glance, he insisted, that's the price. If you're not setting up, get lost and don't block my business. That moment, I had less than 100 yuan left in my pocket. After some haggling, I reluctantly handed him 90. Now, I was left with a mere 3 yuan. The bald man accepted the money, grinning all the while. However, just as I began to lay out my goods, only halfway done, the loudspeaker in the antique market blared to life. Attention all customers and vendors, the Panjiayuan antique market is now closing. Please gather your belongings and exit the market in an orderly fashion that we wish you a pleasant shopping experience and prosperous business. With the announcement, the surrounding vendors began to pack up that I was stunned. I hadn't even finished setting up. Furious, I turned to the bald man, exclaiming, refund my money. The market is closing, and I haven't even started. Bah, he spat back, his face cold. How have you not set up? Your cloth is already spread. That counts as setting up? No refunds. My vision blurred with anger as I grasped his arm tightly, demanding he return my money. You little brat, he growled, delivering a sharp kick to my stomach. At that age, I was no match for this bald man, and the pain doubled me over, leaving me unable to stand straight. As the crowd thinned. Everyone finished packing up and left, including the man who had kicked me in the frigid depths of winter. While Beijing may not rival Mohan coldness, the nights were still bitter. The market security, accompanied by a large dog, urged me to hurry as I was taking too long to pack up, warning me of potential fines for lingering, with the day short and the nights long. By the time I dragged my suitcase out of the market, darkness had fallen. Cold and famished, I had only 3 yuan to my name. After sitting on a bench by the roadside for half an hour, I learned of an internet cafe near Wawakio West, approximately 2 kilometers away. Resolutely, I dragged my suitcase in that direction. Upon arrival, I discovered that even the cheapest overnight computer rental cost 10 yuan, far beyond my means. My hopes of staying at the internet cafe were dashed. Unable to endure the biting cold outside, I sought refuge in an ATM vestibule. From time to time, individuals would enter to withdraw money. Casting peculiar glances in my direction, the ground was quite cold, and discomfort prevented me from sleeping. Thus, I donned the hood of my padded coat, curling up in a corner against the wall. After a few hours of drowsiness, someone gently tapped my shoulder. Upon lifting my gaze, I discovered a woman in her 50s, accompanied by a small white dog, likely a resident from the nearby community of Jingsong. Young man, on such a cold day. Why are you sleeping here? She inquired. I just purchased 2 hot sesame pancakes. If you don't mind, please take them. With a shake of her head, she placed the plastic bag atop a red metal box containing a fire extinguisher. After leaving her offering, she departed, leaving my stomach grumbling with hunger. Eventually, I succumbed to temptation and retrieved the plastic bag. The pancakes, adorned with sesame seeds, were both crisp and fragrant. I savored each bite. Tears welled in my eyes. Could I truly give up? Would returning home only invite further disdain from others? No, it cannot be so. I repeatedly encouraged myself. Xiang Yunfeng, you will surely become a wealthy individual. At 8 in the morning, I returned to Panjiayuan. Lacking the funds to pay for a stall, I resorted to dragging my suitcase in endless circles. When I noticed someone perusing porcelain, I would approach and inquire. Sir, would you care to examine my porcelain? All are antique and reasonably priced. At that moment, a loudspeaker in the market blared. Dear tourists, please be cautious of unscrupulous vendors trailing you, and ensure your belongings are secured to avoid falling victim to scams. Upon hearing this announcement, the expressions of passers-by shifted, and they hurriedly fled. After several attempts to engage various individuals, I realized they perceived me as a fraudulent vendor. Subsequently, I entered an antique shop, driven by a sense of desperation, and asked the proprietor if they purchased porcelain. The shopkeeper replied indifferently, What do you have? Let me see. My heart lifted with hope as I promptly laid my suitcase flat and opened it. These items seem rather lackluster, he remarked. How much do you intend to sell for this pair of blue and white vases? The proprietor gestured towards a pair of late Qing dynasty vases nestled within. Swallowing hard, I cautiously proposed. For the pair, could you consider 800? What nonsense. 800. The shopkeeper's eyes widened in disbelief. That I can offer you a maximum of 150. Will you sell? A chill enveloped my heart. After enduring the harshness of mountain life and traveling over 2,000 kilometers on a hard-seat train, I had hoped to sell them for at least 100. Was I to earn a mere 50 bucks? Infuriated, my face flushed with anger, and I began to pack up. Observing my intention to leave, the shopkeeper quickly added, "Wait, I can add 20 more. How about 170? Suppressing my indignation, I believed my offer was reasonable. Yet I was met with such humiliation. "Keep that 20 for yourself." In moments of anger, one finds it difficult to listen. Fueled by frustration, I disregarded everything and exited the porcelain shop with my suitcase in tow. Refusing to surrender, I contemplated setting up outside the market. However, upon stepping out, I was met with the sight of city officials seizing goods. Several street vendors peddling counterfeit items had their wares confiscated. Terrified, I immediately abandoned that thought. Yet, as fate would have it, there remained a glimmer of hope that the moment when despair engulfed me. I encountered an elderly gentleman who remarked, "Young man, the crowds at Panjayuan on the 6th day are quite substantial. And the stalls are rather expensive. You might consider trying your luck at Bayagwosi. I've heard that the stalls there are free." Upon receiving this fortunate tidbit, I was instantly filled with elation. I hastily grabbed my suitcase and made my way to Bayagwosi in Gwangyangmen. The free stalls at Bayagwosi represented my final opportunity. Chapter 3. A turnaround. At that time, Bayagwosi still hosted street vendors, and a considerable number of them primarily sold coins and porcelain shards. It is said that the renowned pian bai from Beijing originated at Bayagwosi. Each item had its place, and I happened to possess porcelain and copper coins, perfectly aligning with the market. Instantly, my despondency dissipated, and my confidence soared that I truly believed that the old fellow was mistaken in thinking no one would be interested. Fortune smiled upon me as I secured a vacant spot right in front of a stall. And with my last 3 yuan, I purchased 2 chicken sausages. I savored the sausages. I pondered, would I perish from hunger and cold in Beijing, or would I indulge in the finer things? Today would determine my fate. To my surprise, no sooner had I spread out my stall than a throng of people gathered within mere minutes. "Boss, how much for this Song Dynasty coin, and that Qing Dynasty coin? Boss, may I take a look at that small powder-painted salt jar?" In an instant, I found myself overwhelmed with inquiries. "Boss, what is the price for that pair of blue and white vases? Just tell me the lowest price. And if it suits, I'll take them." Flustered, I glanced at my stall and casually replied, "For those blue and white vases, at least 800 dorite. Wrap them up. I'll take them. How do I pay you?" The customer nodded at me, signaling his intent to purchase. "Wait, hold on. I'll offer 830. Suddenly, another voice chimed in with a higher bid. Lao-san, isn't this against the rules?" The newcomer said coldly. "Rules? You haven't even paid yet. The little boss can sell to whomever he chooses. You talk to me about rules? Song Laoban. The old stuff is becoming increasingly rare, and especially these wedding vases will sell without a hitch. Just pairing them with a box in your shop. How much could they fetch? Don't you have any sense of this?" Song Laoban smacked his thigh in frustration. "Damn it, Malalu, what business is it of yours how much I sell for?" As the two appeared on the verge of a brawl, I hurried to mediate. "Please, let us not quarrel. There are other items as well. Look, this powder-painted salt jar is quite nice, even without a lid. The craftsmanship is excellent." Song Laoban, eyeing the salt jar in my hand, called out, "Young brother, you just said 800 for those. Are you now intending to sell it to someone else?" I thought to myself, how could something no one desired at Panjayuan suddenly become so sought after here? After a moment's contemplation, I replied, "Brother, I initially stated 800 for those vases, so I shall honor that promise." "Haha. Good." The man laughed heartily, patting his beer belly. Casting a triumphant glance at Ma Laolu, he glanced around my stall, surveying the other items. "All right, young brother, you're quite straightforward, so I'll reciprocate that I'll take everything you have here." In an instant, everything was snatched away. "What?" I was momentarily taken aback by the audacity of this Beijing vendor. "Enough, don't sell anymore. Pack up your stall and follow Boss Song to the shop to collect the money," the nearby vendor sister said enviously to me. Oh, all right. I hurriedly gathered my things, following the rotund Boss Song into the shop. He instructed me to leave the box behind, assuring me that the money for the box would also be included in my earnings. In the end, for the porcelain, copper coins, and the box, the hefty boss handed me 4,007 in cash. This amount was equivalent to the savings of an ordinary worker over an entire year back then. How impressive it was! The big boss directly purchased my entire stall, even buying the rolling suitcase from me. Exiting the Bayagwosi with empty hands, I felt a thick stack of 100 yuan bills in my pocket, my face nearly splitting from joy. Standing on the Guangyinmen Bridge, holding the substantial sum, I shouted exuberantly, "Heaven rewards the diligent." Though I, Xiang Yunfeng, may not excel in academics, I am inherently suited to be a businessman. My uncle's farmhouse is nothing of significance. I shall become the most formidable antique dealer in the nation. At that moment, passers-by looked at me with curious glances. Now, 15 or 16 years have passed, and whenever I reminisce about that scene, I laugh each time, feeling like a fool. On that trip, I netted over 4,000. With sufficient funds in hand, I felt at ease, and of course, I prioritized filling my stomach. In the village, the children have hearty appetites. I devoured 2 bowls of knife-cut noodles and ordered a cold dish, satisfying my hunger thoroughly. After my meal, picking at my teeth with a toothpick, I began to devise a plan in my mind. This method works. After repaying my uncle, I still have some left. This amount should suffice as capital. On my next trip, I want to owe my uncle anything, and if I acquire more items, making 4,000 in one trip, then what if I make 10 trips? Wouldn't that mean I'd earn 40,000? That evening at the West Station, I was swayed by a middle-aged woman into staying at a small inn, which cost 60 yuan for the night. Once settled in, the proprietress stealthily asked, "Young man, would you like me to find you a companion?" Realizing the implication, I hastily waved my hands, saying, No, I don't want a companion." The proprietress persisted, and ultimately, cornered, I gave her an extra 20 yuan to leave me be. As the old saying goes, when out and about, keep your wealth discreet. I vividly recall how the innkeeper's gaze fixated on my stack of red bills. That night, I was extremely tired and dozed off. Fearing for my safety, I even tucked the plastic bag containing my money under my pillow. To my shock, when I awoke, the money was gone. The 4,000 yuan I had painstakingly earned had vanished. "Where's my money?" I exclaimed, my face draining of color, frantically rifling through the sheets and checking under the pillow, but nothing remained, only the limp black plastic bag. Terrified, I rushed to find the proprietress and demanded she check the surveillance, insisting that my money was missing and that I intended to call the police. The outcome was predictable. I recovered not a single cent. This day, I harbor a distaste for those small inns near train stations. Over the years, I suspect that establishment no longer exists. Can I say I hate it? Not really. Had I not lost that money back then, I might have become a small antique shop owner by now. Perhaps even married with children, leading a life that could have been entirely different. However, no one is afforded a second chance. If that money had not been lost, there would be no place for me in that circle. Nor would the nickname Xinyanfeng exist on the streets. The police conducted a brief record and subtly conveyed to me that the hope of recovering the money was slim. With empty hands and a heart weighed down by despair, I found myself reluctant to return to Mo. Hesitant to go home, I was acutely aware that upon my return, I would undoubtedly be the subject of ridicule, mocked by my peers, and looked down upon by my relatives. The thought of such humiliation filled me with dread. I claimed to have earned 4,000 yuan, yet the villagers would hardly believe it. Standing on the overpass outside the West Station, there was a fleeting moment when I contemplated leaping off. Wishing to end it all, orphaned and uncared for, I felt like a neglected wild child, thinking that an early death would merely hasten my reincarnation. The immature mind of youth can harbor terrifying thoughts, and the mere possibility of such notions was alarming. I prepared to jump from the overpass. Even if I survived the fall, I would likely be crushed by passing trucks. My legs were already dangling over the edge. Just then, someone tapped me on the shoulder from behind. Chapter 4. Joining the guild. Haha. Young man, so youthful. What troubles you so? Wiping away my tears, I turned to see a familiar face. The old man who had guided me in Panjiayuan the previous day. He was the same gentleman who informed me that the booth at Goquansi was free of charge. Young man, ever since you came to Panjiayuan to sell your goods yesterday, I've been keeping an eye on you. If I'm not mistaken, you must have had your money stolen. The old man, dressed in casual attire with a few strands of white hair, appeared quite sprightly to that moment. I did not think much of it. With reddened eyes, I nodded and confessed that my selling money had been stolen, leaving me despondent about life. He shook his head with a light chuckle. How much did you lose? I lost over 4,000 yuan. Ha ha, he laughed, raising a single finger. 4,000 yuan is merely pocket change. If you work with me, within this time frame, I can help you earn 20,000 yuan. Staring blankly at his finger, I asked, how long will it take? A year? He shook his head. A month. He shook his head again. A week. Haha, I'm not joking with you. 1 minute. as long as you're quick on your feet. Thousands can be made in mere moments. I found it hard to believe. I initially thought he might be a human trafficker attempting to entice me into selling my kidney. If it were a matter of selling a kidney, I would refuse. Death might be preferable. But if I survived the ordeal, I had heard that one could never father children and would end up wearing a green hat due to an unfaithful wife. Leaving me with a parting remark, he turned to leave. Young man, if you aspire to make a name for yourself and return home in a grand vehicle, follow me. However, if you wish to throw away your life over a trifling amount, then there's no need for you to come along. It would merely prove my judgment of you was mistaken. Indeed, to my impoverished family, 4,000 yuan was an astronomical sum, whereas to him, it was trivial. This man became my mentor, guiding me into the world of treasure hunting. The path he tread was one of grave robbing, seeking dragons, and observing the mountains. Each layer of entanglement presents a challenge. If the gate appears locked with 1,000 bolts, surely a prince resides within. From the moment I followed him off the overpass, I officially entered this realm. Not long after, I came to understand that his words held truth. Thousands could indeed be acquired in the blink of an eye. Perhaps you have often heard of the 4 major factions of grave robbers: the Mo Jin Xiaowei, the Ban Shan Dao Ren, the Xiao Ling Li Shi, and the Fh Xiu Jiang Jun. The reality, however, is far different. These factions have long since faded into the annals of history. Presently, grave robbers can be broadly categorized into 2 factions, the northern faction and the southern faction. Sometimes humorously referred to as the bold faction and the timid faction. The northern faction is characterized by boldness and a reckless approach, wielding a luoyang shovel with audacity to excavate anything. However, they possess a notable shortcoming. They lack proficiency in navigating water-filled caves, particularly in the southern regions such as Hunan, Guizhou, and Zhejiang, where conditions can be persistently damp or excessively wet for centuries. The challenges posed by these subterranean water systems are formidable, necessitating a level of aquatic skill akin to that of a water monkey. For particularly deep water caves, specialized diving equipment is imperative. To be candid, most northern practitioners are akin to landlubbers. While they may excel above ground, they struggle beneath the surface. Conversely, many in the southern faction operate within familial structures, with fathers guiding sons and grandfathers mentoring grandsons, rarely collaborating with unfamiliar outsiders. This has led to a colloquial moniker of the timid faction, a strategy devised to avert the perils of betrayal. The industry is rife with a mix of characters, ranging from the truly formidable, those capable of reciting burial scriptures and discerning grave locations at a glance, to the inept, who naively wield shovels in their ill-fated endeavors. Such individuals are often the first to meet misfortune, frequently apprehended due to their lack of discretion. In contrast, those affiliated with organized groups are seldom caught. Elaborate. Within a 6-member tomb raiding team, the individual who reaps the most financial reward is the eye head, responsible for locating graves, a task requiring significant expertise. A skilled eye head is in high demand, wherever they may go. Additionally, there are rice sellers, an informal designation within the trade, responsible for converting stolen treasures into cash. This role necessitates extensive connections, as these individuals operate within their own networks, ensuring that the items sold cannot be traced back to their origins. Beneath the eye head, there are laborers tasked with excavating, whose effectiveness hinges on experience. The single probe of the luoyang shovel can reveal the age of a burial site based on the soil layers extracted. Additionally, there are lookouts, individuals whose keen observation and alertness are crucial to the success of an operation. Some lookouts may even spend a year cultivating trust within the local community under the guise of operating a supermarket. Logistical support is typically handled by a single individual, who does not descend into the pits but oversees the procurement and replacement of equipment. This includes items such as mice skins, diamond shovels, small tornadoes, gas masks, luoyang shovels, firecrackers, waterproof flashlights, walkie-talkies, tents, bedding, cookware, and personal hygiene items, all coordinated by one person to minimize exposure and safeguard identities. Finally, there is the role of spreading soil, which I initially undertook upon entering the trade. Although this position offers the least financial reward, it still surpasses conventional wages. The more inconspicuous the individual, the better suited they are for this task. My unremarkable appearance aided my selection. Who would pay heed to a seemingly average teenager? In contrast, those who are strikingly handsome or unattractive may find themselves easily identified, potentially revealing their clandestine activities before they can disperse the soil. The technique involves discreetly scattering soil along one's pant legs during casual strolls, leaving no trace behind. Afterward, the proceeds are quietly divided, eluding the notice of others. The individual who introduced me to this world is an elder named Wang Xianxing, affectionately referred to as Wang the Head among industry insiders. It is said that throughout his life, he has encountered over 1,000 grand tombs, spanning from the Western Han to the Pre-Qin era, and has handled treasures from the Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing dynasties. In our profession, there are two tombs that are particularly esteemed. One is the Han tomb, and the other is from the Western Zhou dynasty. The reasoning is quite straightforward. Bronze artifacts and ancient jade are immensely valuable. It is often said that 9 out of 10 Han tombs are empty, and this statement holds a kernel of truth. The grandeur of the Western Zhou tombs is even more pronounced. During the epoch of beacons and the play of feudal lords, when feudal lords were abundant and lavish burials were in vogue, if one were fortunate enough to uncover a grand pit brimming with bronze wares belonging to a feudal king of the Western Zhou, congratulations would be in order. Your descendants would be free from labor for 3 generations. Similarly, the Western Zhou tombs are among the most profoundly buried across dynasties. It was not until Qin Shi Huang unified the 6 kingdoms and constructed the Qin tomb that the practice of mound burial began to gain popularity. As landscapes transformed, it is generally observed that Western Zhou tombs lie at depths exceeding 15 meters underground, devoid of earth mounds, making them elusive and difficult to excavate. Ostensibly, authorities prohibit the trade of bronze artifacts. However, it is common knowledge that the bronzes showcased on treasure appraisal television programs have specific origins. The surviving bronze artifacts represent less than 1% of the total quantity. Could the rest have simply materialized from thin air? Their provenance is invariably linked to those of us in this industry. Initially, Wang, the leader, relocated me from Beijing and advised me to refrain from external contact for the time being. My first assignment took place in Shund, involving a Western Zhou tomb. Due to a severe shortage of manpower, I was chosen by Wang to undertake the task of loosening soil, making me the youngest member of the crew at that time. Upon arrival in Shund, Wang handed me 1,000 yuan, stating it was customary, a welcoming gift for entering the trade, which I was free to spend as I pleased, even suggesting I could indulge in some entertainment. At that tender age, I was too timid to seek companionship, and my expenditures on food were modest. I savored the local delicacies such as water snake soup, 4-cup chicken, fried fish cakes, and steamed pork from Junan, all of which were delectable. After spending 2 days wandering in Shund, Wang summoned me, inquiring, "Yin Feng, tonight we must commence our task. Are you prepared? Do you remember what I taught you?" I nodded, affirming, "I remember. Do not loosen soil at dawn. Do not loosen soil near a vehicle. Do not loosen soil in parks. And do not loosen soil in crowded areas." Wang nodded in satisfaction and asked, "Now tell me, where do you plan to loosen soil?" After a moment's contemplation, I replied, "Near the head, by the construction site, in the demolition area, in the woods, and in the gardens." "Haha. Well done. I haven't taught you that yet. Clever, clever. Stay sharp and follow our lead. I'll ensure you become the wealthiest individual in your village within 2 years." Understood. My face lit up with joy, and I eagerly agreed. Chapter 5. The shovel. That night at the inn, 4 individuals gradually arrived, 3 men and 1 woman. The woman, responsible for our logistics, was in her 30s. Possessing a somewhat flirtatious smile and a notable black mole beneath her in our circles, she was nicknamed One Mole, and I later heard that her ambition was to engage with 100 men before turning 40. Oh, new faces, but isn't he a bit young? I wonder how he measures up, One Mole said with a mischievous smile directed at me. All right, Xiaohong, don't frighten him. This child is young, but he has potential. With 2 years of training, he might just blossom," Wang interjected on my behalf. The 3 men were siblings, all sharing the surname Sun, and were arranged in order of age as Sun the elder, Sun the second, and Sun the youngest. Wang, the elder, remarked that Sun Lao Air and Sun Lao San were renowned for their skills, particularly with the Luoyang shovel, which they could wield with remarkable finesse. They also possessed a unique talent for the flying needle technique, especially adept at probing deep pits, boasting extensive experience. Sun Lauda, on the other hand, held dual roles in overseeing and sales. My initial impression of him was one of steadiness and sincerity. It was only later that I realized that those who appear most honest often possess a shrewdness within, keenly observant and alert to their surroundings, capable of handling emergencies when they arise. To the southwest of Shunfeng Mountain Park lies a small ravine, locally known as Fei Mountain. Wang, the elder, claimed that a large pit resided halfway up Fei Mountain that I inquired. Elder, how do you know there is a large pit at the halfway mark? He exhaled a puff of smoke, squinting slightly as he replied. Yunfeng, the clouds embraced the peaks, with barriers dividing both sides, high mountains sheltering the hollow beneath. The great pit lies in the midst of that moment. I was utterly baffled, feeling as though Wang was reciting a tongue twister, and I could hardly comprehend his words. Later, after I had memorized the burial scriptures, Wang imparted his experience of seeking dragon veins to me. And only then did I grasp that his succinct phrases encapsulated the feng shui advantages of Fei Mountain. That night, shortly past 1 o'clock, several of us, burdened with heavy packs, arrived at the halfway point of Fei Mountain. Spotting an ancient cedar tree, the elder stomped his foot and exclaimed with excitement, Lao Air, Lao San, this is the spot. Let us take a sample to gauge the salinity. If there are stones, we'll need to use the needle. Sun Lao Air nodded, pressing the small walkie-talkie on his shoulder. Lauda, we're about to eat. Are there any guests around? The walkie-talkie's red light flickered, and Sun Lao Da's deep voice resonated. All is calm. Let us commence cooking. With the assurance that the area was deserted, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Sun Lao Air's eyes that he removed his backpack and extracted a short stick. Along with a curved half-moon shovel, Wang turned to me and said, Yunfeng, this is our dining tool. Times are advancing, and we must keep pace. The Luoyang shovel is fashioned into a segmented casing, easily concealed within the bag. With a series of clicks, Sun Lao Air expertly assembled the Luoyang shovel, which extended over 8 meters to ergo. This is a deep pit. Is this length sufficient? Sun Lao San inquired. Don't fret, Lao San. If it's longer, it becomes unwieldy. We must first examine the soil structure below to taste the salinity, Wang reassured him. Yunfeng, come here and help steady this. Sun Lao Air beckoned to me. I hurried over to assist him in positioning the Luoyang shovel. After which Sun Lao Air unfastened his trousers and, in my presence, relieved himself. Once finished, he shivered slightly and readjusted his pants. Squatting down, he scrutinized the spot where he had relieved himself for a moment. Then, furrowing his brow, he declared, No good. There are stones below. We need to switch locations. Xiao Yunfeng, right beneath your feet. You can relieve yourself now. Though I didn't fully understand, I complied and began to do so. Ha ha, Sun Lao Air chuckled. This young lad is quite vigorous. Look at how yellow that is. He fixed his gaze on the ground where I had urinated for 2 minutes, nodding in approval. This is the spot. Below, the stones are sparse. Let us get to work. With immense strength, he plunged the shovel into the earth, effortlessly excavating 10 centimeters with each thrust, as the Luoyang shovel tirelessly drew forth the soil. As the shovel penetrated deep into the earth, I noticed a change in the color of the soil being extracted. It had turned somewhat black. I inquired, Second brother, come quickly and take a look. The soil has darkened. Could it be that we've reached the bottom? Not at all, he replied. This black earth is not what we desire. It signifies a layer of decayed tree roots, utterly useless. The small hole grew deeper with each exploration. Damn, this is incredible. We're running out of rod length. Third brother, extend it. As the rod lengthened, the Luoyang shovel continued its descent. An hour later, the shovel unearthed a layer of white soil, beneath which lay traces of blue earth. Sun Lauder sniffed the soil and suddenly became invigorated. By the grass. Wang Badu. This lad Yunfeng is indeed a harbinger of good fortune. It has been 2 years since I've encountered such a large pit. With a powerful thrust, the shovel struck the rammed earth layer, revealing white clay mixed with blue clay. This could either belong to a noble of the Western Zhou or a minor feudal lord. We are destined for fortune. Hush, second brother, lower your voice, Sun Laosan cautioned with a frown. Yet, Sun Lar seemed unfazed, dismissively waving his hand. It's just that I haven't seen blue mixed with white in years. I hope it's a fresh tomb. The term fresh tomb implies that this grave has not been previously looted, offering a chance for substantial profit. That moment, Lao Badu quietly remarked, it's all a gamble. Even if it's a second-hand tomb, as long as there are a couple of relics inside, our efforts won't be in vain. This is a Western Zhou tomb. What if we uncover a 4-sheep square zun or a bronze basin? Haha, Lao Batu, you truly dream big. If we were to find such treasures, we wouldn't dare sell them. We'd be hunted down, Sun Lar concluded. He then pressed the intercom, stating, Boss, Lao Batu says this tomb contains a 4-sheep square zun. Do you have a way to sell it? The intercom flickered, emitting a crackling response. Zune, my foot. I'm not keen on catching a bullet. Let us get back to work. The Sun brothers were renowned in the trade. Relying on their genuine skills, through the layers of soil on Earth, they could roughly visualize the situation of the pit below. Given the ancient times, such tombs typically exhibited collapses. Blindly digging in a straight line to reach the main burial chamber was but a fantasy. One might inadvertently veer off course, missing the accompanying relics altogether. Thus, the safest approach was to excavate downward along the tomb passage and then decide whether to proceed to the side chambers or the main chamber. With both second and third brothers working in tandem, the whirlwind shovel dug swiftly, and it was my turn to contribute. My task involved dispersing the soil, but not just any soil could be scattered. Otherwise, with the depth of the theft hole exceeding 10 meters, I could not possibly carry it all. The soil matching the surrounding color was generally spread out in place, rendering it nearly indistinguishable. My responsibility was to disperse the soil extracted from the compacted layers, specifically the white and blue soils, given the stark color contrast between the blue and white clay and the surrounding earth. I needed to spread this portion without leaving a trace. With people farming throughout the mountains, I dared not recklessly discard the blue and white soil brought up by the whirlwind shovel. I could only pile it aside for later handling as dawn approached. Chapter 6. An unexpected turn. Yinfeng, find a good spot to pile it up. Don't foolishly place it in someone else's field. Second brother, rest assured, I know what to do. The quantity of blue and white clay was rather limited that I retrieved 7 or 8 small bags from my backpack, meticulously separating and stacking them together. At that moment, Sun Laoer, who was in the pit, abruptly halted his whirlwind shovel. Laoer, what is the matter? Wang Baotou inquired from above. Look, Baotou, he replied, scooping a handful of soil. The deeper I go, the wetter it becomes. This is not a good sign. There might be standing water beneath. Wang Baotou furrowed his brow, saying, a water pit. Surely, we can't be that unfortunate. Try digging another 20 centimeters. Sun Laoer nodded and resumed his excavation. Ergo, we can't go any deeper. Below is the tomb passage, and there's definitely standing water. Sun Laosan exclaimed urgently, if there's water in the tomb passage, even if we dig down, the tunnel will be flooded and won't hold. Wang Baotou couldn't help but curse. Damn it, I didn't anticipate this. Laoer, Laosan, come up. We need to assess the water situation that we're running out of time. The Sun brothers hastily tossed the whirlwind shovel up, then crawled out of the tunnel, stretching their legs. Baotou, I guarantee that if we dig down another 1.5 meters, we will definitely encounter the ceiling. The term ceiling refers to the stone top of the tomb, while the brick ceiling of Ming and Qing dynasty tombs is called wanding. Sun Laoer lit a cigarette, gazing at the tunnel he had excavated, and squinted, saying, Baotou, we've come this far. Should we take a gamble? What do you mean, Laoer? He flicked the ash from his cigarette and replied coldly, request a water pump and a small generator to be sent over. Wang Baotou immediately shook his head, saying, pumping water, that's far too risky. Given the current weather, and considering the temperature here in Shund, it's unlikely the pit will freeze. If we can't pump out the water in 2 hours. Once dawn breaks, we'll all be doomed, and our efforts will be in vain. Ergo, I also concur with Baotou's perspective. It's evident there's standing water in the tomb passage that if the water is excessive, a single pump won't suffice, Sun Laosan expressed, frowning. Then what the hell do? We can see the juicy meat, but can't reach it. Wang Baotou stroked his chin, contemplating for a moment, then suddenly turned to me and asked, Yinfeng, what do you think? Should we retreat or continue? The two brothers also turned to me. I was squatting on the ground sorting the soil, taken aback by his sudden inquiry. After a moment of reflection, I simply stated, Baotou, I want to make money. Insightful. Sun Laoer laughed heartily. Fortune favors the bold. If this kid isn't afraid, why should we be? The intercom's red light flickered, and Wang Baotou promptly said, contact a water pump. Have it delivered within an hour. If it's late by a minute, she'll lose a share of the profits. Time is of the essence. This was my first encounter with the logistical capabilities of our support team. Within less than an hour, a water pump and a small generator were delivered to us punctually. As soon as the pump arrived, Sun Laoer rolled up his pant legs and descended into the tunnel with a shovel, continuously tossing soil upward, which became increasingly damp. Minutes later, Sun Laoer shouted from below, holy crap, water is gushing. He had just surfaced when the accumulated water had already flooded more than half of the tunnel. After connecting the generator and the hoses, Wang Baotou directly tossed the water pump into the tunnel. Below, water bubbled and gurgled, while above, the pump tirelessly drew and expelled water at that moment. Fortune smiled upon us. The water level decreased shortly after the pump commenced its operation, preventing the newly excavated tomb from collapsing. Wang withdrew his head from the pump and declared, "Lao air, directly insert the needle and penetrate the capstone." The needle refers to a specially crafted, pointed tool used in tomb raiding, its tip fashioned from diamond, specifically designed to bore through capstones with formidable efficacy. The sounds of chiseling echoed from below the tomb. Soon, the voice of Sun Lao air resonated. "We're through." A smile spread across Wang's face as he glanced at the time and remarked, "The water extraction has consumed considerable time. Yun Feng, you should descend as well. The more hands, the better. Let us make haste and retrieve as much as we can." Momentarily taken aback, I inquired, "But, Wang Batu, shouldn't we be cautious of the air? What if there's no oxygen down below?" Wang Batu chuckled. "Oh, you naive soul, Yun Feng, consider this. If the tomb were perfectly sealed, would it allow such a volume of water to accumulate? Rest assured, the air circulation below is adequate." With my headlamp in hand, I descended into the tomb for the first time in my life. Sun Lao air had breached a substantial opening in the capstone, and I cautiously lowered myself, legs stretched against the sides of the tomb. The capstone hung about 2 or 3 meters above the burial passage below. Upon seeing this height, a wave of fear washed over me, and I hesitated to leap. The passage held some stagnant water, enough to submerge one's calves, with the Sun brothers already standing in it. "Jump, Yun Feng. It's not that high. We'll lift you up afterward." Sun Lao air called up, illuminating my path with his lamp. Mustering my courage, I silently prayed for divine protection and jumped, only to land unsteadily and tumble into the water, swallowing a mouthful of the stagnant liquid. "Yun Feng, you should practice your jumps. Look at your slender arms and legs. Are you all right?" Sun Lao air chuckled, helping me to my feet. The burial passage was in the shape of a cross, with our position in the center, flanked by turns leading to the eastern and western side chambers. While moving straight ahead led us to the main burial chamber. Sun Lao air clapped his hands and remarked, "We're fortunate. The passage has collapsed. Given its construction, it appears to date back to the early Western Zhou period. With this grade, there must be a sealing stone in the main chamber. If it were to collapse, we wouldn't need to exert ourselves. Even if the sealing stone remains, Lao San has a knack for dealing with such matters. Right, Lao San? You flatter me too much." "Ergo," Sun Lao San replied, gazing into the darkness ahead, "for sealing stones under 3 tons, as long as there's no overhead self-pressing stone, I can manage." Our plan was to first explore the main burial chamber and then proceed to the eastern and western side chambers. As we waded through the water, a red object floated towards us from the front. "What is this?" Sun Lao San fished it out of the water. Upon unfolding it, we discovered that it was a pink towel, evidently belonging to a modern individual, emblazoned with a brand logo. The sight of this towel rendered the faces of the Sun brothers grim. Sun Lao San lifted his head, and the beam from his lamp illuminated the capstone. It became evident that in the northwest corner of the capstone, there was a small hole that connected directly to the depths below, with the surrounding stones exhibiting numerous cracks. "Damn!" Sun Lao air hurled the towel aside in frustration. He gazed at the small hole in the capstone and exclaimed, "This damn hole was made by a power drill. Originally, it contained explosives. Those sons of bitches have no diamond needles. They intended to blow open the capstone. This towel is merely to block the small hole and muffle the sound of the explosion. This Western Zhou tomb has been tampered with. It must have been that group from the south. After all our efforts, this is the result." Chapter 7. The Great Evil. The more Sun Lao spoke, the angrier he became, with veins bulging on his forehead, looking as if he might strike someone at any moment. Sun Lao San also shook his head with a sigh, then pressed the intercom, saying, "Chief, we have new developments below. This pit has already been disturbed." There was a minute of silence on the intercom. Then Wang Zido coldly asked, "When was it disturbed? Did you enter the main burial chamber?" "Not yet. We are still in the passage. Just now, a towel was washed in by the floodwaters. Without a doubt, it was stolen not long ago." "Chief, you know how those folks from the south operate. They rarely leave anything valuable behind in the graves they disturb." Wang Zido pondered for a moment and said, "Lauer, here's the plan. You enter the main burial chamber and take a look. If there's nothing left in the main chamber, you needn't check the ear chamber. Just tidy up your gear and come back." "Understood, Chief," Sun Lauer replied, setting down the intercom. "I don't smoke, but my sense of smell is fairly keen." I remarked, "When when suddenly I caught a whiff of a faint fragrance. Second brother, why does it smell like incense? I inquired, puzzled at my words. Sun Lao exaggeratedly sniffed the air ahead. He then turned to Sun Lao-san. A glimmer of surprise in his eyes. Indeed, we didn't notice earlier. This is sandalwood. His expression suddenly grew serious. Second brother, third brother, what's wrong? Is there something unusual about this sandalwood? Seeing their grave expressions, I was somewhat bewildered. I thought to myself that wealthy people typically used gold-threaded sandalwood coffins when they passed, so the scent of sandalwood should be quite normal, right? The relaxed expressions on the Sun brothers' faces vanished. You phone, give me your hand. Huh, what do you need my hand for? I asked, perplexed, extending my hand. What are you doing, second brother? I cried out in pain as he swiftly sliced my fingertip with a sharp little dagger. Fresh crimson blood flowed, and the Sun brothers, one after the other, smeared a bit of my blood on their wrists. Second brother, third brother, why are you using my blood? I complained, nursing my injured fingertip. Sun Lao explained to me at that moment. Yin Feng, in our line of work, we are particularly wary of the 4 great evils and 6 minor evils: the bulging-eyed tomb guardian, the delicate sandalwood, the indestructible black coffin, and the everlasting lamp that never runs dry. These are the 4 great evils. The ancestral rule is clear: blood dispels evil. What he said sounded mystical, but I did not take it seriously. Was he trying to scare me like a child? I muttered, feeling wronged. Then why don't you cut your own fingers? Why use mine? Sun Lao patted my head and smirked. Our blood one tea suffice. It must be the blood of a young boy. Yin Feng, you Haven tea even held a young lady's hand. Have you? I stammered, unable to find the words. Subsequently, I deliberately shifted the topic and defiantly inquired, what is the 6 minor evils? Sun Lao-san shook his head and replied, Yin Feng, you are still inexperienced in this field. You may not know that these terms have been passed down from the older generation of practitioners: the flowing sand tomb, the heavenly fire crowning, the uncorrupted remains of the Eastern Master, the deceased, the orifices blocked with beads, the coffin larger than the casket, and the mice making nests, mice residing within the coffin. These are the 6 minor evils as spoken of by tomb raiders from the old society. In the 360 trades, which family does not possess a unique skill, we, who engage in grave robbing, were referred to as in the old society. Now, in this new era, we are labeled as criminals. That encompasses the upper echelons, while we belong to the lower ranks of the. Moreover, there exists the dealing with the deceased. Sun Lao-san continued. Yin Feng, now that you have entered this line of work, you must familiarize yourself with all these matters to avoid embarrassment when questioned in the future, as it would tarnish the reputation of our northern sect. The so-called includes 1. The seamster for corpses, 2. The executioner, 3. The corpse chaser, 4. The grave blower, 5. The paper effigy maker, 6. The bone collector, and 7. The small coffin maker, who specializes in crafting coffins for deceased infants. This is that. Yin Feng, remember these as you traverse the world. At that moment, I truly struggled to retain all this disarray of information, feeling overwhelmed by his jumbled words, not comprehending the significance of these 7 and 8 doors. All right, Lao-san, you're still quite young. All this talk serves little purpose. Let us proceed to inspect the main tomb chamber ahead. Sun Lao, shaking his wrist, declared, we carry Yin Feng's youthful blood, which wards off evil. After traversing through the murky water along the tomb passage for 2 or 3 minutes, we found ourselves before a stone wall, rather than the main tomb chamber. As we approached, illuminating the area with our headlamps, we discovered a solid stone wall ahead. Not the chamber we anticipated. At that moment, an unexpected gust of wind swept in from an unknown source, chilling my feet submerged in the murky water. Upon reaching the stone wall, Sun Lao looked up. Above us, on the ceiling of the tomb passage, we could clearly see a large black hole, from which the cool breeze was emanating. The hole was irregularly shaped, and Sun Lao-san furrowed his brow as he observed it, saying, this was the work of that previous group. The section we passed earlier was not detonated. It seems they opted for a different spot to blast through. Judging by the shape of this hole, it must have been done using detonators. Sun Lao-san pressed down on the intercom. Head, straight ahead is a stone wall. It is not what we expected. Not the main tomb chamber. As of now, we have yet to see any burial goods. The intercom's red light illuminated, and Wang Bak 2 directed remotely. A tomb with green clay cannot possibly lack a main chamber. Search again and check the conditions in the western side chamber. Understood, Batu. How much time do we have left? There are 2 hours and 45 minutes until safe daylight. Please expedite your pace. All right. Sun Lao Air released the intercom and led me and Sun Lao San around the stone wall, making our way towards the western ear chamber. This was my first encounter with an ear chamber in a tomb, which was essentially a hollowed-out small room. Observing the waterline marks on the walls, it was evident that this place had previously been submerged entirely underwater. What did I see at that moment? At first glance, I was met with a plethora of bronze artifacts, a vast quantity of them haphazardly strewn across the floor of the western ear chamber. Among these bronze items were some in disarray, while others remained intact: small round tripods, square tripods, bronze sickles, bronze doughts, and bronze jews. At a cursory glance revealed dozens of pieces. It has been sent. It has been sent. Sun Lao's eyes were red, and he spoke incoherently into the intercom. We've got the head. We've got it. There are dozens of bronze artifacts in the west chamber. Black lacquered ancient mercury rust, authentic Western Zhou relics. Wang Batu, a seasoned veteran, calmly instructed through the intercom. Transport them in batches. Bring everything out. All right then. Sun Lao pulled out a snakeskin bag he carried with him and quipped. Have the rats in the south turned vegetarian? They actually left us so much meat. I truly thank their ancestors for 8 generations. Sun Lao San, the more composed one, furrowed his brow and spoke gravely. Second brother, something feels amiss. The rats in the south have noses as keen as ours. They couldn't possibly miss this much meat. It doesn't add up. Unfazed by the toxic mercury rust, Sun Lao picked up a small bronze ding and kissed it. Haha, treasure, come home with me. He couldn't resist adding. Old 3, I've noticed your courage is waning. Why overthink it? Let me ask you this. If a group of female university students were to lay bare on the ground, what would you do? Surely, that would be a matter for another day. Chapter 8. The water tank. I too retrieved my snakeskin bag and crouched down to stuff it with bronze artifacts. The weight of the round and square ding was substantial, and I struggled with my load. Third brother looked after me, advising me to collect the smaller pieces. Thus, I filled my bag with bronze dough and small bronze jew, which were not surprising when gathered together, as these items served as kitchen utensils during the Western Zhou and spring and autumn periods. The bronze ding was used for cooking meat, the jew for drinking wine, and the bronze dough for holding salt and seasonings, akin to a modern dipping dish for vinegar when eating dumplings. This was what it meant to gather wealth in a burlap sack. I was indeed collecting treasures in my bag, being somewhat slender and not particularly strong. I decided it was time to make my first trip. Once my bag was sufficiently filled, I turned my head left and right, and at that moment, my headlamp illuminated a corner of the chamber. What is that? A water tank. Second brother, quickly, look, there's a tank. Sun Lao, engrossed in stuffing the copper ding into his bag, was startled by my sudden loud voice. What the heck, you phone? Why are you shouting? You scared me. I replied, second brother, there's a large tank in the corner, a very large one. Without lifting his head, he responded, that's just coarse pottery. It's not worth as much as bronze artifacts. Its size makes it impossible to transport down the mountain. Selling it for 1,000 or 1,800 wudi even cover the labor. So let us not bother with that. After hearing Sun Lao's words, I glanced again at the large water tank covered with a stone lid, but still did not approach it. Struggling under the weight of a bag full of bronze artifacts, I waded back through the water. Just as a rope was lowered from the ceiling of the tomb passage, Wang Bata's voice echoed from above. Yin Feng, tie the snakeskin bag securely. Once that's done, return to gather more. Hurry up, we're short on time. I twisted the filled snakeskin bag a few times and secured it to the rope, after which it slowly ascended as Batu pulled from above. For the next hour or so, we worked diligently, successfully transporting a total of 8 full bags of bronze artifacts. At that moment, the voice of Wang Baotou crackled through the walkie-talkie, urging, you 3, hurry up. Dawn is fast approaching, and we must ascend the mountain quickly. Are you familiar with the concept of building a human pyramid? I was first hoisted to the top of the peak by the Sun brothers, after which Wang Baotou above lowered a length of rope to pull me up. The Sun brothers were even more impressive. Upon reaching the peak, they ascended directly into the breach without the use of ropes, simply leveraging their feet against the cave's entrance. Once on top, the joy on Sun Lauder's face was impossible to conceal that he surveyed the ground littered with bulging snakeskin bags and, with a smile, asked, Baotou, how many points do you think this amounts to? Wang Baotou shook his head with a smile, replying, in every field, there are specialists. For the matter of points, you should consult the boss. He has a precise estimate. Later, I learned that when they referred to points, they meant tens of thousands, with 1 point equating to 10,000. Thus, 100 points would amount to $1 million given the wage levels in the year 2000. Many individuals struggled to earn even a single point in a year. Sun Lao was responsible for scouting and sales. Typically, he refrained from speaking on the walkie-talkie unless circumstances warranted it. Conversely, if he initiated a conversation while we were working, it indicated the presence of strangers nearby. Bao To, we've only explored the western chamber. There's still the eastern chamber, and it's quite peculiar that we Haven T located the main burial chamber, and I believe we ought to establish a base here. For who knows how many treasures lie within these walls. This endeavor will take no less than 10 or 8 days to complete. In the context of tomb raiding, establishing a base specifically refers to encountering a significant tomb where it is impossible to clear everything in a day or two, thus necessitating the design of a base around the grand tomb. In earlier years, acquaintances in the tomb raiding circle would often inquire, "Hey, I heard you struck 2 major bases last year," to which one would modestly reply, "Oh, not at all. It was merely good fortune that led to 2 small bases." Setting up a base carries inherent risks, as it can easily attract attention. If an elderly person happened to wander up the mountain for a stroll and inadvertently fell into our excavation, it would spell disaster for us. Thus, profit and risk are directly proportional. To achieve high returns, one must embrace risk. After careful consideration, Wang Baotou nodded, stating, "Western Zhou artifacts have been skyrocketing in value on the black market lately. I believe this risk is worth taking. Let us establish a base." Knowing we had made a significant find, Sun Lao immediately contacted Ikuji, requesting that they send someone to help transport the goods and conceal our excavation. Ikuji was an extraordinary woman, and through several interactions, I learned that the younger brothers she took under her wing mostly hailed from influential backgrounds. Not only did she serve as logistical support for Wang Baotou, but she also reportedly held logistical roles for other gangs. Logically, such practices would be deemed irregular. However, due to Ikuji's formidable capabilities, Wang Baotou chose to turn a blind eye, feigning ignorance. This situation is akin to that of professional managers in large corporations, who often hold significant positions across multiple companies. Ikuji supported several young men, who willingly followed her lead, assisting us by delivering generators and water pumps at night and helping conceal our excavation. All of this was managed by her dedicated subordinates. Without Ikuji, our crew would have struggled to navigate the complexities of our operations at that time. The earth imbued with a greenish paste was all too conspicuous. Pressed for time, I dared not dispose of it carelessly, and thus it was brought back with them. This soil resembled a ticking time bomb, and within our circle, we were oblivious to how many individuals had met their demise on account of such dirt. The notorious tomb raiding gang of Baibao Mountain in Beijing had fallen victim to a mere heap of greenish-white soil left behind in the mountains, which was discovered by an elderly lady out for a stroll, ultimately leading to the downfall of the entire gang, who languished in prison for over a decade. The following day, upon my return to a quaint inn in Shund, I crouched by the sink brushing my teeth, contemplating where to discreetly dispose of the greenish-white soil. Just then, a resounding slap struck my backside from behind. While brushing my teeth, the suddenness of the impact caused me to accidentally swallow a mouthful of water. Enraged, I turned around to find a woman with a mole wearing a tank top, laughing heartily. Though she was a decade my senior, her physique was exceptionally well maintained, thanks to her wealth and the finest skincare products of the time. The bare thighs exposed beneath her pink tank top were so pale that they made my throat dry. With a teasing tone, she remarked, "Shall you phone? Yesterday I overheard Lauer mention that you haven't even touched a young lady's hand. Is that true?" Embarrassed, I retorted, "What business is it of yours?" Her laughter erupted, causing her to tremble with amusement, and she beckoned me with her finger, "Shall Yun Feng, would you like to become my 45th man?" At that tender age, naive to the ways of the world, I blurted out, "Not a chance. When you turn 40, 1T, I'd be wearing 99 green hats. You shameless woman, don't even think about ensnaring me." Xiang Yunfeng, offended by my words, she became irate, brandishing a mop from the inn and chasing me around the courtyard. During lunchtime, seizing the opportunity, I donned a guise of a high school student, slinging a black backpack over my shoulder, and wandered aimlessly through the city of Shunda. My backpack was filled to the brim with the greenish-white soil, and I sought a suitable location to dispose of it. As I walked, my mind was preoccupied with an unsettling thought. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss concerning the large water vat covered with a lid at the corner of the western ear chamber of the tomb from the night before. Chapter 9. Electric fishing. In the Nanfeng district of Shund, numerous small eateries lined the streets, bustling with diners that I searched for quite some time, contemplating several times to dispose of the soil, yet ultimately refrained. After all, it was my first attempt, and despite my earlier confidence, I felt a twinge of fear at this moment. I dreaded the possibility of a uniformed officer approaching me, inquiring about my actions. After much wandering, I arrived at the bank of a small river. The sight of the waterway sparked a glimmer of inspiration within me. Shund is renowned for its aquatic resources, and I reasoned that if the greenish-white soil were to enter the river, it would become mud, undetectable to anyone. Making sure the coast was clear, I swiftly unfastened my backpack, preparing to pour the soil into the water. Wait, stop right there. What do you think you're doing? A melodious voice suddenly rang out from behind, startling me to the brink of tumbling into the river. Trembling with fear, I turned to find a girl with her hands on her hips, pointing at me. The girl was clad in a school uniform, her hair tied back in a ponytail, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Adorning her arm was a red cloth badge, upon which were inscribed the words "River Cleaning." "What are you staring at?" she exclaimed. "What were you about to toss into the river? Were you preparing to dispose of some trash?" The zipper of my backpack was still undone, and a wave of panic washed over me as I frantically gestured. No, I wasn't throwing away any garbage. Nonsense. I saw it with my own eyes. What's in your bag? Let me see, she insisted, advancing toward me. As she approached, I was struck by fear, my mind racing. And in a moment of impulsive folly, I seized my backpack and began to run. "Stop right there," she cried, closely pursuing me as we both dashed along the riverbank. In my haste, I slipped and fell directly into the river. The clay in my bag sank immediately upon contact with the water, and as someone who couldn't swim, I flailed about in chaos, unintentionally gulping down several mouthfuls of river water while shouting for help. It was then that this girl came to my rescue. Her name was Li Jing, a local from Shund, and at that time, she was a second-year student at Shund No. 3 High School, filling in for her mother, who was responsible for cleaning the river's surface of debris. Once I was pulled ashore, I was drenched, resembling a drowned rat, yet I felt an undeniable sense of relief, as my bag of clay had disintegrated, escaping the eyes of any onlookers. In her efforts to save me, Li Jing's clothing had also become soaked through, and she grasped my shirt, demanding, "Why were you running? You can't swim a lick. Are you trying to throw your life away? What's in your bag?" My face flushed with embarrassment as I replied, "I merely slipped and accidentally fell into the river. My bag contained only books. If they're lost, I can always buy new ones." She scrutinized me with a mixture of skepticism and suspicion, clearly unconvinced by my explanation. "But I suspect you're hiding something. Lately, there have been numerous fishermen in the area. You must come with me to meet my mother. She insists that you can only leave after we talk." Without waiting for a response, she resumed pulling me along. I desperately waved my hands, exclaiming loudly, "I'm not an electric fisherman. I'm not." However, I certainly couldn't confess the truth. Admitting to being a tomb raider would be far worse, a graver offense than fishing illegally. Several times I contemplated fleeing, but ultimately, I dared not do so, well aware that if I ran, her tenacious nature might implicate our entire group. Li Jing's home was situated right by the river, and there was a bridge spanning across it that we had to cross to reach her abode. Upon the bridge were several vendors selling various items, from children's toys to insoles and socks. One stall, in particular, caught the eye, a fortune-telling booth. The fortune-teller, in his 50s, donned round sunglasses and had a pack of 5 yuan hardpack cigarettes beside him. He never seemed to be without a cigarette in his mouth, lighting a new one even before finishing the last. Little Li Jing is quite the capable one, isn't she? Have you caught another one dumping trash?" the fortune-teller remarked, grinning as he sat on a stool. Receiving such praise, Li Jing beamed with pride, retorting, "Of course." The moment he saw me, he ran and ended up in the river. I suspect he's an electric fisherman. The fortune-teller, enveloped in clouds of smoke, chuckled, electric fishing? Huh, that's troublesome. Those who engage in such practices will face misfortune and retribution." The girl, Li Jing, chuckled and said, "Li Lao Lu. I merely referred to you as Li Banxian. Do you truly believe yourself to be a half-immortal? You've made me laugh to the point of tears. Last time you predicted for Aunt Li, you claimed her pigs would conceive within a month. And what was the outcome? Within 3 days, Aunt Li's pigs succumbed to diarrhea and passed away. Where are the piglets? Cough, cough. The fortune-teller coughed twice and replied, "That pig was simply out of luck. It is not my fault the predictions were inaccurate. If you do not believe me, shall I cast another fortune for you?" The girl doubled over in laughter, pointing at the fortune-teller and saying, No, I dare not let you predict. You've clearly had no business for several days. If you must read fortunes, do it for him, she exclaimed, suddenly pointing at me. Somehow, in a daze, I found myself allowing him to predict my fortune. The fortune teller first inquired about my date of birth, then produced a turtle shell containing 3 copper coins from the Qing dynasty. He shook it in various directions, and the 3 coins fell onto the table. By chance or fate, all 3 coins landed face down, with 2 stacked atop one another, and the other lying alone at a distance. I vividly recall the expression on the fortune teller's face, shifting from joviality to bewilderment as he stared at the coins for an extended period, his cigarette burning down to the filter. Once he regained his composure, he glanced at Li Jing, then at me, sighing and shaking his head repeatedly. The girl, still smiling, asked, "Li Lao Lu, what have you discerned? Is this fellow engaged in electric fishing?" The fortune teller lit another cigarette, inhaled deeply, and gazed at me with a profound look, saying, "Young man, you are not as simple as you appear." Feeling guilty, I cautiously inquired what he had discerned. That he chuckled softly and remarked, "The waters are deep, yet the pond is shallow. In this shallow pond, there are many turtles, yet you are the most valuable one. However, you cannot escape your ultimate fate, being slaughtered and transformed into a bowl of turtle soup." At that moment, hearing him call me a turtle was infuriating. Yet, reflecting on his words now, they are indeed pearls of wisdom. Later, I returned once, but the fortune teller was nowhere to be found. Upon inquiring, I learned that he had succumbed to lung cancer after years of heavy smoking, unable to afford treatment. Others mentioned that he had left shunned, with no one knowing his whereabouts. If I could encounter him again, I would gladly pay a fortune to have him predict whether I, Xiang Yunfeng, could establish a family and what my future holds. Chapter 10. Li Jing, Mom. I'm back. Li Jing, like one would lead a small dog, brought me to her home, though her mother was only in her 40s. Her hair had turned considerably gray, and her forehead bore many lines, giving her a weathered appearance. Xiaojing. Who is this? Is he your classmate? No, Mom. Li Jing tugged at my arm and said, "Mom, I caught this fellow by the moat just now. He looks shifty and is clearly up to no good. I suspect he has been electric fishing." Electric fishing? Li Jing's mother asked me, puzzled. "Young man, are you engaged in electric fishing?" I busily explained that it was all a misunderstanding and that I was not involved in any illicit fishing activities. Li Jing's mother looked at me kindly and shook her head with a smile, saying, "I can see that you, young student, do not resemble a poacher. Little Jing, you have made a mistake this time. You have caught the wrong person." Quickly apologized to him. Later, I came to understand the situation and realized why Li Jing had been so insistent on accusing me. It was because the Shunned Forestry Bureau had announced a reward. At that time, the ecological destruction of the Yangtze River was severe, with the Chinese sturgeon and the Yangtze River dolphin on the brink of extinction. The authorities had resolved to protect the inland water environment, and this initiative extended to Shunned. Anyone who captured a poacher could claim a monetary reward from the Forestry Bureau, with a hefty sum of 500 yuan for each person caught. Thus, the girl, Li Jing, had been holding on to me, believing I was a poacher, intending to deliver me to the Forestry Bureau in exchange for the reward. As her family was in need of money. Under her mother's insistence, Li Jing reluctantly apologized, saying, "I'm sorry." Classmate Li's mother, being warm and hospitable, invited me to stay for lunch as a gesture of goodwill. It was nearly 2 o'clock, and I was quite hungry. So I accepted. For lunch, we had steamed rice, and Li's mother prepared 3 dishes: scrambled eggs with chives, stir-fried zucchini with green beans, and a cold dish of lotus root slices. The home-cooked dishes were authentic and delicious. I eagerly dug into my bowl, while Li Jing watched me with disdain, occasionally clinking her chopsticks against her porcelain bowl to create a loud noise, which made Li's mother frown in disapproval. She seemed to disapprove of me consuming her family's eggs. Li's mother scolded her. "Little Jing, how can you be so rude? What has this young classmate done to deserve your ire?" Li Jing, biting the tip of her chopsticks, pouted. "He hasn't done anything to me, but I just find him unpleasant." I felt a surge of anger. Although I was born into humble circumstances, my self-esteem was quite strong. I set down my bowl and chopsticks and stood up to bid farewell to Li's mother. In my heart, I thought, what do I care about eating your family's eggs? However, just as I reached the door, I was abruptly pushed back by a group of 6 or 7 young men in their 20s and 30s. Some carrying paint buckets, while others wielded sticks. "Where is Li Daquan? Come out, or I will kill your wife and children." They looked menacing, and having never encountered such a scene, I was instantly dumbfounded. Li Jing and her mother appeared equally pale, One man with a paint bucket entered the room, and upon seeing the food on the table, he sneered, "Damn, you have money to eat eggs. If you can afford eggs, you owe me money. I'll make you eat." He then tipped the paint bucket over, spilling a torrent of red paint onto the table. The acrid smell of paint filled the air, instantly coating the dishes in a thick layer of red. Li's mother looked terrified, while Li Jing hung her head in silence. Head out, the man chuckled. "So you want to eat eggs? Huh, no money, right?" He jabbed the paint-soaked scrambled eggs with chives toward Li Jing. "Go ahead, eat. Eggs are delicious, right? If you finish this plate today, we will leave, ha." The others joined in with raucous laughter. "What are you doing?" Man looked at me with a smile and said, "Brother, may I ask who you are?" I took a deep breath and replied, "I am Li Jing, and if you dare to cause any trouble, I will call the police." "What? Call the police?" Immediately, laughter erupted around me. "It is only right to repay debts. You little brat dare to call the police." He swung the stick in his hand violently towards my head. Instinctively, I raised my arm to block it. But my reaction was too slow. I failed to shield myself and received a solid blow to my skull that I felt a sticky warmth on my head, and upon touching it, I realized that the strike had split my skin, causing it to bleed. Everything around me began to spin. "Stop. I'll eat. I'll eat." Suddenly, Li Jing, who had been keeping her head down, looked up with teary eyes and shouted loudly, "Li Mu." Her mother was wiping away tears. Li Jing grabbed an egg from the plate and stuffed it into her mouth. The eggs were smeared with paint, and the pungent odor was overwhelming. After just one bite, she gagged. "Haha, you can't do this. I said you must eat it all. Are your ears deaf?" Li Jing grabbed another egg and shoved it into her mouth. 5 minutes later, the plate of eggs had vanished. Hee, interesting. I suppose this visit wasn't in vain. My friends witnessed quite a show. And remember to tell Li Daquan, when we come back, if there is still no money, things won't be so simple. With that, the group left, grumbling as they departed. My head throbbed from the blow, and I lay on the ground feeling quite miserable. "Are you all right?" Li Jing wiped the paint from her mouth and cautiously helped me up. I moved, fetched some gauze and simply bandaged my head. I lay on their bed for over an hour before I began to feel better. "Little classmate, I'm so sorry for hurting you," Li Mu said, her face etched with guilt. "Auntie, what were those people after?" I asked, struggling to suppress the pain in my head. "My father failed in business and owes them a large sum of money." Li Jing replied. "Failed in business? How much does he owe?" Alas, Li Mu couldn't help but shake her head. 50,000 yuan. 50,000. That's a staggering amount. I was taken aback. Such a sum was daunting. And even without eating or drinking, it would take 2 or 3 years to repay. "Little classmate, do you need to go to school or the hospital? We can take you back." I truly feel terrible about this. Li Mu apologized again. No, I don't need to go to school. I can walk on my own," I insisted, stepping outside. Li Jing came out to see me off. "Hey, I'm really sorry about earlier," she said, walking beside me with her head down. "It's all right. It's all in the past." I waved my hand dismissively with a smile. "You're not from our school, are you? Which middle school do you attend?" "I'll come find you to play," Li Jing suddenly asked. I lied. "I'm in the second year at number 1 middle school. Number 1 middle school. Then you must be a good student," Li Jing said with a smile. My face flushed, and I dared not reply. My academic performance consistently ranked among the bottom 3, which was, at least, quite stable at that time. The small communication device was just beginning to gain popularity, and ordinary students could scarcely afford a mobile phone, thus leaving no means to contact them. However, Li Jing had suggested that I visit her whenever I had the opportunity and requested my assistance with her studies upon my return to the inn. Wang Zhutu was sipping tea. The moment he caught sight of my head wrapped in bandages, he nearly spewed his tea. Wang Zhutu exclaimed loudly, "Yinfeng, what on earth happened to you? Did you fall into a pit while distributing the soil?" Feeling somewhat embarrassed, I replied, "Head, I was attacked." Chapter 11. Wrap up. Upon hearing my grievance, Wang Zhutu shook his head and remarked, "Yinfeng, this time you acted recklessly. In our line of work, one must exercise utmost caution." For fear of being caught by the roots of the matter, I apologized, saying, "I'm sorry, head. I will be more careful next time." Wang Zhutu lifted his teacup, blowing gently across its surface, and frowned, saying, "Nevertheless, you are still one of my Wang Xianqing's own." "Yinfeng, what is it? Do you wish to reclaim your dignity?" Without hesitation, I instinctively blurted out, "I feel I've suffered a loss, head." Wang Zhutu took a sip of his tea, then covered the cup, saying, "Just yesterday, we established our base. Therefore, our approach must be low-key.my personal advice is to endure for now. Once we complete this operation and leave shunned, I will give a nod to a certain mole. She has connections in the field that I nodded in agreement. In the small storeroom of the inn we rented, there were still several bags of clay. However, Wang Zhutu did not assign me to distribute the soil again. Instead, he arranged a different task for me in the afternoon, instructing me to follow Sun Laoda and assist him in handling the batch of bronze artifacts from the previous day as we approached the storeroom. I suddenly caught a strong whiff of cumin seasoning. Upon closer inspection, I discovered that someone had set up a charcoal grill at the entrance of the storeroom, where meat was being grilled and generously coated in spices. Sun Laoda was in charge of liquidating the items, of course, but prior to that, we needed to ensure everything was in order. Sun Laoda, I'm Yinfeng. Wang Zhutu sent me to help. I knocked on the storeroom door. Sun Laoda opened it, clad in a white protective suit, complete with leather gloves and plastic goggles. Inside the storeroom, several pieces of bronze artifacts were laid out on the floor, alongside a large white leather barrel containing half a barrel of a translucent liquid, which emitted a pungent odor. He tossed a set of protective gear to me, saying, Yinfeng, put this on. Though I did not fully comprehend, I donned the protective equipment. Big brother, what are you doing? I asked, puzzled, as I watched him toss a rusty bronze goblet, stained with red mercury, into the barrel. The moment the rusty bronze artifact contacted the liquid, it began to bubble vigorously, and the previously sharp odor intensified, resembling that of urea. Sun Laoda pointed at the bronze goblet submerged in the liquid and explained, Yinfeng, in our trade, this technique is called killing the green. The chemical composition of this liquid was formulated by a skilled expert at the head's request. Killing the green. What does that mean, big brother? Sun Laoda chuckled and replied, killing the green refers to removing the black skin. The mercury rust in that water is deeply embedded, and such pervasive rust can easily obscure inscriptions and markings. If that were to happen, we would incur significant losses, Sun Laoda continued. The people in the southern region refer to this task as killing rust, while we in the north call it killing green. Yinfeng, remember this. For bronze vessels from the Western Zhou and Warring States periods, square ding are worth 5 times more than round ding. Those with inscriptions are 10 times more valuable than those without. For every additional character beyond 5 in an inscription, the price increases by 30,000 yuan. This tomb dates back to the early to mid-Western Zhou period. Judging by the style of the capstone and the fact that so many bronze artifacts were buried alongside the deceased in one go, the tomb owner must at least be a minor lord from the southern region. Sun Laoda meticulously analyzed the situation for me. If we uncover an inscription that reveals the identity of the owner, and if we are fortunate enough to find a name in historical records, we would truly have struck gold. Listening to Sun Laoda's explanation, I suddenly realized the depth of the situation. And as for the barbecue stall outside earlier, now I understood that it was a deliberate distraction created by Sun Laoda to mask the pungent odor from the killing green process. The gloves were necessary due to the corrosive nature of the water. This was a precaution to protect ourselves. The water used for the killing green of the bronze artifacts is far more dangerous than those copper-nickel alloys. If it accidentally splashes into one's eyes, it could cause severe damage. Soak for over 20 minutes. Then use a stiff bristle shoe brush to scrub off the rust. Be careful not to scrub too vigorously, and don't remove all the mercury rust, as long as you can ascertain that the piece is without inscription. You can stop scrubbing. Donning my gloves and wielding the shoe brush, I diligently scrubbed several bronze artifacts, examining them with great care, yet I failed to find a single character, leaving me somewhat despondent. Observing my disappointment, Sun Laoda, while brushing a bronze grain vessel, remarked cheerfully, Yinfeng, there's no need to feel disheartened. These things depend on fate. When the time is right, you'll find something that if the stars don't align, it cannot be forced. At that moment, while brushing a small bronze dough, I rubbed the interior base a few times and, perhaps due to a trick of the light, I seemed to glimpse a faint golden stroke. What is this? I exclaimed, lifting the bronze dough and rubbing it a bit more vigorously. Big brother, come look. I've uncovered some characters. This bronze dough has an inscription. The strokes are quite intricate, resembling cryptic symbols. I called out excitedly to Sun Laoda. He took the bronze dough and examined it closely. Frowning, he said, This inscription is neither bird script nor oracle bone script. It is the 6-fold script of ancient gold inscriptions, which predates oracle bone script. How could it possibly appear on a Western Zhou bronze artifact? Sun Laoda's eyes were filled with confusion. The ancient gold script is not a script from the Jin dynasty. It is an archaic form of writing that might even trace its origins back before the Shang dynasty. The well-versed and knowledgeable Sun Laoda quickly deduced that the script on the bronze dough was indeed the six-fold script of ancient gold inscriptions. After a moment of furrowing his brow, excitement took over. "You Feng, you continue cleaning the rest. The ancient gold six-fold inscriptions are exceedingly rare, and there are but a handful of people in the world who can translate this script. I must hurry to find someone who can assist in deciphering these inscriptions." Sun Laoda carefully placed the inscribed bronze artifact into a wooden box and then left with it. Later, until the completion of our cleanup, I had not managed to unearth any more bronze artifacts inscribed with inscriptions. It was just that singular piece. During the day, we engaged in such activities, yet at night, we had to attend to our primary business. Once everyone had retired for the evening, we would venture into the tombs to pilfer. However, Sun Laoda had rushed out in a flurry that afternoon and had yet to return. His absence meant one less person to keep watch, which was perilous. Lao Bata dared not take such risks. That night, Sun Laoda returned past midnight, panting and clutching a wooden box that I knew it contained the bronze vessel with the inscription, without a moment to spare for conversation. He hurried to the table and gulped down half a pot of tea. Wiping his mouth, he turned to Wang Badu and said, "Badu, I managed to pull some strings at the Archaeological Institute. Those 6-character inscriptions have been translated. Oh, what do they say?" Wang Badu inquired. Sun Laoda opened the wooden box, his fingers brushing over the bronze vessel as he coldly uttered 4 words. Geomancy. Chapter 12. The Whitebone's brother. What is geomancy? Is it seaweed? Sun Laoda did not smile. He looked at me and replied, "It is not seaweed. It is a person's name. There has been scant mention of this individual in the records, and I never expected we would stumble upon it. So, what do you think, Batu? Shall we proceed tonight? I see that Air and San are already prepared." Wang Batu, with a serious expression, asked, "Has there been any trouble at the base?" Sun Laoda nodded. "No, the young lads under Iji are quite astute. Boss, let's hold off on this batch for now, especially the bronze vessel. Once the news spreads from Shund, it is highly likely we will attract wolves." "Wolves from the south?" Laoda's face darkened. "I fear it is not merely the southern wolves. Wolves are abundant and meat is scarce everywhere, all scavenging for bones, if we do not secure our cover tightly. The scent of flesh may lure the wild wolves to us. Boss, I have made a decision." Wang Badu extended his hand. 5 days. Let's shorten the time frame to 5 days. Extract everything, and once we succeed, we must leave Shun swiftly and find a place to lay low. From the conversation between Wang Batu and Sun Laoda, I discerned a palpable tension. It seemed they were wary of something. As the hour of the rat passed on Fei E Mountain, Sun Air squatted on the ground smoking, while Sun San counted the sacks. The air was still. It was time to commence. The walkie-talkie crackled with Sun Laoda's voice. "Yin Feng, how many sacks do you have?" "Second brother, I still have 4. That should suffice." After speaking, Sun Air extinguished his cigarette. That moment, eerie bird cries echoed from within Fei E Mountain. The haunting sounds were unsettling in the dead of night. Truly ominous. Wang Badu cursed the dark mountain behind him, muttering about the ill-fated birds. He described them as mourning birds, not harbingers of good fortune. Mourning birds refer to owls, which were commonly seen in mass graves in ancient times. Hence the name. Bah, such cursed creatures. Sun Air spat several times towards the mountain's direction. Once the owls ceased their calls, we began our mission. The previously excavated tunnel had been expertly concealed by a subordinate of the mole, with a complete layer of yellow grass laid over it. Beneath, for wooden poles provided support, and from the outside, it was nearly impossible to detect any flaws. After clearing away these obstacles and ensuring my headlamp was prepared, the Sun brothers and I slid down into the tunnel, with me exerting considerable effort to be the last to descend. The murky water pooling in the burial pit beneath the capstone had significantly receded, no longer submerging our feet, though the ground was somewhat muddy, causing a slight stickiness with each step. The tomb passage was dim and damp, the temperature noticeably cooler than above. Adjusting my headlamp, Sun Air spoke to me. "You were right. We must hasten our pace. Yin Feng, please check the western ear chamber from yesterday and see if there's anything overlooked on the ground. If nothing is missing, return to assist us in the eastern section." After relaying these instructions, the Sun brothers and I parted ways temporarily. They ventured right towards the eastern ear chamber, while I turned left to the western ear chamber. Alone in the tomb at this late hour, an unsettling fear began to creep in. Gripping my headlamp tightly, I mentally chanted, do not blame, esteemed host. I merely seek a small fortune, as the saying goes. The living light candles, the dead extinguish them. I had once asked the leader, is it true that when roosters crow, one should avoid tomb robbing? Even if we are not gold touchers, shouldn't we light a white candle in the chamber for safety? I've heard that if a candle goes out, it signifies the displeasure of the tomb's owner, compelling us to leave lest we encounter ghosts. The old leader had laughed heartily, saying, Yin Feng, you've watched too many films and dramas. A candle going out indicates the tomb owner's displeasure. So, if the candle burns bright, does that mean the owner is delighted? What? Is the tomb owner joyfully welcoming us to excavate his grave? Ridiculous. Furthermore, he added, you must also consider that while it is true ancient tomb robbers would light a white candle in the chamber, it was primarily for illumination. Otherwise, how would they navigate in complete darkness? It wasn't a matter of choice, but necessity due to the absence of electricity. Now that we have headlamps and flashlights, what need is there for candles? In some tombs, decaying bodies can release methane, and a single spark could cause an explosion. Do you understand? Yin Feng? Though his words had initially seemed humorous, upon reflection, I found them quite reasonable. After several minutes of uneventful walking, I arrived at the western ear chamber. The floor of the chamber was bare, and I scanned the area under the light of my headlamp, finding no remnants of previous items. The dozens of bronze artifacts we had collected were all gone. In the northwest corner of the chamber, a large water vat covered with a stone slab still stood, solitary. Second brother said the vat is worthless, but could there be any burial items within? Contemplating this, I resolved to investigate further. Indeed, as second brother had claimed, upon approaching, I discovered that the vat was indeed made of fired clay. The earliest porcelain appeared during the Eastern Han dynasty, characterized by primitive celadone, while preceding dynasties predominantly utilized coarse pottery and bronze. This detail aligned with historical accuracy. Yet, I was perplexed by how such a large vat had been kiln-fired. The surface of this large vat revealed no signs of segmented molding seams, indicating that it had been shaped and fired in a single process. That I found myself pondering the immense size of the container. What kind of mold would be required to accommodate such a vast vessel? This perplexity truly eluded my understanding. The stone slab covering the vat was made of bluestone. That I initially attempted to push it with one hand, but it did not budge. It was rather heavy. Once I gauged its depth and weight, I resolved to use both hands. As the stone slab scraped against the vat, it emitted a series of jarring sounds, and I gradually pried the bluestone away. A foul odor wafted up. Previously, while the slab was in place, I had hardly noticed it, but now it was unmistakably pungent. That I found it peculiar that this Western Zhou tomb seemed somewhat odd. Upon my descent, I had detected a faint fragrance, yet now an unpleasant stench filled the air, reminiscent of spoiled boiled eggs in the sweltering heat of summer. I adjusted my headlamp and bent low to peer into the vat. To my astonishment, I discovered a hole less than 20 centimeters wide at the bottom, and beyond that, there was nothing else. I could discern that the noxious odor, akin to rotten eggs, emanated from this aperture. Shining my headlamp into the darkness proved futile. I could not see beneath the hole, which was engulfed in shadow. Feeling a surge of curiosity, I leaned closer to the vat and extended my right hand into the inky void beneath. What was this? After several moments of groping, I encountered a solid object, a long and rigid form. That I mused to myself. Could it possibly be a gold bar? No, that couldn't be right. A gold bar would be far heavier. Grasping the object firmly, I adjusted my position and gradually extracted it from the depths. It was a white object, and as I brought it into the light, I lowered my head to inspect it more closely. It was a human femur. Ah, I gasped in terror, dropping the skeletal remains in shock. Could this be the corpse of the tomb's owner? After so many centuries since the Western Zhou, it had not decayed into dust? I had overlooked a crucial detail, likely due to my overwhelming anxiety. In my days, I had failed to notice that the femur still contained marrow. Chapter 13. Injury. This was my first experience in such work, and my limited exposure led me to erroneously assume that the bone belonged to the tomb's owner. Given the specifications of this burial, if there were indeed remains, they should be accompanied by grave goods. This was my line of reasoning. Perhaps there were personal bronze seals, small yet exquisite ancient jade artifacts, or gold items. My greed overshadowed my fear as I incessantly reassured myself. It's nothing at all. Perhaps there are royal seals hidden in that dark void. If fortune favored me and I unearthed them, I could strike it rich. Summoning my courage, I reached once more into the depths of the vat. Just as I was blindly groping about, I felt a sharp sting on my index finger. It hurt intensely. Quickly withdrawing my hand, I noticed that the tip of my finger was bleeding, with 2 small puncture wounds. My immediate thought was that I had been bitten by a snake. Unsure if it were venomous, I felt a surge of fear and instinctively clutched my finger, shouting as I ran toward the eastern chamber. Second brother, third brother, help. The eastern chamber was scattered with a few burial items, far fewer than those in the western chamber, where the Sun brothers were hunched over, sorting through the valuables. Yinfeng, what on earth are you yelling about? Have you seen a ghost or something? Who's trying to take your life? I showed him my finger, which was no longer bleeding, and exclaimed anxiously, Second brother, I have been bitten by a venomous snake. I am on the verge of succumbing to the poison. What? A venomous snake? Sun Lauer instantly became flustered. After examining my finger for a moment, he asked with a hint of confusion, Lao San, this wound on Yunfeng's finger. These two small punctures, were they caused by a snake bite? Sun Laosan pondered for a moment before shaking his head. It resembles one, but something feels amiss. Second brother, look how narrow Yunfeng's finger is. The spacing of the wounds doesn't correspond to such a small snake's head. Sun Laosan squeezed the area around my wound, and fresh crimson blood immediately oozed out. It's nothing. Yunfeng, the color of your blood is so vibrant. It certainly wasn't a snake that bit you, let alone a venomous one. I suspect it might have been a mouse, perhaps a smaller one. A mouse? Do mice even bite humans? Third brother? Of course, Yinfeng, you haven't seen it often. In ancient times, during rodent infestations, mice could even bite people. Yinfeng, you're not feeling dizzy, nauseous, or uncomfortable, are you? I shook my head and replied, Third brother, I don't feel any of that. Don't overthink it. It's nothing. Come help with the work. If you're still concerned, you can go to the hospital tomorrow for a rabies vaccine. I nodded in agreement, feeling considerably relieved to know it wasn't a venomous snake. Strangely enough, the number of burial items in the east ear chamber was far fewer than in the west ear chamber. Logically, it should have been balanced, with both chambers containing roughly equal amounts of burial goods. However, after a lengthy search, we only found 6 or 7 slightly valuable bronze artifacts. The rest were severely damaged, fragmented beyond recognition. We even brought so many bags, thinking we would reap a great harvest. But instead, we ended up with mere scraps. Sun Lauer exclaimed indignantly. He pressed the intercom and reported the situation. Chief, it truly was a joyous occasion turned empty. The East Ear Chamber has pitifully few treasures, with hardly anything of worth, just a few trinkets. The intercom fell silent for 2 minutes, and then Wang, the chief, commanded, count what you have and move on quickly to find the main burial chamber. The treasures within the coffin are the most valuable. Chief, we've already circled the area below and haven't seen any signs of the main burial chamber. What's going on? You are well versed. Please provide your analysis. A mix of voices crackled over the radio. It's impossible. Wealthy and powerful individuals in ancient times would not neglect to construct a main burial chamber for themselves. You still have some time. Keep searching. Receiving the directive, we resumed our meticulous search for the main burial chamber. A main burial chamber must contain a coffin, a sarcophagus, a corpse, and accompanying burial items. Regrettably, after a prolonged search, we still failed to locate the main burial chamber. Having secured the few Western Zhou artifacts, we concluded our endeavors for the day. On our way back, Wang could not help but shake his head repeatedly. Impossible, it makes no sense. Feeling a bit weary, I nearly fell asleep the moment I hit the bed, and I slept soundly until noon. I planned to find a small clinic later to receive a rabies vaccine. As I sensed some discomfort in my right hand, I glanced at it. As I gazed upon my right index finger, I was alarmed to find it swollen to an alarming size, nearly as thick as 2 fingers combined. Moreover, the 2 small punctures on the wound were oozing pus. The swelling was so pronounced, yet it was neither painful nor itchy. Tentatively, I touched it with my hand, only to discover that I had lost all sensation. Terrified, I was taken aback when Sun Lauer expressed his shock, inquiring what I had been up to that morning to end up with such a young finger. Sun later chimed in, urging me to see a doctor without delay. They summoned Sun Lada, who was more familiar with the area than we were, and he escorted me to a small clinic not far from the hotel. The clinic's doctor was equally astonished. He remarked that in over 20 years of practice, he had never witnessed a finger swell to such an extent. Hesitant to treat me, he was uncertain of the cause, having been bitten by something, and refrained from administering any anti-inflammatory medication. He advised us to promptly seek a larger hospital, fearing that such severe swelling could lead to amputation. The mere thought of amputation sent chills down my spine. My second brother suggested it might be a rat bite, to which I retorted, questioning how a mere rat bite could result in amputation, unless it was a venomous rat. Left with no choice, I proceeded to shun First People's Hospital. The emergency room physician furrowed his brow as he examined my swollen finger. Noting that my temperature was normal and there were no signs of infection, that he instructed me to undergo an X-ray to determine whether there was fluid accumulation or another issue causing the swelling. After the X-ray was reviewed, the doctor confirmed it was indeed fluid buildup and that the wound showed some signs of inflammation. He inquired if I felt any discomfort, to which I shook my head in negation. Subsequently, the doctor utilized a large needle from the acupuncture kit to pierce 2 small openings in my finger, and I felt no pain. Upon a gentle squeeze, a considerable amount of yellowish-white liquid emerged. Once the fluid was drained, my finger immediately reduced in size, and the doctor prescribed amoxicillin, advising me to take 2 tablets and to avoid spicy food. After expressing my gratitude to the doctor, we returned to the IN.is your hand all right now, Yunfeng? Wang Baotou inquired. I glanced at my now-reduced finger and sighed with relief. It should be fine now. Baotou, there is no pain or itchiness. Wang Baotou nodded. Then turned to Sun Lair, saying, Lair, I conducted a thorough investigation this morning and consulted with several other heads in the industry. Our consensus is that it may be due to the collapse of the water bubble in the main tomb chamber. Or perhaps there are more remains buried elsewhere. Yunfeng, you should rest for now. Lair, come with me. We need to discuss further. Once back in my room, I took the anti-inflammatory medication and lay on the bed, feeling somewhat fatigued, and soon drifted off to sleep. I dreamt of an isolated large water vat, from which a decayed human hand slowly emerged through a hole, grasping my wrist. I awoke from this nightmare, my back drenched in sweat. Sensing something unusual with my hand, I looked down. To my horror, my finger had swollen with fluid once more, and it appeared even worse than before. Chapter 14. Lupa. I hastened back to the hospital. Having just visited in the morning, I returned in the afternoon. The doctor was startled once again at the sight of my swollen finger. This time, in addition to draining the fluid, the doctor drew blood for some pathological tests to determine whether I had contracted an infection from any bacteria. The results of the tests will not be available until the following day at the earliest, and the doctor has advised me to take the anti-inflammatory medication punctually, perhaps concerned that the amoxicillin would be ineffective. The doctor prescribed a different, more expensive anti-inflammatory medication, which came in a box bearing English text. Upon my return to the inn that evening, the leader advised me, Yunfeng, refrain from going out tonight, rest at home. Our primary objective over the next couple of days is to locate the main tomb chamber, and I need you to stay behind to keep watch. As the night wore on, my finger, which had been bitten, began to swell again. This time, not only did it swell and ooze a white fluid, but it also started to ache, a throbbing pain that recurred approximately every 20 minutes. We had rented a small guest house, now occupied solely by myself and a solitary mole. I was aware that the Sun brothers and the leader were searching for the main tomb chamber, so I dared not disturb them. Throughout the latter part of the night, I clutched my swollen finger, tossing and turning in pain. Unable to find solace in sleep, that I stealthily slipped outside, hoping to find a pharmacy still open nearby. As I sought some pain relief, in those days, online shopping had yet to become commonplace, nor was there any service for delivering medication. Unfamiliar with Shund, I simply walked northward from the inn, inquiring of passers-by whether any pharmacies remained open. While I did manage to gather some information, upon arrival, I discovered that the pharmacy had long since closed, and there were number 24-hour establishments in sight. By chance, I realized that I was not far from the home of Li Jing in Nanshan District. From my location, I could see the arch bridge over the moat. Since Li Jing was a local, I thought to check if they had any painkillers. If not, I would have to embark on a long journey to the hospital. Upon my arrival, I knocked a few times, and it was Li Jing's mother who answered the door. Xiaoxiang, what brings you here at such a late hour? Li's mother inquired, her surprise evident. Auntie, is Li Jing home? I was hoping to borrow some painkillers, as I happened to pass by. I replied, painkillers? Oh, yes, we have some. Follow me, she said, leading me into their home. Xiaojing, are you awake? Open the door, Li's mother called, knocking a few times before turning to me. The medication is in Jing's desk drawer. To avoid startling anyone, I kept my hand discreetly tucked in my pocket, allowing Li's mother to remain oblivious. Mom, what is going on at this hour? Li Jing, clad in a Duck Donald nightgown and rubbing her eyes, opened the door. Xiang Yufeng, what brings you here? Li Jing exclaimed in surprise. Your classmate came to borrow some painkillers. Your mother remembers there being some in the cabinet beneath your desk. Please assist him. I must attend to the boiling water on the stove, Li's mother instructed before turning to leave. As Li Jing rummaged through the drawer for the medication, I dared not look. embarrassed by the angle that revealed too much. Being a young man at that time, the more I tried to avert my gaze, the more flustered I became, ultimately resulting in a deep crimson blush. "What's wrong? Your face is quite red," she asked. Having found the painkillers, her confusion apparent, I was about to respond when a sudden sharp pain shot through my finger, as if a small knife were slicing into my flesh. "And nothing," I stammered, beads of sweat forming on my forehead. "I thought I must go," I exclaimed, snatching the bottle of medicine from her hand and bolting out of her home. Not far from Li Jing's residence, there exists a faucet, the owner of which remains a mystery. Nonetheless, it dispenses water that I directly drank from the faucet after swallowing 3 painkillers. After resting for a while, the pain persisted, prompting me to consume 2 more tablets, which eventually alleviated my discomfort. Leaning against the edge of the basin, I began to feel a chill enveloping my body, my head swelling, my eyelids fluttering, and I was utterly devoid of strength. At that moment, a thought crossed my mind. Was I on the verge of death? I curled up beside the basin, my teeth chattering from the cold and my body drenched in sweat, before I succumbed to unconsciousness. I did not slumber for long. Upon awakening, I found myself in Li Jing's bedroom. "You're awake. What happened to your hand? You scared me to death," Li Jing exclaimed. "If I had sensed something amiss and stepped outside to check, you would have been in serious trouble. Do you understand?" Her face was etched with fear. At that moment, Li's mother entered with a bowl of water and, noticing me lying on the bed, asked, "Xiaoxiang, why didn't you say anything earlier? What happened to your hand?" I stammered, "Auntie, my hand might have been bitten by a snake." "Might have been bitten by a snake? Which snake?" Li's mother inquired, her face a mask of astonishment. I shook my head, uttering that I did not know. "This is unacceptable. We have no vehicle, and the hospital is quite far. It's still the dead of night, and all the clinics and pharmacies are closed. Xiaoxiang, this matter cannot be delayed. Xiaojing, support Xiaoxiang. We shall go see Lupa. On the way, Li Jing explained that Lupa was from Guangxi, having married into the local community from a Miao village in the 10,000 Great Mountains. Lupa possessed her own collection of herbal remedies and was quite adept at treating snake bites. She recounted a tale of a man who had been bitten by a 5-step snake. The hospital had run out of antivenom, yet Lupa managed to cure him with her herbs quite effortlessly. A miraculous feat. The journey from Li Jing's home to Lupo's abode took 40 minutes on foot, during which I experienced another bout of discomfort. The 5 painkillers still held some effect, allowing me to endure. Lupo's dwelling was quite old, and Li Jing mentioned that it might soon be condemned as a dangerous building after the new year. After knocking for quite some time, an elderly woman finally opened the door with a slow demeanor. Li's mother succinctly stated our purpose for visiting, and upon hearing that I had been bitten by a venomous snake, Lupa hurriedly beckoned us inside. I in her 70s. Lupo's home bore a peculiar odor reminiscent of unwashed cloth, and on a bed lay another elderly individual, covered with a thick quilt, seemingly in poor health. Observing my swollen finger, which resembled a sausage, and the 2 puncture wounds left by the bite, Lupo's expression gradually darkened. "Young man, let me ask you something. Are you certain that what bit you was a snake? Where exactly were you bitten?" I certainly would not confess to Li Jing that I had been bitten while grave robbing. Thus, I hesitantly fabricated a story, saying, "I thought I was bitten at home. At home." Lupa scrutinized me, her tone laden with significance. "That I see no such snake in your household." Waving her hand, Lupa signaled for Li Jing and her mother to step outside, indicating she wished to speak with me privately. Once they had left, Lupa shook her head and said, "Young man, let me be frank. What bit you is not a snake. Have you visited a hospital? What did the doctor tell you?" "Grandmother," I responded. "The doctor initially said it was edema, and then he drew blood, stating that they needed to conduct some bacterial pathology tests to check for infection." Upon hearing my words, Lu Apa coldly chuckled. "By the time they uncover the truth, you will likely be beyond saving. Such things cannot possibly exist in your home. Even the desolate mountains and ancient forests lack them. What bit you is a creature known as the Waitentini de Geoxian, or as the elder Miao people refer to it, Shijiangshan. These beings thrive solely in the presence of corpses." Chapter 15. Healing Shijiangshan. That I have never encountered such a creature before, I thought, my heart sinking deeper into fear. "Can you heal me? I can offer you money. I do not wish to die." I spoke tremulously. Lu Apa shook her head and replied, "Speak the truth. What is your occupation? If you refuse to disclose, then you may leave." That I found myself in a moral quandary if I revealed my identity. It would not only implicate me, but also endanger my head and the Sun family brothers. When I had attempted to leap from the bridge, it was my head who had restrained me. willing to nurture a mere child like me, providing me sustenance. Though I had never expressed my gratitude, it was profound. Betraying them was an act I could not commit. Furthermore, if word got out, and Li Jing learned of my criminal status, she would surely sever our friendship. After much deliberation, I took a deep breath and said, "Apa, while I yearn for healing, there are certain matters I cannot disclose." Lu Apa regarded me with surprise for a prolonged moment before eventually shaking her head and saying, "Very well, I understand. Follow me. Apa, where are we going?" I inquired. Of course, to treat you. Do you wish to perish, but you just mentioned. Lu Apa attended to her ailing husband, covering him with a blanket, and turned to me with a smile, saying, "In the world of intrigue, certain qualities are indeed rare." That night, Lu Apa led me to the east room, where numerous large black jars rested on the floor, resembling those used for pickling vegetables. She instructed me to turn around and not look. I heard the sound of a jar being opened, followed by the rhythmic pounding of herbs. Subsequently, Lu Apa brought forth gauze and applied a substantial amount of a black medicinal paste to my swollen fingers, which emitted a pungent, fishy odor. To be honest, even now, I remain unaware of what resided within those dark jars. I once speculated it might contain scorpions or geckos. After applying the concoction prepared by Lu Apa, my fingers ceased to ache that very night. Upon returning to Li Jing's home, the next morning, I removed the gauze to find my fingers remarkably reduced in swelling. It was a miraculous recovery. Lu Apa had saved my life, as had Li Jing, and I felt compelled to repay their kindness. I secretly called Li Jing aside and declared, "Thank you, Li Jing. I, Xiong Yufeng, will assist you. I will help you and your mother repay that 50,000 yuan. Using my own funds." Li Jing burst into laughter. "Xiong Yufeng, are you speaking nonsense? 50,000 yuan? Your own money? You wouldn't earn enough in 10 years. Her disbelief was understandable, and I bore no resentment. I silently committed this matter to memory. Later, I inquired about her father's situation, asking what business he had been involved in that led to such substantial losses. Upon hearing my questions, Li Jing's expression darkened, and after persistent probing, she finally revealed the truth. Li Jing's father is named Li Mingquan, who was once the director of a brick factory in Shunde. In recent years, Shunde has initiated a government project involving the extensive construction of public toilets and waste transfer stations around the city's moat, aimed at preventing people from carelessly discarding trash and relieving themselves in the river. Li Mingquan, possessing a sharp mind, recognized a lucrative opportunity and, through means of bribery, became a supplier of materials for this project. One should not underestimate the profitability of a single public toilet. If managed well, the returns can rival those of hollow pipe projects, especially when multiplied by numerous installations of toilets and waste stations. From this venture, Li Mingquan amassed a fortune, roughly totaling nearly 100,000 yuan. This was initially a boon for the Li family. However, Li Mingquan harbored a passion for collecting antiques, and he was the type who pretended to be knowledgeable while actually lacking expertise. At this juncture, the domestic antique market was experiencing a significant surge, with many items appreciating in value year after year. News of Li Mingquan's newfound wealth and his penchant for antiques spread, prompting 3 individuals to conspire against him. How to deceive Li Mingquan for a substantial sum? The answer lies in a simple phrase: setting a trap. These 3 were vendors from the nearby antique market who first hired someone to dig a large pit on the northern Gaoshan. They then excavated a burial passage within the pit and procured a plethora of counterfeit antiques, including gold items, jade artifacts, porcelain, stone carvings, and wooden sculptures. Naturally, the gold was merely copper, the jade was fabricated from stone powder pressed into molds, and the porcelain and stone carvings were all new. Counterfeit wares enhanced the authenticity of the grave. They dug trenches on the mountain to channel rainwater into the fake tomb, creating a muddy scene where the counterfeit antiques appeared to be buried. After months of meticulous planning, they believed the time was ripe to approach Li Mingquan. Although lacking discernment, he understood that genuine antiques could be worth a fortune. The trio led him to the fabricated tomb, where he beheld the glimmering gold artifacts peeking through the mud, leaving him utterly mesmerized. The conspirators boldly quoted a price, stating, "Mr. Li, if you desire all the items within this tomb, the price is set at 200,000. After some haggling, Li Mingquan settled on a price of 160,000. To acquire these treasures, he depleted his family's savings and borrowed several tens of thousands more. Once the items were retrieved, the trio had long since vanished. Li Mingquan, eager to sell a few pieces, soon discovered the disheartening truth. No one was interested in his wares. Nearly 100 burial items from the tomb were counterfeit, collectively worth no more than 1,000 yuan. With no sales, he found himself unable to repay his debts, which accrued interest rapidly. Within 6 months, the principal and interest ballooned to 50,000. The creditors relentlessly pursued him, leaving him no choice but to abandon Li Jing and her mother, fleeing without a trace. Now, they are left vulnerable, becoming prime targets for the debt collectors, as one can flee a monk, but not the temple itself. Thus, I was able to witness the scene of intimidation the day before yesterday. After recounting her father's situation, Li Jing lowered her head and said, "Xiang Yinfeng, I have decided not to continue my studies after high school. I intend to work in an electronics factory. I know a sister who mentioned that one can earn 600 yuan a month there." Burdened with worries, I returned to the inn, still contemplating Li Jing's predicament and pondering how I might assist her in repaying her debts. Wang Baotou and Sun Laosan were at the inn, while Sun Lair and a certain mole were nowhere to be seen. Noticing Wang Baotou's grim expression, I inquired about the matter. Had they found the main burial chamber? Both Sun Laosan and Wang Baotou were smoking, their somber faces instilling fear in those who beheld them. Sun Laosan discarded his cigarette and, clenching his fist, uttered, "Urge is missing. He vanished last night in the pit." Chapter 16. Reinforcements missing? Baotou. How could a living person simply disappear? It took me a moment to process the gravity of the situation. Wang Baotou and Sun Laosan wore expressions of deep concern. Sun Laosan recounted the events in a fragmented manner that in contrast to the Donger chamber. The Shi'er chamber yielded nothing of significance. Sun Lair had been unsettled by this matter, leading him to separate from the group while working that night. He speculated that perhaps there were concealed underground chambers beneath the Shi'er chamber, where those bronze and jade artifacts might be hidden. Sun Laosan, however, remained relatively composed and ridiculed his brother, asserting, "I think Urge has become delusional." Wang Baotou formulated a hypothesis regarding this peculiar incident. He firmly believed that the main burial chamber and the coffin could not have vanished into thin air. He speculated that perhaps an earthquake and years of water accumulation had caused the main burial chamber to collapse, leading him to conclude that the primary tomb of this Western Zhou burial site might still lie buried underground. This situation, therefore, transformed into a tomb within a tomb, rendering the challenge far more arduous. What exactly is a tomb within a tomb? Such occurrences, while not exceedingly rare, are particularly prevalent in historically seismic regions, essentially resulting from natural disasters. The subsidence of the main burial chamber lacks any discernible pattern regarding depth and location. For one to locate it, luck accounts for 60%, while skill constitutes 40%. Recently, the Sanxingdui site gained sudden notoriety. Perhaps some are unaware that the Sanxingdui civilization ruins were discovered by a national archaeological team in the 1930s. Despite years of excavations, several significant pits remained undiscovered until a recent serendipitous finding. This example epitomizes how earthquakes and natural calamities can cause burial and sacrificial pits to become severely misaligned, transforming them into tombs within tombs. Thus, the fortunate post-90s and post-00s generations have had the privilege of witnessing the unearthing of the ancient Shu kingdom's golden masks, with Sun Lair missing in the pit and presumably lost in the Shi'er chamber. Who knows if he has fallen into some concealed abyss or possibly a type of trap? Sun Lair's fate remains uncertain, and as his brothers, the eldest and the third must certainly embark on a search for him. Alive or dead, they must find him. They spent the night without sleep, and several times Sun Laosan, filled with agitation, expressed his desire to descend into the tomb alone to search for him, but was consistently deterred by Wang Baotou. Wang Baotou remarked, "Laosan, as the leader of this team, I am even more anxious than you about Urge's disappearance. Yet that does not mean we should act recklessly. You have always been the rational one. Let me ask you how many individuals in our line of work have encountered such situations and met with misfortune. Therefore, Laosan, we must seek reinforcements." Seek reinforcements? Curiosity prompted me to inquire. "Boss Wang, are we really considering alerting the authorities? Shall we have the police search for second brother?" Wang shot me a glare, exclaiming, "Yinfeng, has your brain been kicked by a mule? Call the police. Do you wish to spend a decade eating stale bread in prison?" Stung by his reprimand, I found myself at a loss for words. Wang insisted we should refrain from intervening, assuring me that he would seek assistance, and he specifically instructed me to keep a close watch on Sun Laosan, ensuring he did not sneak off to the grave alone, claiming that his reinforcements would arrive shortly. Having hardly slept all night, I was brushing my teeth in the courtyard the next morning when I noticed the absence of that woman with the mole, curious about her whereabouts. Yinfeng, go out and buy a steamer of dumplings for third brother and bring back a bowl of wontons, came Sun Laosan's voice from behind me. Spitting out the mouthwash, I turned to him and replied, I can't do that, third brother. Boss Wang has me keeping an eye on you, and he said you can't leave until his helpers arrive. Sun Laosan's complexion shifted between shades of blue and red. Damn it, he shouted, kicking over the trash can in the courtyard. Throughout the morning, I played the role of a vigilant sentinel, following him wherever he went, dutifully executing Wang's orders to prevent him from sneaking off to seek help. I was taken aback to witness a man in tears. I saw Sun Laosan sobbing at the table, murmuring, no matter where you are, second brother, you must hold on. You will surely be fine. Around 3 in the afternoon, 2 individuals arrived at the inn, a man and a woman. The man, sporting sunglasses and a crew cut, was lean and wiry, while the woman appeared to be in her 30s, her face set in a frosty expression. Upon meeting Wang, he introduced me, saying, Yinfeng, let me introduce you to the Yao siblings, well known in our circles. Their uncle is the illustrious Yao Shiya, a formidable figure in our trade. At that moment, I sensed the undeniable aura of authority emanating from the pair. I was unaware of who Yao Shiya was, having only later encountered him on a few occasions. He was indeed an extraordinary individual, also hailing from humble beginnings, though his ultimate fate was rather unfortunate. For those intrigued, I recommend searching for Yao Shiya. His tomb-robbing tales could fill volumes. That I possess more knowledge about him than most, and should one wish to delve into his story, 3 days and nights would scarcely suffice. Wang sought out these 2 primarily because of the woman. She had pursued advanced studies in international archaeology abroad, and her expertise in the mechanisms, traps, diamond-sealed stones, and quicksand fireboards found within grand tombs was invaluable to us. Do not mistake my words for mere fantasy. The vast majority of people have simply never witnessed such things. The mechanisms and traps within those grand tombs are real, and many remain operational even today. Consider 2 real-life examples of tomb security. The mausoleum of the first emperor, with its Mercury River and a burial mound towering an unprecedented 150 meters high. Even 2 millennia later, the mercury levels in the soil beneath Mount Li exceed normal standards by over 300 times. This serves as a testament to ancient anti-tomb robbery measures. Lacking gas masks, tomb raiders would succumb to poison within 5 minutes of digging. Let us speak of Qianling, the tomb where Empress Wu Zetian and Emperor Gaozong are interred. To this day, I firmly believe that Qianling stands as the most ingeniously secured imperial mausoleum in history, even surpassing the famed tomb of the first emperor at Lishan. Who among the knowledgeable would not yearn to explore the depths of Qianling? To speak of mere curiosities, consider the renowned Lantingyi Su by Wang Shiji. 80% of it is said to reside within the coffin of Li Ji. Should anyone manage to lay their hands upon it, one might say that their descendants for 30 generations would want for nothing. Yet, the stark reality is that entry remains impossible. Qianling spans across Russian and Liaoshan. One fateful night when I was 24, I clandestinely ventured to behold it. Standing atop Russian, on a night adorned with stars, one could observe the majestic contours of both mountains aligning perfectly with the northern dipper in the heavens. This phenomenon, according to the principles of feng shui and astrology, is referred to as the domain of eternal longevity. It is said that the schematics for Qianling were crafted by Yuan Tiangang and Li Chunfeng, both esteemed geomancers and officials responsible for celestial observations under the aegis of Empress Wu, tasked with safeguarding the nation's fortune and averting calamities as part of the esteemed Qianjian. Throughout history, there have been over 70 recorded attempts to plunder Qianling, among which 17 are particularly notorious. General Wen Tao led a contingent of 3 battalions to excavate the tomb, only to be struck by a thunderstorm that claimed the lives of several men. During the Huang Chao Rebellion, a force of 400,000, lacking military funds, endeavored to dig into Qianling with shovels, ultimately cleaving Liangshan in 2, yet they found naught, a testament to its impenetrability, with the remnants of Huang Chao's endeavors still evident today. Chapter 17. A chance encounter. Now, let us turn our attention to a man and a woman. The man is named Yao Wentz, and the woman, Yao Yuman. Sun Laosan elucidated the situation to them, while Wang Badu shared his perspective. Upon hearing this, Yao Yuman nodded in agreement, stating, Wang Batu, your assertions hold merit and align closely with our thoughts that a living person cannot simply vanish into thin air. It is quite possible they have fallen below. Wang Batu, with a serious demeanor, inquired, Miss Yao, Are you suggesting that there is indeed space beneath the western ear chamber? Why then was Lao San unable to detect it from the surface? Ya Yuman shook her head, responding, not necessarily. Wang Batu, observe. She produced paper and pen, sketching a cross upon the white sheet. Pointing to her drawing, she explained, Wang Batu, this represents the conventional design of Western show tombs. You assert that aside from the eastern and western ear chambers, the path ahead is blocked, and the main burial chamber remains undiscovered, correct? Therefore, what we have here is not merely a cross, but a T-shape. Would you not agree? Wang Bata contemplated the sketch, pondering. Are you implying that the end ahead has sunk down? Yet, if that were the case, how could it remain unseen? The woman shook her head, her expression cold as she stated, Batu, have you ever heard of the burial technique known as Han Tian Xiazhong, at the hollowed intestines method? Yangchang Ti Ku. I could not contain my astonishment. How is that possible? This method of theft-preventive burial was not invented until the Han Dynasty. Yet this is a Western Zhou tomb. The woman turned to glance at me, perhaps surprised by my youthfulness, and after considering my words, she smiled and remarked, Young one, you possess a certain insight. However, allow me to clarify. Your assertion is not entirely accurate. The Yangchang Ti method gained popularity during the Han Dynasty, but note, it was popularized, not invented. This approach had already begun to take shape during the late Shang Dynasty and was applied in the early Western Zhou period, compared to the intricate methods of the Han Dynasty. The techniques from the Western Zhou seem rather rudimentary. Her words illuminated my knowledge gaps, revealing insights not mentioned in historical texts. Leaving me astonished, I found myself questioning whether this woman was merely speaking fancifully. Yet considering her expertise, recruited by Wang Baotou, I dared not underestimate her at that moment. The man who had been listening intently while donning sunglasses spoke up. He shook his head and remarked, perhaps you are mistaken in your approach. You have focused solely on the sides, neglecting the stone wall directly ahead. Wang Baotou replied, I trust you not. If that is the case, shall we proceed tonight? You must have arrived in haste and may not have sufficient tools. What do you require? I will arrange for it. The man shook his head, saying, no tools are necessary. We are well prepared. However, it is prudent to pack extra provisions, as we shall descend once darkness falls. Very well. Wang Baotou turned to me and instructed, Yin Feng, gather some fresh water and compressed biscuits, and return before nightfall. You and Lao San will follow these two, heed their commands, and then search for Lao Air. Ah, Baotou, aren't you coming? I asked, puzzled. He shook his head, explaining, I cannot go. I have a feeling that someone has been watching the inn these past few days. For the safety of the team, I must remain above to oversee everything. Oh, understood. I nodded, somewhat confused. Wang Baotou was quite generous. He handed me 1,000 yuan for provisions and instructed me to purchase the finest waterproof flashlights and small knives, stating that this mission might be lengthy. And should the headlamps fail, we would need alternatives to proceed without stumbling in darkness. With the 1,000 yuan in hand, I hurried out to procure supplies. 200 meters behind Shun number 3 middle school. There was a large hardware store, the biggest in Shun. I approached the owner directly, requesting the best high-lumen waterproof flashlight. The middle-aged shopkeeper, surprised, replied, young student, the finest waterproof flashlight is a German brand, military grade, and not inexpensive, over 200 yuan each. Without hesitation, I pulled out a stack of cash, declaring my intention to buy 4.4. The owner exclaimed, wide-eyed, you certainly have money. Wait here, I'll fetch them for you. Xiang Yinfeng, what are you doing here? A familiar voice suddenly called from behind me. I turned to see Li Jing and one of her female classmates. Noticing the thick stack of cash in my hand, Li Jing exclaimed in astonishment, Xiang Yinfeng, you're quite wealthy. What business do your parents run? After she spoke, her classmate regarded me with curiosity. I stammered, my face flushing crimson, momentarily at a loss for words, as I had not anticipated encountering Li Jing here. But I waved my hand dismissively and fabricated a response. It's nothing much. My parents just run a small clothing business. Haha. Is that so? Li Jing stepped out of the hardware store, glancing around before beckoning me to follow her to a corner. Unexpectedly, she suddenly grasped my hand. The girl lifted her gaze, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, and implored, Xiang Yinfeng, I am aware of your family's wealth, but could you possibly lend me 50,000 yuan? As she spoke the last words, her voice dwindled to a whisper. Before I could respond, Li Jing bit her lip and declared, as long as you lend me the money, I will be yours. What? I felt as if I had been struck by lightning. Suddenly, she embraced me tightly, tears streaming down her face as she pleaded, "I beg you. Last night the creditors came again, and they even harmed my mother, threatening that if I do not repay them, they would throw her into the river." This was my first experience of embracing a girl, but I never anticipated it would unfold in such a manner. Li Jing's sobs grew increasingly intense. She was genuinely terrified. After all, she was merely a girl of not yet 18. When she saw me casually pull out 1,000 yuan, she presumed my family must be engaged in a thriving business. Noticing my prolonged silence, Li Jing gritted her teeth and exclaimed, "If you refuse to help me, then I will resort to selling myself. I will become a courtesan and entertain old men." I was taken aback and quickly urged her, "Please, do not take such drastic measures. I will help you." Upon hearing my willingness to assist, Li Jing ceased her crying and, gently touching my hand, inquired, "So when can you give me 50,000 yuan? Could you perhaps wait a week?" My intention was to first enter the pit and, after locating my second brother, approach the boss for funds. Li Jing immediately responded in distress, "No way. Those people said they would only give our family 3 days. 2 days have already passed. I need it tonight." After bidding farewell to Li Jing, I left with my purchases, burdened by heavy thoughts as I made my way home, uncertain of how to broach the subject with the boss. I had no money, let alone 50,000 yuan. Yet, Li Jing and her mother had once saved me. Upon returning, the boss inquired, "Yinfeng, have you managed to buy everything?" I nodded, placing the bags on the table. The boss sat in his chair, puffing away at his tea. Several times, I opened my mouth to speak, yet the words eluded me. Chapter 18. Initiation at 8:30 that evening, 3 hours before our departure. I knelt on the floor, unable to meet Wang's gaze. There was no need for concealment, so I candidly relayed the plight facing Li Jing's family. The room was dimly lit, the light bulb casting a warm, muted glow, as Wang, cigarette in hand, regarded me with an inscrutable expression, the atmosphere thick with tension. Gritting my teeth, I resolved to be forthright that I bowed deeply before Wang, stating, "Boss, the Li mother and daughter saved my life. They are now in dire straits that I, Xiang Yunfeng, am determined to repay their kindness. Tonight, I am entering the pit, uncertain of what may come, and I genuinely wish to assist them that I implore you to lend me 50,000 yuan." After finishing my plea, I bowed once more. Upon hearing my words, Wang extinguished his cigarette, shaking his head as he spoke in a low, somber tone. "Yinfeng, 50,000 yuan is not a trivial sum. It constitutes nearly a decade's worth of savings for an ordinary family. I can lend it to you, but you must agree to one condition." "What condition?" I asked, my gaze earnest. "This condition that you need not know it now. Just remember that you owe a debt, and that is sufficient. In the future, you will repay this debt to Wang Xianzeng. Do you agree?" Wang's eyes bore into mine with unwavering clarity. At that moment, I acquiesced, doing so for the sake of Li Jing. Wang Baotou subsequently retreated to his own quarters. Returning approximately 10 minutes later with a bulging plastic bag in hand, he gently placed the bag upon the table. "Yinfeng, this is 50,000, not a penny less. Take it," he said, pushing the bag towards me. It bore some weight. The black plastic bag was filled with money wrapped in layers of newspaper. Cautiously peeling back a corner of the newspaper, I beheld such a substantial sum for the first time. My heart racing uncontrollably, and I hastily covered the newspaper, afraid to look again. Before I departed, Baotou stood with his hands clasped behind his back, saying, "Yinfeng, remember the time. Return before midnight. Furthermore, in our line of work, fairness is paramount. That I am providing you with this money, and you owe Wang Xianxing a debt. Likewise, the girl you assisted owes you as well. That I cannot guarantee your safety on this venture. In our profession, one must be open-minded, bold, and carefree. Yinfeng, if you feel it is unfair, then just take advantage of her." Wang Baotou's tone was nonchalant, yet I found it difficult to calm my racing heart. Should I heed Baotou's words? But if I did so, wouldn't Xiang Yunfeng become nothing more than a petty thug? Baotou asserted that the rules of our world dictated a give and take. Yet this hardly seemed like a rule, did it? With the black plastic bag filled with money in hand, I journeyed with a heavy heart, filled with excitement, fear, exhilaration, and anxiety. Images of Li Jing in her Donald Duck pajamas bending over floated in my mind, along with her words from earlier that afternoon. Bang, bang, I rapped insistently on her door. Creaking open a narrow gap, I caught a glimpse of half her face. Clutching the plastic bag, I exclaimed with uncontainable excitement, "Li Jing, I've brought the money. You need not fear anyone coming to collect debts anymore." Come quickly. Let us talk outside. Li Jing's expression brightened with joy as she grasped my hand and dashed towards the arch bridge. The river flowed gently beneath the crescent moon, where two youths stood, one boy and one girl. Li Jing, take a look at this 50,000. If you return this money to those people, you and your mother will be safe, I said, extending the plastic bag towards her. Under the moonlight, she opened the newspaper inside the bag, and as she gazed upon it, her eyes welled with tears. Grasping the bag, she enveloped me in an embrace. Xiang Yunfeng, thank you. You are truly kind, she said, holding me tightly. I could distinctly feel the warmth of her body, soft and curvaceous. My face flushed crimson, intensely so. With her head nestled against my chest, she whispered softly, I keep my promises. I am yours now. Though it may sound somewhat kitsch in hindsight, it was a genuine moment, especially considering our youthful ages at the time. In today's context, such occurrences would hardly raise an eyebrow. Just take a brand new iPhone to a high school, and you'll find that young girls are quite open-minded. A mere hug can leave them blushing, unlike someone as timid as I was. That night, I found myself inexplicably drawn to accompany Li Jing to a small inn. I won't delve into the embarrassing details that transpired, but suffice it to say that I fled afterwards. Reflecting on it now, I feel a pang of regret, as though I have missed out on a beautiful moment in time. At midnight in Shund, precisely at 12:14, the entire city was enveloped in darkness. Save for two glimmering red lights flickering on the hillside of Fei Mountain, Sun Laodao flicked the ash from his cigarette and spoke in a grave tone. Enough talk. The matter is settled. Everyone, check the battery levels of the walkie-talkies. I shall descend with you to search for him. Lao Er is my brother, and I cannot remain idle. He turned to Wang Baotou, entrusting him with the task of overseeing the fire and lookout duties. Wang Baotou said nothing but nodded in agreement. Thus, I, along with Lao Da, Lao San, and the Yao siblings, formed a party of 5 as we descended into the pit, leaving the safety of the surface entirely in Wang Baotou's hands. We slid down the tunnel, the darkness enveloping us. I adjusted the brightness of my headlamp slightly higher. Upon reaching the stone vault of the grand tomb, Yao Yuman halted, crouching to touch the stone ceiling. Letting out a soft exclamation, Yao Jia, what's the matter? I called out sweetly. She shot me a disdainful glance, retorting, hey, call me Yu Jia, not Yao Jia. That sounds dreadful. I quickly corrected myself. Oh, Yu Jia, is there something wrong with this stone ceiling? She stated bluntly, this Western Zhou tomb is rather peculiar. This type of slate is quite rare in the southern regions. Almost non-existent. It is highly likely that it originated from the Luoyang or Shangxi areas. I pondered her words deeply, growing increasingly alarmed at the realization. Indeed, we had previously been captivated by the burial artifacts, neglecting such crucial details. This woman possesses exceptional observational skills. The stone resembles that found near the Longmen and Yungang grottos. Its hardness is not particularly high, but it exhibits excellent expansibility, meaning it maintains stability and does not crack under thermal expansion and contraction. I was astounded by the principle of thermal expansion. Could it be that the craftsmen of the Western Zhou, 3,000 years ago, understood this concept? The bronze vessel retrieved from the west chamber bore the inscription Jiaho Dai Zi. Lao Da claimed it was translated by someone from the Archaeological Institute through his connections. So it should be accurate. Such stone is not found in the south, and stones do not sprout legs to traverse thousands of miles on their own. The only plausible explanation is that it was transported by human effort. To move such a massive stone vault, spanning thousands of kilometers across the Yangtze River, would require immense manpower and resources. Historical texts mention Jiaho as a minor feudal lord from the early Middle Western Zhou period, with no records of his territory or descendants. However, if that were the case, how could a minor lord possess such substantial wealth and resources? The imposing stone vault before us serves as evidence to the contrary. I speculated that Jiaho's true identity might have been misinterpreted, suggesting that the historical records might be erroneous. Chapter 19. Beetle's tomb raiding is no child's play. It necessitates rigorous scientific reasoning, and it is far removed from the sensational portrayals seen on television, where reanimated corpses abound and zombies roam freely. After millennia, most bones would have decayed into dust. As we proceeded down the burial passage, Yu Jia swayed her headlamp back and forth, scrutinizing details we might have overlooked. It is often said in the world of tomb raiders that Yao Shiya is formidable, and Yao Yuman exemplifies this notion. Upon reaching the end of the passage, she examined a stone wall carefully, only to uncover yet another issue. Look here, She beckoned us over from the northwest corner of the wall. Human, is this an inscription? Previously reticent, Yao Wen spoke at this moment. Out of curiosity, I crouched down to take a look. I noticed that where Yu Jia was pointing, a portion of the stone skin had peeled away. And after the pooled water at the bottom receded, some mud in the corner had dried up, revealing what appeared to be inscriptions. She took out a bottle of water from her bag and poured a little onto the wall. The stone wall absorbed the water rapidly, and after rubbing it with her hand, a series of intricately carved characters gradually emerged. This is ancient gold script, the ninefold seal. Upon recognizing the inscriptions, Sun Laoda gasped in astonishment. Yu Jia furrowed her brow. How peculiar is this tomb? To my knowledge, this script ceased to be used in the late Shang dynasty. How could it still be in use during the Western Zhou? We poured more water. Soon, we discovered that the entire stone wall was artfully adorned, completely covered in ancient gold script of the ninefold seal. Everyone was taken aback, and Sun Laoda immediately proposed a hypothesis, suggesting, could this possibly be the epitaph of the tomb's owner? Indeed, could it be an epitaph? Lao Sen echoed in agreement. After a moment of shock, Yu Jia shook her head. Unlikely, as epitaphs had not yet gained popularity during the Western Zhou. Have you considered that this wall could possibly be a door? A door? What do you mean? I was perplexed at why Yu Jia retrieved a high-powered flashlight from her bag and began to feel along the stone wall. Inch by inch, the rest of us, seeing this, joined in the search. After quite some time, we had thoroughly examined the stone wall from top to bottom and side to side, but aside from the incomprehensible ninefold seal, we found nothing else. Sun Laoda coldly remarked. Lao San, do you have detonators in your bag? Yes, I brought 4. Install them and blow it open for me. A glint of cold light flashed in Sun Laoda's eyes. Are you mad? Yu Jia interjected, rising to stop him. Blowing open the ceiling with explosives is one thing, but we are in a tomb passage. Do you intend to bury us all alive? Then what do you suggest we do? Lao San remained relatively calm. Let's search the vicinity. If this is indeed a stone door, the craftsmen of the Western Zhou should have left a hidden compartment as they sealed it. Otherwise, they would have trapped themselves inside. Yu Jia. I raised my hand, wanting to speak. The others turned to look at me. Taking a deep breath, I pointed to the west and said, Yu Jia. There is a large pottery jar in the corner of the west ear chamber, and beneath the jar, there is a dark hole that seems quite deep. Let's go take a look. She nodded and directly headed towards the west ear chamber. Upon reaching the west ear chamber and seeing the large jar, Sun Laoda approached and pushed aside the slate covering the jar. Upon seeing the dark hole at the bottom, he turned back to ask, Yin Feng, how did you know about this? Looking at the dark hole, I responded with lingering trepidation. Brother, you don't know. I pulled out a human bone from below. It still had a foul odor that day. But today, for some reason, it's gone. Also, brother, there are corpse corner spirits down there. So be very careful not to reach in and touch anything. Lao San asked in confusion. What are corpse corner spirits? What are those? Isnt at the snakes that bite your hands. No, it's not. That I shook my head vigorously. Regardless, it definitely isn't a snake. I can feel it. Zai Yunfeng, are you referring to a beetle with a singular white antenna protruding from its head? Something akin to a larger version of a unicorn beetle? Yu Jia inquired with a frosty expression. That I had not encountered such a creature that night. Yet Lupa had spoken of it, claiming that the corpse beetle possesses white antennae, which aligns with her description. After pondering for a moment, I replied, perhaps so. Upon seeing my nod, Yu Jia and Yao Wen's faces blanched instantly, a stark transformation. What is it, Miss Yao? Sun Laosan asked her, taking a deep breath. She looked at me and said, you may call that creature a corpse beetle, but I have heard my uncle mention that it has a lifespan of merely 2 to 3 months. And it survives solely by consuming carrion, an exceedingly rare burrowing venomous insect. This can only imply one thing. She pointed frostily at the earthen jar. Beneath this, there is a 90% likelihood of a corpse. And the time of death certainly does not exceed 3 months. Stand back. Yao Wen retrieved a tubular iron rod from his bag. It wasn't long and had an opening at one end, the purpose of which eluded me. With the end of the rod in hand, he prodded the bottom of the jar. After a span of over 3 minutes, akin to fishing, he carefully drew the rod back. To our astonishment, the tip of the rod brought forth 2 flat, large beetles. We were all taken aback, for the appearance of these beetles was so peculiar that none of us had ever seen anything like it. These 2 flat beetles possessed numerous legs, rivaling that of a centipede, and aside from their mandibles, They sported a white antenna roughly an inch long on their heads, reminiscent of an elder's white beard, altogether. They appeared both grotesque and bizarre. Exercise caution. Do not get bitten. These creatures are venomous, Yujia cautioned. The crew-cut man Yao once flicked the rod and crushed the two beetles underfoot. They burst with a nauseating yellow-green fluid, exuding a foul odor. Sun Laosan swallowed hard and asked, "What's next? Are we to crawl down there?" The jar's diameter was considerable. I estimated that as long as one wasn't an excessively rotund individual, a person of average build should be able to squeeze through. I pondered whether my second brother had ventured down there himself. Crawl? Are you all out of your minds? These beetles are toxic. And who knows how many more lurk below. To descend is tantamount to seeking death. Yujia shook her head, deriding Sun Laosan. Sun Laosan, perhaps a tad irritated, squinted and queried, "Oh, Miss Yao, might you have any insights to share?" Yujia scoffed. "Indeed, I accepted Wang Bada's payment. Yet my brother and I are here solely out of respect for my uncle. I am here to assist in locating someone, not to accompany you on a reckless venture to meet our demise. This hole, if you wish to descend, then by all means do so. My brother and I shall certainly refrain from such folly. Don't be like that. Everything was perfectly fine just a moment ago. Why the sudden quarrel?" Sensing the tension between them, I hastened to intervene. "How about that we start a fire? Perhaps we could incinerate all these grotesque insects," I proposed. That night, a peculiar sight emerged halfway up Flying Moth Mountain that it was unclear whose ancestral grave was emitting smoke. Chapter 20. The underground palace. We burned the leaves and branches atop the pit, some of which were still damp, resulting in a modest flame and a considerable amount of smoke that I covered my nose with a cloth and remarked, "Is that sufficient, third brother?" A moment ago, a fierce blaze erupted. After half an hour, the majority of the ceramic vat was charred black. Yao once prodded it with a stick, noting that this time, no corpse beetle had been brought up. "It should prove useful. Who will descend first?" The leader inquired solemnly. "I will." "Let me go." Sun Laosan gritted his teeth and declared, "I shall venture down to scout the path. Perhaps Urge is down there, and I might be able to rescue him." He clung to the edge of the vat, cautiously testing the depth with his legs. It was not very deep, seemingly touching the ground. Suddenly, a cacophony of crumbling stones echoed from below, prompting Sun Laosan to exclaim, "Hold on, don't sway. I've got you, Laosan," Yunfeng shouted, rushing to assist him. I hurried over and grasped Sun Laosan's other arm, while the Yao siblings joined in, collectively hoisting him up from the precarious position where his feet dangled. "What on earth happened, Laosan?" Once we had pulled him to safety, Sun Laosan, still trembling, stammered, "That was that close that it must have collapsed beneath my feet." Yao Yuman shone a flashlight downward, revealing an abyss of impenetrable darkness beneath the vat. Unyielding, Sun Laosan proposed another plan, to tie a rope and descend. Uncertain of the depth below, we secured a climbing rope around his waist. Be cautious, Sengu. If anything seems amiss, shout, and we will haul you back up immediately. Sun Laosan nodded, equipped with a headlamp, and he began to slide down the enormous vat bit by bit. 2 meters, 3 meters, 5 meters. Soon the rope reached 10 meters. Yao Yuman furrowed his brow, remarking, "Could it be a subterranean palace? How could it be so deep?" At last, when the climbing rope extended to 18 meters, it ceased to descend, indicating that Sun Laosan had reached the limit. The leader's patience waned. After all, it was his younger brother who was lost in the pit. What good was mere speculation from above? If an earthquake had occurred in ancient times, a subsidence of 18 meters was not beyond the realm of possibility. "You all hold onto the safety rope. I shall descend to find Laosan," Sun Lao declared, beginning to wrap the rope around his waist. "I'm fine, brother. You all come down quickly. My heavens, I've never seen anything like this." Sun Laosan's voice boomed from below. Consequently, one by one, we began to slide down. I was the third from last, with the Yao siblings trailing behind. My grip on the climbing rope was weak, and it dug painfully into my hands. The cavern was pitch black. Halfway down, I glanced up to see a few flat beetles crawling on the inner wall beneath the opening. These were the corpse beetles that had escaped the flames. When I shone my light on them, they remained utterly still. After cautioning the Yu siblings above, I resumed my descent down the rope. Following me was Yao Yuman, and lastly Yao Wenz. When Yao Wenz descended, he secured the rope around the ceramic vat, stating that we would need it for our ascent. Upon reaching the bottom, we were astounded by the vastness of the space below. The darkness was oppressive, and I swung my flashlight around, revealing expansive stone walls, This subterranean chamber was undoubtedly a man-made construction that in the dimness. Visibility was severely limited, and the range of the flashlight was insufficient that it was Sun Laosan, who walked ahead of us, who first noticed something amiss. Suddenly, he instructed us to halt, declaring that there were human bones strewn across the ground ahead. While the presence of bones in a burial site is not particularly surprising, what struck us as peculiar was that these scattered white remains did not appear to be ancient, for they retained a notable whiteness. The cursory examination revealed leg bones, arm bones, and finger bones. Yet notably absent was any skull. Yujia, possessing a bold disposition, crouched down for a closer look and remarked that the remains were likely only a few months to half a year old, relatively recent indeed. Nearby, I stumbled upon an empty Nongfu spring bottle. Despite numerous discrepancies, such as the absence of a skull and clothing, the group engaged in hushed discussions and ultimately conformed to Sun Laosan's hypothesis. He speculated that on the very night we descended into the pit, a hole created by a detonated blasting cap had been discovered at the tomb's entrance. Initially, we feared that this expedition had been in vain, presuming that a local tomb raiding gang from the south had reached the treasures below before us. Yet, quite to the contrary, we unearthed modern towels and traces of others who had descended the western chamber. Rich in burial offerings, yielded 7 or 8 large sacks filled to the brim at that moment. Ergu remarked that the southern rats had turned vegetarian, generously leaving us such ample spoils. Now, standing amidst the Nongfu spring bottle and these bones, we speculated that they were likely connected to the tomb raiders from a few months prior. How they met their demise and found their way into this place remains a mystery. The only plausible explanation is that they had turned upon one another in a deadly betrayal at that juncture. Yao Yumin produced a compass from her bag and began to manipulate it while crouched down. "What is that, Yujia?" I inquired, unable to comprehend its significance. "Don't ask foolish questions, and don't distract my sister. There are many things you don't yet understand." Her brother, Yao Wince, shot me a cold glance. The compass featured 2 long needles and 1 short one. Curiously, despite no one touching it, the short needle swayed back and forth on its own. "Over there." Yao Yumin pointed towards the northwest. At the time, I had no understanding, but after spending considerable time in this field, I can now inform you that such a compass is specially crafted. The short needle is made from a material known as tian tai, an ancient term for what we now refer to as meteorite. This compass is exclusively used by practitioners from the southern region for selecting burial sites, relying on the mountain's auspiciousness and the silver needle for divination. The intricacies of feng shui and magnetic fields involved are complex, far beyond a simple explanation. Following Yao Yumin, we proceeded in the northwest direction. Along the way, I observed several stone oil lampstands, leading me to speculate that this place must have once been brilliantly illuminated thousands of years ago. After walking for over 10 minutes, we were confronted by a massive stone door blocking our path. The surface of the door was intricately engraved with numerous symbols and characters, a dense tapestry of which the majority were indecipherable, as if it bore the culture of another world. Prominently displayed at the center of the stone door were 4 characters, distinct from the previous 9 stacked seal script, likely representing bird script. "Do you recognize bird script?" Sun Laosan casually inquired as he noticed Yao Yumin staring intently at the grand stone door. It took her a while to regain her composure, and she nodded faintly, her face pale. "This is where we must stop. We cannot proceed any further." Her tone was one of desolation. Sun Laoda furrowed his brow and inquired, "What do you mean? Do you intend to withdraw?" Yao Yumin, pale-faced, nodded faintly. "This level that has surpassed the Mwangdui Han tomb. Those 4 characters are Jesse Shingo. Behind this stone door lies several tons of natural stone. It is utterly impossible for just the few of us to open it from the outside. You have inadvertently discovered something extraordinary. This is a national-level grand mausoleum." Chapter 21. Helplessness. A national-level grand mausoleum. These were Yao Yumin's exact words at the time. With the designation of national level, the artifacts unearthed must undoubtedly be of national significance. What constitutes a national-level cultural relic? For those of you who may not frequently encounter antiques, allow me to elucidate. It is unique, a treasured artifact of a great nation. This is what is referred to as a state-level cultural relic. According to the grading system of the Palace Museum, there are national first-class top relics, national first-class relics, national second-class relics, national third-class relics, and general relics. That an item, such as the gold-threaded jade garment, is only classified as a first-class top relic because it is not unique. To date, A total of 21 half-gold threaded jade garments have been accurately recorded. Those state-level cultural relics must surpass the gold-threaded jade garment and the likes of the Chongqing Palace lantern. These are unparalleled national treasures, such as the Simuwa Ding, the Four-Sheep Square Zune, the Zhengho I-Chime set, and the Bronze Blood Square Mound. These are examples. Why did Yao Yuman feel a desire to withdraw at that moment? In this era, such items could not possibly be released abroad. They could only circulate within the domestic market, yet no one dared to accept them, regardless of the prestige of any major auction or the prowess of buyers and collectors. The outcome often remains the same: permanent retention by the National Museum. Once these artifacts come to light, the authorities will conduct a thorough investigation, ultimately resulting in an additional lifelong imprisonment package for those involved. For 46 years, Yao Wenjing, known as the ghost eye who could discern dragon veins, was sentenced to a suspended death sentence on October 17, 2017. What ordinary people do not know is that this was due to his meddling with items he should not have touched. Yao Yuman's desire to withdraw stemmed from her fear, yet the Sun brothers were not pleased with this turn of events. The atmosphere at that moment was tense. The short-haired Yao once wore a fearful expression as both parties found themselves at an impasse. Swords drawn. Were you afraid at that time? To speak candidly, I was 70% afraid and 30% curious. The source of my fear goes without saying. What intrigued me was what lay behind the stone door of the Grand Mausoleum. It felt as if there were an unknown world beyond, harboring yet-to-be-seen state-level cultural relics. The specifics remained a mystery to that time. We were merely a small team from the northern faction, on the road. There were many more formidable groups than ours. Even if we managed to open the mausoleum door and decipher the natural stone to enter, we would be unable to withstand the consequences of retrieving the items within. The contents behind the stone door resembled a ticking time bomb. As soon as you dared to take them out or sell them, it would all be over, with poor signal on the intercom. I nonetheless conveyed the unfolding events to Wang Badu. After a prolonged silence, the intercom crackled to life. Everyone, when the red light flashes, Wang Badu's voice emerged from the intercom. Elder brother and third brother, Yin Feng and the young lady from the Yao family are indeed correct. This matter has transcended the bounds of our safe escape. You all should come up. Second brother is no longer being searched for. Upon hearing Wang Baoto's words, the usually composed Sun Laosan tugged at his hair. His eyes reddened as if in a frenzy, incessantly kicking the massive stone door, cursing, "Damn it! Damn it! Damn you!" The immense stone door stood resolute. With only a faint dust drifting down from the air, Sun Laosan, utterly drained, sat before the stone door, pulling at his hair in despair. A pang of sorrow struck me. The second brother was the jester of our team, and his sudden disappearance boded ill that we wished to rescue him, yet found no trace of him. He had vanished into thin air within this Western Zhou tomb. Beyond that overwhelming pressure, we had another very pragmatic reason for not being able to enter: the stone known as the Zilai stone behind the door. The Zilai stone, also referred to as the sealing stone, was one of the ancient methods employed to deter tomb raiders, commonly found in many burial sites. For instance, in the tomb of Emperor Shenzong Zhu Yijun, also known as Emperor Wanli, there exists a Zilai stone measuring 1 meter and 60 centimeters in length, showcasing a form of tomb mechanism. There are those who study and invent mechanisms, and naturally, there are others who seek to decipher them to breach such a formidable mechanism and gain entry. There are generally two approaches: clever tactics and brute force. That a notable case was when Sun Dianying attempted to rob Empress Dowager Cixi's tomb. He encountered a Zilai stone as well. His method was sheer force, relying on a battalion of strong men, ultimately using hundreds of pounds of military explosives to blast open the grand door, shattering the Zilai stone and absconding with priceless treasures such as the luminous pearl, the jadeite cabbage, and the nine-dragon sword. Another method, known among practitioners as the Niu Bihuan deviation technique, was later explained to me by Sun Laosan. You may have seen the iron rings used for cattle, which have a hollow center and small holes on either side for securing a rope. The technique involved first identifying the location of the Zilai stone behind the door, then chiseling out a shape resembling a cow's nose on the door surface using a hammer and chisel, allowing a glimpse through the door crack to observe the Zilai stone pressing against it. Subsequently, a self-made tool called the semicircular dragon claw, referred to as Guai Zi Zhan in the southern schools, was required. Initially, the National Archaeological Team exhausted various methods, excluding explosives, but could not remove the 1.5-ton Zilai stone behind the stone door of Dingling. Ultimately, They turned to ancient texts for guidance, and it is said they even sought the assistance of tomb raiders serving time in prison, which facilitated the unscathed opening of Dingling. The semicircular dragon claw and Gui Zizhen may sound complex at first, but their principle is quite straightforward. The Gui Zizhen is a metallic device with a long handle on one end and a semicircular shape on the other that is inserted through the door crack, with the circular portion placed over the zilai stone, and then a rope is threaded through the crafted cow's nose grooved by exerting force, either to the left or right. The position of the zilai stone shifts, thereby dismantling the security mechanism, allowing individuals to push the stone door open and enter. The zilai stone is merely one of the most common mechanisms found in ancient tombs for countless centuries. Since the time when people began to believe in the peace of eternal rest, the conflict between tomb raiders and those who oppose them has never ceased. Whoever possesses superior skills is destined to triumph in the end. That night, shortly after 3 o'clock, our group emerged from the excavation site. Having climbed up from the tunnel, Wang Baoto's countenance was far from pleasant. As someone who had navigated this line of work for half a lifetime, he still maintained a sense of discretion regarding certain matters. The ceiling stone, weighing over 2 or 3 tons, could not be moved by merely a few of us, even with the aid of ropes and pulleys. Wang Baoto altered his original plan, instructing Sun Laoda to swiftly contact buyers to liquidate the 7 or 8 bags of bronze artifacts, while simultaneously reaching out to a contact named Ji to have her associates expedite the filling of the excavation. We could not leave traces behind. It was imperative that we extricate ourselves from Shun swiftly to evade scrutiny. Wang Baoto also sternly warned us not to divulge the events of the night to anyone, lest we invite dire consequences. The Sun brothers, who had grown up together, shared drinks and fortunes, now found themselves down a brother. Under Wang Baoto's urging, Sun Laoda reluctantly began the task of selling the bronze artifacts. Eager to convert them into cash, the days of waiting dragged on, filled with uncertainty about when the items might be sold. Sun Lao-san, drowning his sorrows in alcohol, became increasingly inebriated. I observed him sometimes clutching a bottle, half drunk, muttering to himself that in former times, it was at this hour that Urge would have been the most jubilant, his voice the loudest, anticipating the division of spoils. Urge, where are you? Come back and share the fortune with us. Chapter 22. Celebrating a birthday before departing, Sun Laoda took only one bronze artifact, claiming it was a sample for potential buyers. This time was different from the past. They had unearthed dozens of artifacts, far too many for those lacking sufficient prowess to handle. Wang Baoto's intention was to dispose of everything at once, to quickly convert them into money and escape. Unexpectedly, several days passed without any news, leaving our team in a state of constant anxiety, questioning whether something had gone awry or if Sun Laoda had been apprehended. During these days, Sun Laosan seldom ventured outside, confining himself to his hotel room, where he spent his time sketching on blank sheets of paper. That I had seen a few of his drawings and immediately recognized that the lines depicted the stone door of the tomb. Sun Laosan had prior experience with stonework, but the immense weight of the ceiling stone left him utterly helpless. I understood that his obsession with the stone was a form of self-deception, a misguided comfort. If it was a challenge for all of us combined, how could he possibly move it alone? His fixation had become a form of hysteria. To illustrate, consider a person with only $10 who insists on browsing in the most expensive designer boutique. Even if the staff are aware of this, they cannot force him to leave, so he remains, trying on various outfits that he cannot afford. Sun Laosan was in such a state, and we were at a loss as to how to guide him. On the third day, I decided to visit Li Jing. As I was reminded that it was her birthday, I wondered if her family was still facing debt collectors. After all, sitting idly in the hotel was unproductive. So I resolved to help her celebrate her birthday and to bring her a gift. That time, portable cassette players were all the rage, those plastic boxes into which one would insert a tape. The current generation of youth has likely never experienced such a device. Back in the day, to possess a portable player was to flaunt it deliberately. One would cradle the half-kilogram device in one hand while ostentatiously displaying the headphone cord, instantly becoming the most stylish individual around, garnering envious glances from many girls. There were 2 songs that particularly captured the zeitgeist. One was Mei Fei Say Wu by Sammy Chung, a track pulsating with rhythm and a carefree vibe that was utterly captivating. The other was Dui Mian de Nu Hai Kingguo Lai, sung by Rin Xianqi.as. For the later hits, Shuzi Ai de Mi and Xiao Fo, they wouldn't emerge until years later. I spent several hundred yuan at a media store to acquire a Sony direct drive portable player, And of course, purchasing tapes was a necessity. Those were indeed pricey items, and the vendors were making a fortune off them back then. This money was left over from the allowance my parents had given me, and it truly pained me to part with it. In the millennium, the Zong AI family became a widespread trend, with the shamade hairstyle paired with ripped jeans looking utterly ridiculous. Yet, Li Jing found herself inexplicably drawn to such styles. Upon arriving at her home, Li's mother had gone to work at the River Authority, leaving Li Jing alone. "Here is a gift for you. Li Jing, wishing you a very happy birthday, and may you become ever more beautiful," I proclaimed as I entered, handing her the portable player. "Thank you," Li Jing replied, her cheeks tinged with a blush as she accepted the gift. For a moment, the atmosphere between us grew awkward, as we both recalled that night at the inn, where I had fled in fear. After a brief silence, Li Jing suddenly looked up at me. "Yinfeng, you're a student at number 1 high school, right? I'm working on some math problems, but there are a few equations I don't understand. Can you help me? My mom also mentioned that you could spare some time to tutor me." My face darkened at that moment. I had no knowledge of any mathematical methods. I was not even a student of number 1 high school. It had all been a ruse that I couldn't solve the equations. But I did have a knack for tomb raiding, though I certainly wouldn't dare teach her that. I took the paper and examined the scrawled symbols that resembled hieroglyphics. Sweat beaded on my forehead. I was utterly lost. She handed me a ballpoint pen, asking, "How do I do this, Yinfeng? Can you write out the steps for me?" I recall writing something on the paper, though I've since forgotten the specifics. I believe I drew a circle followed by a square, an exercise in sheer nonsense. Upon viewing my masterpiece, Li Jing's mouth fell agape as she incredulously questioned, "What kind of solution is this?" I deceived her, claiming, "This is part of the advanced curriculum. You haven't learned it yet. Once you do, you'll understand that." As we conversed, 2 more classmates of Li Jing's arrived to celebrate her birthday. 2 boys, one of whom had dyed his hair completely red, save for a tuft at his forehead which was yellow. That he wore pants adorned with chains, a quintessential shamate youth. Li Jing, happy birthday, the boy with yellow hair exclaimed. Cheerfully presenting a small cake, Li Jing promptly accepted it, saying, "Thank you, Wang Chong, you shouldn't have gone to such trouble for me." The boy flicked his hair back, nonchalantly replying, "It's nothing, just a small token." Witnessing this boy, who was about my age, stirred a surge of indignation within me. This is merely a wretched cake, costing at most 30 yuan. Meanwhile, my Sony Walkman set me back over 800. Yet, Li Jing never mentioned extravagance. So what is this paltry cake to me? Come, allow me to make arrangements. We shall head to the starry restaurant right by our school, where I will treat Xiao Jing to a feast. Upon finishing, Xiao Huangmao looked at me with an air of satisfaction. "Thank you, Wang Chong. Just in time, as I haven't eaten yet. Let's go." "Yinfeng," Li Jing said, gripping my arm. Observing this, Xiao Huangmao appeared somewhat displeased, casting furtive glances in my direction. The Starry restaurant is located directly across from the 3rd Middle School, primarily catering to the school's leaders and affluent students. Regarded as a luxurious establishment locally, second only to KFC in the eyes of students. In his bid to impress Li Jing, Xiao Huangmao had evidently invested quite a bit. I later surmised that this meal likely consumed his weekly food budget. That a humorous incident occurred during the ordering process, which I must share with you. I swear, it was strikingly reminiscent of a skit by Xiao Xinyang. As we began to order, Xiao Huangmao requested a plate of garlic scallops, only for the waiter to inform him that they were sold out. Furrowing his brow, he then asked for a plate of white-cut chicken, only to be told that the market was closed and they had not been able to procure any chicken. Frustrated, he slammed the menu down, exclaiming, "What do you even have at the Starry restaurant?" The waiter, smiling, replied, "We have authentic homestyle dishes." Thus, we settled on 5 such dishes: sour and spicy shredded potatoes, mapo tofu, kung pao chicken, braised eggplant, and stir-fried chives with eggs, along with 3 bottles of Jianlibo soda. It was evident that Xiao Huangmao had not offered me any soda. Here's to Xiao Jing's birthday. As soon as the dishes arrived, Xiao Huangmao insisted on toasting with Li Jing. "Yinfeng, drink mine," Li Jing said, handing me her bottled, "No need. I can buy my own if I want a drink," I replied, pushing it back to her. Observing our quiet exchange, Xiao Huangmao interjected mockingly, "Hey, you there, look at your ragged clothes and your outdated hairstyle. Have you ever even had Jianlibo?" Haha. A chill ran through me, and I was about to rise in indignation when a familiar voice echoed from the entrance of the restaurant. "Yinfeng, what brings you here? You looked unwell just now. Is everything all right?" Upon seeing the approaching figures, I hurriedly stood up, Nothing much. Ujiet, I'm just having a meal with friends. Chapter 23. Brotherhood. Yao Yuman was accompanied by 3 composed men, all dressed in suits and wearing sunglasses. Their hair was meticulously styled, and they stood in silence. Yin Feng, is this your classmate? Yao Yuman gazed at me with profound intent. I desperately tried to signal to her. She smiled gently and said, since we've encountered each other here today, Yu Feng, why not join us for a meal? I have some matters I wish to discuss with you privately. With that, she retrieved her flip phone and made a call. Yes, it's me. We'll be about half an hour late. Upon her phone's appearance, many in the restaurant turned to look, including Xiao Huangmao. At that time, those who could afford such items were considered wealthy individuals. Moreover, Yao Yuman was accompanied by 3 sharply dressed gentlemen, resembling those who frequented the underworld. Instantly, the young man with yellow hair swallowed hard, no longer daring to pester me. Your friend is calling you. Go ahead. Yin Feng, that we shall meet again later. Li Jing discerned my thoughts and graciously permitted me to leave. Within the luxurious private room on the 2nd floor of the Xingxing Grand Hotel, an array of dishes gradually appeared, including fish and shrimp, all substantial fare. Yao Yuman poured herself a glass of wine, took a sip, and gazed at me. Yin Feng, what are your team's plans moving forward? My chopsticks hovered in midair as I cautiously observed the 3 gentlemen in suits beside me. That it's fine. They are our people. Yao Yuman reassured, setting her glass down. Yujia, the boss has already gone to work, I stated seriously, indicating that we should expedite our departure from this place. Yao Yuman swirled her glass and replied, yes, that is for the best. Wang Baotou knows the importance of discretion. Remember, once you leave shunned, do not return. Perplexed, I inquired about the reason. After taking a bite of food, she set her chopsticks down and explained, our line of work resembles the martial arts world depicted in novels, strategists, assassins, and warriors, with schemes both overt and covert. You entered this field at a young age. As long as you loyally follow Wang Xiansheng, a bright future awaits you. Suddenly, she shifted the topic. Do you believe in mountain demons or spirits? I shook my head, expressing my disbelief. When people die, their souls ascend to the heavens. They do not linger for eons. Where then is the ghost? Where is the deity? My youthful visage belied the wisdom of my words. Eliciting a smile from Yao Yuman, she produced a bagua compass and held it before me with one hand. For reasons unknown, the 3 needles on the compass simultaneously pointed directly behind me. Noticing my bewilderment, Yao Yuman teased, Yu Feng, there stands a toothless old woman who starved to death right behind you. Whether it was a psychological suggestion or not, her words sent a chill down my spine. One of the suited men removed his sunglasses and shook his head. Enough, Yuman. This young man does not possess an ordinary countenance. Do not torment him further. Yao Yuman retracted the compass. Here, take this as a talisman. She offered me a necklace. The necklace, strung with red cord, had a small gao box at its end, containing a bundle of yellow and red paper. Thank you, Yujia, I said, slipping it around my neck. It fit comfortably, and when covered by my clothing, only a portion of the red cord was visible. After a brief conversation, Yao Yuman recounted several stories about Wang Baotou, filling me with admiration as I pondered when I might achieve such respect on the path. After a satisfying meal, I bid farewell to Yao Yuman and packed a portion of the food. By then, I noticed that Li Jing's table downstairs had also dispersed, suggesting they had returned. On the way back, I occasionally pulled out the talisman to admire it. The more I looked, the more I cherished it. Third brother, I'm back. I brought you some food, I announced as I pushed open the door to the inn. Third brother? Third brother? Before me lay a floor strewn with crumpled white paper, and Sun Laosan was sprawled on the concrete ground, surrounded by more paper. I casually unwrapped a crumpled piece of paper and glanced at it. I noticed numerous angles sketched in pencil, along with a repeatedly drawn rope. Third brother, what is this? I inquired, surveying the chaotic mess around us. Sun Laosan's complexion turned pale as he stared at the ceiling, suddenly bursting into laughter. I found it. I found it. I have discovered the way to unlock the stone of Xilai. He abruptly sat up, gripping my shoulders with fervor, his expression brimming with excitement. Yin Feng, I found the method to open the ancient tomb. His face was ashen, with his eyes bloodshot, and before I could respond, he impatiently explained, with a thicker hook needle, we can pry it open. I shook my head. No, third brother, even if the hook needle is thickened, it remains a tool, and tools require human effort, of which we lack. My assertion was unfounded. To open the grand tomb beneath the Moth Mountain, we might have to consider 3 potential methods. First, Gather 40 to 50 people to pull together. Second, utilize hundreds of pounds of explosives to blast it open. Though there is no guarantee it would succeed, and we could very well be buried alive. Third, report to the National Archaeological Team and let the authorities handle it to in our current predicament. None of these options were feasible, and with the head's mind made up, I believed Sun Laosan's tinkering was futile. No, no, Sun Laosan exclaimed, picking up a piece of paper from the ground and excitedly gesturing for me to look down. I peered at it. Puzzled, the white sheet depicted a large basket alongside 3 calves. Connecting it to the thick rope he had just drawn, a thunderclap resonated in my mind. Third brother, you can't possibly mean. Haha. He laughed heartily. Exactly. With humans plus 3 calves, and by thickening the hook needle and the rope, we can surely pull the stone of Xile. I ask you. Stunned by this whimsical notion, I questioned, 3 calves? Can they really pull it? We can feed them. Yinfeng, think about it. The entrance to that pit is only so large. Anything larger cannot fit. We can lower the calves in a basket, allowing them to grow by feeding them down there. Sun Laosan's eyes sparkled with fervor as he concluded that I touched his forehead. Third brother, are you all right? You're not feverish, are you? He grasped my hand. Are you in or not? Yinfeng, join me and the big brother. Observing his earnestness, I grimaced, but the head has made up his mind. Third brother, forget the head. It will just be the 3 of us. This keeping it from the head? Isn't that inappropriate? He stood up, gripping my shoulders. Yinfeng, hasn't the big brother returned these past few days? Do you think he is still out there? In fact, he returned long ago, right here in Shund. Later that night, past 1 o'clock, Sun Laosan led me, concealing our actions from Wang Batu, to a secret location. Upon entering the room, I was greeted by the familiar sight of Sun Laoda, whom I hadn't seen in days, and to my surprise, that woman, Yike, with 3 incense sticks burning, under the witness of Yike. Laoda, Laosan, and I knelt on the ground. Sun Laosan clasped his hands before the incense burner, intoning, this plan's future is uncertain, and the path is fraught with peril, should we find our resting place in the tomb. We shall harbor no regrets. If we emerge, let the world's authorities pursue us. We shall place no blame. The family of Old Sun holds the belief that one should be laid to rest in the earth. And even if our second brother were to become naught but a pile of bones, we would ensure that he returns to his roots. Sun Liantian. Sun Lianxing. Xiang Yinfeng. The 3 of us spoke in unison. On this day, we forge a brotherhood, sharing in prosperity and bearing hardships together. The 3 of us bowed down, knocking our heads to the ground that a hint of unusual brilliance glimmered in a mole's eye. Truly, this is a thought that dares not be thought, and a deed that dares not be done. Knowing full well that the mountain harbors a tiger, we boldly ventured toward its lair. Chapter 24. The plan. Looking back upon that scene from years ago, I feel a tinge of embarrassment. Indeed, what age are we in now? The practice of burning incense and bowing in reverence has long fallen out of fashion. Yet, at that time, I was overwhelmed with excitement. This encapsulates the evolution of a man's mindset. 3 men, unafraid of heaven or earth, began to concoct our grand scheme. All the admonitions from Yao Yuman and the wariness of Wang Baitu were cast aside. Our singular ambition was to undertake a significant venture. We were determined to pry open that stone door and unveil what lay within. Later, Old Sun sold half of that trove of bronze artifacts, retaining the remainder, including the bronze vessel inscribed with the 4 characters of Jiaho Daizi. Wang Baitu had secured it all. On the day of profit sharing, we gathered as a group, unaware that Wang Baitu was oblivious to our clandestine plans. That was the first time I laid eyes on such a substantial sum of money, all packaged in large plastic bags, with 10,000 yuan neatly stacked in each. At that time, we were still using the 4th series of renminbi, the kind featuring 4 blue portraits of heads, bundled with white paper. Old 3, this is yours. Old 1, this is yours. Xiaohong, this is for you and your underlings. You've worked hard this time. A mole touched the plastic bag and smiled, saying, thank you. Baitu. Wang Baitu nodded and looked at me as he pushed a plastic bag over. Yinfeng, you're new to the game and have put in considerable effort. This is for you. Don't find it lacking. Gazing at the thickly stuffed plastic bag, I swallowed hard and stammered. Baitu, how much is this? 130,000. He replied calmly. This made my hands tremble even more. I had never seen such a sum of money and never imagined I would. But Baitu, I still owe you 50,000. I prepared to open the bag to take the money. Oh, no need. He waved his hand to stop me. For your first deal, how can you give it to someone else? That would be bad luck. Just hold on to it for now. We'll discuss that 50,000 later. Nodding in silence, I accepted it. This marked my first pot of gold in life. This single transaction's worth equaled the income from my uncle's agritourism business over 3 or 4 years. Every creature has its path. Cats have theirs, and mice have theirs. I, Xiang Yunfeng, have struck it rich. As for the share belonging to the second brother, Wang Baitu said he would temporarily safeguard it for a year. And if the man had not returned by then, it would be handed over to Old Sunday. I was somewhat curious about who had purchased our goods, so later, I inquired with Old Sun, who revealed that the buyer was quite mysterious, a runner as they were called back then. Runners were individuals who acted on behalf of others, while the true buyers remained behind the scenes. Such individuals did not engage directly with us. The runners handled all transactions. This is due to the fact that, back then, the laws in Hong Kong differed from those on the mainland. Over there, the auctioning of bronze artifacts was permissible. Thus both Christie S. and Sotheby S. established their headquarters in Hong Kong at that time. That area was the largest dumping ground for tomb raiding within the country. Without exception, the initial group of individuals who amassed wealth through antiquities were well acquainted with Hong Kong, including several faces frequently seen on television, many of whom I know personally. It is not my intention to belittle these individuals, but rather to point out that those who built their fortunes through such means were hardly free of dubious backgrounds. After the financial split, Wang, the leader, was preparing to leave Shund and inquired about our next destination. With ulterior motives in mind, the few of us were certainly not inclined to divulge the truth. Big Sun spoke up. Leader, Old 3 Yunfeng and I have discussed it, and we plan to visit Dingguan for a while. Perhaps 5 to 6 months that we can await further assignments upon our return. You three are heading to Dingguan together? The leader looked at the three of us with a hint of surprise. Indeed, we are going. Look, leader, Yunfeng is already quite grown, yet still knows nothing that we intend to broaden his horizons. Although Big Sun's statement was a ruse to mislead the leader, it contained an element of truth. The industry of escorts was experiencing explosive growth at that time. In 1999, the Beijing Chongqing Thai Catering Group was established, unbeknownst to many, with its female proprietress' stronghold located in Dingguan. Beijing Chongqing later became the renowned Tianshang Renjian. The highest service standards in the nation were found in 2 locations, one in Dingguan and the other in Beijing, which is precisely why Big Sun feigned an intention to visit Dingguan. The leader believed him and returned to Beijing the following day, instructing us to enjoy ourselves and await further communication regarding new assignments. As for the rest of us, we naturally remained in Shund to execute our plans. We changed our residence, venturing nowhere else than on Fei Mountain, close to the burial site. There were over 20 acres of rice paddies. The leader, masquerading as an external investor, purchased all of it in less than 20 days. Having money makes matters considerably easier. After acquiring the nearby rice fields, we enlisted someone to erect a fence, and our base of operations was also situated at the foot of Fei Mountain, where previously stood several bungalows, now long demolished to become part of Shunfeng Park's greenery. That evening, a fellow named E bought 3 young calves, specifically sourced from a place called Charolais, known for their rapid growth. We calculated that with proper feed, a Charolais calf could mature in as little as 5 months, and if tasked with pulling stones for our project, it would likely take about 4 months. He procured a winter tent and various supplies, and that night we transported the calves using ropes. Though they were young, each weighed over 100 pounds and proved quite unruly, kicking and butting at us, necessitating considerable effort on our part, leaving us drenched in sweat. The entrance was barely large enough. Had the calves been any bigger, it would have been impossible. In the realm of tomb raiding, while one cannot say there have been no successors, it is safe to assert that there have been no predecessors. Sustaining cattle beneath a grand mausoleum is an absurd method, leaving one to wonder what thoughts traversed the mind of third brother at that time. We set up the tent below, drove a stake into the ground, and tethered the calves there. During those months, the 3 calves were regarded as our ancestors. We almost begged them for feed, ensuring they were fed 8 meals a day rather than 5, so they could eat their fill. Outside the tomb, the environment was damp and chilly, and every night, Sun Laosan would sneak out of the tent to check on the calves' well-being. I would occasionally venture down, mostly at night, discreetly lowering water, food, and cattle feed with a rope. Once I had delivered the provisions, I would cover the entrance to the hole with turf. During the day, I generally slept in the bungalow, armed with a small telescope, which I would use to occasionally scan our fence for any signs of collapse. Sometimes, a friend would come by to keep me company, and I would take the opportunity to wander off in search of Li Jing. After 2 months, Li Jing had advanced to her final year of high school. One day, I bought 3 jean of egg cake and, as usual, set off to visit her. However, upon arriving at her home, I found Li Jing sitting on the bed, her arms wrapped around her legs, her complexion pallid. "Xiao Jing, what troubles you? I brought you egg cake." Li Jing's face was ashen, her lips tightly clenched as she fixed her gaze upon me. Suddenly, she hurled a pillow in my direction. "Xiang Yinfeng, why did you deceive me? Wang Chong told me everything. You are not even a student of Yizhong. You aren't even from Shund. You liar, liar," she shouted at me, her eyes brimming with tears. That I stepped back, my hand trembling, causing the egg cake to tumble to the ground, scattering everywhere. Chapter 25. Opening the door as I exited Li Jing's house, I felt utterly lost. I had ultimately failed to voice my truth, too afraid to admit it. I was not a top student from Yizhong. I was merely a tomb raider, a criminal, with no peers daring to befriend me. The look in Li Jing's eyes as I left lingered in my memory. "What's wrong, kid? Lost your spirit?" Upon returning to the bungalow at the foot of the mountain, a friend was munching on an apple. I forced a bitter smile and replied, "Nothing, just the wind is too strong," making my eyes water. She regarded me skeptically while holding the apple in one hand, then burst into laughter. "You haven't even matured yet. And you already know what heartbreak is? Just forget it." Her laughter echoed joyfully. Irritated, I shot her a glare. "Just eat your apple. If you don't understand the situation, refrain from commenting." My anger was not due to her calling me a child, but because she suggested I forget Li Jing, a perfectly good person. Could one truly forget so easily? However, there was indeed a trend on QQ Space back then for non-mainstream photos, featuring melancholic gazes, tousled hairstyles, enhanced with a few words, "Forget love." For over a month thereafter, life was calm. I dared not seek Li Jing again. The calves tended by Lao Da and Lao San in the pit grew stronger each day, thriving on the best feed we provided. The robust iron rods had long been procured. This particular item had been crafted by a master in Luoyang, perfectly meeting our specifications. While attending to the calves, Sangu would occasionally take a hammer and chisel, working on the stone door. After approximately 2 months of diligent effort, he finally managed to carve a nostril-shaped groove for a cow on the stone door. That night, we gathered beneath the pit, fully prepared, each of us bearing a solemn countenance. For tonight marked the commencement of our earnest endeavor. Whether we could successfully dislodge the water stone with this fantastical method hinged entirely on this very night. Sun Laodao patted the little yellow cow. No, it could no longer be called a calf, for these 3 bovines were merely a tad shorter than I, now quite large indeed, perhaps due to ample feeding. One of the cows leaned its head to nuzzle Sun Lao's and "It's up to you, buddy," he murmured, stroking the cow's head. A mole had procured the finest climbing rope available on the market at that time. After several attempts, Sun Laodao finally managed to wedge the hook pin through the crack of the door, securing the water stone behind it. He fastened the hook pin to the cow's nose ring and tied on the climbing rope. The rope was first looped around the necks of the 3 cows, and then we all grasped the remaining length of rope. After 100 days of raising the cattle, it was time to put them to work. Sun Laodao threw the rope over his shoulder and bellowed, "Pull!" The rope instantly tightened. "Pull! Pull!" The 3 cows mooed as they pushed backward, and I, like a mole, exerted every ounce of strength, my face turning crimson. Suddenly, a cloud of dust fell from the stone door. "Hold on. Give it another heave. Open for me. Damn it. Open." With that final roar, a tremendous noise erupted from the massive stone door behind us. The water stone, which had been bracing against the subterranean entrance, finally toppled under our collective effort. We collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, while Sun Laosan, who had resided in this lightless tomb for months, could barely contain his excitement. "We did it! We did it!" he kept repeating. The months of perseverance, accompanied by the collapse of the water stone, had dissipated into thin air. With the water stone gone, pushing open this stone door became a simple task. Once we regained our composure, we placed our hands on the door and, with a concerted effort, managed to pry it open just enough for a person to squeeze through. The sound of the door scraping against the stone was reminiscent of ancient bells being struck 3,000 years ago, deep and resonant. Once we had created a gap wide enough, we halted our efforts. Peering inside, we were met with utter darkness, but I was the first to catch a whiff of a fragrant aroma, akin to the scent encountered during my initial venture into the tomb. However, this fragrance was distinctly stronger and more overpowering. The elder had warned that such a scent was not a good omen. After allowing some time for the air to circulate, Sun Laodao took the lead. and we all crawled inside. It was indeed dark, but the elder had anticipated this, and we ignited the torches we had prepared earlier. As the flames flickered to life, we raised them high. What is this? I stammered, taken aback by the sight before us. What lay in front of us was a massive assemblage of wood, specifically numerous meticulously crafted wooden beams, each approximately a meter in length, in staggering quantities, certainly numbering in the thousands. These beams were interlocked in a systematic fashion, towering over 10 meters high and extending more than 20 meters wide. Layered upon one another like a hedgehog, the surface of each beam was coated with a black substance that resembled some form of anti-corrosive varnish. The fragrant scent emanated from the wood itself. Sun Laosan gazed vacantly at the wooden mountain before him, muttering, Huangchang Tizu. Indeed, this interwoven structure, stacked like a hedgehog, was precisely what Yao Yumin had previously alluded to as Huangchang Tizu. The ancient Yangchang Taizu from the Han Dynasty pales in comparison to the object before me. Akin to juxtaposing a tractor with a Ferrari, the disparity in grandeur is unmistakable, existing in entirely different realms. None of us have laid eyes on the Huangchang Taizu from the Western Zhou period. Yet if we were to adhere to the specifications of the later Han Dynasty, the innermost section of these wooden structures might very well conceal the coffin of the tomb's master. In other words, the ground upon which we currently stand was once the site of the principal burial chamber that has since vanished. These wooden pieces interlock with one another, presenting a formidable barrier akin to a large hedgehog. I furrowed my brow and inquired, Third brother, this wooden mound obstructs our path. How shall we proceed? Sun Laosan, being seasoned in such matters, pondered for a moment before responding. Yinfeng, do not fret. This structure was undoubtedly crafted by artisans, and upon completing their work, they would have needed a means of escape. Thus there must be a concealed route. With that, Sun Lao brandished a torch and began to meticulously search for a passage large enough for a person to slip through. While we stepped closer to assist in the search, as we approached, I suddenly noticed that several pieces of the Huangchang Taizu were adorned with peculiar black mushrooms, distinctly different from those we consume at home. These fungi bore bizarre shapes, their caps resembling the wrinkled visage of an elderly person, complete with a nose and eyes. Upon closer inspection, one of the mushrooms caught the attention of a girl named Ji, who prepared to reach out and pluck one for a closer examination. Don't touch that. Stay away from it. Sun Laudo admonished sharply. You cannot handle it. If I am not mistaken, this fungus is specifically mentioned in the burial scriptures. This is known as Huangbai Laoyan, a rare burrowing medicinal fungus, he continued. Huangbai Laoyan, a medicinal herb? I have never heard of such a thing, I replied, taken aback. Ji took a couple of steps back and remarked, Third brother, you mentioned it was a medicinal herb. Why can't we touch it? Though it does look rather peculiar. No, it's not as simple as that, Sun Laosan replied gravely. Very few have ever encountered this fungus. I doubt even Yao Yumin has seen it. The burial scriptures indicate that this plant thrives in areas of extreme darkness, and in folklore, it is said to be used by Miao healers for soul summoning. Chapter 26, Soul Summoning. In the 1970s, Jilin University published a book titled World Fungi Popular Science, which had a poor sales record and was only printed once. On page 142 of this book, there is an imprint depicting a peculiar fungus, which is indeed Huangbai Laoline. In the region of the Wuling Mountains in Guangxi, it is rumored to be employed for soul summoning. Such folk taboos concerning soul summoning are subject to personal interpretation. Though I am not a professional Taoist priest or magician, I have witnessed certain events that I can share with you at a later time. Returning to the matter at hand, upon hearing Sun Lao utter the word soul summoning, coupled with our current location within a grave, an unsettling feeling arose in the hearts of all present, including she. She retreated a couple of steps and shot an exasperated glance at Sun Lao, saying, Could you perhaps utter something more auspicious? Do you not realize where we are? With that, we all distanced ourselves from the fungi adorning the wooden structures. At that moment, a sense of bewilderment enveloped me. The tomb emanated an initial fragrance of camphor wood. Yet the wooden mound fashioned by the artisans of the Western Zhou dynasty was evidently composed of cypress. The longevity of cypress, resistant to decay over millennia, could be attributed to its inherent preservative qualities and the protective coating applied upon it. These two factors could indeed account for its endurance. However, where did the scent of camphor would originate? Might the coffin of the tomb's occupant be crafted from camphor? My thoughts became increasingly muddled. We decided to separate and search for any spaces between the wooden structures large enough for a person to squeeze through. Perhaps these were the paths the artisans had left for themselves. Look for such gaps, said Sun Lauda, brandishing a torch that we dispersed, maintaining a distance of approximately 6 or 7 meters between us, allowing us to see one another. I began my search in the southwestern corner of the wooden mound. Suddenly, I rubbed my eyes in disbelief. I thought I had imagined it, but I could have sworn I glimpsed a curled black shadow amidst the gaps in the wood. After rubbing my eyes again and focusing, I found nothing but wood. Being still quite young and lacking in courage, a sense of trepidation washed over me, prompting me to involuntarily retreat a couple of steps. Third brother, elder brother, I called out twice. The torch illuminated only a small area before me, and the surrounding darkness loomed ominously. I called out again, but received no response. Swallowing hard, I slowly turned around. To my dismay, no one was there. Sun Lauda, Sun Laosan, had they vanished into thin air? At that moment, an inexplicable chill swept through the air, and my pupils dilated in horror. That I trembled and shouted, "Third brother, elder brother, Hongjia." Still, there was no reply within this confined space. Even echoes were absent. The darkness enveloped me. My initial thought was whether I had encountered a ghostly phenomenon known as ghost wall, a tale I had often heard from the village elders in my youth. They spoke of how such spirits would toy with individuals, leading them to wander aimlessly until they fell to their doom, eternally trapped in a cycle of disorientation. Fear gripped me, and a cold sweat broke out on my forehead. "Yinfeng, what are you doing there?" Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind me. That familiar tone was unforgettable. It was "Er-ge-er-ge," I exclaimed, turning sharply with my torch. But behind me, there was nothing but darkness. My face drained of color as I took 2 steps back, fumbling to retrieve the protective talisman given to me by Yao Yuman, clenching it tightly in my palm. The small talisman retained a semblance of warmth, a remnant of my body heat. "Yinfeng, I'm here. Come find me." Er-ge's voice echoed once more. Huddled on the ground, blocking my ears, I leaned against the wooden mound, too fearful to make a sound. My terrified gaze scanned the surroundings, desperately seeking the silhouettes of my companions. As I leaned against the wooden structure, I felt a sudden tug on my clothing from behind. I gasped in fright, scrambling to my feet and fleeing. In my frantic dash, I collided with something soft. In the darkness, Sun Laosan's face gradually came into view. "Yinfeng, have you gone mad? Why are you running about? You've hurt me," he exclaimed, inhaling sharply as he tenderly rubbed his chest. The torch flickered back to life, revealing the familiar figures of Sun Laosan and Sun Lauda once more. Overwhelmed with relief, I nearly burst into tears, wiping the cold sweat from my forehead. "Where have you all been? I didn't see any of you just now." Sun Lauda cast a suspicious glance at me, saying, "Come on, Yinfeng, don't scare us. We've been searching for the entrance as well." Taking a deep breath, I replied, "Brother, just now, I think I saw Urge." "What? Impossible!" Sun Laosan exclaimed in shock. "Where did you see him, Yinfeng? There's no one else here but us. Are you seeing things?" "No, he isn't seeing things." Kaji, her complexion slightly pale, nodded towards Sun Laosan and said, "I think I also saw Laudi. It might be one person's illusion, but now both Kaji and I claim to have seen him," causing Sun Lauda's brows to furrow in concern. Is it possible that we're haunted? "Brother?" I mustered my courage to inquire. Upon hearing my words, Ikaji's face turned even paler. Sun Lauda scrutinized the surroundings carefully, ultimately fixing his gaze upon the yellowish fungi on the wood, shaking his head. He replied solemnly, "Do not fear. It is not a haunting. Even if it were, it would be due to these things." He glanced at me. Then at Ikai, Xiaohong, Yinfeng, Haven. You realized? You two were the first to discover the yellow fungi, and were also the closest to them. Ikaji, quicker on the uptake than I, glanced at the fungi and incredulously asked, "Lauda, are you saying that what Yinfeng and I saw was an illusion? That urge wasn't real, and the culprit is these black mushrooms?" "Precisely, I suspect that's the case," Sun Lauda nodded. "After all, legends say these things are used for summoning souls. It is only natural they possess some hallucinogenic properties." Without thinking, I blurted out, "Then, brother, do you think it's possible that we have truly summoned Urja's spirit?" "What nonsense are you spouting?" Sun Laosan slapped the back of my head, admonishing, "Stop talking recklessly. We don't even know if Urge is dead." Realizing I might have misspoken, I hurriedly apologized, not holding it against me. Sun Lauda said, "Enough of this useless chatter. Follow me. I've discovered something." He led us to the northwestern corner of the wooden hill. That I noticed it even without his prompting, although the outer layer of wood appeared uniform. From this angle, it was evident that the Huanchang Tiku inside had a slightly larger space. Compared to the compactness elsewhere, here it seemed just spacious enough for one person to squeeze through. From here, one could penetrate into the wooden hill and access the Huanchang Tiku. Using a sharp dagger, Sun Laoda began to pry open the outermost layers of cypress wood. He turned to look at us, instructing, "Stay behind me, and if you notice anything unusual, speak up immediately." I decided to venture in first. Chapter 27. The sacrificial person taking the lead, Sun Laoda, and the group crawled inward, due to the constraints of the space. We didn't bring torches, relying instead on individual flashlights for illumination, resembling a military drill in the wild. The cypress wood of the Huanchang Tiku was coated with dust and cobwebs. As we crawled, Sun Laoda, who was leading the way, suddenly halted. "What's wrong, Laoda?" Ikaji inquired. Elder Sun turned his head and shone the flashlight around. "The bright light dazzling my eyes," he remarked. "Have you all noticed that we seem to be getting shorter? Are we descending into a decline, surrounded by timber?" And having been too tense to notice earlier, I looked down at his words and realized he was indeed right. The place we had just traversed had transformed into a gentle slope. This revelation left everyone bewildered, for according to common knowledge, burial sites of the Huanchang period were typically constructed on flat ground, with the coffins situated at the very heart of the wooden mountain. What could this mean? Was this a descent to something below? Is there more down there? Let us not speculate. Let us reach the end first, Elder Sun advised, and we continued our ascent deeper within. The further we climbed, the more unsettling it became. What had initially been a slight incline was now growing steeper. Although the Sun brothers had previously engaged in various tasks, this peculiar design was undoubtedly a first for them. I found myself at the rear of the group. Directly in front of me was a young woman clad in denim, her figure accentuated as she navigated the narrow space, which distracted me somewhat. After what felt like 10 minutes of climbing, the area ahead gradually expanded. Be cautious. Watch your heads. Don't bump into the timber, Elder Sun cautioned as he attempted to rise. It was dark inside. And once everyone had emerged, he shone the powerful flashlight around. His hand holding the flashlight froze midair, and as we followed the beam of light, our pupils dilated in unison. There were no coffins. Only sarcophagi, rows upon rows of them, the exact number unknown. Some were decayed, others collapsed into flat shapes, while a few remained relatively intact. The scent of fragrant nama wood was now unmistakably pungent, lingering in the air. Dozens of coffins lay piled together, and there were no discernible burial artifacts on the ground, which completely contradicted any known burial customs of any dynasty. Third brother furrowed his brow and inquired, "Elder brother, with so many concentrated coffins, could this be a sacrificial pit from the Western Zhou period?" His question held merit, for aside from the Shang dynasty and the early Western Zhou, such sacrificial practices did not exist thereafter, unless they were voluntary. Otherwise, compelling the living to accompany the dead would have been against the laws of the time. Elder Sun's expression darkened as he stepped forward to examine one of the coffins, which was somewhat flattened but not severely damaged. I swallowed hard, raising the flashlight, my gaze fixated on Elder Sunday. "Elder brother, pass me the pry bar," he said, his countenance grave. The two coordinated seamlessly as Elder brother tossed the small pry bar to him. Without a moment's hesitation, upon receiving the tool, Elder Sun prepared to pry open the coffin. "Wait a moment, third brother. Have you counted how many coffin nails there are?" Elder brother asked, his brow furrowed. Elder Sun shifted the flashlight to inspect, noting that some were completely decayed and uncertain, estimating perhaps 6 nails. 6 coffin nails. Elder brother cautioned, "Be careful. Don't get too close. If there are 6 nails, that's acceptable, but I dread the thought of 5. A young woman murmured in agreement. "As long as it's not 5. That's a relief. That I later learned that ancient burial customs had evolved over time, yet certain aspects remained unchanged for millennia, such as the practice of being laid to rest in a coffin, with coffin nails sealing the material against the realms of life and death. As the coffin was being sealed, it was deemed customary to use 6 or 7 nails. However, should there be fewer than 6, it was considered ominous that a coffin secured with 5 nails was referred to as a soul-sealing nail, while 4 nails designated it as a spirit-restraining nail. In traditional cultural beliefs, such practices were regarded as highly inauspicious for both the deceased and the living. Sun Laosan, possessing considerable audacity after many years as a laborer, had encountered countless coffins and appeared utterly unperturbed by such matters. He wedged a crowbar into the seams of the coffin, and as the rotting sealing nails yielded to his slight exertion, the lid was pried open. What lies within? Lao San inquired a small voice. There's not much. He replied, just a piece of gold thread about an inch long and a heap of white chocolate. Come, take a look. He beckoned us closer. Upon inspection, we found that the coffin contained scant offerings. Aside from the 2 short strands of gold thread, there were merely scattered remnants of human bones. The white chocolate he referred to was, in fact, these disjointed remains. The amount of gold thread was so minuscule that it could not possibly be remnants of a golden garment. Sun Lao shook his head in contemplation, noting that the preservation of bones after 2,600 years was remarkable. In the southern regions, one might be fortunate to find a single tooth intact. Excuse me, may I trouble you to lift your leg? As he spoke, Sun Lao picked up a leg bone, tossing it toward the head of the coffin. What is this? He mused as he shifted the bones aside with his crowbar, revealing a large cluster of black, spherical objects. Upon closer examination, they appeared to be a mud-covered round stone, its surface smeared with seeds that had not yet decomposed. Could this be melon seeds? Inquired the small voice, furrowing its brow. Indeed, they were melon seeds. Damn it, I know what this is, Sun Laosan exclaimed, discarding the spherical stone and vigorously wiping his hands on his clothing. This is a rear orifice pearl, a tormenting artifact from ancient times. If the occupant of this tomb was indeed a mustard seed candidate, then they were certainly no virtuous person. Subsequently, Sun Lao gestured towards the bones within the coffin and shared his hypothesis. The practice of burying slaves alongside their masters had been abolished shortly after the establishment of the Western Zhou dynasty. However, during the period of the Zhou king's grand appointments, many feudal lords in remote regions maintained the archaic custom of human sacrifice. Unlike today, women held a lowly status in society, and among those sacrificed, females constituted a significant proportion. The pile of white bones before us was likely that of a woman. 3 Brother reconstructed his theory. During the sweltering summer of the Western Zhou period, the family employed female weavers who had temporarily ceased work, gathering to converse about everyday matters. Suddenly, the household, in an act of benevolence, provided a cart of melons for the women to enjoy as a respite from the heat, luring them into partaking. Unbeknownst to them, these melons had been laced with a soporific, causing all to collapse after consumption. That moment, the household produced a stone ball, which was forcibly inserted into the rear orifice of the female workers. Though some may have regained consciousness in this excruciating and heartrending method of burial, which is nothing short of a tragedy, originates from the customs of ancient Yu. Not only are the orifices obstructed with pearls, but their mouths are also sewn shut with golden thread, symbolizing an unyielding state of being devoted to their master. The scant remnants of golden thread are employed to stitch the lips of the female sacrifices. After all this is done, a considerable number of women remain alive. However, with their mouths sewn shut, they are rendered mute within their coffins, unable to utter a sound, their lips sealed. That a few days later, they succumb to a fate of darkness and despair. It is profoundly tragic. Chapter 28. The second gate confronting the deceased from 2 millennia ago fills me with an unsettling discomfort. Yet, the Sun brothers exhibit a stark contrast in their demeanor. I cannot discern their thoughts, but their expressions offer a glimpse into their sentiments. Sun Laosan gazes at the skeletal remains within the coffin, sighing as he murmurs, "Dust returns to dust. Earth returns to earth. As we traverse this sacred ground, we did not intend to intrude. I hope you may soon find rebirth." He bows towards the surrounding coffins. Be cautious not to disturb these coffins. Let us proceed forward and investigate further. It is indeed peculiar that the coffin of the Jiaoho remains elusive. Could it be that the main burial tomb has ascended to the heavens? While speaking, Sun Laosan continues to lead the way. In youthful innocence, the Sun brothers, accustomed to the presence of the deceased, refer to those bones as white chocolate dye. However, am not immune to trepidation, for the surroundings are replete with decayed corpses and broken coffins. With my head bowed, I dare not glance around, holding my breath in trepidation. Having walked for but a few minutes, we encounter a small stone tablet standing erect in the ground, faint inscriptions barely discernible upon its surface. He crouches down, illuminating it with his flashlight, and wipes away the thick layer of dust with his right hand. "What does it say, Laosan?" asks Ikuji. Sun Laosan shakes his head. "It's still the sixfold seal. I cannot comprehend it, though I surmise it pertains to the female sacrifices." He glances back at the coffins behind him. That moment, Ikuji suddenly lets out a piercing scream. Startling us all, Sun Lauda quickly directs the flashlight towards her, exclaiming, "Xiaohong, what is the matter?" Ikuji rushes towards us, her complexion pale. "Someone just touched my backside." It was a hand, not a bone. I can feel it. Upon uttering these words, her face pales even further. Sun Lauda shields Ikuji behind him, furrowing his brow as he shines the flashlight in the direction she indicated. A hand, brother. It's a human hand. My keen eyes are the first to spot it. Just behind where Ikuji had been standing, a coffin is ajar, revealing a partially decomposed arm dangling over the edge. Soft and limp. This arm is significantly decayed, with numerous pale maggots wriggling in and out. Sun Laosen covers his nose and leans in for a closer look, and upon doing so, his expression turns grave. The body within the coffin, judging by its outline and attire, appears to belong to a male, the clothing distinctly modern. Subsequently, Sun Laosen pinches his nose with one hand and extracts a small copper plate adorned with a clasp from the waist area of the corpse. Upon closer inspection, 3 characters are engraved on the surface of the copper plate. Jigua Chun. Sun Laosan meticulously examines the copper plate before turning to glance at Sun Lauda. Elder Sun, with a somber expression, nodded slightly, indicating that it was from the south. From his fragmented conversation, I gleaned a modicum of information. Within the 2 factions of tomb raiders, the northern sect is comprised of captains, rice sellers, earth workers, logistics personnel, and those engaged in scattering soil. In contrast, the southern group of earth masters employs different terminologies. Those responsible for locating tombs are referred to as Jigua, previously known as Yuanliang before the Qing dynasty. The nature of this work bears resemblance to that of our northern captains. Further down, there are gold diggers and laborers, and they too have dedicated personnel for logistical support, which aligns with the northern faction's practices. The Sun brothers also shared with me a set of coded phrases passed down from the old society within the southern tomb raiding circles. Today, when inquiring with the Yuanliang Jigua, one might say, 1 river flows, yet 2 rivers scenery is visible. Wood is chopped on the mountain while fire is lit below, with nothing to report at the 3 treasure hall. May I inquire how many hill gates you have dismantled and what your harvest is? To which someone might respond, the scenery of the 2 rivers belongs to 1 river. We are indeed 1 family. Crossing mountains and valleys, we whistle like partridges, observing the earth and capturing dragons, having ascended the treasure hall multiple times without returning empty-handed. Upon hearing this exchange from my elder brother, combined with my own analysis, I deduced that this was a form of reconnaissance between 2 rival factions of tomb raiders, testing each other's strengths. After confirming the identity of the corpse through a small bronze plate, Elder Sun stroked his chin and speculated, "Third brother, do you think this could be a case of internal betrayal among the black market?" Although we are unfamiliar with this potential Jigua surnamed Chun, the term Jigua in their circle undoubtedly signifies a position of some importance. He paused, pondering. It's difficult to say if that southern group arrived earlier than us. Yet, we are unaware of their point of descent. And now they have suffered such losses. Elder brother, we must proceed with caution. Indeed, Elder Sun nodded in agreement. The entire underground palace is rectangular, with a vast space ahead, the purpose of which remains unknown as we traverse through the sacrificial area further onward. In less than 2 minutes, a stone door obstructed our path. Unlike the previous stone door, this one was slightly smaller, flanked by 2 peculiar stone sculptures on either side, that I contemplated how best to describe these 2 statues. With triangular dog heads, green faces adorned with fangs, bodies resembling cheilants, human ears, and a pair of wings tucked against their cheilin-like forms, their hind feet firmly planted on the ground, while the left front paw was raised slightly. Their protruding eyes creating an intimidating presence. The sculptures stood approximately 2 meters tall, emanating an aura of fierce intimidation, as if warning any intruders into the tomb, such formidable guardians of the tomb. Third brother illuminated the surroundings with his flashlight. The guardians of tombs are bizarre and varied, often conjured from the imaginations of the deceased, akin to celestial beings, representing a part of funerary culture. These fantastical creations are both eerie and grotesque. In antiquity circles, the 2 most despised items were tomb guardians and ceramic soul cocoons, not to mention the national-level bronze relics. Simply possessing these 2 greenstone tomb guardians would likely instill fear in children were they displayed in a museum. Third brother, look at the eyes of these 2 stone sculptures. At this moment, I suddenly noticed a detail. The eyes of these 2 stone guardian beasts are uneven, one larger than the other. Although the difference is subtle, It is discernible to the naked eye, reflecting an asymmetry. Sun Laosan's expression was grave. The cross-eyed guardian beast is exceedingly ominous. This entity is highly inauspicious. Let us not linger to gaze. We must depart swiftly. Depart. Where shall we go? Laosan, is it not blocked by the gate? A birthmark furrowed her brow. In such a vast underground palace, it is merely a double door that is not surprising. I am confident I can open it in no more than a day, Sun Laosan asserted, remaining rather unperturbed. Just a day? The birthmark exclaimed. Laosan, have you grown accustomed to living down here for several months? Alas, Xiaohong, such words cannot be uttered. We are not Sun Wukong, nor do we possess the ability to traverse walls. That Laosan's words hold merit. It is said that our predecessors could dismantle up to the 11th earthen gate. We are of little consequence. The birthmark cast a disdainful glance at the Sun brothers, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Peering through a small crevice, the obstructing stone door bore a sealing stone, yet it was vastly inferior in size and weight compared to the previous one. According to the understanding of the Sun brothers, the outer door is the grand entrance, while the one before us serves as a bedroom door. Only by pushing open the bedroom door can we hope to encounter the rightful occupant. Chapter 29. The mural with pointed hammers in hand. The Sun brothers worked tirelessly, the blue stone not being particularly hard. What was spoken of as a day's labor was accomplished in mere hours through their collective effort. The cow's nose groove was carved out, adhering to the previous method, with the hook needle threaded through the rope. I counted aloud and exerted force. This mechanism was considerably reduced in size, suggesting it would succeed in one attempt. Sun Laosan was the first to pull the rope, followed closely by the three of us. Taking a deep breath, he lowered his voice. 3.2.1. The rope was instantly taut, our force directed to the left. With a resounding crash, the sound of the stone falling within was substantial. Sun Laosan's estimation proved correct. Having learned from our initial experience, we had found the right approach, achieving success in one go. In accordance with the principle of utmost caution, Sun Laosan first lit a white candle in the door's crack to test the oxygen content within. The candle stood on the ground, its flame flickering unpredictably. Despite the absence of wind, the flame leaned to one side. Everything all right? Sengu? I whispered. He gestured for me to observe for another 2 minutes. After a few moments, the candle continued to burn as before, showing no sudden diminishment, indicating a relatively stable oxygen level inside. Mind your step, he instructed, and together we pushed open the second stone door. The temperature beyond the second door was remarkably low. Upon entering, one could instantly feel the chill. Though we were all dressed warmly, the cold permeated, and the visible breath we exhaled was quite pronounced. It is so cold, Laosan. The temperature here must differ by over 10 degrees from outside. The birthmark incessantly rubbed her hands together. Sun Laosan also found it peculiar and remarked, the temperature on the side of Fei Mo Mountain is relatively constant. I did not expect this place to be so strange. If it is perplexing, let us not dwell on it, Laosan. None of us are geologists. Let us first scout the way. Sun Laoda offered his perspective. Elder brother, third brother, do look up quickly. As I carelessly waved my flashlight, I suddenly stumbled upon something intriguing. In the southwest corner of the stone wall, there lingered numerous vividly colored murals. This does not seem to reflect the style of the Western Zhou period. Sun Laosan raised his flashlight to illuminate the mural, his expression one of disbelief. Not from the Western Zhou? What does that mean? I took another glance. The overall hue of these murals on the stone wall predominantly featured shades of black and red, and their numbers were abundant. Nearly every illuminated section was filled with them. The themes depicted were eclectic and peculiar. There were men adorned in ancient attire with hats, women bearing their chests, and even children bound upside down to wooden posts. At the center of this mural lay a pure white coffin, surrounded by many raggedly dressed individuals kneeling on the ground, appearing as if they were paying homage to the coffin. The entire style of the mural bore an unsettling resemblance to a cult-like reverence. The reason Sun Laosan, after a mere glance, suggested that the mural might not belong to the Western Zhou era was due to the mineral-based pigments used, for according to common knowledge, such mineral red had not emerged during the early Western Zhou period, but rather became prevalent in the later Warring States period, particularly in the Chu region. Tombs from the Western Zhou did not feature murals from that period. This simply does not add up. Moreover, whose was the white coffin depicted in the mural? Thus far, no suitable burial goods had been discovered. Yao Yuman firmly asserted that this was a national-level grand tomb, even surpassing the standards of Mwangdui, speculating that it contained invaluable national treasures that should not be disturbed. But where are they? Lao-san, come quickly, a mole suddenly shouted. The group hurried over to take a look. There, in the northwest corner of the stone wall, yet another mural of an eerie style emerged. As the content of the mural became clear, the faces of everyone, including myself, paled in an instant. What I saw was a mural, with some paint flaking off, depicting 3 men and a woman, rendered with striking realism. 2 of the men appeared to be in their 40s, while the woman was in her 30s, and the final man was notably much younger. In the mural, these modern figures were all holding flashlights, gathered around, illuminating a white coffin. I fearfully glanced behind me. It was empty, and there was no white coffin to be found. The 4 individuals depicted in the mural were unmistakably us. Third brother, my voice trembled slightly. Slap. Sun Laosan suddenly smacked himself hard. Impossible, impossible. It must be a trick of the light, he said, his face ashen as he turned to the mole. Xiaoong, what did you see? The mole stammered. I thought I saw the 4 of us, and there was a monster with horns on its head. A monster with horns on its head. I rubbed my eyes vigorously. No, there was no such monster. I distinctly saw a white coffin. Sun Laosan took a deep breath and said, I saw the 4 of us encircled by 2 serpents entwined with one another. Sun Laodai also shook his head. What I saw was different from yours. I saw a child crouching on the ground, weeping quietly. Upon concluding the conversation, several individuals exchanged glances, each perceiving the incredulity reflected in the other's eyes. Before them lay an eccentric mural, and as all 4 gazed upon it simultaneously, they each discerned 4 distinct patterns. I beheld a coffin, while another observed a creature adorned with horns atop its head. A third witnessed 2 intertwining venomous serpents, and the eldest, Sun Laoda, perceived a child sorrowfully weeping. Sun Laosan had encountered numerous bizarre phenomena in the past, yet the spectacle before him, for distinct visions within a single painting, exceeded the bounds of his comprehension. The only plausible explanation we could muster was that we were collectively experiencing a hallucination. Something was amiss. We decided to sit down and refrain from departing, as Sun Laosan urged us to remain stationary. After pondering for several minutes, Sun Laosan retrieved a small round iron box from his backpack. The box, modest in size and crafted from old brass, bore no discernible patterns or trademarks. He carefully unscrewed the lid and poured a small amount of yellow powder into the palm of his hand. The pungent aroma of this powder was reminiscent of realgar, but even more potent. Sun Laosan instructed us to extend our right hands, distributing a measure of the powder into each of our palms. He then raised his hand to his nose, proclaiming, "Inhale deeply." He led the way, and with a sudden achoo, he exclaimed, "Damn, that's powerful." He inhaled twice more, vigorously shaking his head. In that instant, I felt a sudden chill envelop my mind. The invigorating effect of this substance surpassed that of mentholated oils or floral waters by a significant margin, placing it in an entirely different realm. After inhaling the yellow powder, we focused our gaze once more upon the mural. The weeping child had vanished, as had the horned creature and the serpents. Now, only a collection of eccentrically adorned ancient figures remained, devoid of any animals or coffins. Thank goodness I had remained vigilant prior to this encounter and procured some soul-reviving powder from a practitioner of the arcane arts. After Sun Laosan's expletive-laden remarks, he straightened up and turned to survey the path we had just traversed. The scent of sandalwood lingered in the air, a traditional anti-tomb rating measure concocted by ancient sorcerers. It seemed that the group of southerners who had entered before us had similarly succumbed to hallucinations, leading them to turn on one another in a violent frenzy. Fortuitously, I had prepared adequately, and our early discovery had spared us from a dire fate. Sun Laosan remarked, "Had we waited another 5 minutes, we would have perished without understanding the cause. This was a case of murder by proxy." Chapter 30. A startling turn of events. Are we all clear-headed now? We shall wait for the effects of this powder to dissipate before we make our exit, which should take approximately half an hour. For our own safety, we should remain here a while longer. After speaking, Sun Laosan cautiously stowed the powder vial. "Third brother, this substance is rather formidable. You mentioned it was borrowed from a friend in the Taoist community?" "What sort of friend?" I inquired with curiosity. Sun Laosan shook his head. "This powder was borrowed from the eccentric known as 8 oddities. I was fortunate to have prepared thoroughly. Many have heard of a term known as bewitching incense, which in ancient dramas often depicted unscrupulous individuals puncturing a hole in the paper of a window, and using a hollow bamboo tube to blow smoke inside. This is not merely a baseless rumor. The fragrance emanating from beneath the earth has endured for millennia, evoking a profound sense of wonder. Before the Republic of China, those who traversed the underworld, particularly the 8 doors and the 17 doors, encompassed the 8 peculiarities of the Tianxiao. What are the 8 peculiarities of the Tianxiao, you may ask? They include the golden-skinned color of the hanging silk, the fragrant willows of the evaluation troop. The lame fragrance mentioned by third brother ranks as the second to last among these 8 peculiarities, positioned above the willow door, which is represented by the Yao Jie, engaged in the flesh trade to allow the effects of the medicinal concoction to dissipate. We must wait for half an hour. Out of curiosity regarding the 8 peculiarities, I seized the opportunity to learn more. Third brother spoke of some inheritors of the 8 peculiarities still being alive, while others have faded into obscurity, akin to the once renowned Mo Jin and Xie Ling from our tomb raiding endeavors. Such individuals in those days were known by nicknames: the charming beggar Hua Jian Lu, the candy man Zhang Xiaohong, Su Qin with his sword on his back, Li Huadagu with Xiao Song Rong, Wei Guotong of the falling pieces from Fengtian, by Yu Qing, the storyteller of Tianjin, Wang Xiao Yuan, the meteor of Beiping, and the acrobatic Swallow Li, among others, all of whom possessed remarkable skills at that time. Tomb raiders like us, belonging to the lower echelons, rarely had names that resonated. I quietly jotted down these names, pondering that I might one day have the chance to witness these extraordinary figures of the underworld. Old Third, just how vast is this underground palace, and how large is Fei Yi Mountain? A mole, burdened with thoughts, inquired as he felt the effects of the potion waning. Sun Lao Sen shook his head in resignation. I do not know. We shall take it step by step. Yin Feng. Elder brother, the effects of the potion should have subsided. Let us continue our exploration. If we do not comprehend this Western Zhou underground palace, all our months of toil will be in vain. After regrouping, we ventured forth once more. After approximately 10 minutes of walking, we stumbled upon a rather peculiar structure. In the central area of the underground palace lay a desiccated circular depression, its edges smooth, with 3 headless humanoid stone sculptures standing within. Observing the neatly severed necks of the stone figures, we speculated that the heads were deliberately omitted during their creation. Had they been intentionally damaged, the necks would not have appeared so uniformly cut. This depression in the underground palace resembled a reservoir, unmistakably excavated by someone in the past, though. Why are there so many small holes over here? What could they be for? A mole suddenly discovered something by the edge of the pool that I too observed that, as the mole had indicated, numerous small holes were arranged along the edge of this concave water basin. Their purpose unclear. Third brother, bold as ever, was the first to leap down. As he reached the center of the pool, he furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the 3 headless stone sculptures. What is it? Old Third, have you found something? Soon, the rest of us joined him in the pool. Elder brother, look here. Sun Lao Sen pointed to the chest of one of the headless sculptures. I too noticed that the area he indicated exhibited a slight indentation, not very pronounced, but discernible upon closer inspection. Old Third, don't touch it just yet. Yet, it was too late. Almost simultaneously, Sun Lao Sen pressed down with his right hand. Eldest brother remarked that it was a few seconds too late when we noticed the chest of the stone figure caving in. We stood frozen in place, not daring to breathe. Crack, cracked, I was the first to hear it. A series of sounds emanated from the bottom of the pool, reminiscent of a large iron chain being pulled taut. Almost at the same instant, the ground beneath our feet began to sink. Run. Sun Lao Sen reacted swiftly, sensing the slightest indication of danger, and leaped out of the pool with 3 great strides, closely followed by eldest brother. Clack, clack, clack. The sound of iron chains grew increasingly louder. At that moment, the 3 headless stone figures suddenly turned to face me. Yinfeng, Xiaohong, jump up quickly, third brother shouted anxiously. The entire concave reservoir was sinking at an alarming rate, and in the brief moment I hesitated, it had already descended nearly 2 meters. Given my leaping ability, it was now too late for me to ascend. Rope? Eldest brother, quickly, get the rope, Qianzi cried out urgently, her voice rising above the chaos. Suddenly, there was another crack, like the sound of an iron chain snapping. Before eldest brother could lower the climbing rope, the speed of the reservoir's descent quickened further. Come here, Yinfeng. Qianzi's forehead glistened with sweat. There's no time. Crouch down. Hold onto the stone statue. She promptly demonstrated for me that a profound sensation of weightlessness enveloped my entire being. I could no longer see eldest brother or third brother above me, leaving me paralyzed with fear and uncertainty. Noticing my daze, a Chinzi bit her lip and rushed over, pulling me along to it. Was only then that I reacted, hastily wrapping my arms around the same stone figure as a Chinzi. I mimicked her, bending my knees slightly. At that moment, I noticed some thick bronze chains on the surrounding stone walls, their numbers exceeding 100. A Chinzi and I grasped each other's arms. We were powerless, merely watching as we and the reservoir sank downward. The tremendous sound of water crashing echoed around us. The force was overwhelming, and I could no longer hold onto the stone figure, being thrust backward instead. Initially, my back felt cold, followed by an overwhelming chill engulfing my entire body. It was the frigid water of the underground river. The water rose swiftly, and my head was still spinning. I could hardly comprehend what was happening. By the time I regained some clarity and attempted to escape, it was already too late. Unable to swim, I choked on several mouthfuls of water, exerting all my strength to cry out for help. I flailed my limbs and shouted wildly. My body began to sink that I felt as if my lungs were about to burst, my entire being submerged in water, continuously releasing bubbles to eye in the haze of consciousness. My mind raced through a rapid slideshow of memories from my life. The image of my grandmother, the gaze of my uncle, the teachings from my headmaster, and Li Jing's smile flashed before me. I desperately tried to grasp these memories, yet none could I hold on to. My awareness was gradually fading to that moment. Whether it was a dying illusion or not, I suddenly felt someone embrace me from behind. Chapter 31. The Sphere. After losing consciousness, I lost all sense of time. Waking up from the cold, my back ached painfully, and even breathing caused discomfort in my chest. I couldn't tell if my ribs were broken. You're awake. I lay on the ground and turned my head, observing a girl named Iji as she tidied her damp hair. Like me, she was soaked to the skin. The sound of the river flowing nearby reached my ears. And I, suppressing the pangs of pain in my chest, inquired, Hongjia, have we survived? Indeed, we are quite fortunate, she replied, her mind too preoccupied for jest. Struggling to rise from the ground, I felt a sharp pain in my ribs with every movement. Be careful, I've seen your injury. Your ribs are not broken, but merely strained. Iji assisted me to my feet. With a moment of respite, I began to survey my surroundings. Before us lay an underground river, and our precarious position could barely be deemed the riverbank. With scarcely 2 meters of space, an backpack was gone, likely swept away by the current, yet thankfully, Iji's remained intact. Within her pack were some meager biscuits and emergency supplies. Leaning against a rock, I expressed my gratitude. Hongjia, thank you for saving my life. I cannot swim. Had it not been for your timely rescue, I would have surely drowned. Unfazed by my presence, Iji began to undress. I quickly averted my gaze. Her voice broke through. There's nothing to burn here. No way to start a fire. Save your thanks for later. First, take off your clothes and wring out the water, or you risk hypothermia. Seeing my hesitation, she chuckled softly. What do you take me for? I've seen far worse. Are you afraid of this little chicken? Hurry up. And so, 5 minutes later, I was left clad only in my underwear. Shielding myself with my hands, resolute in my defiance against further disrobing. Oh well, Iji sighed, helping me wring out my clothes, refraining from insisting I remove my last garment. Below us was a cavernous structure. The walkie-talkie in her pack was of no use, as there were no satellite phones available at that time. The second Beidou communication satellite was not launched until 2007, rendering us unable to contact our brothers in the immediate future. Now, we were reliant solely on each other. The biscuits in my backpack had become waterlogged, but to replenish our strength, we had no choice but to consume them. The softened biscuits were cold and crumbled in our mouths, almost like drinking soup. After resting for over an hour and donning our clothes, Iji asked if I could walk. Gritting my teeth, I affirmed my ability to do so. We set off together, our steps unsteady as we navigated the narrow riverbank. This underground river flowed from west to east, and we followed suit. The heavy platform resembling a reservoir now out of sight, likely sunk to the riverbed. Along the way, I pondered deeply, yet the thoughts eluded me. The robust bronze chains left an indelible impression on my mind. I was aware that during the Western Zhou dynasty, the casting of bronze vessels utilized the lost wax method, which came much later. The bronze chains, interlinked, had endured for over 2 millennia. In my understanding, such lengthy chains could not have been produced in the Western Zhou period due to the limitations of the craftsmanship. We trudged along. The water grew increasingly swift, and the riverbank narrowed further. Initially, we could walk side by side, But soon, fearing a slip into the water, Iji took the lead while I followed behind. Fortunately, I had purchased a high-quality waterproof flashlight, which proved invaluable at that moment. A cool breeze wafted towards me, and I could feel it. This was a fortunate sign. At that moment, I believed that as long as we followed the underground river forward, we would undoubtedly find the exit. Suddenly, she halted in her tracks. What is it, Hongjie? You phone. Do you see that object? She turned her body, directing her flashlight ahead. The beam of the flashlight was limited in range, and from a distance, I could discern only some indistinct, circular dark shapes, resembling spheres suspended from the cave ceiling. What are those? I too was unable to see clearly. Be cautious. Let's approach and take a look. A small voice advised me. As we drew closer, I finally recognized it. It was a type of elongated, trapezoidal bronze vessel. In front of these bronze artifacts, numerous round clay balls were suspended by finer copper chains, the purpose of which was utterly incomprehensible. Hongjie furrowed her brow and said, Yin Feng, do these resemble Bianzhong? Bianzhong? Trapezoidal bronze Bianzhong? I was taken aback. Upon her suggestion, the resemblance became increasingly apparent. In ancient times, there were numerous varieties of bronze vessels, approximately 34 types, with Bianzhong being merely one among them. Later classifications included round Bianzhong, square Bianzhong, hat Bianzhong, trapezoidal Bianzhong, and more. Why was such a large collection of bronze Bianzhong suspended in the underground caves beneath Feima Mountain? What purpose did the round clay balls serve? Humans are invariably curious about the unknown. Let us knock one down and see, a small voice declared, picking up a small stone from the side. She raised her hand and threw it with force, akin to striking fruit, but unfortunately, her first attempt missed. Undeterred, she tried again, but still failed to hit the spheres. Let me give it a try. Hongjie, I said, taking a small pebble from her hand. Having enjoyed using a slingshot to shoot birds in my youth, I had a modicum of accuracy. With my first throw, I struck true. The round ball swayed back and forth like a swing. Yet, due to insufficient force, it did not fall. This time, I mustered all my strength. With a splash, the round clay ball plummeted into the river. I hit it. Hongjie. A small voice shot me a glance. I watched the fallen sphere drift toward the center of the underground river. Hongjie quickly shed her upper garments. Turning to me, she said, Wait here, I'll retrieve it. Splash. Before I could utter a word of caution, she leaped into the water. 2 minutes passed. The surface remained tranquil, and I had yet to catch a glimpse of her. Hongjie, Hongjie. I shouted anxiously from the riverbank. A round ball was pushed to my feet by the water, yet Hongjie was nowhere to be seen. Panic-stricken, I stood frozen, unsure of what to do. Suddenly, a figure emerged from beneath the water's surface. Upon recognizing her, I exhaled in relief. It was Hongjie. After swimming ashore, her expression was one of distress. Are you hurt, Hongjie? What happened? I asked, concerned as I noted her pallor. She paused for a moment before turning to me and saying, There is something down there. I couldn't see clearly, but it resembled a large man-made carousel. What? A carousel? What do you mean? I don't know. Let us not dwell on that for now. Let us see what this object is. She pointed at the spherical object beneath my feet. Oh, right. This object is exceedingly hard, roughly the size of a football. After striking it several times with a sharp stone, I managed to pry open a small fissure. It was akin to opening a coconut shell. I reached my hand inside, attempting to force it apart. The first attempt proved futile, yet the opening widened, prompting me to shine my flashlight within. There, I glimpsed a white object. And as I reached out to touch it, my expression shifted dramatically. I realized my fingers had encountered 2 hollow sockets. What is this? A mole inquired. I hastily withdrew my hand, retreating several steps while bracing myself against the ground. A human head. Chapter 32. Louis in dead it's a head of a corpse. The moment my fingers brushed against those 2 sockets, I comprehended that the spherical object encased a skull. The mole's complexion paled slightly. Although she reacted with greater composure than I, she maintained her poise, saying, Yin Feng, you are a grown man, and a tomb raider at that. What is there to fear from a skull? If Lao Er were here, he wouldn't hesitate to kiss it. Step aside. Let me. With a slight furrow of her brow, she took the initiative. Since I had already created a substantial opening in the sphere, she exerted minimal effort, striking it a few times with a stone until it yielded. What lay within was undeniably what I had speculated. The sphere indeed contained a human skull. Certain areas of the skull had weathered. Yet intriguingly, the surface bore a layer of gilding, arranged in a manner that resembled patterns or symbols rather than script, in ancient craftsmanship. I had heard of techniques involving gilded copper, silver, thin gold, and gold-silver inlay. But never had I encountered gilding applied to the skull of a corpse. The gilded ring surrounding the eye sockets of the skull shimmered golden, creating an eerie juxtaposition with the jet-black bone. The mole frowned and remarked, "In my earlier days, while assisting a gang in Qingda, I encountered something akin to this, albeit it was not a skull but a small fragment of a finger bone. The leader of that gang informed me that it dated back to the spring and autumn and warring states periods." She then gazed up at the trapezoidal bronze vessels above us. "Yunfeng, your aim is commendable. There appear to be dozens of these that if you could knock one down, we could examine it." Indeed, I nodded in agreement. Given the height, I could not reach by jumping, so I resorted to my usual method of striking it with a stone, deliberately selecting a larger specimen. Clang! With the first strike, the stone collided with the bronze, producing a resonant, crisp echo. Upon hearing this sound, I was already inclined to concur with the mole's previous hypothesis. This row of trapezoidal bronze vessels was 90% likely to be a set of chime bells. Mustering additional force, the mole looked up. Clang! The final blow landed solidly. With a splash, the chime bell plummeted into the river. The mole, having anticipated this, retrieved it in under a minute. Once we had it in hand, we began our examination. This bronze artifact tapered at the top and widened at the base, adorned with red speckles and green patina. Furthermore, its waistline, mold lines, and cloud and thunder patterns were exquisitely crafted, unmistakably a relic from the Western Zhou dynasty. I hefted its weight, noting it felt rather light. With a gentle tug, it came effortlessly into my grasp. "Hongjia, give it a try." Why do I feel like something's off about the weight? I reached out to touch the bronze bell, and to my surprise, it was so light. This not bronze. The bell, known as Yangji, is older than I am. Having spent years in this field, she has encountered far more than I ever could. She scraped the green patina on the bronze bell with her fingernail, and it crumbled easily at the slightest touch. The green rust fell away. A dark gray base color emerged from within the trapezoidal bell. After observing it, Yangji furrowed her brow and said, "This is not bronze. It's a valuable piece. If I'm not mistaken, it should be tied out a bell made of iron." I widened my eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, "Hongjia, were there iron artifacts during the Western Zhou dynasty? That can't be right. Are you mistaken?" She shook her head and replied, "You haven't understood me. That I'm referring to Tian Tai, not pig iron. Iron artifacts appeared in the late spring and autumn period. To put it plainly, Tian Tai is meteoric iron, derived from meteorites, and no wonder it felt so peculiar right upon contact." Yangji's assertion that the trapezoidal bell was made of meteoric iron had its basis. Just a few years ago, in 1996, the Hunan Provincial Institute of Cultural Relics and Archaeology collaborated with the Sanmenxia Cultural Relics team. They conducted a rescue excavation at the Gui Kingdom tombs in Shangkunling, Sanmenxia City, ultimately uncovering 2 rusted iron swords. These short swords, discovered from the tomb of Guizhong, underwent X-ray fluorescence analysis, revealing numerous unidentified components resembling high concentrations of nickel. Consequently, these 2 swords from the Bronze Age were recognized by the National Archaeological Team as meteoric swords. "Hongjia, you say this item is so precious. Why don't we carry it out?" Knowing the bell's value ignited a glimmer of greed within me that I thought to myself, rather than leaving it in this dark, subterranean river, wouldn't it be better for me to take it out? It wouldn't be considered wasteful, would it? Yangji glanced at the bell on the ground, and she too appeared somewhat tempted. "It's not too heavy. Let us take it with us. After all, it's likely that no one will come down here for hundreds of years." She shook her head, signaling me to take the bell. I removed my shirt, twisted it into a makeshift strap, and despite the chill of the bell, I secured it behind me using my clothing, tying a knot at my chest to finish the task. I gave it a gentle shake. It remained perfectly stable. "Is it all right against your chest?" "No problem, Hongjia," I replied, patting my back. "Carrying several 100,000, it didn't hurt at all. I felt just fine." Yangji laughed and said, "Don't panic. Once we're out, I'll find some help. We'll call on the boss and the third one, and we'll take everything out. A complete set." "That sounds splendid." I tightened the straps of my makeshift harness. We continued along the underground river, and I occasionally glanced back, feeling as though the bells hanging from the cave's ceiling were like bundles of cash swaying in the breeze, beckoning to me. After walking about 200 meters from this place, I suddenly felt a warmth in my nose and, out of nowhere, started to bleed. "Wait a moment, Hongjia." I quickly tilted my head back and called out to Yangji to stop. She didn't miss the chance to tease me, saying, "Youngster, your vitality is quite robust. Even with your bare shoulders, you can eyewitness the sudden onset of a nosebleed from a mole, which, instead of assisting me, was preoccupied with tilting her head back and using a cloth strip to staunch the bleeding." Just then, a deep metallic clang resonated from behind us, reminiscent of the sound produced when striking a chime. With the chime resting on my back, I craned my neck to look back, and in that fleeting moment, a chill ran down my spine. The subterranean river bubbled incessantly, while copper chains adorned with skulls and clay balls began to move rapidly. Dozens of round clay spheres swayed rhythmically, striking the iron chime with a deliberate cadence. Those skulls, animated by some aquatic mechanism, began to orchestrate melodies from over 2 millennia ago. The chime's resonant tones grew increasingly profound, seemingly penetrating the very depths of one's soul, tightening the skin on my scalp. Despite being nearly 200 meters away, the sound gradually caused a sensation of throbbing in my eyes, constricting my heart and engorging the veins at my temples. My previously flowing nosebleed had become uncontrollable, gushing forth with increasing intensity. A mole, in a similar plight, was also unable to stem her nosebleed. With red, swollen eyes and discernible veins on her forehead, she shouted in fury, "Yunfeng, run! We are doomed." Many remain unaware that chimes do not produce sound autonomously. Rather, they resonate only when struck by a mallet, with the vibrations traveling through the invisible medium of air to ultimately reach human ears, thus creating the chime's melody. Years later, in pursuit of understanding this phenomenon, I invested in masquerading as the leader of a Hong Kong arts troupe and sought out Professor Wang Dan, a former technician at the National 703 Instrument Factory, who had personally overseen the complete restoration of the Zheng Ho chime set. I inquired if, under certain circumstances, the sound of a chime could potentially be lethal. Professor Wang, taken aback, asked the reason behind my query, to which I responded it was purely out of curiosity. Ultimately, she confirmed its possibility, citing an example of individuals shattering glass with high decibel sounds, suggesting that chimes could wield similar power. In hindsight, this was indeed a deadly concert, performed by dozens of gilded skulls, with the instrument being a set of iron chimes from the Western Zhou period. As for the host who invited me and Hongjia, it must have been Jietsai. Chapter 33. The oddities. Run. A mole and I supported each other, stumbling along the banks of the underground river. Behind us, the chime's melodious toll echoed. The dark currents of the subterranean river swirled, gradually forming a small vortex on the surface, akin to what the mole had described, a massive, wheel-like mechanism beneath the water. This underwater contraption activated the bronze chains, which in turn propelled the gilded skulls, ultimately leading to the chimes being struck. I pressed my hand firmly against my nose, yet the crimson blood seeped through my fingers, dripping steadily. That moment, the mole suddenly seemed to recall something. She yelled at me, "Cover your ears, backtrack." Without waiting for a response, she began to pull me backward with urgency. Having run such a great distance, to turn back now would surely be tantamount to courting death. I found myself bewildered by her intentions, yet I was still compelled to retreat alongside her. Even with my ears blocked, the act of moving back only drew me closer to the source of the sound, intensifying the pain in my eardrums. We scrambled back to our starting point, a mix of crawling and running. Drop. The bell. The fabric over her chest, stained with her own blood, was nearly soaked through, and her voice was frail. Gritting my teeth against the throbbing in my ears, I unfastened my clothing and forcefully hurled the chime I had been carrying into the underground river. Almost simultaneously, the sound of the chime ceased abruptly. The gilded skulls suspended by bronze chains lost their source of power, swaying only a few times before coming to a halt. The underground river returned to its tranquil state. As if nothing had ever transpired, I lay beside her, gasping for breath. "Hongjia, how did you know we needed to turn back?" Her complexion was ashen, and the crimson stain on her chest had spread. Weakly, she articulated her hypothesis. Reflecting on her words, I realized the likelihood of her theory was significant. I was grateful for her composure. Had we continued blindly forward, we surely would not have survived. The underground river, being a closed cylindrical structure, facilitated the rapid transmission of sound that we could never outrun it. Moreover, she had previously entered the water. The chime's resonance relied solely on the mechanism of the wheel and the force of the current. The triggering of the chime was a result of my having struck it. The meteorite possessed a mutual attraction, a balance of gravity, The removal of any piece would disrupt this delicate equilibrium, forming a highly intricate mechanism that I speculated that perhaps over 2 millennia ago, this underground river did not exist, and that grand well may have once been exposed above ground, during the era of King Wen of Zhou. The I Ching had just been compiled, while the principles of Qi Min Dun Jia had long been established. The notion that Qi Min Dun Jia evolved from the I Ching is fundamentally flawed. It must have predated it. Following closely was the Warring States period, a time when the I Ching had yet to gain widespread recognition. Yet the arts of strategists, military experts, legalists, and the mechanics of the moist had already emerged, giving rise to a plethora of formidable figures such as Guguzi, Sun Bin, Ing Zheng, Yin Ing, and Bai Qi. This vast assembly of the human-headed wheel chime mechanism undoubtedly bore the influence of the moist mechanical arts and the Yin-Yang school's philosophies from the Western Zhou period. Viewed from another perspective, this could be regarded as the national treasure spoken of by Yao Yuman. Alas, it is something we cannot take with us if we were to remove any single chime. It would inevitably trigger the underwater wheel, jeopardizing our very lives. Hongjia, do you think we might be trapped here, doomed to perish in this underground river? I wiped away the blood from my nose. Adat remained silent. Hongjia, struggling to rise. I noticed her brows furrowed tightly, her face pale, and she had succumbed to unconsciousness. Hongjia, wake up! Please wake up! I shook her desperately, though my efforts caused her upper body to sway. She remained unresponsive. Drink some water, Hongjia. Yes, drink some water. I rummaged through my bag and attempted to feed her mineral water, but it merely trickled from the corners of her mouth. I in a state of helplessness. With tears in my eyes, I implored, eat. Hongjia, please have some biscuits. The biscuit has absorbed water, transforming into a semi-liquid state, and I find it equally impossible to feed it. A companion, a small mole, now breathes weakly. We must go. We must find our elder brothers. Let's move. Gritting my teeth, I laboriously hoist the small mole onto my back. The flashlight's battery is waning. Its illumination significantly diminished. Bare-chested, I bend down to support her. Traversing along the bank of the underground river, moving ever forward, sweat trickles down my forehead, stinging my eyes. We walk intermittently, pausing and resuming. Whenever thirst strikes, I drink from the river, and when hunger arises, I nibble on the soaked biscuit. Throughout, I have never entertained the thought of abandoning the small mole. I am determined to save my companion. Here, the sun and moon are absent, and I have no notion of whether it is day or night outside. Burdened by cold and hunger, my legs tremble, and I lose track of time until, suddenly, a faint flicker of light appears ahead, and my legs give way, and I collapse into unconsciousness. Gradually, warmth envelopes me, and I slowly open my eyes. The crackling sound of burning firewood fills my ears, and the enticing aroma wafts into my nostrils. Suddenly, a furry face peers in at me. I startle and recoil, taking a couple of steps back, thinking I might have encountered a cannibalistic wild man. Who are you? I ask, maintaining my distance, where he mimics my speech. Who are you? I step back again, pointing at him. I asked you who you are. Why are you mimicking me? Unexpectedly, he also retreats a couple of steps, pointing back at me. I asked you who you are. Why are you mimicking me? I can't help but exclaim, are you an idiot? The furry man parodies, are you an idiot? I am at a loss for words, quickly turning my attention back to the small mole. Seeing her condition, I breathe a sigh of relief. Though her complexion remains pallid, her breathing has noticeably steadied, an encouraging sign. Taking a deep breath, I turn to the man, regardless of anything. Thank you for saving me and my friend. He continues to mimic my words. We have yet to escape the underground river, and I remain oblivious to where he procured the firewood. Gazing at the sizzling fish on the fire, I instinctively swallow hard. Hey, may I have some fish? I inquire. Hey, may I have some fish? He echoes. This peculiar man persistently imitates my speech, prompting me to think quickly. Go ahead, don't be shy. Sure enough, he replies. Go ahead, don't be shy. A surge of joy fills me. I shall not hold back. Having not consumed a warm meal in a day or two, I devour the fish ravenously. Though I intended to eat just a bit, I ultimately consume an entire fish, leaving only the bones. With a final bite, I spit out a fish bone and say, you should have some too. I anticipated he would again echo my words, but to my surprise, he simply stares blankly for a moment before vigorously shaking his head. I am astonished to discover that his gaze now differs from before. An indescribable sensation lingering in the air, he lowered his gaze to the scattered fish bones on the ground before slowly raising his head once more. Damn it. Who are you? I was preparing grilled fish. Chapter 34. Damp shade. Still unable to fully comprehend the situation, I glanced at the remnants of fish bones and murmured, I sincerely apologize. Big brother, I was simply too famished and couldn't resist devouring them all. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet with alarming speed, knocking over a piece of burning firewood in the process that I hastily urged, do not resort to violence. Let us speak calmly. His fists clenched tightly as he fixed his gaze upon me. Do you have any idea how long I've been trapped here? Damn it. Is it easy for me to catch a fish? I had not anticipated that as he spoke, he would crouch down and begin to weep. I took a few steps closer, crouched beside him, and cautiously patted his shoulder. Brother, you mentioned you've been stuck here for quite some time. Where did you come from before this? You didn't fall from above, did you? I gestured towards the top of the hole. Stop trying to be chummy with me. Don't think I don't know. You're definitely from the north, just a tunnel rat. So don't act like you're a pet cat. His words were blunt, and his voice boomed, a stark contrast to the foolish demeanor he had exhibited earlier. I narrowed my eyes and tentatively replied, one river flows to two scenic views. Wood is gathered on the mountain while fire is lit below. Pray tell, Yuan Liang, how many hill gates have you dismantled? As soon as I finished speaking, his expression momentarily froze before transforming into one of remarkable intrigue. Hey, I say, you little rascal, you haven't even sprouted your first hair yet. And you dare to engage in banter with me? Fine, listen closely. A bag of soil is transported to the southwest. A shovel is used to excavate. Partridges are unloaded from the ridge via waterways. And light-footedness allows one to glide effortlessly over water, while the earth conceals little earth dragons. Upon hearing his words, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. This was indeed a piece of the jargon used in the tomb raiding trade. Although our paths diverged, we shared a commonality. Both were involved in the art of tomb raiding. Through our conversation, I gradually began to piece together the puzzle. It turned out that he was a member of the southern faction, skilled in navigating watery caves, and his name was Chun Jiansheng. He held a mid-level position within the southern gang, and in his own words, he had been residing in this underground river cave for 6 or 7 months. Due to his agility and swimming prowess, he typically survived by catching river fish and rodents to stave off hunger. I inquired further, what about the others in your gang? They're dead, he replied nonchalantly. Dead? The entire gang is dead? How did that happen? The thought of the notorious black-on-black violence often whispered within our circles sent a shiver down my spine, raising my wariness of him, with Hongjia unconscious. If I were to fall victim as well, it would spell doom for both of us. Noticing my apprehensive demeanor, the man mocked. Look at you, such a cowardly sight. Aren't you afraid of tarnishing the reputation of your northern faction? You don't need to concern yourself with how they died. It certainly wasn't by my hand. By the way, who is your leader? Share a name with me. After a moment of contemplation, I quietly responded. Our leader's surname is Wang, called Wang Xiansheng, but everyone refers to him as Wang the leader. Wang Xiansheng? Wang the leader? He rubbed his head, appearing to have heard that name a few times before. All right, I've introduced myself. What is your southern faction leader's name? Wait a moment. Do not speak just yet. Allow me to speculate. Could it be a man by the name of Zhiguochun? The fire still flickered, crackling incessantly, while the underground river flowed gently beneath us. He lowered his head, remaining silent, and for a moment, both of us were ensnared in a profound stillness. After what seemed like 5 or 6 minutes, he abruptly raised his gaze to meet mine and inquired, have you seen old Chen's corpse? I nodded, affirming, yes, I have seen it, lying in the coffin, though the body has begun to decompose, leaving little flesh to behold. Upon hearing my words, his eyes reddened as he murmured, Chen Ba, you have endured for so long. I never expected that in the end. My condolences. I replied dismissively. By the way, you mentioned you have been here for 6 or 7 months. What is the situation? Is it that you cannot find the way out? Surely that cannot be the case. He let out a cold laugh, looking at me with disdain. Do you think I have not searched? The space beneath this Western Zhou tomb is entirely crafted by the tomb owner's design, akin to a private garden for him. Enough chatter. Boy, come along. Bring this woman. If you are still resolute, I shall take you to see it. Once there, you will understand. Thus, I hoisted Hong Jia onto my back once more, following this man deeper into the unknown. Although he did not directly answer some of my inquiries, I found myself speculating as we walked. The scent of Huang Bai and that peculiar sheen and fragrance could induce hallucinations. Our survival was perhaps due to our quick awakenings, a result of the medicinal powder obtained by San Ge from his acquaintances in the underworld. If that were the case, could it be that this band of southern tomb raiders also fell prey to delusions, and without such medicinal aid, ultimately turned on one another? At times, this man spoke in a mad and foolish manner, while at others he appeared entirely sane. Was this a lingering effect of the hallucinations? Of course, these were merely my conjectures. If the individuals involved were unwilling to disclose the truth, there were certain details I could never fully deduce. As we followed the underground river for over an hour, it suddenly bifurcated, revealing a fork in the path. One stream flowed eastward, while the other veered west, with a dead end comprised of stone in between. "Well, do you see it now?" He abruptly turned and asked me that I surveyed the scene before me, furrowing my brow. The structure of this Western Zhou tomb mirrors this arrangement. Overall, it resembles a T-shape, aligning closely with the flow of this underground river. He clapped his hands in approval, exclaiming, "You possess a keen eye." Indeed, precisely so. The burial feng shui layout is intentionally crafted by the tomb owner. This is the hidden dragon vein beneath Fei Mo Mountain. And over the centuries, the cave has remained dark and damp, devoid of sunlight, eventually transforming into what geomancers refer to as a wet indi. That I surmise that the tomb owner sought to be nourished by the dragon vein's moist indi. In hopes of experiencing life anew, he continued to guide me while engaging in a soliloquy. The more I listened from behind him, the more astonished I became, my heart racing with trepidation. Fearing the truth of his words that it is widely recognized that after death, prior to burial, hair and nails continue to grow, a phenomenon many have heard of. Yet, some have misconstrued this, leading to the emergence of the concept of zombies over time. However, the inshi and the traditional zombie are entirely distinct. Those leaping zombies are merely a product of the haphazard filmmaking of early Hong Kong cinema that in contrast, inshi possesses a far more sinister connotation. As far as I understand, inshi, wet indi, and shibuya all refer to the same phenomenon, meticulously documented in the burial texts of both the Tang and Song dynasties. The Yinzishi, divided into dry and wet categories, states that if the dry variant persists for an extended period, hair may regrow. A inshi with a mouth open half an inch can bring calamity to 3 generations of a clan, while one with a mouth opened an inch can wreak havoc on 6 generations of kin, and if its mouth opens 3 inches, it can lead to the extinction of descendants. Furthermore, should the wet Yinzishi lean against an ominous mountain with its head resting towards the shadow and its feet planted on dark ground, it is deemed a great evil. Upon discovery, living beings must keep their distance, and the wise should not intervene. Future generations ought to remember this well. This is the original text from the ancient burial scriptures. "What? Are you afraid, boy?" the man said to me with a sidelong glance. "Afraid? What do I have to fear?" I replied resolutely. "They are merely corpses. The fanciful tales of ancient people do not frighten me in the least." Well, you certainly possess a stout heart," he said, continuing on his path without a backward glance that in truth, he overlooked one small detail. While I conversed with Hongjia on my back, my calves were quaking with trepidation. Chapter 35. The opponent before me lay a fork in the road, and we chose the left path along the riverbank. This man claimed he would lead me to a certain location. "Hey, hurry up," I urged. "The darkness is encroaching, and we will not reach our destination at this pace." That he frequently glanced back, spurring me on that I refrained from responding, only allowing my frustrations to simmer silently within. Does he not realize that it is still day or night here? Besides, do you not see that I am carrying someone? Hongjia, with her voluptuous figure, was not particularly tall. I estimated she weighed at most around 110 jin. While not excessively heavy, carrying her for several miles along this treacherous riverbank could easily lead to a tumble if I were not cautious. Thus I maintained a slow pace. "Stop. Let us take a break here." The man abruptly halted, gesturing for me to look across the underground river. The opposite bank revealed a rocky wall, and by the faint glow of the flashlight, I discerned a fissure in the rock, approximately several centimeters wide and extending significantly in length, though its depths remained concealed. "What is going on?" I inquired, perplexed as I gazed across the river. "What else? Swim over to the other side," he replied, squinting at the stone crevice. "That I can't swim, and besides, Hongjia is still unconscious. How can she possibly cross?" I protested that is this some sort of game. The man regarded me, then glanced at the unconscious Hongjia on my back. With a resigned sigh, he muttered a curse under his breath about a lazy donkey. He gently set Hongjia down, and we leaned against the rock wall to rest, waiting for her to awaken before proceeding. prioritizing safety above all else. Fatigue washed over me as I leaned back and succumbed to a doze. As the old adage goes, one dreams of what they ponder during the day, and I found myself in a peculiar dream. In it, I arrived at an opulent palace, its floors adorned with fur carpets, flanked by 6 massive bronze palace lamps that flickered with candlelight. Gradually, a multitude of elegantly attired dancers with slender waists entered the palace. Moving gracefully in groups of 3, the stunning palace maidens, with brows resembling the delicate peaks of dark mountains, gazed in unison towards the lofty hall, their sheer veils fluttering gracefully in the air. I followed their gaze and beheld, ascending in 29 steps, a grand bronze bed positioned at the center. Each corner of the bed, fierce 8-chinned dragons were intricately cast, their bodies twisting like coiled springs. With ferocious faces, each dragon oriented towards one of the 4 cardinal directions, east, south, west, and north. Reclining upon the bronze dragon bed was a man adorned in opulent garments and crowned with a regal diadem. Holding an empty bronze goblet in one hand, his gaze not once gracing the dancing maidens behind him. As he faced away, his visage remained obscured from my view, and an urge to approach him stirred within me. Yet I found my body unresponsive. Suddenly, within the enormous bronze palace lantern, the flames of the burning candles shifted from a soft yellow to a gentle green, finally transforming into a deep emerald hue. In an instant, the resplendent palace vanished from sight, the green light enveloping everything like a spectral haze, as the once exquisite faces of the maidens began to contort into grotesque visages. That moment, the man upon the bronze dragon bed gradually turned his head towards me. His features were ghastly, his face a sickly green, with a flat nose and oozing sores, his visage swollen and round. All features crammed into the center, long fangs pressing against his lower lip, with a few strands of hair cascading down his forehead. I jolted awake, drenched in sweat, gasping for breath, my heart racing with trepidation. What was that? A nightmare? The man leaned against the stone wall, his eyes opening as he nonchalantly inquired. Nothing, just a dream, I stammered, hastily wiping the cold sweat from my forehead. The vividness of the dream was astonishing. Even the intricate patterns on the bronze lanterns were crystal clear. Hongjia had yet to awaken, yet I noticed a hint of color returning to her face, suggesting that if all was well, she would soon regain consciousness. Indeed, my assumption proved correct. Hongjia awoke that very night. As soon as she opened her eyes, she requested water, her body weak, fearing that drinking river water would upset her stomach. I retrieved the last remnants of a small bottle of mineral water from my bag and offered it to her. Hongjia, you're finally awake, I exclaimed, wiping her mouth with a joyful expression. I nearly succumbed. She grasped my hand, expressing her gratitude. Yinfeng, you saved my life. You didn't abandon me to flee on your own. You were right. You are a man of loyalty. She no longer referred to me as a child, but as a man instead. It was all rather trivial, merely mutual assistance, I thought, scratching my head in modesty. Who are you? She suddenly noticed the rugged man resting in the southwestern corner, eyes closed in repose. Upon awakening, he acknowledged her with a respectful gesture, declaring, Nampai Tugong, Dajin Jian, Chun Jiansheng. Hongjia's expression was a blend of 6 parts gravity and 4 parts disdain, yet she reciprocated the gesture, replying, Beipai Hoyan, Yike Ji, Chun Hong. The two exchanged nods from a distance, and their brief exchange sufficed as a greeting between comrades in their shared profession. The rivalry between the southern and northern factions has long been fraught with tension. In these times, the mere act of exchanging names and greeting one another is considered a significant step forward. When brave souls cross paths on a narrow road, it is often the bold who emerge victorious. I suspect that if the leaders of the southern and northern factions were to encounter each other in the same grave, it could very well lead to bloodshed. Each is willing to draw their sword, and none would readily concede unless the opposing group could overpower their own. Ultimately, when it comes to matters of conflict, the truth will inevitably reveal itself. Though their ideologies clash, I cannot stoke the flames of discord that I strive to maintain a calm dialogue between both parties, for at present, it is just the 3 of us here, all bound by the same fate, and our primary concern is to find a way out. I conveyed our intention to cross the river to Hongjia. Upon hearing this, she furrowed her brow and remarked, Yinfeng, why are you so easily swayed by others? What if some among them harbor malicious intentions towards you? The man beside us crossed his arms and interjected, one must tread lightly. for it is often the petty who underestimate the noble intentions of others. Only women and rogues are difficult to manage. You, a woman with a distinct mole, visibly incensed, stood up defiantly. Dare to utter that again? With a smirk, the man retorted, only women and rogues are difficult to manage. Stop. Don't be impulsive, Hongjia. I attempted to reach out to her, but I was a moment too late. It was too late to stop the impending chaos. Southern rat, get up. The woman with the mole charged forward. Her fury palpable. That moment, I noticed a shift in the man's demeanor. His anger transformed into confusion. He was a head taller than Hongjia, and even in his rising, he exuded a certain presence. Southern rat, get up, he echoed, scratching his head. Hongjia's expression changed abruptly. She placed her hands on her hips and shouted, try mimicking me again. In response, the man mirrored her stance, defiantly challenging, try mimicking me again. Southern stinking rat, dead rat, rotten rat. Hongjia fumed, her temples throbbing with rage. The man, grinning foolishly, repeated, Southern stinking rat, dead rat, rotten rat. Chapter 36. The garden. Both Hongjia and Chen Jiansheng were in their 30s or 40s, and their quarrel was loud and unabashed. Any outsider witnessing this would undoubtedly remark on their lack of decorum. However, I held a different perspective. They were both practitioners of the thieving arts, people of the underworld, steeped in the roughness of the lower social strata, a characteristic that is difficult to alter. After several attempts to clarify my point, Hongjia finally grasped the situation. Humph, she scoffed. I see now. No wonder he mimics others. He is nothing but a simpleton. Never mind, I won't stoop to the level of this southern fool. Precisely, I responded, then pointed towards the opposite bank of the river and inquired, Hongjia, how do you propose we get across? Oh, she frowned. What purpose would it serve to go over there? Do you genuinely believe this fool's words? After pondering for a moment, I nodded. Hongjia, did you not notice? Where did all that firewood come from? I suspect there may be more secrets hidden here. Chen Jiansheng was still lost in thought, mimicking our speech. The woman with the mole cast him a sideways glance, clenched her teeth, and declared, fine, Yinfeng, if you trust him, I trust you. Let us swim across and see if there lies another world within. Yinfeng, you aren't a good swimmer, are you? She inquired. But it's not that I'm bad. It's just that I can't even do a dog paddle. I replied with a grimace. With a look of resignation, she remarked, I'm not trying to criticize you, Yinfeng, but if we manage to find Lao San and the others, you really need to practice swimming. In this line of work, not knowing how to swim will inevitably lead to serious trouble. Hold on tight from behind. I'll take you across, she instructed. I eagerly nodded in agreement. The underground river wasn't wide, but the water was quite deep, and at this time of year, the temperature was also low. Although Hongjia was a strong swimmer, she wasn't one to take unnecessary risks. You, lower yourself a bit. Where are you placing your hands? Oh, my apologies, Hongjia. I hurriedly adjusted my hands. Before entering the water, I glanced back at the dazed Chen Jiansheng and asked, Hongjia, what about this man? Should we leave him here? Mind your own business, she replied coldly. He's just a laborer from the south. If he dies, so be it. We needn't worry about him. I dared not retort. I took a deep breath and cast one last look at the man before plunging into the underground river with Hongjia in an embrace. The water was even colder than I had anticipated, and within mere seconds, I felt my hands and feet numbing from the chill. Focus, don't let go. Just get across, I reminded myself as Hongjia carried me, slowly swimming towards the riverbank. Fortunately, luck was on our side. Without any mishaps, we reached the shore in less than 10 minutes. After wringing out our clothes, we approached a crevice. This fissure in the mountain stood over 10 meters high and appeared exceedingly deep from the outside, allowing passage for only one person at a time. After checking the flashlight's battery, I found it still functional, though the beam had grown faint. Hongjia and I exchanged glances, and I nodded, taking the lead as I sidled into the narrow opening. As I navigated through the crevice, I kept my stomach drawn in to avoid the protruding stones, which I bumped into a few times, causing discomfort. After what felt like 300 meters, a glimmer of light appeared ahead. My heart leaped with joy, and I quickened my pace. Upon emerging, I stood in stunned silence, utterly astounded. I had expected that after traversing this crevice, I would find myself in another underground cavern. However, I was mistaken. Back in middle school, I had read a text called Tao Hua Yuan Ji by an author whose name I had forgotten, which described a hidden paradise inhabited by reclusive people. Yet, in front of me, there was no one, not a single soul. As I looked around, I was met with an overwhelming expanse of flora, an abundance of vegetation. Towering trees over 20 meters high, wild grasses and flowers, lush vines and withered tendrils filled this secluded realm. Untouched by the outside world for over 3,000 years, thriving in verdant splendor at that time of year, Shun had already welcomed spring. But let me say this. The growth of the vegetation on Faema Mountain paled in comparison to what I saw here. I encountered many trees and flowers I had never seen before, their names eluding me. In a wonder, Chen Jianxing from the southern faction had referred to this place as the Garden of the Tomb's Master. However, this garden that was rather vast, stretching endlessly, as if it had hollowed out the entire underground space of Faema Mountain. Both I and a nearby blemish stood in awe, at a loss for words, only able to marvel at the extraordinary craftsmanship of nature. I surmised that Chen Jianxing's survival here for half a year was likely owed to this hidden paradise that I inquired. Hongjia, but what is the situation? She bent down, plucking a wild grass to examine it, then surveyed her surroundings and spoke in a solemn tone. In my view, the ancients regarded death with the same indifference as life itself. Qin Shi Huang constructed an army of over 10,000 terracotta soldiers, creating a mercury lake and transforming pearls into stars. The vision of the ancients is something we have underestimated. Just then, a round of applause suddenly erupted from behind us. Clap, clap. Indeed, our perspective is narrow. I concur. It was Chen Jianxing from the southern faction that he appeared damp, his expression neutral, revealing little emotion. Chen the civil engineer, have you recovered? I felt a twinge of guilt. After all, this place was revealed to me and Hongjia by him. Yet we had previously abandoned him. Humph. A certain mark let out a cold snort, showing no sign of friendliness. Hey, northern brat, what happened just now? Why did you leave me behind when I momentarily lost my focus? I thought to myself, brother, please refrain from speaking. You seem to have a mental illness that needs addressing. Coughing intentionally to mask my embarrassment, I replied, it's nothing at all. That a minor situation occurred earlier, but all is well now. We three are together again. We should temporarily collaborate and devise a plan to escape. Upon hearing my words, Chen Jianxing turned to the mark and said, you are Chun Hong from the northern faction's logistics. Correct? This lad speaks truthfully that I have been here for a few months and no more than you. Our ultimate goal is to exit, and as for grievances from the martial world, they can be settled later. Do you agree? Hongjia, appearing somewhat fatigued, rubbed her temples and replied, that's acceptable, but did I fear some individuals may suddenly fall ill, dragging me and Yunfeng down. Fall ill? Who is sick? What illness? Are there others? Chen Jianxing asked, puzzled as he scanned the area. I quickly interjected, no one is ill. Everyone is perfectly fine. Chen the civil engineer, this place is vast, and since you are familiar with it, please guide us on where to go next. All right, follow me. That I have discovered several suspicious locations. One more head can provide additional insights. Let me show you, and we can strategize together. As he led the way, he began to explain, this area is quite extensive. I have traversed it several times, estimating it to span 3 to 4 kilometers. At the end lies a dead end, impassable. Moreover, I must caution you, there are certain things you absolutely must not touch. Otherwise, be prepared to suffer the consequences. Chapter 37. The Lunar Eclipse. Oh, certain things should not be touched. What are those? This place is merely filled with flowers, grasses, and trees, is it not? I inquired. Chen Jianxing shook his head as he continued walking. After approximately 10 minutes, he halted before a large tree. This tree stood over 10 meters tall, with an unusual appearance. It bore branches but had no leaves, standing stark and bare. He pointed at the tree and turned to us, saying, look, I previously used this tree as a reference point because it is easily recognizable. I named it the bachelor tree. This bachelor tree directly faces the exit of the cave's fissure. As long as you can see it, you will not lose your way inside. Indeed, Chun the woodworker, this is certainly a clever method. I commended him. A mole raised its head and stared blankly at the towering tree for several minutes. Then, in a low voice, she remarked, during my university years, I took an elective in botany out of interest. This tree, I recall the old professor mentioning it. It is not simply called the bachelor tree. It has a name, known as the Yunyang tree. Well, I never imagined you were a college student. Chen Jianxing chuckled. As for the Yunyang tree, I see no hair on it. I believe bachelor tree is a more fitting name. Those lacking knowledge should refrain from speaking carelessly. Hongjia shot him a glare. Yunyang is an ancient term. This tree was inadvertently grafted by our ancestors. The discoverer was a scholar named Yunyang. Hence it was referred to as the Yunyang tree in records of strange beings. However, all of this stems from the ancients' limited understanding of grafting techniques that so, according to your perspective, this bachelor tree, no, this Yunyang tree, is indeed man-made. That's certainly incorrect that I have visited this place several times, and I have yet to see a single soul, not even a shadow. You must be mistaken. Chen Jianxing shook his head vehemently at the notion that the tree might have been artificially grafted. Enough, Chen Tugong. Whether this tree is wild or grafted is of little consequence. We should hasten to the location you mentioned you wanted to show us. All right, let us proceed. Take the left path and watch your step. Some of the weeds have thorns that he guided us onward. And along the way, I encountered numerous plants I had never seen before. Hongjie occasionally explained, this flower is called aconitum. Do not touch it, as it will cause itching. That is strictness, and over there is Celosia argentea. These are quite rare flowers. Suddenly, I spotted a dark yellow insect perched on a vibrant red Celosia flower, resembling the cicadas found in rural fields that I reached out and swiftly caught it, holding the insect in my hand. I examined it intently and wondered aloud. What is this? This isn't cicada, but why does it have no legs? I realized that my easy capture was due to its lack of legs, rendering it immobile. Jin Tugong, do you know what kind of insect this is? I asked curiously. He glanced at it, scratching his head, and replied, I have no idea. Asking me would be futile. I have not encountered everything there is to see. And there are countless peculiar little bugs here. This insect seemed silent, adorned with a pair of eyes resembling black sesame seeds, its appearance quite strange. Chen Jianxing claimed ignorance, and Hongjie shook her head as well, stating that while she was knowledgeable about plants, her understanding of insects was rather limited. That I paid little mind to it, and casually stuffed the insect into my pocket, reasoning that it wouldn't bite. And besides, it had no legs to scurry away. My curiosity stemmed purely from its oddity, as I had never seen anything like it before. By the way, are you all hungry? Chen Jianxing suddenly turned to ask. I'm all right. I can keep walking. I'm not very hungry, I replied honestly. He rolled his eyes. Of course, you're not hungry. You devoured the fish I caught. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, I awkwardly rubbed my hands together. All right. We've reached a good spot. Let us take a break. He pointed to a small tree on his right and remarked, the red fruits on this tree are edible. I have tried them before, and they pose no danger. There is nothing particularly delectable here. I shall pluck a few to satiate my hunger. As he spoke, he ambled towards the fruit tree. A few minutes later, he returned, stretching his shirt. Here, he said, handing me a fruit. Who knows if it's safe to eat? If not, I want to take it, Hongjie replied, declining the offer. Then you shall go hungry. Chen Hosher, he retorted, wiping a fruit on his clothing before taking a generous bite. The juice burst forth, exuding a delightful sweetness. I instinctively swallowed. Noticing my reaction, he shook his head and tossed me 2 fruits. After a moment of hesitation, I cautiously took a bite. It bore a resemblance to an apple's texture, crisp and crunchy, but was sweeter and juicier than any apple. No worries, Hongjie. Do have one. It's quite delicious, and you haven't eaten much so far. That will be walking again soon. A little sugar one. Heard, I said, offering her a fruit. This time, she accepted. Hey, the man laughed. So, Chen Hosher, is it sweet? Is it fragrant? She remained silent, her expression unyielding. After consuming the fruits, we felt a refreshing relief in our throats, the dryness alleviated. Chen Jianxing found a patch of open ground and suggested, let us sit for a while and rest. There is no rush. I queried, perplexed. Chen Tujian, we haven't walked far since entering, have we? He waved his hand dismissively. Youngster, there are things you don't yet comprehend. Trust me, sit here for a bit, and you'll soon understand. I will show you something remarkable. His words were enigmatic, lacking context. With no alternative, I complied, curious about the intriguing revelation he hinted at. The others remained silent, sitting on the ground, while Chen Jianxing occasionally gazed skyward, seemingly lost in thought. After what felt like an hour, I grew restless. Suddenly, I stood up and confronted him, demanding to know how much longer we would linger in idleness and when we would return to serious matters. Hongjie turned to look at him as well. Chen Jianxing reclined, propping himself up with his hands, a piece of grass clenched between his teeth. Spitting it out, he said, that scene is one I cannot forget once witnessed. Do not rush. Nightfall is imminent, very soon. Nightfall? In here, I surveyed my surroundings. The ambient light resembled that of dusk, dim, yet sufficient to see. Here it comes. Look, Chun Jianxing suddenly pointed towards the path we had just traversed. Before our eyes, the area we had walked through was gradually succumbing to darkness, akin to a lunar eclipse, shifting from twilight to night. This cloud-like darkness transitioned, creeping towards us in merely 3 minutes, the space enveloped in shadow, transforming into an inky blackness where I could not see my own fingers. Chun Tujian, it's too dark to see anything, I shouted. What is it you wish for us to behold? Chapter 38. Footprints allow me to show you the nocturnal splendor. What are you making such a fuss about, you rascal? Unable to see anyone, I could only hear Chun Jianxing's complaints to in my fluster. I searched for the flashlight, nearly cursing aloud. Look at this wretched night view. Before I could switch it on, I was left speechless by the scene unfolding before me. A spark, however small, can ignite a vast fire. What I beheld was no ordinary flame, nor mere fireflies. It was a cluster of vegetation radiating a soft golden glow. As I gazed around, countless flowers, grasses, and trees emitted a gentle yellow light, creating a sea of stars. The impression was indelibly etched in my memory. This moment, I shall never forget. The entire spectacle lasted barely 3 minutes. As darkness receded, we once again beheld each other. Both Hongjie and I were profoundly moved by the brief, yet striking scene, while Chun Jianxing wore an expression of excitement. How about that? I wasn't deceiving you, was I? Such a marvel is rare in this world. Perhaps some of my friends might question how trees and flowers could emit a yellow light, and some might dismiss my account as fanciful. A small wart provided the answer. Once she regained her composure from the astonishment, she rose and walked forward, plucking a small flower, her brow furrowed as she gazed at it in a trance. Subsequently, she handed the flower to me for inspection. I noticed that along the edges of this small red bloom, a delicate layer of moss covered it, a moss so thin that it would be nearly imperceptible unless one took the time to examine it closely. She scraped off a tiny bit of this moss with her nail and carefully tucked it away in her clothing. After observing it, Hongjie, with a hint of skepticism, remarked, "It emits a faint yellow glow. If I am not mistaken, this could very well be golden thread moss." What is golden thread moss? Most ordinary individuals may not have heard of it, but I suspect that those with a deep appreciation for floral artistry might have some familiarity. During the 5 Dynasties and 10 Kingdoms period, there was an account of a moss-like plant offered to the imperial palace, its color a pale green, glowing like yellow stars at night, when cast upon the water's surface. It shimmered, reflecting golden brilliance, as recorded in the miscellaneous records of Yuyang. Furthermore, in the ancient text records of the Lost, by Wang Jia, it is stated, the Liang kingdom presented golden thread moss, its hue golden yellow, spreading over the waves, illuminating the day, and fortunate palace maids were rewarded with 2 coins, placed upon a lacquered tray, casting light throughout the room. It is a remarkable and strange plant, rightfully dubbed the night-bright moss. This moss has been documented numerous times in ancient literature. Those who have never encountered it may claim that the ancients were merely boasting. However, I have witnessed it so too has Hongjie, and Chun Jianxing even more so. How about that? Is it not a marvel? You've never seen anything like it before, have you? Chun Jianxing beamed with pride. Hongjie wiped her hands and surveyed the surroundings, saying, I never expected such a wondrous creature to exist. My eyes have truly been opened, Need I say more? Not only you, but I was equally taken aback the first time I laid eyes upon it. Come, let me take you to see the next fascinating sight. Chun Jianxing brushed off the dirt from his clothes and continued to lead the way. Along the path, Hongjie's brow remained furrowed, her demeanor heavy with unspoken thoughts that I inquired about her distress. She turned to me, whispering, Yinfeng, it is possible that Yao Yumin and the headman were not mistaken. We have ventured into a place we ought not to be. Sighing, she added, it is what it is. Let us proceed step by step from here. An hour later, Chun Jianxing led us to a location, a modest earthen mound, no more than a meter high, resembling the small burial mounds often found in a forgotten graveyard. Wait here, I shall retrieve something for you to see, he declared before advancing to dig into the soil with his bare hands. Where has it gone? I distinctly concealed it here last time. Where could it have vanished to? He rummaged about in a disordered frenzy. Chun the laborer, what on earth are you doing? What have you hidden here? He persisted in his vigorous digging, glancing back at me momentarily, and replied, It is a jade ceremonial axe I stumbled upon, adorned with gold and silver filigree, inscribed with an incomprehensible map. Damn it, where has it gone? Has it sprouted legs and fled? The axe was a ceremonial object that flourished during the late Shang dynasty and early Western Zhou, predominantly crafted from bronze, with only a rare few made of jade. Its status was akin to that of the later Tiger Tally, representing a high rank. The emperor possessed 9 tripods for steeds and 1 axe, an established hierarchy that no ordinary feudal lord would dare to transgress. Especially during the prosperous early Western Zhou period, if Qun Jianxing's words held any truth, his discovery of the axe would suggest something significant. The tomb's owner was unafraid of the Zhou emperor. If the tomb's owner was indeed the Marquis of Jie, it implied a blatant disregard for the Zhou emperor's authority, an assertion of superiority in possessing the 9 tripods for steeds and 1 axe. Yet, one point perplexed me. How could such a crucial artifact be so casually found by Qun Jianxing? Furthermore, he spoke of a map inscribed on the axe. What kind of map could it be? Might it be a map leading to an escape? All of this remained inconclusive until I beheld the actual item. Perhaps he was fabricating his tale, which was also a possibility. Damn it, where has it truly gone? I even marked the spot. How could it have disappeared? Qun Jianxing excavated the small mound thoroughly, yet he could not unearth the object he claimed to have discovered. Qun the laborer, could it be that you misremembered? Perhaps mistaking another object for the axe? I questioned. Without the Zhou emperor, such an item could not possibly be found in a tomb. He glared at me, clearly agitated. I have been in this profession for over a decade. Would I truly mistake something like that? Hongjia nodded in agreement, asserting that there was no evidence to support my skepticism. Faced with our unwavering disbelief, he grew incensed. Enough, believe it or not. I refuse to accept that it cannot be found. He prepared to dig once more. I shook my head and turned to survey the surroundings. The light was dim, casting an indistinct gloom. In the murky shadows, near a large tree approximately 100 meters ahead, I thought I discerned a short figure, wearing a hat, lurking behind the tree, watching our group intently. Who goes there? I called out in a flurry, switching on my flashlight. What is it, Yinfeng? Did you see something? Hongjia was startled by my sudden shout. Upon looking again, the area beneath the tree was now empty. Hongjia, I saw a shadow wearing a hat, quite short, less than 1.5 meters tall, I said anxiously. A shadow with a hat? Very short? Yinfeng, are you fatigued and imagining things? Hongjia glanced at the tree and shook her head, evidently unconvinced by my account. One is most acutely aware of one's own situation. I resolutely assert that I did not misinterpret what I saw moments ago. I was not hallucinating. There was indeed a small figure, wearing a hat, peering at us. In the end, I managed to persuade Hongjia, and we resolved to investigate near the large tree. Upon our arrival at the location, we found nothing but flowers and grass. There was no sign of any hat-wearing little person. You must be seeing things. What little person? Perhaps there's also a Snow White. Qun Jianxing jested. Infuriated, I was about to retort when Hongjia interrupted me. You all look? What is that? Are those footprints? Following the direction Hongjia pointed, we observed a pair of minute footprints imprinted in the soft earth, smaller than the size of a 3-inch golden lotus, resembling those of a child around 5 or 6 years old. These footprints were barefoot, with only 4 toes, lacking a big toe. Chapter 39. Peeping staring at the footprints left behind, I swallowed nervously, and the expressions on Hongjia and Qun Jianxing's faces mirrored my unease. We had been spied upon. Even more frightening was the uncertainty of whether this entity was human or supernatural. This implied that we were not the only ones present. There could be something else lurking here. Fear arises from the unknown, and the more we pondered, the more apprehensive we became. Qun Jianxing ceased his boisterous demeanor. Qin Tuchong, is it possible that one of your gang members is involved? Do you have any dwarfs or individuals with disabilities in your group? I tentatively inquired. No. Qun Jianxing replied with a frown. Aside from me and Qinji Gang, the rest of the brothers have encountered misfortune. Moreover, we do not have anyone with such disabilities in our team. Given the sudden turn of events, we dared not proceed recklessly. The 3 of us deliberated and decided to rest in place for the night to regain our strength. As night fell, we took turns keeping watch. Unwilling to sleep fully. My shift was from 1 to 3 in the morning. Qun Jianxing had built a fire using fire starters, and there was plenty of burnable material around. We gathered some decayed branches and wood. Our makeshift resting spot was adjacent to a small mound of earth, as this area had relatively sparse vegetation. Guarding the fire, I struggled against overwhelming drowsiness around 2 in the morning, but I kept reminding myself that I could not succumb to sleep. Unable to endure any longer, I pinched my thigh vigorously. Hong Jie and Chun Jinsheng were already asleep. I added 2 more pieces of dry wood to the fire, yet I still fought to stay awake, my head drooping heavily. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck the back of my head. I was hit by a small clod of earth. Watching the clod tumble away beneath my feet, my fatigue vanished in an instant, replaced by a cold sweat of fear by the dim firelight. I slowly turned my head back. There, standing about 30 meters away, was a small figure, clad in a large-brimmed hat and draped in tattered black garments. The clothing was caked with dirt, old and ragged, as if it had been scavenged from a corpse. This must be a dream, I thought. It had to be a dream that I pinched the web of my thumb, feeling a sharp sting. With a sudden thud, the diminutive figure hurled another clump of dirt in my direction, but this time, due to a lack of accuracy, it missed me entirely. Overcome with fear, I retreated gradually, inching my way towards Chun Jinsheng. Hesitant to speak, I gently nudged him, hoping to rouse him from his slumber at first. He remained unresponsive, and in a moment of panic, I pinched him. "What are you doing? You lunatic?" he exclaimed, awakening from my grip. That I gazed at him, my face as pale as a ghost, and silently gestured towards the space behind me. Blinking sleepily, Chun Jinsheng cast a glance over my shoulder. Almost immediately, he rubbed his eyes vigorously as we faced each other. I could see the sudden pallor wash over his countenance. Lowering his head, his lips quivered as he whispered, "Don't make a sound. Just pretend you saw nothing." With that, he lay down on the ground, closing his eyes. The night passed in silence. The following morning, Hong Jie inquired, "Did you not rest last night? You both looked dreadful." My complexion was ashen, and Chun Jinsheng's was similarly wan. For we had both witnessed that entity the previous evening. That I hesitated, reluctant to divulge the truth to Hong Jie. But it was Chun Jinsheng who finally spoke up. After recounting his harrowing experience from the night before, Hong Jie turned to me, her brow furrowed as she asked, "Yunfeng, is it true?" Clenching my fists, I nodded affirmatively. With a serious expression, Chun Jinsheng surveyed our surroundings and lowered his voice, saying, "I found it peculiar. The axe I buried could not possibly have sprouted legs and run away. It must have been that thing causing the disturbance. Did you see its face?" Hong Jie inquired, her brow still knitted in concern. "No, I didn't see it clearly. The creature wore a large-brimmed hat and was clad in garments of uncertain origin, obscuring its features entirely." That I meticulously recalled the events of the previous night, ensuring I had omitted nothing. After a brief conspiratorial discussion among the 3 of us, we devised a clandestine plan. Initially, fear gripped me, and I urged Hong Jie to leave immediately, regardless of the entity's nature. Yet, she shook her head, asserting that the enigma was too profound to abandon. Her intuition compelled her to pursue the trail further. During daylight hours, we endeavored to avoid drawing attention, keeping our heads lowered as we walked and spoke. That we dared not consume anything unfamiliar, subsisting instead on the fruits we had gathered to stave off hunger. As night fell, we kindled a fire, and with no one on watch, the 3 of us lay around the flames, eyes closed in feigned slumber. However, unlike the previous night, we did not succumb to sleep. Hong Jie gripped a small dagger, her palm facing down, concealed beneath her sleeve. Chun Jinsheng and I held sharpened sticks, pressed discreetly against our arms, rendering them invisible from the outside to any observer. It merely appeared that we were sleeping. Time ticked by, and as the night deepened, the fire dwindled due to a lack of fuel. Suddenly, a small clump of dirt landed near us. Cast as a test, we feigned sleep, keeping our eyes shut and remaining motionless. My heart raced with fear as I gripped the wooden stick hidden beneath my arm. Minutes passed, and then another clump of dirt was thrown in our direction. That we remained unresponsive, continuing our charade of slumber. After what seemed like an hour, faint footsteps approached. That I squinted slightly, lying on the ground and cautiously stealing a glance. I observed, last night, a diminutive figure emerged, clutching a small stone in its hand, approaching the campfire with a peculiar gait, twisting and turning in a most uncanny manner, reminiscent of an elderly woman. It advanced slowly and cautiously, inching closer to us, fearing that this creature might notice me. I hastily shut my eyes and ceased to watch. The sound of its footsteps grew ever nearer. That I sensed that it had arrived beside me. "Make your move." Chun Jinsheng suddenly sprang up from the ground, bellowing as he brandished a sharpened stick, raising it to strike. Hong Jie also leapt to her feet, aiming her dagger directly at the small figure. Squeak! The creature emitted a strange, mouse-like shriek and attempted to flee. After laying an elaborate ambush for the entire night, we could not allow it to escape now. Being the closest, I swiftly seized its little leg, gripping it tightly. Quick, quick, I've got it, I shouted desperately. The creature, feeling my grasp, became agitated and began to thrash violently, its strength nearly overpowering my hold. With a swift thrust, Hongjia's dagger plunged into the creature's abdomen, embedding itself deep. It bled profusely, the blood a dark crimson hue. In agony, the creature dodged Chun Jiansheng's attack, and I felt as though my wrist might dislocate. In no time, less than a minute passed. With a thud, the diminutive figure collapsed to the ground, the dagger still lodged in its belly, twitching as blood pooled around it. Witnessing this, the three of us exchanged pale, apprehensive glances. Our eyes communicated a silent question. Who would dare to remove the creature's hat to ascertain whether it had perished? Chapter 40. The mountain demon. The fire dwindled, and Chun Jiansheng kicked 2 dry branches into the flames, reigniting the blaze. Yunfeng, you go and remove its hat, Hongjia instructed, handing me the dagger. All right. I gripped the dagger with both hands, cautiously advancing step by step. Taking a deep breath, I kicked off the large, floppy hat atop the creature's head. To my astonishment, beneath it lay a face reminiscent of a monkey. No, more accurately, it could only be described as resembling a monkey's visage. We exchanged bewildered glances, each of us equally astonished. The creature's face was elongated and pointed, with a protruding nose. Its fur around the mouth was a vivid crimson, while a layer of white fur covered its forehead, and its eyes were small, giving it a decidedly eerie appearance. Now, its eyes were closed, and its mouth slightly ajar. It had met its demise. This thing what I think it is. Chun Jiansheng abruptly turned to Hongjia. She scrutinized it closely, frowning as she replied, I cannot be certain. I have never seen one before. Seeing them engage in this cryptic exchange, I grew anxious and asked Hongjia if she knew anything more. She informed me that this creature might be the legendary mountain demon, a wild spirit of the mountains. Hongjia shared various tales she knew about it in the past, among seasoned hunters in remote mountain regions. When asked what creature was the most formidable or ominous, the unanimous response was not tigers or leopards, but rather the mountain demon. In some locales, it was also referred to as the mountain ghost or mountain deity. The mountain goblins are distinguished by gender. The male mountain goblin has an insatiable appetite for human flesh, exhibiting lecherous tendencies and a particular fondness for seducing human women. In contrast, the female mountain goblin delights in tormenting humans, often disguising herself as a human child to mingle with the crowd and engage in play. When the games reach a peak of joy, she may abduct a child. These creatures stand just over a meter tall and are fond of concealing themselves beneath large hats. From a distance, they indeed resemble children. Furthermore, there are tales from the elders regarding the hats worn by mountain goblins, claiming that such hats possess the power of invisibility. It is said that if a human were to wear one, they would become unseen by others. Of course, I deem this notion to be sheer folly. I assert this with confidence because I have tested it in the presence of Hongjia and Chun Jiansheng. I mustered my courage to pick up the hat and tried it on. It emitted a foul odor, and after donning it, I inquired, Hongjia, Chun Tujuan, can you see me now? Am I invisible? Chun Jiansheng, with drooping eyelids, regarded me with indifference and remarked, Indeed, you are invisible, young man. You could rob a bank wearing that hat and be assured of remaining unseen, and even visit the women's bathhouse without being detected by cameras. I merely scoffed and discarded the wretched hat, fully aware of the mockery embedded in his words. As for the origin of the hat, we remained ignorant. However, during our search, Chun Jiansheng suddenly recognized the garments draped over the mountain goblin's body, which had been worn inside out. He retrieved a plastic bag from the inner pocket of the clothing, unveiling a lighter and half a pack of Wudwa Jinhua cigarettes. His countenance turned ashen as he kicked the creature's corpse repeatedly in anger. Damn it! This beast, this clothing belongs to someone from our team, he exclaimed, his fury escalating as he continued to lash out. Enough, it's dead now. What more madness can you express? Hongjia interjected, shaking her head. Let us search for something else. See if what you mentioned is hidden on it. I assisted in the search, meticulously scouring the area multiple times, yet I could not find the jade ritual vessel Chun Jiansheng spoke of. Suddenly, with a sharp clap of his hands, he startled me. Hongjia frowned and asked what he was up to. Clutching the cigarette box, he pointed skyward and, in a sudden burst of excitement, proclaimed, My brother was involved in something up there. I witnessed it with my own eyes. This creature donned the clothing and then came to the backyard of the tomb owner. Chen Hochin, what does this suggest? After a moment's contemplation, Hongjia mused, there is a passage. Exactly. Chun Jinxing gestured upwards and then to the ground. There must be a connection between above and below. If we can find this passage, we can ascend. I too felt a surge of exhilaration. For if what Chun Jinxing said was true, we could escape this place, ascend, and reunite with our elder brother and third brother. Yet the pressing question remained. Where was the path through which the mountain goblin had descended? Some matters now seemed to be taking shape. In the crevice of the mountain before us lies a verdant subterranean space, which may very well serve as the private garden of the tomb's master. If the tomb owner is indeed the esteemed duke, it is plausible that, with the influence of the feudal lords, he could have summoned an abundance of rare flora and trees to cultivate within this personal sanctuary. For his posthumous enjoyment, this method bears a resemblance to the mercury-laden seas and luminous pearls representing the sun, moon, and stars within the mausoleum of the first emperor. The distinction between the two lies in the fact that Sima Qian has explicitly chronicled the mausoleum of the first emperor in the records of the grand historian, whereas the duke is notably absent from both historical and folkloric accounts. As for how to discover the path upward, Hongjie devised a plan. Although the mandrill is a creature of the arcane, it retains certain simian traits, leading Hongjie to surmise that they are social beings. If one member of their group is missing, might they send someone to search for it? This could hardly be deemed a meticulous strategy. Chun Jinxing has been trapped here for half a year, and when one is driven to desperation, any potential solution becomes worth exploring. That we propped the deceased mandrill against a tree, adorned it with a hat, and dressed it appropriately. Then, we withdrew 100 meters, concealing ourselves behind a large tree, keenly observing the movements of the surroundings. After our careful arrangements, from a distance, the mandrill appeared to be merely resting against the trunk, rather than lifeless. After waiting for over an hour, we finally beheld what we sought. Just as I was nodding off, Hongjie nudged me, signaling that something was amiss, urging me to remain alert. Peeking from behind the tree, I was taken aback. Suddenly, a thick fog enveloped the area. In the hazy distance of roughly 300 to 400 meters, a multitude of small, indistinct shadows emerged, their features obscured, save for the multitude of hats bobbing about. There were approximately a dozen of them, clad in a variety of garments, both dark and light, seemingly scavenged from unknown sources. These figures mimicked human gait, swaying as they walked. This scene, shrouded in pale mist, evoked the eerie ambience reminiscent of classic Hong Kong films depicting a procession of spirits. My throat tightened as I swallowed nervously. Before long, these figures discovered their fallen comrade. They encircled it, exchanging glances akin to rodents, chattering excitedly. After a brief moment, they seemed to reach a consensus, forming groups of 4, and proceeded to lift the lifeless body, swaying as they made their exit. Chun Jinxing was the first to stealthily emerge. We maintained a distance of over 100 meters, aided by the favorable terrain, abundant with flowers and trees. Should anything seem amiss ahead, we would immediately hide in the nearby foliage. That we moved cautiously, intermittently stopping, as the figures frequently glanced back, heightening our anxiety, and on several occasions, we nearly revealed our presence. After an indeterminate time, navigating through twists and turns, we arrived at the entrance of a secluded cave. The area was overgrown with weeds, effectively concealing the mouth of the cave. Had we not witnessed these figures entering one by one, we might have overlooked it entirely, observing the diminutive creatures as they slipped inside. I lowered my voice and asked, Chen Tuxiang, you've been here for some time. Have you ever discovered this place before? Concealed within the underbrush, Chun Jinxing emerged cautiously, peering intently as he contemplated my inquiry. Such a diminutive mouse hole, concealed beneath a layer of grass. Where am I to discover it? Chapter 41. The altar. As we watched the last of them enter, we too commenced our advance. Initially, the cave's confines were small and low, compelling us to stoop. Should we inadvertently rise upright, we would strike our heads. With the shadows of those objects now obscured from view, we hastened our pace. As we proceeded, the space gradually expanded. Ahead, an exit resembling a door materialized, faint light filtering through. Is this the end? Chun Jinxing inquired. Hongjie shook her head, uncertain, urging us to move quickly and not to fall behind. I, being agile, sprinted ahead. However, I failed to halt in time and nearly plummeted. Loose stones cascaded down, and Chun Jinxing swiftly grasped me from behind. What are you panicking for, you reckless fool? I, shaken and disoriented, took a couple of steps back. Before me, the The cavern's descent to the ground below was at least 20 meters high out of vine-crafted rope dangled down, evidently the sole means of descent. Chun Ho-chin, with your slender arms and legs, will you manage? Chun Jiansheng turned to ask. Just don't fall to your doom yourself. The rest of us are capable, Hongjie retorted. Very well, he replied, seizing the vine. I'll slide down first to scout the way for you. His descent revealed him to be an experienced hand, adeptly using his legs to brace against the walls, thereby controlling his speed. In a mere 5 or 6 minutes, he had reached the bottom from a height of over 20 meters. Chun Jiansheng released the rope below, gesturing to me and Hongjie to descend. Hongjie was the second to go down. While not as swift as Chun Jiansheng, she descended steadily, showcasing her own proficiency in comparison. I appeared somewhat clumsy, lacking technique. The vine painfully constricted my hands during the slide, and upon arriving below, I discovered my palms had been scraped raw. Upon witnessing my plight, Chun Jiansheng mocked, "You ought to practice more. Kid, when sliding down a rope, use your legs instead of gripping so tightly." We three continued onward. The space below was expansive, with marks of human excavation adorning the walls, and 2 stone pillars standing in the center, from which a staircase led further underground. It was quite dark. Will the flashlight still function, Yinfeng? Hongjie inquired. I activated the flashlight to test it. If there's still a bit of power left, Hongjie, I estimate it won't last an hour. She frowned, surveying the staircase leading underground. Let's descend and investigate. Thus, we began our descent along the staircase. Initially, we illuminated our path with the flashlight, but soon we encountered the flickering light of torches ahead. Chun Jiansheng muttered a curse. This is truly bizarre. Who would have thought they could wield fire? I wonder if they can cook. I'm quite curious to taste the fare prepared by these mountain spirits. Upon uttering this, for a fleeting moment, I inexplicably envisioned him as my second brother. When I regained my senses, a pang of discomfort gripped me, for my second brother was similarly unfiltered, speaking his mind without regard for circumstance. The stone-paved path beneath our feet had led us but a few minutes when Hongjie suddenly cautioned, "Hold on, don't proceed just yet. Listen, do you hear that? Ahead lies a bend." I perk my ears and listen intently. And indeed, I hear a faint squeaking sound emanating from the front. It is those creatures, concealed in the corner, as we cautiously lean in to peek. There, the diminutive beings are chattering away, and before them lies a circular stone platform, upon which the lifeless form rests. Soon, their cacophony ceases, as if they have reached a consensus. Suddenly, one of them leaps onto the stone platform, rummaging about its own body until it produces a pale blue object resembling a small axe. Chun Jiansheng's eyes widen in astonishment as he suppresses his excitement, exclaiming, "Look, do you see it? That is precisely what I mentioned earlier. These brutes have pilfered it. That is a ceremonial axe. This proves I was not deceiving you. Behold." With a swift motion, the creature raises the ceremonial axe high and brings it crashing down, again and again. The scene is gruesome. In mere moments, the head of the deceased is smashed to a pulp, and yellowish-white matter splatters across the stone platform. Witnessing this, the others rush forward, clambering onto the platform, momentarily forgetting their hats as they frantically lick up the crimson and white remnants. This grotesque spectacle is not only terrifying, but utterly revolting. The air is thick with the stench of blood, causing my stomach to churn violently, and I feel the urge to retch. Hongjie is no better off. Both of us are overwhelmed by nausea. When suddenly, Chun Jiansheng mutters under his breath, "What on earth are they doing? Are they eating tofu pudding?" After devouring the remnants, these creatures gradually pair off and disappear into the darkness. With their departure, the three of us emerge. The stone platform bears the remains of the creature's head, now unrecognizable, having been thoroughly consumed by its companions, with only a few traces of the crimson and white matter left behind. Chun Jiansheng is the first to notice, discovering etched markings on the circular stone platform. The inscriptions appear to be bird script. However, due to the passage of time, many of the characters are now illegible. Gritting our teeth against the nausea, we push the corpse aside, revealing a line of bird script that is clearer. "Hongjie, do you recognize any of this?" I inquire. She shakes her head, stating that among the several dozen characters, she can only identify one. Pointing to a specific character, she says, "This one, I have seen it on other bronze artifacts before. It should denote sacrifice." "Sacrifice?" I ask, intrigued. "You mean the kind associated with offerings?" "Yes," she replies gravely, nodding that if that is the case, this must indeed be an altar. Chun Jianxing concludes after surveying the surroundings, he reflects on the ancient practice of sacrifice, which persists to this day in various forms, such as burning paper during Qiming or lighting incense in temples. However, in the Shang and early Zhou dynasties, the term sacrifice was synonymous with bloodshed and death due to the prevalence of slavery. Animal sacrifices were rare. Instead, the practice of human sacrifice was widespread. Slaves would be beheaded upon the sacrificial altar, their severed heads placed into a bronze vessel known as a lian. In this vessel, the officiating shaman would use a knife to pierce a small circular hole in the crown of the head, a ritual believed to offer tribute and release the spirit of the offering to the celestial deities, as it was thought that the heavens were round. This is merely one of the many applications of the sacrificial altar from the Shang and Zhou dynasties. Fundamentally, they all pertain to some form of painful and malevolent sorcery. Within Western Zhou tombs, there exists a discernible pattern. Once a sacrificial altar is uncovered, it is almost certain that a head sacrifice pit or a pit containing human remains will be found within a 5-meter radius surrounding the altar. Indeed, we have discovered such a pit, located in the northwest direction of the circular altar. Chapter 42. Soul Warehouse. The sacrificial pit is rectangular, and within it lie scattered human bones. A mere glance reveals the severe calcification of these skeletal remains, some of which still retain their positions from before death, suggesting they have remained undisturbed for centuries. Hongjie gazed at the bones in the sacrificial pit and sighed. One can only imagine that 2 millennia ago, these were once vibrant lives. Typically, sacrificial pits from the Shang and Zhou dynasties would not contain burial goods, as slaves were deemed unworthy of such offerings. However, this instance was different. Chun Jianxing, with his keen eyes, noticed a chicken-headed pottery jar lying horizontally in the pit, half buried in the earth. Given the low value of pottery, Hongjie suggested we move on and seek an exit, not lingering here. Chun Jianxing, however, shook his head, insisting, "Not so fast. Chun Hoqin, you must not have looked closely. Take another look at that pottery jar." He pointed towards the pit below. Upon further inspection, we scrutinized with greater attention. What was that? Was it not a chicken-headed pottery jar? I faintly discerned a small clay figure on the surface of the jar, with only a small portion visible above ground. Astonished, "Are we? Never seen such a thing," Chun Jianxing exclaimed with nonchalance. Indeed, while pottery may lack monetary value, one must consider its rank. The caliber of this piece is not trivial. This is a soul warehouse, a Class 1 relic. Soul warehouses were prevalent during 2 dynasties, the Shang and Zhou periods, and the Eastern Han period. In the Han dynasty, soul warehouses were placed beneath the coffin lid, containing seeds of various grains, symbolizing that the deceased could sustain themselves in the afterlife with earthly nourishment. Most antiques encountered in the market are of this nature, and some ignorant individuals pay exorbitant sums to display them in their bedrooms, which is quite inauspicious. In contrast, the soul warehouses from the Western Zhou period are unique, as their age makes them fragile and difficult to preserve. They are indeed rare, and thus command a high price. I later encountered several feng shui masters from Hong Kong who favored Western Zhou soul warehouses, and upon hearing of their discovery, they would readily spend lavish amounts to acquire them. I have heard it said that these artifacts can entrap the 3 souls and 7 spirits of those who have died untimely deaths. And through ritualistic practices during the first 7 days after death, the intact body may be revived on that fateful night. Returning to the matter at hand, the pit was not particularly deep, measuring less than 2 meters from the surface. Chun Jianxing, filled with enthusiasm, leapt into the sacrificial pit, eager to excavate the soul warehouse and ascertain its condition, contemplating a means to transport it if found intact. I cautioned him, but he paid no heed. Such is the nature of tomb raiders. They are driven by an insatiable desire to claim rare treasures, devising countless schemes to extract them. The depart empty-handed would feel akin to passing up a fortune. The profession of tomb raiding cannot be satisfied with a mere banner and a handful of cash. Chun Jianxing descended into the sacrificial pit. He addressed the bones, saying, "Esteemed ones, I beg your pardon for borrowing a few things. Do not take offense." Upon finishing his words, he lowered his head and felt the buried soul jar. How heavy. He lifted it, his expression one of astonishment. The soul jar from the Western Zhou dynasty certainly did not contain mere grains. As for what lay within, almost no one could say. Goodness, this is truly hefty. It wouldn't be stuffed with gold bricks, would it? With great effort, he managed to hoist the soul jar, his face straining with exertion. "Quickly, help me down." I can't ascend, and I hurriedly climbed to the edge of the pit, grasped his hand, and pulled him up. The lid of the soul jar was sealed tight, appearing to be in its original condition. Never having been opened, Chun Jianxing brushed the dirt off his knees, saying, "So, what do you think? Should we open it now? This is the original item. There are so few of them, and many veterans in the industry have never seen one." Sister Hong scoffed. What high-grade items could possibly come from a sacrificial pit? It might be stuffed full of human excrement from 2,000 years ago, all hardened into balls, turned to fossil. Chun Jianxing's face showed a hint of embarrassment at having his hard-earned find dismissed as a pile of dung. Chun Hoqin sure knows how to joke. "How about this? Lend me that little dagger of yours, and I'll pry this thing open to see what's inside." Watching Chun Jianxing speak, I shook my head that I sensed that his attitude towards Sister Hong had improved significantly since their initial meeting. Though she had berated him along the way, calling him a southern rat, he merely grumbled a few complaints in response. Curiosity piqued, I speculated whether this old fellow harbored some inappropriate thoughts towards Sister Hong. My imagination ran wild, and I mused, how remarkable. Is this Chen the earth worker preparing to take charge of the alpine pastures? It's said that a single mole is innately open, and I suspect this old chap is still oblivious to that fact. Taking the small dagger, Chun Jianxing squatted down. After positioning the soul jar properly, he began to pry it open. Around the mouth of the jar, there was a layer of pale yellow substance, resembling a waxy coating for waterproofing. After more than 2 millennia, this waxy layer had hardened like stone. A mere poke with the dagger left only a white mark, proving its substantial hardness. Thanks to the dagger's sharpness, after fiddling for over 10 minutes, beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and he finally pried open a small crack. In an instant, a rich aroma of liquor wafted forth. Chun Jianxing's eyes widened in disbelief. The soul jar actually contains liquor? Over 2,000-year-old liquor. He stepped back, immediately shaking his head in denial. No, that's not right. Distilled spirits of such potency didn't exist back then. This scent, Sister Hong, too, became intrigued. She gazed at the soul jar on the ground and remarked, in the Dabai Han tomb, a well-preserved celadone plum vase was unearthed, and it contained liquor. Though rare, such occurrences have happened before, just not many have witnessed them. Upon hearing this, Chun Jianxing, whether to boast or for some other reason, suddenly declared, "Today, I, Chun Jianxing, am in luck. Once the lid is opened, it will evaporate quickly. I can't let this rare opportunity slip, but I must take a sip of this liquor and savor its flavor." Surely not. Chen the earth worker, you intend to drink? I was taken aback by his audacity. He stroked his chin and chuckled. I am quite the connoisseur. I haven't tasted a drop in 6 months that a millennium-old fine wine. Just the thought of it is tantalizing. Let me ask you, do you know what the highest realm of drinking is? I shook my head, expressing my ignorance, and stated that I do not consume alcohol. He cast a glance at Hongjia and boastfully proclaimed, "The pinnacle of drinking is achieving liver cancer. Once you reach that stage, your cultivation is deemed complete." That I nearly burst out laughing, thinking to myself that indeed, achieving such a state would simply lead one straight to the crematorium for a new abode. Hongjia, exasperated, muttered a curse. "You fool." Chuckling, I observed him as he took a drink, prying open the entire oil seal of the soul cellar and plunging his hand inside to scoop out a bit. Smacking his lips, he furrowed his brow, his expression far from pleasant. "What's wrong? Chin Tugong. How does it taste?" He remained silent, leading me to wonder if he had been poisoned. Chun Jianxing swallowed hard, frowning as he remarked, "What kind of liquor is this? It smells distinctly alcoholic, yet it tastes like some strange concoction, as sweet as syrup." In less than 3 minutes of conversation, I suddenly noticed his complexion beginning to flush, growing increasingly red, as if he had been painted with red paint. He vigorously shook his head. "Damn it, what is going on? This must be counterfeit liquor." Chapter 43. Identity by common sense. If it were not distilled liquor, the longer it is left, the more the alcohol evaporates. As for rice wine, it goes without saying that its alcohol content is low. Even if it is sealed, just try leaving it for a few decades and you'll find it as diluted as water, devoid of flavor. Yet the liquor in the soul cellar was different. I even began to suspect that it was not liquor at all. Chun Jianxing, a seasoned drunkard, scooped a small taste with his hand and immediately exhibited signs of inebriation. His speech slurred, his face alarming red. "Chin Tugong, are you all right? Can you still walk?" I noticed him swaying and lent him my support. Of course. Why wouldn't I? This is excellent liquor. Truly remarkable. It's potent," he exclaimed, his face flushed, words tumbling out in a slurred manner. You are quite the fool. Hongjia rolled her eyes, muttering under her breath. Chun Jiansheng, clutching the soul cellar, staggered forward with each step. Come on, let us go. I'm not drunk. This liquor, I must take it with me. I can sell it for 100,000 a drop. Unable to dissuade him, I cautioned, Chin Tugong, mind the path. Don't fall. To the northwest of the sacrificial pit lay a narrow path leading to a cave. Evidently man-made from years past, we had no idea where this path would lead, only that we had seen those items enter through it. Staggering ahead, Chun Jiansheng cradled his soul cellar, while Hongjia and I followed closely behind. The path appeared flat from outside, but after walking several dozen meters, it began to incline. My heart leaped with joy. This seemed like a promising location, as the uphill route might lead us somewhere above. Suddenly, a cacophony of sounds akin to monkey calls erupted from all directions that we could not discern where it originated. Before us appeared a motley group that those diminutive, hat-wearing mountain goblins. They obstructed the path, chattering frantically while clutching stones the size of a child's fist. Hongjia and I were momentarily stunned by the sight, instinctively beginning to retreat. As the saying goes, if the enemy does not move, I shall not move. Ultimately, these creatures belong to the primate family. Any movement on our part would reveal our trepidation in their eyes. Be careful, Hongjia. In an instant, a stone hurtled towards her forehead. Hongjia reacted swiftly. In a flash, she twisted her neck, and a fist-sized rock grazed her hair before crashing against the wall with a resounding thud, splitting into two and revealing the tremendous force behind it. Had it struck her head, her brain matter would have surely splattered across the vicinity. We must retreat. Hongjia immediately recognized the peril of the situation. Let's go. I urged the dazed Chun Jiansheng to flee with me. Almost simultaneously, a deluge of debris began to rain down upon us. A fragment struck my arm, causing a sharp pain that made beads of sweat form on my forehead. Once we managed to escape, the onslaught of rubble ceased momentarily. Observing the blood trickling from my arm, Hongjia anxiously inquired about my condition. Does it hurt? Of course it hurts, I replied, clutching my arm, yet I forced a brave facade, saying, it's nothing, just a surface wound. The bone should be intact. I attempted to lift my left arm, but it lacked any strength. The moment I exerted myself, pain shot through me, leading me to suspect it might be fractured. This is all your fault. Hongjia glared at Chun Jiansheng. What were you thinking bringing that broken urinal with you? This delay has caused this mess. Chun Jiansheng's face flushed, whether from the alcohol or from Hongjia's reprimand. I could not tell. He shook his head defiantly, grumbling, it's just a bunch of monkeys. Hand me the knife, and I'll stab them all to death. No, Chintugu, don't act rashly, I cautioned through gritted teeth. We can't underestimate these beasts. That kind of approach is tantamount to courting death. This uphill path was likely the only route upward, and after exerting such effort to find it, being hindered by a pack of beasts was immensely frustrating. How I wished for a firearm. Had I possessed a weapon then, a single barrage would have surely turned them into a beehive. We convened to strategize on how to deal with these creatures and devise a plan for our escape. Hongjia proposed an idea. One person could enter first to attract the creatures' attention, drawing them away, allowing the remaining two to pass through safely, provided they weren't discovered. Under the current circumstances, it indeed seemed a viable plan. But the pressing question arose. Who would undertake this task? Hongjia fixed her gaze on Chun Jiansheng. You should go. Given the situation, the greatest responsibility lies with you. She stated coldly that I had anticipated Chun Jiansheng would protest. Considering that failure could result in fatal consequences, to my surprise, he lowered his head. Fine, I'll go. You two stay hidden. His acceptance was immediate, catching Hongjia off guard. If awakening from a stupor, Chun Jiansheng clasped his hands together and said, Listen, I'm Chin Ho-chin. The cause of this predicament originates from me. If we were to perish under the rocks, it would be no injustice. However, I want you to know something. I am not merely a tomb raider. I am also a descendant of the Bai Chuandian from the Eight Little Doors. Hongjia stared blankly. Bai Chuandian, are you claiming to be a descendant of the Eight Little Doors? Chun Jiansheng nodded. Yes, I mean no offense. Just wanted to introduce myself. I, too, was taken aback by this revelation, as the significance of the Eight Little Doors is now largely unknown to many. During the late Qing dynasty and the Republic of China, aside from the tomb raiders known as the Thieves sect and the swindlers of the Tricksters sect, as well as the Inchi sect that dealt with the deceased, the folk underworld also comprised the 4 major sects and the 8 minor sects. The 4 major sects were Feng, Ma, Yin, and Ke, While the 8 minor sects included Jin, Pai, Kai, Gua, Ping, Tuan, Diao, and Lu. Among these were vendors of medicated plasters, purveyors of knives, sellers of buns, conjurers, storytellers, fortune-tellers, merchants of insect medicine and eye remedies, as well as those who offered credit for knives and practitioners of qigong who could break stones with their chests. Notable contemporary figures such as Wang Matzi scissors and Qingfeng bun shop trace their lineage back to the practitioners of the 8 minor sects. Chen Jiansheng claims to be a descendant of the Baichuandian elder from the Ping sect, which identifies him as a storyteller. There are numerous rumors circulating about Baichuandian, one of which is particularly well known. It is said that the old gentleman possesses the ability to recite ghost stories. Much like ghost plays, these tales were intended for audiences beyond the realm of the living. In the old society, when someone passed away, the head of the household often invited performers to sing ghost plays and recite ghost stories. The nature of this practice is akin to hiring a troupe for a funeral today, speaking to the dead, singing for the dead, and forging benevolent ties in the netherworld. Baichuandian is indeed such a figure. To my astonishment, the seemingly unremarkable Chen Jianxing harbors this hidden identity. With a chuckle, Chen Jianxing remarked, "I apologize, Chen Hoqin, but we belong to different factions and cannot bow to one another. My name is not Chen Jianxing. In truth, I am Bai Jianxing. If I were to conceal my identity and meet my end, it would be quite tragic. Nevertheless, even in dire straits, I am still a person of the 8 sects. And it is prudent to relay this information. Bai Jiansheng of the Ping sect perished in Shun's Flying Moth Mountain. Once this news spread, our demise would carry a name and a legacy." Chapter 44. Fog descends. Regret washed over me for agreeing to this plan, prompting me to suggest, "Chen Tujian, perhaps we should explore an alternative route or consider other methods." "No need," he replied, shaking his head. "Chen Hoqin speaks the truth. This is the swiftest course of action, and besides, I may not necessarily meet my end. The old Bai family possesses unique skills." "Unique skills? What kind of skills, Chen Tujian?" My curiosity piqued regarding the peculiar abilities he mentioned. He did not respond directly. "Let us go. You two follow closely behind me." He casually picked up a stone and solemnly declared, "This stone shall serve as the awakening wood, and this cave shall act as the offering table. Let us put it to the test." Sure enough, as we entered, those creatures sprang forth once more, brandishing stones and preparing to strike. Chen Jianxin's eyes widened in fury. Smack, smack. He struck the wall twice with the stone. A piece of awakening would descend 6 divisions, from sovereign to subject. A sovereign governs 100 officials, and 100 officials govern 10,000 citizens. His tone intensified as he continued to recite. A monk speaks of Buddhist teachings, while a celestial master invokes spirits. A piece of awakening would traverses the world, speaking of people, ghosts, and the living. This incantation bore the semblance of a spell, and as I listened, feeling the weight of the stone serve as a substitute for the awakening wood, my mind began to throb, and I felt paralyzed. The mountain demons before me, stone in hand, stood motionless, equally entranced. "Hurry, we must leave this place." Chen Jiansheng urged me and Hongjia, his voice echoing like a divine revelation. Regaining my senses, I glanced at Hongjia while supporting my injured arm. With a cold expression, Hongjia cast a glance at Chen Jiansheng and uttered a single word, "Go." Thus, the two of us traversed the path amidst the mountain demons, who stared vacantly at Chen Jiansheng, refraining from attacking either me or Hongjia as we passed through the throng of mountain demons. The sound of Chen Jiansheng's hearty laughter echoed behind us. "Ha ha. Dear gentlemen and ladies, today we shall not discuss the romance of the 3 kingdoms, nor shall we delve into the tales of Liaozhai. Today, we shall recount the tale of Wu Song slaying the tiger. It is said that within the borders of Qinghai County, there exists a vendor of steamed pancakes. ASI and Hongjia walked further away. Chen Jiansheng's voice gradually diminished until, upon exiting the cave, it was no longer audible. In the realm of tomb raiding, the descendants of the southern and northern factions are at odds, their enmity deeply rooted. Who would have imagined that in the end, it was he who saved us? Looking back now, I still do not fully comprehend the principles behind the ghostly script, though I have begun to form some conjectures. This method resembles hypnosis, akin to that of modern professional hypnotists, who can lull you to sleep by reciting a well-known story before your eyes. It is much like how, in childhood, your mother would read fairy tales to you, coaxing you into slumber. These enigmatic arts, if not imparted by a master, remain inexplicable and elusive. After emerging, Hongjia and I waited outside for half an hour, Yet Shen Jianxing did not appear. Hongjie cast a deep glance at the cave. Remaining silent and not choosing to wait any longer, she supported me as we departed. Before us lay a vast slope, devoid of a path, overgrown with wild grass. Once I discerned the terrain, a realization dawned upon me. This immense underground structure is divided into 2 layers, resembling an inclined hourglass funnel. We now find ourselves on the connecting line at the funnel's midpoint, standing at the bottom of the slope and gazing upward. One cannot see the end. With Hongjie assisting me, we began the arduous ascent. The grass was not tall, but the dew dampened our pant legs, and our shoes were nearly soaked. After climbing for half an hour, a faint mist began to rise ahead, instantly rendering our surroundings more dreamlike, as if we were enveloped in a surreal reverie. But let's take a break, Yinfeng, Hongjie urged as she helped me sit on the grass. Like climbing a mountain, I indeed felt fatigued. Just then, my stomach betrayed me, rumbling twice. Hongjie, sounding somewhat weak, remarked, "When we fell, we lost a backpack, and the little food we had left is now consumed." She gazed up the endless slope, frowning as she said, "I wonder how much longer it will take to reach the top, that we must eat something, even if it is just fruit." Yinfeng, don't move. Stay here and wait while I search nearby for something to eat. Once Hongjie temporarily departed, I was left sitting on the grass alone. Initially, I felt fine and harbored no worries, but gradually, the mist thickened. Moments ago, I could see the path I had traveled, but now, looking down, I could barely discern anything. Enveloped in a blanket of white, as time ticked by, fear began to take hold. With the sudden onset of such dense fog, Hongjie would surely be unable to see me. I feared she might misstep and encounter peril. Every 2 to 3 minutes, I would call out loudly, "Hongjie, Hongjie, I am here." I longed for her to hear me, to find her way towards the direction of my voice. Yet, I have faltered. I waited in place for an eternity, my throat hoarse from shouting. Yet I saw no sign of Hongjie responding, nor did I catch a glimpse of her. That I dared not leave hastily. For I understood that in such circumstances, the wisest course of action is for one person to remain stationary. If both wander aimlessly, they may drift further apart as dusk descended and the fog lingered. I shifted from sitting to lying down, my stomach growling with hunger. I resolved to hold my ground, believing that when dawn broke and the fog lifted, Hongjie would surely find me, cold and famished. I succumbed to slumber upon the grass. The night was pitch black, perhaps deep into the latter hours. I in a hazy stupor, I thought I heard Hongjie calling my name. "Yinfeng, Yinfeng, come here, I am here." Startled, I sat up abruptly. The sudden movement jarring my injured arm, causing me to gasp in pain. The darkness enveloped me, and I sat still, straining to listen. "Yinfeng, Yinfeng, come here, I am here." The familiar voice resonated from behind me. Indeed, it was Hongjie. Following the sound, I cautiously made my way in that direction, calling out, "Hongjie, Hongjie, where are you? I cannot see you." From the shadows came the response, "Yinfeng, Yinfeng, come here, I am here." I halted, my brow furrowing, sensing something amiss. Hongjie had called 3 times. And notably, each utterance was identical in content, tone, and pace. I swallowed hard, unwilling to yield, and shouted once more, "Hongjie, where are you?" As expected, "Yinfeng, Yinfeng, come here, I am here." 4 times. Hongjie's response was eerily consistent. My complexion paled, and I cautiously retreated a step. My hand brushed against the small hard object in my pocket, the Gao box talisman that Yao Yuman had gifted me, claiming it could ward off evil. Previously, I had removed the necklace, deeming it cumbersome, and tucked it away. I clutched the red-threaded Gao box tightly, my mind spiraling into irrational thoughts. The fog was dense, the ground sodden. Had Hongjie stumbled and met her demise? Was this her spirit reaching out to me? Was she fearful of my solitude, seeking to take me along with her? Chapter 45. Value in the darkness. Hongjie's voice echoed. "Yinfeng, where are you?" "I am here." My face drained of color, and I dared not respond. I crouched down, gripping the talisman tightly, burying my head between my knees. The ground was damp, the mist hazy. I felt not only the chill and fear, but also an overwhelming sense of loneliness. Our group had dwindled to just me. Regret washed over me. Wishing I had heeded Yao Yuman's warnings, in my solitude and fear, I sat upon the grass, beset by hunger and cold, and inadvertently, my thoughts turned to Li Jing. I mocked myself internally. If I were to vanish suddenly, if I were to perish here, would Li Jing remember me after many years? Would she recall the name Xiang Yinfeng? Lost in these thoughts, the first light of dawn began to break that a whisper of wind stirred, dispersing the thick fog that moment. From a distance of 200 or 300 meters, I instantly spotted Hongjia lying on the grass, stretching lazily as if she had just awoken from slumber. "Hongjia," I called out as I hurriedly dashed down, slipping and tumbling in the process. She heard me and turned her gaze in my direction. "You're alive. How wonderful." Hongjia looked at me, her face beaming with joy, yet she replied with a hint of exasperation. "Last night, the fog was so dense that I could hardly move. I couldn't see anything. I could only ascertain a vague location, and I dared not wander off, fearing I would get separated from you and Yunfeng, as long as you're safe. That's what matters." That I breathed a sigh of relief and inquired, "Hongjia, did you hear me calling you last night? Did you respond?" She looked up at me, her expression one of surprise. "No, I didn't hear anything, let alone respond." "Why do you ask?" There was no reason for Hongjia to deceive me. If she said she hadn't replied, then indeed, she had not. But then, who was the voice I heard in the thick fog last night? The more I pondered, the more fearful I became, my hands trembling. "Why do you look so pale?" Hongjia furrowed her brow and asked, It's nothing. I intentionally shifted the subject. "Have you found anything edible?" Hongjia shook her head in disappointment. "No, it's just grass and trees around here. I haven't found anything to eat. It's all right, Hongjia, as long as we're alive. Going a day or two without food won't kill us. Yes, let us try to hold on." Having regained some strength, I reflected on last night's events, growing increasingly uneasy about this place, which felt ominous. We conferred and decided to depart swiftly. Ascending further, I hung the Gaowu amulet around my neck, placing greater significance upon it. When confronted with the unknown, one instinctively seeks a form of solace and protection. The amulet gifted by Yao Yuman served that purpose. After a little more than half a day, Hongjia and I finally reached the summit. At the top of the slope lay the entrance to a cave. From this elevated vantage point, the scenery unfolded like a picturesque paradise, resembling an enchanted realm. Around the stone walls of the cave, remnants of some stone carvings remained, and one particular relief, albeit damaged, still vaguely depicted the theme of several magnificent horses. Hongjia pointed to this mural and informed me, this should be the 8 steeds of King Mu. According to legend, each of the 8 horses in the 8 steeds had a name, much like the 6 steeds of Zhao Ling in the tomb of Li Shimin. However, due to the passage of time, while the 8 steeds of King Mu were mentioned in the spring and autumn annals, their names have not been passed down through the ages, leaving no one to know them. This mural, recessed into the stone wall, measures nearly 2 meters in length and about 1.5 meters in width. Hongjia lamented, "What a pity. If only we could take this, it would fetch a fortune on the black market." "But Hongjia, it's damaged. Look, these stone carvings are impressive, yet 2 of the horse heads have broken off." I pointed to the fallen horse heads. Hongjia shook her head. "Yunfeng, your understanding is still shallow. You don't grasp the significance of these unique stone carvings. Even if shattered into 100 pieces, they would still attract countless eager buyers, especially those with large noses. They are quite fascinated by our archaeological stone carvings. You know about the 6 steeds of Zhao Ling, right?" I nodded. The 2 pieces, Quanma and Saluzi, were stolen by Lu Qinzai in the 1940s and sold to the foreigners. That we still have 4 pieces left in our country, Shifachi, Qingzhui, Telebiao, and Baitu. Hongjia may not have anticipated that I could accurately recall the names, and she complimented, "Well done. You are correct. It was indeed Lu Qinzai who pilfered 2 pieces back then. Now let me ask you, do you know how much they were sold for to the Americans?" I was unaware of this, so I tentatively guessed, 8,000? In the 1940s, that amount was indeed astronomical, a sum that common folk could scarcely accumulate over several lifetimes. This was in silver dollars, and I believed I had exaggerated the figure. Hongjia shook her head in denial, stating plainly, not 8,000, but rather 2 pieces. One was sold to Philadelphia and the other to Pittsburgh, for a total of 125,000 silver dollars. Such a sum startled me. Put it into perspective. At that time, an entire courtyard in Beijing's second ring would cost merely a few hundred silver dollars. 125,000 silver dollars. What does that even signify? Assuming a courtyard costs around 800 silver dollars, this amount could purchase 153 courtyards. Hongjia continued to enlighten me. This is just one instance. Additionally, there was Yubin from Beijing's Liuli factory, who stole a colossal stone carving of the Empress and Emperor from the Longmen grottos. Smuggled it out. Yubin shattered the carving into over 60 pieces. packed them into 9 crates, and once outside, sought someone to reassemble them, ultimately selling it for 60,000 silver dollars to a man named Pu Ailun, who had a prominent nose. Hongjia's revelations reshaped my understanding. I had always believed that bronze artifacts and ancient jade were the most valuable, yet I had not realized that stone sculptures could command such prices. She further commented, "In this world, grave robbers are universally condemned. Yet compared to Lu and Yu, the lesser thieves pale in comparison to at that moment. As I gazed at the stone carving of the 8 horses of Mu Wang within the cave, it seemed to carry an even greater weight. I swallowed hard and inquired, "Hongjia, we surely cannot take this, can we?" "Forget it," she replied. "This requires specialized tools. It must be shattered to be removed. Moreover, if it surfaces in the market, the likelihood of authorities tracing it back to us increases exponentially. Do you desire wealth or your life?" I sighed in regret. The conditions to transport this treasure were far from met, yet I had witnessed it, and my eyes had been opened. Wait a moment. "Hongjia, this is the 8 horses of Zhou Mu Wang. How could it possibly be found in a southern feudal lord's tomb? What is the story here? Do not ask me. I am equally perplexed." Hongjia surveyed the cave, frowning. With such high-ranking artifacts present, and now the discovery of this stone carving, this so-called Jia Ho must undoubtedly hold a status far superior to that of feudal lords. The mountain serves as a tomb, with Fei Yi Mountain hollowed out, extensively utilizing northern blue stone for the ceiling, yellow intestines as decorative elements, live burial practices, a plethora of rare plants occupying a vast garden, and a separate sacrificial pit. She sighed once more. This is the most formidable tomb complex I have encountered since entering this field. Although the tomb owner may not be a Zhou monarch, they are certainly not inferior to 1. Chapter 46, Learning to Speak. Having reached this point, the identity of the tomb owner became even more enigmatic. Modern archaeologists largely dismissed the existence of prehistoric civilizations prior to the Shang dynasty, citing the vast expanse of time that separates us from that era. Relying solely on oracle bones and the intricate scripts of the Jiu Dai Zhuan and Lu Dai Zhuan to uncover the mysteries of that lost civilization is akin to scaling a daunting peak. History is profound, enigmatic, and deep. Much like the stone sculpture before me, that I have speculated that this cave may have served as a stable for a feudal lord during the early Western Zhou dynasty. After contemplating the stone carving for a while, Hongjia and I continued our ascent. My left arm hung limply, reluctant to exert itself, occasionally sending sharp pangs of pain through me, which I grit my teeth to endure. At the end of the cave lay a pool of murky water. The clarity of the water was compromised, and the surroundings echoed with the sporadic sound of dripping water. The area was entirely sealed off, a dead end. Our earlier hopes were dashed upon encountering the pool. Leaving my heart heavy with despair, I tossed a small stone into the water. The dull plop resonated, revealing the water's considerable depth. Hongjia, we're finished. What do we do now? We've reached a dead end and can't escape, I lamented, my tone betraying my despondency. The water's murky surface obscured any view of what lay beneath. Hongjia furrowed her brow and replied, "Not necessarily, as far as I know. Some underground rivers are interconnected. Perhaps, over 2,000 years ago, this was merely a pit, devoid of water." I contemplated descending to investigate, but Hongjia expressed her reservations. "Let us not," I said, feeling an inexplicable surge of panic at the sight of the pool. My fear of water, coupled with uncertainty about its depth and the potential presence of strange creatures lurking beneath, overwhelmed me. Little did I know where the water might lead. Sensing my unease, Hongjia sighed. "At this point, we must navigate cautiously. If we cannot locate Lauda and Lao San, we will inevitably perish here." With that, Hongjia unfastened her clothing. Displaying a remarkable sense of confidence and disregard for my presence, I averted my gaze. "Yunfeng, stay here. I'll be back in a few minutes. Keep an eye on my clothes," she instructed, testing the water temperature with her foot. Without further ado, she leaped into the water, sending a spray of droplets into the air. The surface bubbled momentarily before settling into tranquility. Clutching Hongjia's garments, I leaned over the edge of the pool, my eyes fixated on the water's surface, my palms clammy with tension. The rhythmic dripping around me echoed like the relentless ticking of a clock, each second stretching into eternity. A minute passed, then 2, then 3, yet the surface remained undisturbed. Just as my anxiety peaked, bubbles began to rise, followed by a sudden splash. Hongjia emerged from the depths, gasping for air. Upon reaching the shore, her elation was palpable. Indeed, Yin Feng, our conjectures were correct, she exclaimed, wiping her face with fervor. Beneath us lies an ascending stone passageway with steps. Over 2 millennia ago, this area was likely dry. The inundation may have been caused by an earthquake that led to the backflow of the underground river, and I calculated that I could hold my breath for approximately 4 minutes before swimming to safety. For minutes, I frowned and said, I can't do it. Hongjia. I can't hold my breath for that long, and besides, my hands lack strength. I pointed to the injured area for her to see. Hongjia cast a worried glance at my arm and finally gritted her teeth, saying, just like before, I will hold on to you and guide you through that. We still have strength now. Otherwise, in a day or two, we won't even have the energy to enter the water at that point. We would be left to wait here for death. She suggested we rest for a moment to regain our energy. Cradling my face in her hands, she looked earnestly into my eyes and said, Yu Feng, you can do this. Believe in yourself. You will not die here, nor will I die. We then rested in that place. There were unspoken thoughts lingering in Hongjia's mind, but I understood clearly that we had only one chance. If we did not escape, we would never rise again. Feeling anxious, I lay on the ground, closed my eyes, and took deep breaths, preparing for the final moments before entering the water. After what felt like 1 or 2 incense sticks worth of time, the space around us dimmed. Are you ready, Yin Feng? I opened my eyes to survey my surroundings. Hongjia was leaning against the wall, eyes closed in meditation, remaining silent. I thought perhaps my fear of entering the water had caused me to imagine things. So I brushed it off and continued to close my eyes to recover my strength. Are you ready, Yin Feng? Just as I closed my eyes again, Hongjia's voice came once more. I opened my eyes, and she appeared unchanged, still silent. With a sharp slap to my own face, I heard the sound echo. Hongjia, hearing the noise, asked, What's wrong? Yin Feng, why are you hitting yourself? I hesitated to admit I might be hearing things and prepared to say I was fine. But as the words formed on my lips, I uncontrollably blurted out, What's wrong? Yin Feng, why are you hitting yourself? I was imitating Hongjia's speech. Her expression turned pale as she seemed to connect the dots. And she said in a hushed tone, Who are you? At that moment, clarity washed over me, and I wanted to declare, I am Yin Feng. Yet, the words that escaped my lips were, Who are you? Fear gripped me, for I recalled how Qin Tujian had once been in a similar state. Hongjia and I had laughed about him, deeming him mentally unstable. How had I ended up like this? Was I also losing my mind? Was this the after effect of inhaling the scent of the yellow bark? Yet I distinctly remembered that Hongjia had also inhaled it. Why was she unaffected? That voice, I had heard it last night amidst the fog. Hongjia's face was ashen as she looked at me, making a gesture for silence. After standing up, she furrowed her brows and circled around me. She said, Yin Feng, don't speak. Listen to me. I covered my mouth with one hand and nodded. She continued, I need to ask you, have you experienced any hallucinations or auditory delusions? I nodded and gestured to my ear to indicate that I had indeed heard something. From where did the voice first come? Think carefully, don't rush. After reflecting intently, I recalled something peculiar. The voice I had heard last night was initially very close, crystal clear, but then seemed to recede into the distance. The source of that voice had been right beside me. The protective talisman was still hanging around my neck, and as I reached into my pocket, I felt its emptiness. There was nothing there. Suddenly, my expression changed drastically. A thought struck me. The last time I casually grabbed a legless insect resembling a cicada and, without much thought, stuffed it into my pocket. But where could it be now? Did that legless cicada somehow escape on its own? The more I pondered, the more terrified I became, especially in front of Hongjia. Slowly, I began to lower my pants. Chapter 47. Reunion. As I peeled down my trousers, revealing one side of my thigh, both Hongjia and I were taken aback. We had not anticipated this at all. To my astonishment, there was a wound, the size of a fingernail, on the outer side of my thigh, near my pocket. The flesh around the wound was protruding, a purplish-red hue, and it appeared somewhat festering. The most alarming part was that I felt no pain whatsoever. When I pressed gently on the wound, there was absolutely no sensation. As I pressed on the injury, a fluid oozed out. Simultaneously, though Hongjia did not utter a word, I distinctly heard a voice. Yin Feng, where are you? I'm here. It was a phrase I had heard on the night of the fog. Judging by Hongjia's expression, I realized that this voice was audible only to me. She could not hear it. Wait, Yin Feng, don't move, Hongjia shouted, her eyes wide with fear, fixed intently on the site of my wound. To my horror, I observed a visible undulation in the flesh on the inner side of my thigh, as if something alive was writhing within. Don't move. Endure it. Hongjie swiftly drew out a dagger. My heart raced at the sight of my own thigh in such a state, biting down on my clothing. I watched in terror as she prepared to act. The dagger was exceptionally sharp, and with gritted teeth, she focused on the area of my thigh that was slightly twitching. Without hesitation, she plunged the blade in. As the dagger sliced through the flesh, blood began to flow. I clenched the fabric tightly, expecting immense pain. Surprisingly, I felt none, only a peculiar tingling sensation. Once the flesh was cut open, the contents became clear. Inside was a yellow-brown worm, the very creature I had curiously tucked away in my pocket. With utmost caution, Hongjie used the tip of the blade to extract the worm. Upon its removal, the creature perished. The moment it died, I began to experience excruciating pain at the site of the wound on my outer thigh. Hongjie tore a strip from her clothing and fashioned a makeshift bandage to staunch the bleeding. Wiping her brow, she took a deep breath and said, "All right, it should be fine now." Strangely, once the worm was extracted, I found myself no longer mimicking her speech. The earlier auditory hallucinations faded, and everything returned to normal. Hongjie gazed at the lifeless worm on the ground, her brow furrowing as she remarked, "What a sinister creature. I hadn't thought of it before, but it suddenly reminds me of a legendary insect known as the echo bug." For over 10 minutes, Hongjie recounted everything that came to her mind regarding this creature. After listening, I too found it utterly astonishing. Ancient texts had documented this insect on numerous occasions. Initially, the ancients had insufficient understanding, attributing such ailments to strange and complex diseases. There was a mention in the compendium of materia-medica.it described a remedy called the thunder pill, which was said to halt the insect's influence. The specifics of how Li Shizhen treated it were interpreted by later generations. He would present a list of medicinal materials to those afflicted by bizarre illnesses, asking them to read the names aloud. Initially, the patients showed no unusual reactions until they reached the name of the thunder pill, at which point they would tremble and break into a sweat, appearing terrified. Subsequently, Li Shizhen would administer the thunder pill, and after brewing it for them to consume, the strange illness would indeed improve by the following day. This is a narrative from the legends of later generations. Such a creature was discovered in the secret garden, prompting me to carefully reflect on the sequence of events. Chen Jianxing has been trapped here for some time. Before our arrival, he had ventured inside multiple times. Is it conceivable that his ability to speak, akin to mine, stems from this strange creature burrowing into his flesh? Perhaps, due to the prolonged duration, Chen Jianxing's condition is more severe than mine, leading to his disoriented gaze and dazed state before his episodes. In contrast, I discovered it earlier, allowing me to retain my awareness during my episodes. Initially, Chen Jianxing had no interaction with others, enabling this entity to remain hidden. Upon this contemplation, it seems all too plausible. The occurrence of this incident is certainly not fortuitous. Although we addressed it promptly, it has undoubtedly impacted our impending plan to venture into the waters, rendering it increasingly arduous. An air of the uncanny permeates this place. Mountain spirits, creeping moss, unknown flora, the sound of insects, burial pits, altars, stone carvings of galloping steeds, and finally, this small pool before us. Hongjie indicated that we should not delay as the bleeding from my leg wound ceased. She rose and said, "Prepare yourself. We shall descend into the water and swim out." Standing hand in hand at the edge of the pool, she took a deep breath, turned to me, and instructed, "This is the moment, Yunfeng. You must muster your strength and not succumb to fear. Do you remember what I said earlier? We will both emerge alive." Gritting my teeth, I nodded in affirmation. "Understood, Hongjie. I will give it my all." Inhaling deeply, I filled my lungs with air. I counted to 3. And upon reaching 3, we would commence, maintaining synchrony. The distance was not great. I would hold my breath, and you must grip me tightly. Point 1, point 2, point 3. Jump. Without hesitation, as I counted to 3, she and I leapt into the water almost in unison. The water was not as cold as that of the underground river, but the visibility was low. I puffed my cheeks to hold my breath, my legs flailing as I clung to Hongjie. Allowing her to guide me. A few small fish darted past, and in less than a minute of diving, I vaguely discerned numerous stone steps beneath the water, one segment after another. Our path was aligned with the direction of these steps. There were no aquatic plants to ensnare our feet, yet an unforeseen event occurred. As I kicked beneath the water, the bandage on my thigh became dislodged. Blood flowed continuously from the wound, spreading around us. The scent of blood attracted a black fish about a foot long from an unknown origin. Though the black fish was not large, it appeared to possess teeth. Upon seeing it, Hongjia was stricken with terror. She pulled me forward with great force. Such vigorous movement resulted in a rapid depletion of the oxygen in my lungs. Soon, I felt I had reached my limit. My lungs constricted with discomfort. Blood continued to seep out. Subsequently, I noticed a gathering of toothy black fish encircling us, drawn by the scent of blood, ultimately locking their sights on Hongjia and me. The school of fish multiplied, drawing ever closer to us. Swimming along these underwater steps, just as I reached the brink of my endurance, I noticed flickering red lights on the surface ahead, resembling torches. Gulping, I hit my limit, unable to hold my breath any longer, and took a large mouthful of water. Pain shot through me as a dark fish bit into my thigh. Then, two more fish drawing ever closer to the surface. Hongjia was also under attack. She seemed frantic, dragging me out of the water. Help! Help! As soon as my head broke the surface, I gasped for air and shouted for assistance, exclaiming that I was being bitten by a man-eating fish on the shore. Torches illuminated the scene. Sun Laoda and Sun Lisan stood there, holding torches, staring blankly at me and Hongjia. Xiaohong, Yinfeng, the elder brothers hastily dropped their torches, not even removing their clothes, and plunged into the water with a splash, pulling me ashore with a mix of urgency and force. Several dark fish still clung to my leg, and Hongjia was in a similar state, with a few fish biting into her arm. A sight that was painful to behold. Sun Lisan suddenly slapped his thigh, his face alight with excitement. Wonderful. Chapter 48. Suspicion wonderful, you say? Old 3, did you not see what we have become, after swatting away the fish from our bodies? Hongjia turned her gaze towards Sun Lisan. Having not seen him for a few days, he looked travel-worn and appeared to have lost a bit of weight. He sighed. The fact that we can meet again is a blessing from the heavens. Xiaohong, you have no idea how much hardship your brother and I endured in our search for you and Yunfeng. Old 3, spare us the unnecessary talk. As long as everyone is safe, that is what matters. The eldest brother gently inquired, Yunfeng, Xiaohong, did you discover anything down there? Let us confer. At that moment, my eyelids felt heavy, and with little strength, I replied, Elder brother, could you please tend to me first? I am on the verge of collapse. Cough, look at me. Hurry, Old 3, come help. They had not lost their backpacks, which contained the emergency straps we had prepared earlier. After tending to my wounds and consuming some rations, I began to feel a bit better. Hongjia recounted our experiences over the past few days in a fragmented manner, leaving nothing concealed. Sun Lisan shook his head repeatedly. In this vast world, there is no shortage of wonders. To stumble upon a tomb like this in a lifetime is indeed eye-opening. Moreover, Xiaohong, what truly concerns me is the individual you mentioned, Chun Jianzheng. Is he truly a southern-style earthworker? Did he really come to your rescue? I corrected him. No, Old 3, his name should be Bai Jiansheng. According to him, he claims to be a descendant of the Bai Chundian elder. That makes it even stranger. Sun Lisan frowned. I have heard of some notable earthworkers from the south, as I too am in the same line of work. Yet I have no recollection of anyone by the name of Chun Jiansheng. And you, elder brother? No. Sun Laoda pondered for a moment and replied, I have vaguely heard of Zhigua Chun, who associates with Zhao Hongshui's crowd. But this Chun Jiansheng. Indeed, I have never heard of him. Hongjia brushed her hair aside and said lightly, let us not dwell on it for now. It's likely that he is dead, and without evidence. What is the point of overthinking? Her words left me feeling somewhat unsettled. Regardless of the truth behind Chun Jiansheng's identity, he had saved us both, and even the smallest act of kindness deserves a profound response, let alone something of this magnitude. Are we perhaps too oblivious to the nuances of human emotions, too cold-hearted? Observing my downcast demeanor, the boss seemed to have discerned my inner turmoil and chuckled. Yinfeng, do not think us ungrateful. Though we may be tomb raiders, we navigate the world with a sense of honor. However, the North and South factions are at odds. A fragile truce exists now, but were we to look back 20 years, they were notorious for betraying each other in the shadows. Allow me to explain. Yinfeng, there is a reason behind this. Xiaohong's father, Chen Jiong, was once ensnared in a treacherous scheme devised by the southern faction's local thugs, ultimately leading to his burial alive in Tibet. Upon hearing this, my mind was engulfed in confusion. I had no idea such a calamity had transpired. If this were indeed true, it would mean a profound vendetta for Hongjia. No wonder she had consistently regarded Chun Jiansheng with disdain. Even his act of saving us did not alter her sentiments. I apologize, Hongjia. I murmured, lowering my gaze. Hongjie took a deep breath, asserting, every grievance has its roots, and my vengeance shall one day be repaid tenfold. Once I have amassed enough wealth and connections, I will ensure my father can rest in peace. Her tone was calm, yet within that tranquility, I could sense her unwavering resolve that I knew it was futile to advise her otherwise. Xiaohong, I still urge you to find peace with this. We exist at the bottom of this world, and some individuals, no matter how hard we strive, cannot be affected by our efforts. That is simply fate. The boss's tone bore a hint of melancholy. What is fate? As long as there is money, as long as there are people, what is destiny? Tell me, boss, is my father's life not worth anything? I exclaimed, frustration boiling over. Suddenly, Hongjie shouted, her voice rising to a fever pitch. 1 billion is insufficient. Then 2 billion. If 2 billion won't suffice, then 3 billion. No one in the underworld dares to provoke them, but I Chen Hong will. Her emotions spiraled out of control, her desperate shouts echoing around us. I was utterly unfamiliar with the intricacies of this feud. Yet witnessing Hongjie in such a state was, to be honest, somewhat terrifying. The Sun brothers fell silent, an unusual atmosphere enveloping us. Cautiously, I ventured to inquire, Big brother, when Hongjie says no one dares to challenge them, who exactly does she refer to? Is it an individual? Even the boss wouldn't dare. The boss and the third brother exchanged a knowing glance. No, it is not an individual. It is an organization, a gang. A collective of extraordinary individuals at the upper echelons of the underworld. Extraordinary individuals? What sort of people are they? I asked, perplexed. The boss patted my shoulder. Yunfeng, you are still young and do not need to know everything just yet. Just understand this. We cannot afford to provoke them. Not the boss, nor Yao Yuman, and not even Yao Yuman's uncle. Yao Wenzhong. Do not dwell on it too much. Xiaohong, we will continue to advise you. With time in this industry, certain truths will reveal themselves. I nodded, half comprehending, refraining from further inquiries. If what the boss said held true, I was still young, and there would come a day when I would understand these matters clearly. Enough of this gloomy talk. Let us speak of something else. Yunfeng Xiaohong, my companion, and I have nearly explored all that we could. We have stumbled upon a rather peculiar location, which may very well be the main burial chamber concealing the coffin of the deceased. The elder crouched down, casually picked up a stone, and began to draw and write, continuing, consider this, it is akin to Famon Mountain. After traversing for so many days, we are faced with two possibilities as we proceed forward. The first possibility is that this grand underground palace spans across two mountains, from Famon Mountain to Jiulong Mountain, much like Qianling stretches over Liangshan and Rushan. The second possibility is that we have merely circled back. Perhaps we are retracing our steps, confused by the geographical layout, and in reality, we remain beneath Famon Mountain. After much contemplation, I believe either hypothesis holds merit, and that is my current conjecture. Yunfeng Xiaohong, feel free to share your thoughts. We must strive to clarify this situation, as wandering in the dark is quite ignominious. Upon hearing this, the group fell into a contemplative silence, with Hongjie deep in thought. Elder brother, I timidly raised my hand. Yunfeng, what are your thoughts? Do share, take your time. Well, elder brother, I gathered my thoughts and replied, we previously discovered the axe and the stone carving of the 8 steeds of King Mu of Zhou. Although we have not yet found the emperor's exclusive 9 tripods and 7 basins, I believe it is only a matter of time. Chapter 49. Cohesive soil. Stop. Allow me to interject. Hongjie seemed to have emerged from her earlier reverie. You lot scribbling away here is of no use. Elder brother, may I ask, what is our objective for this expedition? To locate the second brother, the elder replied succinctly. And have we found him? The elder shook his head despondently. However, his expression quickly shifted. Though we have not located the second brother, we have uncovered this. Look here, the elder pulled out a half-burnt cigarette, but from his pocket. The cigarette, but was tattered, yet the brand label was still discernible. 5 Flower Gold. This is a 5 Flower Gold brand cigarette. The elder pointed to the cigarette, but in his hand, and said, the second brother exclusively smokes this brand. That I had previously learned that this particular cigarette is not sold in Shan't. It is popular in the regions of Beijing and Hebei, rarely seen in the south, making it a regional specialty. That I am aware of this. At that time, regional cigarettes were all the rage in the northern areas, such as Guantang, Siki, Ingbin, Baishalin, Red Diamond 2, Monkey King, Jasmine Flower, Little Panda, and so forth. Essentially, one type of cigarette was prevalent in each region. What perplexes me is that in the clothing previously pilfered by the short mule-faced creature, There was half a pack of 5-flower gold cigarettes, which was taken by Chun Jiansheng. This cigarette is identical to the one the second brother frequently smokes, yet the garment in question could not possibly belong to Sun Lair, for it was oversized, while Sun Lair is rather lean and does not fit such attire. However, Chun Jiansheng had mentioned before that within their gang, one individual had perished, and he claimed that 5-flower gold was this person's favored brand. If this is mere coincidence, then it suggests that at least 2 individuals share a preference for this cigarette, that in other words, the cigarette, but that the elder brother picked up cannot prove that the younger brother has been here, nor can it affirm his continued existence. Observing the glimmer of hope in the elder's eyes, I found myself hesitating, reluctant to reveal the truth if we ultimately fail to locate the second brother. This discarded cigarette but will serve as the sole source of spiritual solace for the 2 brothers. Consequently, I feigned a cheerful demeanor and exclaimed in feigned surprise, "Indeed, elder brother, I recognize that the 5-flower golden cigarettes are what the second brother typically smokes. He must have visited here and is certainly still alive. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to smoke at all." Undoubtedly, this reasoning held merit, and I too believed that the second brother was still alive. The elder brother reclaimed the cigarette, but his gaze rekindled with hope. Hongjia, perceptive yet discreet, chose not to shatter this illusion. She deftly redirected the conversation, inquiring, "We've shared our experiences. What about yours?" "Don't mention it," I replied, irritation creeping in at the mere thought that I believe I have informed you all before that. In preparation for unforeseen circumstances, I specifically brought 4 detonators before descending as the team's logistics coordinator. Hongjia was familiar with such items. She nodded in acknowledgement. "Fire detonators, type 9.5, prepared by my subordinates. I am well aware of this matter. Have you used them? If so, how many?" "Indeed," the third brother affirmed. "We used one. Thanks to this, the elder brother and I narrowly escaped disaster." The story was lengthy, far too intricate to elucidate in just a few sentences that I promised to share the details when time permitted, but for now, I intended to lead them to a location I suspected was connected to the main burial chamber. "Yinfeng, how is your leg? Can you walk, or do you require my assistance?" I gritted my teeth against the pain and managed to stand. "No need, elder brother. I can manage on my own." "Very well, a true man you are. I shall proceed at a slower pace. If you find it difficult to keep up, do not hesitate to speak up. Do not push yourself." I nodded in agreement. The grand tomb beneath Fei Mo Mountain featured an upper level composed entirely of stone wall structures, while the lower level consisted of subterranean caverns. The area was riddled with underground rivers and concealed caves, making the layout exceedingly intricate. The Sun brothers had crafted their torches from clothing and dry branches, resulting in a less durable flame that was already beginning to wane. Holding the torch aloft, the Sun brothers guided Hongjia and me along a path beside a pool of water, leading us to a particular location. Upon arrival, we beheld a wall fortified with a mixture of Lioha soil, resembling an impenetrable diamond wall, devoid of any doors or windows, merely an unyielding barrier. The terms Lioha soil and diamond wall are modern nomenclatures. Ancient individuals did not use such terminology. Within the realm of tomb raiding, there exists a saying, "Green with white, wealth arrives." 3 Harmony soil, buried in the blue sky. Diamond wall, cannot be opened. The 3 Harmony soil is a milky white hue, composed of glutinous rice juice, clay, and manure. This type of soil remains intact for millennia, demonstrating exceptional hardness and stability while also being waterproof. Above it lies 4 Harmony soil and 5 Harmony soil, with rumors of a 7 Harmony soil that no one has ever witnessed. The elder brother instantly recognized the wall as Lioha soil, which indeed had its explanations. The terms 3 white, for green, 5 black, 6 yellow refer to the colors of these mixed soils once they solidify. As for the ingredients within the Lioha soil, the elder brother claimed that only 5 could be speculated. The concoction comprises the urine of young boys, copper water, clay, mulberry leaf powder, glutinous rice juice, and an additional unknown ingredient. When these elements are meticulously refined through repeated hammering, blended, and subsequently air-dried, the result is known as Lioha earth. Historically, the cost of Lioha earth was exorbitant. Even the expense of Sanha earth was considerable. The adage that a bowl of Sanha earth could be exchanged for a bowl of meat has persisted through the ages. Walls crafted from Wuhua and Lioha earth are referred to as diamond walls. Officially, the diamond wall has only been documented once, and that was of Wuhua, belonging to the tomb of Emperor Wanli of the Ming dynasty. The archaeological team exerted considerable effort to breach this formidable barrier. Hongjie rapped her knuckles against the dim yellow stone wall, her brow furrowing in concern. Lao-san, there's no way around this. Liuha Yellow Diamond Wall is something I've never heard of encountering in our line of work. Typically, when one encounters Sanha Earth, it is treated with alum and vinegar, but I presume you have neither of those on hand. Hongjie's voice trailed off as a thought struck her. Lauda's expression darkened as he replied. Back in Dingling, the diamond wall of Wuhua concealed the coffin of Emperor Wanli. We have come this far. How could we not pay our respects to the rightful occupant? Hongjie glanced upward, her brow knitted tightly. Ultimately, we are still within the mausoleum. 29.5 fire detonators pack a significant punch. Are you not concerned that the tomb might collapse, entombing us alive? That is certainly a consideration for us as well. He reassured her. However, Xiaohong, the fact that this mausoleum has remained intact for over 2 millennia suggests its reliability. Both Lao-san and I maintain our confidence. Very well. Then, she acquiesced, seeing Lao Da's determination. She refrained from further objections. The Liuha Earth Diamond Wall serves as a deterrent against grave robbers. If ancient tomb raiders encountered such an obstacle, their only recourse would be to circumvent it. No amount of trickery, including the use of specialized tools, would suffice, not even for experts in locating treasures to gain entry. Brute force would be the only viable method. Consider the Wuhua Diamond Wall at Dingling. How was it breached? The archaeological team employed the services of 16 robust villagers, each armed with a heavy hammer and a pointed chisel, working in shifts every 2 hours. After an arduous 20 days of relentless toil, they managed to create a breach in the wall. Chapter 50. Conk. Aside from certain locales in Shaanxi where it is still used for mining, 9.5 detonators are now largely prohibited due to their compact size and significant destructive capability, posing safety and stability concerns that could lead to societal hazards. Consequently, their production has been halted, and existing stocks are being systematically collected for destruction, fearing that the explosive power might collapse the tomb. We deliberated and decided to first test a single detonator. Securing the detonator in the wall's corner, we extended the fuse, while Lauda remained at the original spot to ignite it. For safety reasons, the rest of us retreated to a distance of 50 meters. The fuse was short, measuring less than 30 centimeters. Once ignited, Lauda had to flee swiftly. Should he stumble or delay, the consequences would be dire. Sustaining injuries would be considered fortunate. The ignition device was not windproof, and I could see his anxiety as he struggled to light it, requiring several attempts before it finally caught. Once the fuse was ablaze, Lauda sprinted towards us with all his might, the short fuse dwindling rapidly. With a resounding boom, dust billowed, and fragments of stone flew, causing the ground to tremble. The detonator had not misfired. Its power was immense, leaving our eardrums throbbing with pain. As the smoke began to dissipate, we hurried over to inspect the aftermath. Contrary to our expectations of the indestructible wall being blown apart, the dark yellow earthen wall bore only fine cracks within a meter radius from the blast, while the rest remained intact. This was a number 95 detonator. Damn it, I knew it was tough, but not this tough. If we had attempted to dig by hand, we would have been at it until the year of the monkey. This spectacle left the elder brother utterly astonished. Brother, let us tie 2 detonators together for a more powerful explosion. Seeing that one was insufficient, the third brother was equally resolute. This was no simple arithmetic of 1 plus 1. 2 detonators in series would exponentially increase the force. This was a technique reserved for mountain blasting. Following suit, the elder brother bravely stayed behind to ignite the fuse that we kept our distance. Initially, perhaps out of anxiety, he fumbled several times, the firecracker wavering unsteadily as he attempted to light it. The fuse began to smoke. He shouted and took off running, as if pursued by a tiger. Hongjie crouched beside me, and we covered our ears with our hands. Again, there was a thunderous roar. The first explosion was considerable, but this second one was even louder. Debris and soil rained down from above, shaken loose by the shockwave. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder. It took nearly 10 minutes for the dust and smoke to clear. A crater had formed in the ground. Our efforts were not in vain. The formidable earthen wall was not entirely collapsed, but had been blasted open by the number 95 detonator, revealing a hole 67 centimeters wide. Peering into the darkness, the third brother crouched down with a flashlight that he seemed to glimpse something. A hidden chamber indeed lay behind the wall. A coffin. It was a coffin. I spotted the coffin. The third brother suddenly shouted with excitement. Damn, the main burial chamber was concealed within this tortoise shell, and everything we had seen before was merely a facade. Let me go in first. You follow behind." The nimble third brother was the first to crawl inside. I found myself unable to exert strength in my arms, and my legs were injured. But Hongjia pushed me forward, practically shoving me. I ended up cold that it was so cold in here. As soon as I entered, I sensed something was amiss. The temperature difference between the inner and outer sides of the earthen wall was striking. Achoo! The chill penetrated to the bone, causing even Hongjia to sneeze. Subsequently, our gazes were drawn to the object lying horizontally in the center of the chamber. It was a massive white coffin. Remarkably, it was a white coffin. Flanking the coffin stood two bronze generals, each approximately 1.80 meters tall. The bronze figures were clad in chainmail, wearing bronze helmets and wielding bronze swords. Their facial features intricately carved, resembling living beings. The bronze swords bore signs of corrosion, the blades covered with a layer of verdigris. The two bronze figures, standing resolute on either side, resembled formidable sentinels, eternally poised with their swords raised, as if guarding the coffin before us, instilling a sense of trepidation in all who dared approach. That a coffin and a coffin, both present in their entirety. The coffin itself is not particularly large. However, should there be a sarcophagus, it would indeed be sizable, typically extending 5 or 6 meters in length and width. Only the most central and crucial area within the sarcophagus is designated for the interment of the deceased's coffin. What astonished me, aside from the bronze statues, was the white sarcophagus before me. Fortunately, as I approached, the bronze figure remained motionless, suggesting it serves a deterrent function akin to that of a guardian beast. Lao San, upon touching the exterior of the white sarcophagus, suddenly exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, big brother, this sarcophagus, from the outside, its color resembles that of white conch." White conch? How could that be possible? Can white conch be used for coffins? I have never even heard of such a thing, let alone seen it. How was this craftsmanship achieved in ancient times? What purpose could the individual interred within have had to warrant the use of such material for their sarcophagus? Sun Laodao was equally taken aback. Then, as if struck by a thought, his eyes widened and he trembled as he said, "Lao San, I suddenly recalled something that was mentioned by Fu Sheng of the Eastern Han in the Shang Shude. It recounts that after King Wen of Zhou, Ji Chang was imprisoned by King Zhou of Shang. A noble from the Shang dynasty offered a treasured conch to rescue Ji Chang, only for King Zhou to renege and have the noble executed. This is recorded by Fu Sheng of the Eastern Han." After hearing this, Hong Jie furrowed her brow and said, "Big brother, are you suggesting that the Shang noble's offering to King Zhou, purportedly a treasure of conch, is this very white sarcophagus before us?" Lao Da's complexion paled, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "There is no way to verify this. It is merely speculation. However, this tomb dates back to the early Western Zhou, and Ji Chang lived during that era. Setting aside other details, the timeline aligns perfectly." Gazing at the imposing white sarcophagus ahead, I was reminded of a scene I had encountered upon entering, when I encountered the yellow-corded figure. I had seen a similar white coffin depicted on the stone wall paintings, surrounded by numerous ancient individuals, as if engaged in some form of sacrificial rite. Initially, I thought it was merely a hallucination induced by the scent of the yellow bark. But that could not be right. Hong Jie repeatedly denied it, stating, "White conch, dragonfly eyes, flower glass, cat's eye stone, turquoise, white crystal, sapphire. These were once the 8 treasures of Buddhism. Among them, white conch is an organic material, exceedingly difficult to preserve. Not to mention from the Western Zhou, even from the Ming dynasty, such items are rare, unless some special method was employed. Otherwise, they could not endure for such an extended period." After hearing Hong Jie's words, Lao Da nodded and said, "You are correct, Xiao Hong. However, we have been in this line of work for several years. Have we not encountered numerous anomalies? Setting aside how it was preserved, if what Fu Sheng recorded is indeed factual, it should indicate something significant. This Duke of Jie has a connection to King Wen of Zhou, Ji Chang." Chapter 51. The sarcophagus. The tomb chamber was dim, and standing beside the enormous white coffin were 2 bronze figures, creating an eerie scene that would unsettle anyone who beheld it that moment. Lao Dao expressed his suspicion, saying, "This tomb owner truly does not adhere to conventional norms. Instead of residing comfortably in the main burial chamber, they chose to conceal themselves in this obscure corner. What could be their intent? The key point is that there are hardly any burial items, just these 2 bronze figures. At first glance, I mistook them for the terracotta warriors." He shone his flashlight on the bronze figures. It is possible that this secluded corner is a feng shui treasure spot, with the sarcophagus crafted from conch shell. Goodness, third brother remarked solemnly. The owner of this tomb must have been exceedingly wealthy. Just watch me. I will open it. With that, he retrieved a compact folding steel shovel from his bag. This shovel, though small, resembled a military shovel, capable not only of digging but also of prying open coffin boards. The elder brother provided illumination with the flashlight as third brother circled the sarcophagus, clearly searching for the heavenly weld in ancient times. Whether for commoners or nobles, a small opening was deliberately left in tombs, including the sarcophagus, which was quite small in size, symbolizing the ascent of the soul to the heavens. This small opening is referred to as the heavenly well as time progressed to the Tang and Song dynasties. The heavenly well was renamed the wooden well, and eventually during the Ming and Qing dynasties, it was called the living mouth, though essentially, it retained the same function. For reasons unknown, the temperature in this secret chamber, holding the tomb owner's sarcophagus, was exceedingly low, almost frigid. Found it. Third brother's eyes sparkled as he paused at the northwest corner of the sarcophagus. There was a rectangular small hole in this area, and third brother declared this to be the so-called heavenly well. The principle of the sarcophagus is quite understandable, akin to what we now refer to as a nesting doll. Larger encasing smaller, layer upon layer. To pry it open, one must do so layer by layer. There are also regulations regarding the number of layers. An emperor would have a 4-layer sarcophagus, a feudal lord 3 layers, and a scholar or gentleman only 1 layer, for those of lower status. Only a coffin is permitted upon death, with no sarcophagus allowed. The joints between the layers are constructed using mortise and tenon joints, without a single nail. After a millennium, these joints had become quite fragile. With considerable effort using the shovel, the outermost layer of the sarcophagus began to loosen. Once a seam was opened, the next steps would be straightforward. Just peel it back. The elder brother joined in to assist. The two, seasoned hands, worked in perfect harmony, and in less than half an hour, they had opened the first layer of the sarcophagus. Peering inside, everyone gasped in astonishment. Beneath the layer of white conch shell, there lay a layer of black metallic sarcophagus. Red Sister exclaimed in shock. It's oxidized. This is silver. A silver sarcophagus. Did silver artifacts exist during the Western Zhou period? Yes, but in extremely limited quantities. In the 1970s, an archaeological team from Shaanxi unearthed a silver coffin adorned with the inscription of Lady Yu Ling, which is a national treasure permanently prohibited from being exhibited abroad. Yet here before us lies a silver sarcophagus panel measuring several meters in length and width. Upon closer inspection, the oxidized black-silver panel appeared to be engraved with intricate patterns. Third brother, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "What an eye-opener! Just these 2 layers of sarcophagus panels are astonishing. I can only imagine what treasures lie within the innermost coffin." Despite the weakness of the heavenly well, considerable effort was still required to open this layer of silver sarcophagus. It's about to collapse. Be careful not to drop it on your feet. This thing is heavy. Wait, third brother, look ahead. There's a flow. They observed a viscous black liquid seeping through the gaps of the silver sarcophagus panels, and it was increasing in volume, releasing a pungent odor that assaulted their senses. Step back. The Sun brothers swiftly retreated. The black liquid continued to pour forth from the silver sarcophagus, pooling around them. Hongjie covered her nose and remarked, "Is it possible that this black liquid is the embalming fluid seeping from a coffin?" The elder brother nodded in agreement, saying, "It certainly appears so. Let us wait until it has drained completely before we investigate further. Based on previous circumstances, there should at least be another layer of the coffin inside." "Wait, something feels off, elder brother," I exclaimed, having noticed something peculiar. "What is it, Yinfeng?" I pointed towards the 2 bronze statues resembling terracotta warriors, saying, "Is there a pit beneath these statues? Look at how this coffin fluid has seeped down, trickling along the legs of the statues." The elder brother frowned deeply upon observing this. As we moved closer and shone our flashlight carefully, we uncovered the underlying mystery. It turned out that there were numerous small openings encircling the base of the bronze statues, through which the embalming fluid from the silver coffin had leaked. The elder brother surveyed the surroundings of the main burial chamber before stating, "It is likely that this was intentionally designed by the original occupant of the tomb to prevent water damage from rain." Enough of that for now. The coffin fluid seems to have drained sufficiently. Old 3, let us pry open the final layer of the coffin. Be cautious, Hongjie said, furrowing her brows as she scanned the area. My heart raced with uneased dough. "It's nothing, Xiaohong. "You're merely feeling cold from the chill of this place," replied the Sun brothers as they positioned themselves to pry open the layer of coffin. Before long, they successfully removed the silver coffin lid. In an instant, a golden glimmer flashed before my eyes. The innermost layer of the coffin was pure gold. It was indeed a golden coffin with a silver shell. The flashlight illuminated the dazzling gold, reflecting light in a way that dazzled the eyes. Unlike silver, gold does not oxidize. It retains its brilliance even after millennia. This golden layer was intricately adorned with numerous lifelike patterns. Among the designs were depictions of winged beings and celestial figures. One particular scene struck me as peculiar. A row of soldiers clad in armor, each with a serpent-like creature coiled atop their heads. No, upon closer inspection, it couldn't merely be called a serpent. It was more accurate to say they resembled one, as the engravings clearly depicted creatures with legs. Observing this imagery, Hongjia's expression grew serious, and she lowered her head in contemplation. Suddenly, she looked up with alarm and exclaimed, "Elder brother, old 3, an army with 4-legged serpents atop their heads. Isn't this the legend of the ancient Yu kingdom?" The golden light flickered in my eyes as the elder brother, stroking the golden coffin lid, spoke solemnly. "That is merely a legend, not to be taken literally. Yet, it is surprising that the occupant of this tomb was a follower of the ancient Yu black sorcerers." Confused, I inquired about its meaning. At this moment, Hongjia elaborated, "In ancient times, there existed a small kingdom in the southern regions known as Ancient Yu. This Ancient Yu predates the Yu kingdom of the spring and autumn period and was far earlier. The southern Ancient Yu is regarded as the progenitor of Chu witchcraft culture and also the origin of Miao poison practices. Legend has it that Ancient Yu possessed a fearsome army of 4-legged serpent sorcerers, undefeated in battle. Furthermore, it is said that as long as the serpent atop a soldier's head remained alive, that soldier could not perish. Even if struck by arrows or blades, they would continue to fight vigorously." "Surely not, Hongjia. This sounds utterly implausible," I replied, harboring skepticism. Hongjia nodded and said, "Believe it or not, I find it hard to believe as well." But she gestured towards the pattern resembling a 4-legged lizard and continued, "These creatures indeed exist, and they are quite numerous. Their scientific name is now known as the Chinese skink, and in Hakka dialect in certain regions, they are referred to as long pazai. In my childhood, I even killed one and fed it to my family's cat." Third brother nodded in agreement, adding, "Xiaohong is right. There is nothing to fear about this creature, which we call gaposi in our area. The village children often catch them to play with." Chapter 52. Opening the coffin. Having lived in Mo since childhood, where the temperatures are perpetually low, I had never encountered this reptile known as the skink. The fetid coffin liquid dwindled, and after exchanging glances, the Sun brothers nodded in silent understanding. The black coffin liquid flowed over the golden coffin board, intertwining hues of yellow and black that evoked discomfort. Let's get to it. The golden coffin and silver coffin are impressive. "I am eager to see what lies within," I said. Third brother nodded, and both of them simultaneously brandished their entrenching shovels. The coffin board was tightly affixed to the coffin, requiring considerable effort. The cacophony of jarring metallic sounds ensued as the golden coffin board, pried by the entrenching shovel, began to separate bit by bit from the innermost coffin. After much labor, the golden coffin was finally removed, revealing the coffin enveloped within. This coffin was entirely jet black. Thanks to the excellent sealing of the outer golden and silver coffins, it was remarkably well preserved, showing no signs of collapse or deformation. The material used to craft this black coffin was sunk wood. Our leader, a savvy merchant of rice in our group, recognized it immediately and gravely stated, "If I am not mistaken, this is a coffin made of old locust wood." "Old locust wood?" I swallowed hard and whispered, "No way, big brother, isn't it supposed to be golden Namma sunk wood? When did they start using locust wood for coffins?" Yinfeng interjected, "You are only half correct. There are many types of sunk wood. Not solely golden Nammu. There is also red ash, green locust, cypress, hemp willow, red yew, and mulberry. Common knowledge suggests that golden Nammu sunk wood is the most rare and precious, but that is a misconception. The truly rare wood is sunk locust wood, which does not decay for a millennium and is impervious to rodents and insects. Furthermore, from a feng shui perspective, locust wood is cool in nature and belongs to the yin category, making it ideal for preserving corpses." Hongjia nodded in agreement, clearly endorsing our leader's assessment. The pitch-black coffin of sunk wood bore 5 bronze coffin nails. Third brother counted twice and confirmed there were indeed 5 nails. "Shall we extract the nails?" "Big brother?" Third brother's expression turned somewhat grim. Yes, open the coffin and we shall prosper. However, just as the entrenching shovel made contact with the coffin nails, an unexpected event occurred. The old locust wood coffin trembled slightly, producing a muffled sound from within that I thought I had misheard, and was about to ask Hongjia beside me if she had heard anything from the coffin, when, at that moment, the coffin shook once more. I had not misheard, nor had I misseen. This time, I heard distinctly. There was evidently something alive within that coffin. I was taken aback, instinctively retreating a few steps, my voice quivering. There is something in the coffin. The Sun brothers swiftly retreated 2 steps, with the third brother's pallid face contorting into a grimace as he exclaimed, "What the hell? This is impossible. The ceiling of the golden coffin and silver sarcophagus is so impeccable. How could anything possibly have entered?" He implied that perhaps a mouse or something similar had scurried into the coffin. No. Third brother, it might not be a mouse. He shot me a piercing glare. Do not utter such ominous words. Yinfeng, whatever it is, it's just a mouse. Let's not frighten ourselves. After being chastised, I felt a surge of urgency and blurted out, "Third brother, we should flee. What if it's a zombie wrapped in rice dumplings?" As soon as I uttered those words, a chill ran down my spine, and goosebumps erupted all over my body. Damn it, what nonsense about rice dumplings? I had ventured into numerous grand tombs with Wang, and I had never encountered anything of the sort. Yinfeng, stop your foolishness. Open it. Right now, the third brother declared, fervently grasping a spade and stepping forward to target the coffin nails that we stood frozen in place. Hardly daring to breathe, lest we disrupt him, as he removed the third coffin nail, he leaned in closer, pressing his ear against the lid to discern any sounds from within. After 2 or 3 minutes, he suddenly turned, his eyes wide with astonishment, proclaiming, "Tish, there seems to be a sound of breathing inside." At that moment, I recalled the nightmarish vision I had experienced after regaining consciousness, and I trembled as I pointed at the coffin. "Third brother, please do not open it." But my warning came too late. With a fierce shout, veins bulging on the back of his hand, he cursed, "There are no cowards in the northern faction. Who dares to scare me? Not a chance." With a couple of sharp clicks, the last 2 coffin nails fell away. He steadied himself against the coffin lid and forcefully pushed it open. Hongjia clutched her small dagger tightly, while the eldest brother raised his spade high. Should anything dare to show its face from within the coffin, the spade would come crashing down without hesitation. Upon prying open the coffin lid, the third brother faced away from us, standing motionless as if paralyzed by a spell. "What's wrong? Third brother? What is inside the coffin?" It seemed he had not heard the elder brother's inquiry. Remaining in his position, utterly still, "Third brother," the elder brother shouted, charging forward with his spade raised. Hongjia and I quickly followed suit to assess the situation. As we reached the front of the coffin and focused our gaze, we were all struck dumb. We were astounded. Lying within the coffin was a face we recognized all too well. It was Urge, our comrade who had mysteriously disappeared 6 months ago. Sun Lianfu. This scene was utterly surreal. The surrounding air was frigid, and within the shadowy coffin made of dark wood, Sun Lair had long since lost his original attire, now clad in a voluminous gray robe. His body appearing significantly plumper, the fabric tight against him. His complexion was a ghastly shade of blue, lips crimson, brow furrowed in pain as he lay there, arms crossed over his chest in a pose that seemed to convey immense suffering. "Urge, Lair," the Sun brothers exclaimed in alarm as they regained their wits. Who could have anticipated that after vanishing for 6 months, Sun Lair would suddenly materialize within a coffin of such regal stature, surpassing even the standards of a feudal lord? This event was too bizarre, too uncanny. Had we not witnessed it with our own eyes, we would have never believed it present. Sun Laoer lies ensconced within his coffin, his complexion a ghastly blue, while his lips bear a vivid red hue. Upon closer inspection, one can discern the faintest whisper of breath escaping his lips. A glance towards his chest reveals a subtle rise and fall, reminiscent of the gentle undulation of the tide. Sanji's eyes brim with unshed tears as he tenderly cradles Sun Laoer's face, exclaiming, "Second brother, what has befallen you? How did you find yourself within this coffin? Who has wrought such harm upon you? Dear brother, months of toil, half a year of heartache, and all the fear that preceded this moment converge into 2 streams of sorrowful tears as the brothers reunite. In an instant, Sangu collapses beside the coffin, overcome with grief. "Cease your weeping," Hongjia admonishes, her voice sharp that a grown man should not weep like a timid bride. "Hurry, extract Lao air from this coffin. Yes, yes, Sangu exclaims, clarity dawning upon him as he fumbles in a frenzy. Let us get him out. We all converge, eager to lend a hand in lifting Lao air from his resting place. At that moment, my hand inadvertently brushed against the gray robe adorning Lao air. Lowering my gaze, I observed with alarming clarity. Beneath his garments, it appeared as though a serpent writhed incessantly, twisting and turning. Then, almost imperceptibly, a slender, dark yellow tail slipped forth from beneath his attire, swaying side to side, brushing against me with a chilling, slippery touch, devoid of warmth. Chapter 53. A startling transformation. Lao air, awaken, awaken. Deji's voice trembles with urgency as he vigorously shakes Lao air in an attempt to rouse him. Suppressing my trepidation, I cautiously peel away the gray robe that enveloped him, and upon fully comprehending the situation, our collective pupils dilate in shock. There, resting upon Lao air's abdomen, lay a small, four-legged serpent, its entire form a rich shade of brownish yellow. Beast? Sangu is the first to regain his composure, his expression one of fury as he seizes the serpent with a fierce grip. The creature appears entirely unfazed by the aggression, its body writhing even as it is captured. Wait, Lao San. Hong Jia's countenance darkens as she points towards the unconscious Lao air. Do not act hastily. Take a look at what lies upon Lao air's belly. What is that? A bronze tube? I took notice of a green, rusted bronze tube situated on the right side of Lao air's abdomen, approximately 5 cm within the gilded coffin and the silver sarcophagus. Apart from the second brother and that wretched creature, there was nothing else to be found, much less any burial treasures. Despite the myriad of uncertainties and confusions swirling in my mind, if the individuals involved do not speak for themselves, we are left to conjecture aimlessly, forever in the dark about what truly transpired at that moment. With a sudden clatter, Hongjia inadvertently stepped on a stone slab, which sank 3 centimeters beneath her weight. Don't move. Upon sensing the situation, the eldest brother immediately barked out a warning. Third brother, keep an eye on the second brother, and stay put. Don't wander around. His expression was grave. Hongjia's countenance turned pale. She maintained her stance, frozen in place. Both Hongjia and I had previously encountered the head-shaped bell mechanism. Over 2,000 years ago, ancient people had already mastered the art of utilizing the gravitational pull and the attraction of meteorites to design traps. At that very moment, the spot from which the coffin fluid had been seeping, those small apertures at the feet of the copper figure, suddenly began to emit white vapor inexplicably, in a matter of mere seconds. Wisps of white mist surged forth, as if there were a great steamer hidden underground. The vapor rising from below carried a herbal scent. Having inhaled a trace, a wave of dizziness enveloped me, and my legs buckled, causing me to collapse. The others were similarly affected. The third brother could not support the second brother and also fell to the ground. Soon after, at the entrance of the main tomb chamber, where we had blasted our way in with explosives, several beams of flashlight illuminated the darkness. My head swam in a haze, and as the beams drew closer, I struggled to glimpse who was approaching. There appeared to be 4 or 5 individuals, one of whom was leading the group. Shun Jinsing. My mouth moved as I attempted to call out, but no sound emerged. Shortly thereafter, I lost consciousness and succumbed to the void. I know not how long I lay in that state, but when I awoke, a throbbing pain gripped my head and I attempted to move, only to discover that I was unable to budge. My hands and feet had been bound with ropes. Hongjia, eldest brother, third brother. I strained against my bindings, shouting desperately. Youth certainly has its advantages. You seem quite robust. Awakening before the rest, Chun Jianxing remarked, brandishing a flashlight that he waved in front of me with a mocking grin. The harsh light forced me to shut my eyes as I shouted, Chun Jianxing, you're alive. Why have you bound me? Untie me at once. He chuckled, retracting the flashlight and smiling wryly. Gentlemen, come forth and see whether this young man is suitable as a sacrifice. That sun air, however, has proven inadequate. It has been 5 or 6 months, yet the corpse of Jiao Ho shows no signs of response. His words fell. Several figures emerged from the shadows that I focused my gaze and discerned 3 individuals, 2 middle-aged men and an elderly man, the latter of whom had a shock of white hair. Notably, his height did not exceed 1.50 meters, appearing frail and diminutive, akin to a child. He was a decrepit dwarf. Jianxing, is this the young man you spoke of? The dwarf scrutinized me from head to toe. Indeed, Chun Jianxing replied with a sidelong glance. The resonant insect is active within this individual. Is that so? The dwarf expressed surprise, unable to comprehend their exchange. I shouted, Chun Jianxing, what is the meaning of this? What is the meaning? He laughed. Chun Jianxing shook his head and chuckled at me, saying, your name is Yin Feng, isn't it? Indeed, you are quite naive. Just in time, Chen Hoqin. You have awakened. Please, share your thoughts. There is no need for restraint. I turned to see Hongjia, her hands and feet bound, leaning against the stone wall, having regained consciousness, and glaring at Chun Jianxing with a furious expression. Oh, Chun Hoqin, that look in your eyes. If one didn't know better, they might think you were going to eat someone, Chun Jianxing said with a nonchalant shrug. Hongjia took a deep breath and spoke. You pretended to be mentally ill, deliberately feigning madness and mimicking my speech to approach me and Yin Feng, to dispel our concerns, didn't you? Chun Jianxing snapped his fingers. Indeed. Hongjia coldly retorted. The responding insect that Yin Feng captured was intentionally released by you. Chun Jianxing nodded openly. Correct. The insect reacted to this kid, but unfortunately, it was discovered by you all too soon. I am asking you. You knew about that cave entrance, didn't you? In other words, those mountain demons were trained by you. And the hats and clothes they wore were also your doing. Absolutely. I recited stories to these beasts daily to train them. Of course, the ultimate goal was to lead you here, to present you with the coffin. Hongjia's chest heaved. Clearly infuriated, we had been schemed against. I grasped the situation and shouted in anger, Chintugu, we have no grievances with you in the past, nor enmity in recent days. Why would you do this? Oh, you wish to know why? A dwarf elder, barely 1.5 meters tall, slowly approached, speaking as he walked. You need not concern yourselves with the reasons. In any case, you won't be alive much longer, so there is no necessity for understanding. Jianshang, proceed, the dwarf elder said, producing a red incense stick from his robe and handing it to Chun Jiansheng, before stepping back a few paces. Well then, let us get started, Chun Jiansheng said as he pulled out 3 sticks of incense and lit them. Holding the 3 incense sticks, he addressed Hongjia and me, esteemed representatives of the northern faction. Taken the fragrance to it is time to depart. Chapter 54. The doorway after placing the 3 incense sticks before us. Chun Jiansheng crouched down and gently brushed Hongjia's hair. Wait. Hongjia gritted her teeth and said sharply, I want to know one thing. Chun Jiansheng smiled as he stroked her forehead. Didn't the Lord say it's unnecessary for you to know anymore? Chun Hoqin, you and this lad should leave first. As for those few brothers from the Sun family, they will arrive shortly. After all, we are acquaintances, and I admit I have a certain fondness for you. However, it's unfortunate. You belong to the north while I hail from the south. Our paths do not align to as he spoke. Chun Jiansheng abruptly tore open the upper part of Hongjia's clothing, revealing the black. Your tongue is as foul as your character. He slapped me fiercely across the face. Bah! I spat out a mouthful of blood and saliva, my gaze fierce as I fixed it upon Chun Jiansheng. At that moment, Hongjia let out a cold laugh and remarked, the descendants of the 8 small doors, and by Chuandian have truly displayed the behavior of a base knave. Furthermore, she turned her head to glance at the short, gnome-like elder and spoke each word with precision. If I, Chen Hong, am not mistaken, you are the one known as Su Qin, the sword-bearing little leader, are you not? You belong to the Changchun Society, and yet you consort with tomb raiders from the Southern School? Are you not concerned about compromising your own reputation? The gnome-like elder narrowed his eyes as he regarded the bound Hongjia, shaking his head and saying, the girl possesses keen insight, being aware of the Changchun Society, and even knowing my moniker from my youth, Su Qin, the sword-bearing little leader. It has been 30 years, and I had nearly forgotten that name. The old man lifted his head, seemingly lost in reminiscing. Hongjia continued, in the 3rd year of the Ming Hanwu era, the Changchun Society was established, proficient in feng shui, tomb raiding, the 1,000 doors, and medicine, with martial practitioners exceeding 1,000 by the 27th year of the Republic. The elder Chang Baba took over as president, leading the 4 great doors and 8 small doors to that time. The society's influence had permeated various industries, surpassing the strength of the White Lotus sect and the Tiandahui. After the 70s, rumors circulated that the Changchun Society had disbanded. Humph, Hongjia sneered. I knew it. Such a colossal entity could not possibly dissolve into obscurity. Upon hearing Hongjia speak of the Changchun Society, the gnome elder appeared taken aback, exclaiming, I never anticipated that such a young girl would possess such knowledge. Not merely knowledge, my father's death is inextricably linked to the Changchun Society. Even if I, Chen Hong, were to perish here today, I vow to the heavens, as long as that person still breathes, I shall seek vengeance for my father." Hongjia roared, her expression fierce and defiant. "My lord, stop wasting time with her. Act swiftly," Chun Jianxing urged. The gnome elder raised a hand to halt Chun Jianxing, leisurely regarding Hongjia, and inquired, "Young lady, may I ask who your father is? From your words, it implies that the Changchun society deliberately sheltered the murderer of your father?" The elder's nonchalant demeanor provoked a fierce clenching of Hongjia's teeth. "Chun Xiaohong, my father is Chun Xiaohong. Chun Xiaohong." The elder furrowed his brow in contemplation before responding, "Ah, one of the 8 oddities of the Tianqiao. Your father is indeed Chun Xiaohong. Then your grandfather must be the renowned coal merchant from Beiping, Qin Yinjing." Hongjia bowed her head in silence, momentarily lost in thought. The gnome elder paced back and forth with his hands clasped behind his back, as if mulling over a decision. After 3 minutes, he turned and commanded, "Jiansheng, this girl cannot be killed. For the time being, restrain her. Once we have completed our business and exited, you may release her." "Release her?" Qin Jiansheng exclaimed urgently. "Old man, what do you mean? This woman is notorious in the northern school. If we let her go, and she spreads word of our activities, it could spell trouble for us in the southern school." The elder turned to Chun Jiansheng, his tone icy. "That is your own affair, Jiansheng. Remember this. Our collaboration this time is merely a matter of mutual benefit, yet it does not imply that we are allies. When I say that killing is forbidden, it is absolute. Do you require me to repeat myself?" Jianxing, although he appeared to be a diminutive old man, barely standing at 1.5 meters. The gravity of his words rendered Chun Jiansheng pale, beads of sweat forming on his brow. With a resounding thud, Chun Jiansheng knelt before him. "Jiansheng has acted rashly. Please do not be angry." "My lord, once we have completed our task, I shall release this woman." The old man nodded in satisfaction. "And what of this young man?" Chun Jianxing pointed at me. The elder, displaying impatience, remarked, "Did you not earlier assert that the echo bug reacted to this young man?" Chun Jiansheng clasped his fists. "Indeed." Then dislocate his arm and cast him aside to observe. "Understood." No sooner had he spoken than 2 middle-aged men, who had remained silent until now, stepped forward and seized me from the ground. "What are you doing?" I shouted in protest. My struggles were futile, as the 2 men hoisted me up as easily as one would carry a chick. "No. You must release me. You must also free him," Hongjia exclaimed urgently. The elder shook his head, saying, "Girl, I spare your life out of respect for Mei Ma Yin Jingchun. Long ago, at the Changchun conference, Mei Ma Yin Jingchun single-handedly eliminated the commanders of the puppet army. Your father, Chen Xiaohe, did not pass on his abilities to you. And as for this generation," the elder gazed at Hongjia, shaking his head, "you are even more fragile. Proceed," the elder stated coolly. The 2 middle-aged men tightened their grip on my arms, increasing the pressure until I cried out in agony. With a sickening crack, I heard the sound of dislocated bones. Hongjia turned pale and closed her eyes tightly. Once they released me, I collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud. My arms rendered uncontrollable. My left arm, already injured, was now in a worse state, both arms dislocated. Following their instructions, the 2 men dragged me away, indifferent to Hongjia's pleas for mercy. The journey lasted no more than 5 minutes before they brought me to the edge of a large pit. In front of the pit lay a stone offering table, barren and devoid of any items. They produced ropes and bound me to the stone table in a manner that ensured I could not escape. After confirming my bindings, one of them retrieved a small packet from his person. He opened the packet and poured a fine powder into the pit. Subsequently, the 2 men exited the vicinity with haste. Once they had departed, I struggled against my bindings, enduring the pain, but to no avail. My arms were powerless, and despite numerous attempts, I found myself unsuccessful. With the Sun brothers unconscious and missing, despair settled over me as my body ached and hunger gnawed at my insides. Gradually, I succumbed to hopelessness. After roughly 20 minutes, I suddenly heard a rustling noise emanating from the pit. Bound to the stone table and facing upwards, I could not discern what lay within the pit, only catching glimpses of the ground on either side of my body. Then, I witnessed a sight that filled me with terror. From the depths of the pit, a multitude of stone dragon lizards began to crawl up from either side of the stone table. Some of these 4-legged serpents are large, while others are small. The larger ones measure over half a meter in length, while the smaller ones are merely a few centimeters long. In just a few moments of breathing, I felt a chilling sensation creeping up my legs, and with a sense of dread, I glanced down. 2 yellow-brown serpents had slithered up my legs, climbing onto me. Their tongues flicked in and out as they approached. Their eyes so diminutive they were nearly imperceptible. Their bodies glistened as if coated in oil, inching toward my upper body. Chapter 55. Scheming one serpent wriggled its way onto my chest, from less than 20 centimeters away. I could distinctly smell the foul odor emanating from this creature that I shook my body vigorously, attempting to dislodge the serpents, but to no avail. Rather than falling off, they clung tighter, and in the process, I inadvertently struck myself in the face with the protective amulet hanging from my neck. The small amulet, made of metal, inflicted a sharp pain upon impact. With a sudden snap, it flew open. Inside was a crumpled piece of yellow paper. A gift from Yao Yuman that I had kept with me ever since, with faint inscriptions barely visible. Clenching a corner of the paper with my teeth, I shook it vigorously. Soon, the paper tore apart, releasing a fine, pale yellow powder. Curiously, the powder was odorless and colorless, yet upon contact with the serpents crawling on me, they recoiled as if they had encountered a deadly substance, retreating swiftly. Within moments, I found myself entirely free of serpents. Glancing down, I noticed 2 lines of small characters inscribed on the yellow paper. At first, they were difficult to decipher, but after adjusting the angle while gripping it with my teeth, the words became clear. The red brushstrokes read, "Life and death are fated. Wealth and nobility are bestowed by heaven. Guard against hidden enemies, and be wary of small pests. In the underworld's tombs, take heed." Reading these words stirred a tempest within me. Yao Yuman's amulet contained a 24-character prophecy. It seemed as though this woman had foreseen the secret plans between my elder brother, third brother, and myself. Could she possibly possess the gift of divination? Moreover, I discovered a thin blade embedded in the bottom of the amulet box, resembling a razor blade but even finer and sharper. Risking injury, I attempted several times to flip the amulet box, ultimately succeeding in clasping the blade with my teeth. With it, I severed the rope binding my upper body, allowing me to sit upright. I then used the blade to cut the ropes around my feet. The ground was still teeming with serpents, yet my clothing was dusted with the powder from the amulet, keeping them at bay. Every time I moved, they retreated into the shadows, some even slithering back into the deep pit. I had seen others on television treat dislocated arms, but as the saying goes, a different trade is like a different mountain, and I was no doctor. On television, others seemed to effortlessly realign bones with a single click. I leaned against the wall and struck myself repeatedly, each impact sending sharp pain coursing through me. Perhaps it was the protection of the amulet, or perhaps sheer luck akin to a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. After several attempts, I heard a satisfying click as the bone miraculously rejoined. It was sheer happenstance, and I attempted to reset my left arm, but to no avail. Peering into the pit, I noted its depth. It was shrouded in darkness, a chilling breeze wafting up from its depths, sending shivers down my spine. Supporting my injured left arm, I concealed a small blade within the palm of my hand. I tiptoed, striving to walk silently, and cautiously made my way outside. Judging by the geographical layout of my surroundings, I found myself beneath the foothills of Fei Mountain, likely ensconced within some subterranean cavern. Pressing against the wall, I concealed myself in the shadows, and, after several minutes of careful navigation, I suddenly caught sight of flickering flames ahead, accompanied by the murmur of human conversation. I edged closer stealthily. "Chingu, if we pull this off splendidly, and that cadaver truly revives by siphoning blood, we stand to gain immensely. You know, I heard that the vice president of the Changchun Society is on his last legs, barely hanging on with those exorbitant nutrient injections. If we deliver that corpse to him, who knows, perhaps you could ascend from the 8 small gates to the 4 great gates, and I might even join the Changchun Society. Just imagine the exhilaration. We could walk with swagger. What kind of beauties wouldn't he be within our grasp? You little rascal, are you really aiming to join the Changchun Society just for the sake of women? A real man should have grander ambitions." A lewd chuckle followed. "My aspirations pale in comparison to yours, Chingu. You have the prowess to betray your own brethren without a flicker of remorse. I, however, have but one wish in this life, to marry a beautiful university student. You, with your elementary school diploma, keep dreaming about university beauties. What do you intend to do once you join the Changchun Society?" "Marry her. I thought I would have her read to me every night. Just have her read Jean Ping made to me nightly. Get lost, you fool." Listening to their exchange stirred a tempest of fury within me. I yearned to charge forth and draw blood with my blade. Damn Qin Jiansheng. His disguise was so convincing that he could win a Golden Rooster Award for his performance. I then overheard them discussing me and Hongjia. "Chingu, that old high-go's intoxicating aroma truly works wonders. You saw it too, right? That mesmerizing smoke was potent. Chun Jinxing replied with a laugh. Indeed, the old Haigo's concoction is remarkable that I deliberately had Chun Hong and that lad consume the fruit, and with the aid of this intoxicating aroma. The effects were nothing short of spectacular. Impressive, Chun Go. We took the antidote 3 days in advance to ensure its efficacy, but you only arrived yesterday. What about your antidote? With a snap of his fingers, Chun Jinxing smugly declared. Learn from this, kid. This is the brilliance of your Chun Gu. I prepared meticulously, blending the antidote into the wine, which was stored in the sacrificial pit soul jars that I made it clear that I enjoy drinking. Thus, everything fell seamlessly into place, didn't it? Ah, ha. You vile wretch. I mentally cursed this old scoundrel's entire lineage. Had I not been eavesdropping, I might have remained oblivious to the trap set for me and Hongjia. The world of martial arts is treacherous. One can know a person's face, but not their heart. Truly, as Hongjia had warned, none from the southern faction are to be trusted, though some threads of this conspiracy remain tangled. One truth is clear. We have been ensnared in a cunning scheme. The group that accompanied Chun Jianxing into the tomb, including the deceased Jigua Chun, all fell victim to his treachery. I remain oblivious to the affiliations of the individuals behind him, particularly the Changchun Society. However, Hong Jie possesses clarity on this matter. Hence, I have resolved to rescue her first, and subsequently seek out De Gu and San Gu to extricate them as well. Aware of my precarious position, I trailed them at a distance after their conversation concluded. The absence of fire or flashlights rendered visibility exceedingly low, which conveniently aided my concealment. Stealthily, I followed them without detection. As I surmised, they believed me to be dead or already devoured by the four-legged serpent, thus lowering their guard. This line of thought led me to recall Yao Yuman. His visage surfaced in my mind, and an instinctive feeling hinted that the situation might be far more complex than I had anticipated. After trailing them for approximately half an hour, Chun Jianxing and the man halted that I noticed a discreet stone cave entrance ahead. Camouflaged with some dry grass, they cleared the grass. The two men entered sequentially. I waited for 3 minutes before crouching and following suit. Given the numerical superiority of the adversaries, I proceeded with utmost caution. Concealing myself at the slightest disturbance that I understood that I was the last hope of our faction, and capture was not an option. The only advantage I possessed was my obscured presence, while the enemy remained in the light. Chapter 56. The plastic basket inside the cave. The flickering light danced. Hey, Pai-san, I have a question for you. Do you think a corpse can truly come back to life? I don't know. Shingu, but this seems rather sinister. Remember when we extracted that thing from the golden coffin? We all witnessed it, right? The body was merely deflated, its teeth protruding like a rabbit's, and the flesh on its face still had some elasticity. It's downright creepy. I concealed myself at the cave entrance, quietly observing and eavesdropping on their conversation. Chun Jianxing and the man named Pai-san were engaged in discussion. Before them lay a massive, translucent plastic basket, filled with a liquid that resembled pale milk. Its true nature remained unknown. I discerned something else, vaguely. Within the liquid of the large plastic basket, a shadow floated, from the outline illuminated by the outside. It appeared to be a person. Don't move. You dare to touch that water. Chun Jianxing suddenly barked. Head, we were just curious, right? By the way, I must inform you, Shingu, I believe I deserve a share of Ji Guochen's possessions after this outing. Considering we are the last two left, I'm not greedy. Just give me 30%. The man extended 3 fingers. A smile graced Chun Jianxing's face. Of course, you've contributed as well. I promise you. 30% it shall be. Splendid. How righteous. The excitement in Pai-san's eyes was unmistakable. Sen-air, since you're so curious about this thing, if you truly wish to see it, you may do so. But stand to the side and be cautious. Remember, you're allowed just one glance, Chun Jianxing said, pointing at the plastic container. Really? I can take a look? Chun Jianxing nodded and said, Go ahead, just avoid the water. Having received permission, the man tiptoed cautiously toward the large plastic water tank. Upon reaching it, he glanced down and, without turning back, inquired, Brother Chun, this water is as white as milk. I can't see anything. Where is it? In the middle. Take a closer look, came Chun Jianxing's low voice. I in the middle? It seems there's nothing there. What transpired next unfolded before my eyes in the shadows that I watched as Chun Jianxing silently picked up a round stone from the ground. His footsteps barely making a sound. Sanner, Chun Jianxing suddenly shouted. Huh? What? Pai-san turned around. Bang! In that instant, Chun Jianxing raised the stone high and, with perfect aim, struck Pai San squarely on the forehead. A second later, 2 streams of crimson blood flowed down the stone. Pai San opened his mouth and collapsed to the ground, his forehead a bloody mess. Bah! Chen Jiansheng discarded the bloodied stone and glared at the prostrate Pai San, saying, 30%. You dare demand 30% from me? Who do you think you are? Not even half of that. All of it belongs to me. Chen Jiansheng. Bah! He kicked Pai San, observing the lack of response, and then turned to scan the surroundings. I quickly shrank back to hide. That was close. I almost got discovered. I then saw Chen Jiansheng dragging Pai San's legs, pulling him toward the plastic tank. Sanner, don't worry. I'll keep your share safe for you. Rest assured, when you see our support and logistics down below, just tell them that during the holidays, I'll always prepare some beautiful women from Western houses for them. With that, Chen Jiansheng lifted his upper body, clearly intending to toss Pai San into the large plastic container. Witnessing a murder unfold before my eyes, I felt a surge of panic. Pai San stood about 175 centimeters tall and was quite robust. So Chen Jiansheng might have slipped, failing to get him inside, and instead, with a loud thud, he knocked Pai San down again. This time, the back of Pai San's head struck the ground. To my astonishment, Pai San was awakened by the impact. He was not dead. Damn you. Pai San's face was smeared with blood as he suddenly struggled to rise. Chen Jiansheng panicked and pressed down on Pai San. Gripping his neck tightly with both hands, Pai San flailed his legs, desperately twisting and struggling, causing Chen Jiansheng's face to be scratched. Die! Die! Go to hell! Veins bulged on Chen Jiansheng's forehead, his expression resembling that of a demon. In just a minute or two, Pai San's complexion shifted from red to purple, and as Chen Jiansheng's grip tightened, his face turned the color of liver, his throat emitting sounds reminiscent of a phlegm blockage. At that moment, Pai San's neck began to turn slowly. His face, now the color of liver, aligned perfectly with mine. As our eyes met, he looked at me, and I looked back at him. In that instant, Pai San's gaze seemed filled with terror, anger, and fear. He raised his left arm high, pointing in my direction. Die. Die. Chen Jiansheng appeared to be possessed, completely oblivious to Pai San's actions. 3 minutes later, Pai San's legs slackened. No longer struggling, his eyes bulged, still fixed on me. With unyielding eyes, Chen Jiansheng descended from the lifeless body. He wiped the sweat from his brow, gasping for air as he took a brief respite. After a moment, he rolled the corpse into the leather frame, producing a resounding splash. In mere seconds, I observed that the milky liquid began to bubble and froth as if brought to a boil. The foul stench assaulted my senses. The body of Pai Sanner appeared to soften, gradually disintegrating and dissolving before my eyes. Flesh, hair, bones, everything. All within a span of less than 10 minutes, the living being reduced to naught but remnants. The liquid retained its creamy whiteness. For an instant, I thought I glimpsed a shadowy figure within, its head seemingly moving. It was the epitome of obliteration. Gazing upon his handiwork, a faint smile crept across Chen Jiansheng's lips. Only to be swiftly concealed, he covered the plastic frame with a cloth, clapped his hands, and whistled cheerfully as he approached me. Exuding an air of nonchalance, he intended to exit the cave. I quickly retreated a few steps, concealing myself behind a protruding rock. My slender frame and the fact that I sucked in my stomach allowed me to hide just in time as he emerged. It was a close call. I narrowly escaped detection. Chen Jiansheng hummed a tune as he walked, his voice resonating with the lyrics of Zhang Jihua's Sailor. In moments of hardship, one often hears the sailor's words. What is this pain amidst the storm? Dry your tears, fear not, for we still harbor dreams. His voice faded into the distance, and I cursed him silently as I pressed against the stone wall, crouching low to follow. My curiosity about the large leather frame in the cave surged. I knew it concealed some secret. However, time was of the essence, and I had to shadow Chen Jiansheng. Only by doing so could I hope to find Hongjie and the Sun brothers. I surmised they had been separated and confined after losing consciousness. Chen Tuxiang. Suddenly, I heard someone speaking ahead. Peering cautiously, I discovered one of the 2 middle-aged men near the dwarf. Jiango. Chen Jiansheng responded promptly, bending slightly. Chen Tuxiang, where's that little brother of yours? Weren't you all together earlier? Chen Jiansheng maintained a casual demeanor, patting his forehead and chuckling. Oh, you mean Sanner? Well, he has been struck with a sudden stomach ache and is indisposed at the moment. It seems he must have eaten something that disagreed with him. Jiangu, let us not wait for him. Upon hearing Chen Jiansheng's explanation, the middle-aged man nodded. What is the matter, Jiangu? What are you looking at? As he spoke, Chen Jiansheng turned to glance back as well. I pressed tightly against the stone wall, scarcely daring to breathe, sweat beading on my forehead. Nothing. It's probably just my imagination. I've been feeling a bit paranoid lately, the middle-aged man replied. Chen Jiansheng, harboring his own secrets, feigned a smile and urged, I think there's nothing to worry about. Let us hurry along. Jiango. We must prepare for our next steps. Jiango, is there something behind us? Just a few minutes into their walk, Chen Jiansheng, noticing the middle-aged man's frequent glances over his shoulder, inquired curiously. The man addressed as Jiangu remained silent. Upon reaching a spacious area, they came to a halt. I glanced around and noticed a large army green tent erected on the flat ground. Estimating its dimensions, I surmised the tent exceeded 10 meters in length, featuring a domed arch with an entrance left ajar. Resembling the traditional yurts of Mongolia, they lifted the door curtain and stepped inside, while I waited in place for 3 to 5 minutes. Feeling that enough time had elapsed, I crouched and followed suit. There was a gap in the curtain, and I stealthily peered inside. Within, I discerned 3 individuals, all clad in white lab coats and wearing masks. Several electronic devices, the likes of which I had never seen before, were set upon a table alongside a small diesel generator that was actively humming. How is the progress? Inquired a middle-aged man as he entered. One of the individuals in a white lab coat responded. And to my surprise, it was a melodious female voice, indicative of youth. The woman expressed her dissatisfaction, stating, the conditions here are exceedingly harsh. I wonder how much the instructor has been compensated to send us here. The circumstances are less than 1% of what we have in our laboratory on Hong Kong Island. After a few more complaints, she continued, you have already reviewed the samples we provided. Pointing towards a large monitor. The data is perplexing. This biological sample contains almost no moisture, yet some cells still exhibit vitality. Furthermore, within the blood vessels, there exists a substance akin to amino acids, which, under current conditions, would be exceedingly difficult to extract. Pray tell us honestly, what exactly are we here to study? You speak too much, the middle-aged man retorted coldly. Fulfill your duties, and then depart with your payment. Do not ask questions that are not yours to pose. The female scientist, incensed, removed her mask in a fit of anger. She was a striking young woman, her features sharp and well-defined, with fair skin and large eyes, likely in her early 20s, resembling a stunning mixed-race beauty. Fluent in Mandarin. Hey, what kind of attitude is that? The mixed-race woman exclaimed, her temper flaring. One of her male colleagues quickly intervened, urging, Shaoan, do not be impulsive. The instructor has asked me to keep an eye on you to prevent any foolishness. His implication was clear. We ought not to provoke these individuals, so I suggest you temper your demeanor. Immediately, the peacemaker in the white lab coat interjected with a smile. Rest assured, boss, we are making swift progress. In 2 or 3 days, we will be able to extract what you desire. Given the challenging conditions and lack of equipment, please bear with us. You have until tomorrow at this time, at most. The middle-aged man replied, glancing at his watch, that I expect to see the final results. With that, he turned and strode out. In a moment of urgency, I concealed myself behind the tent. Chen Jiansheng emerged to see the man off, patting his chest as he said, Jiango, you go ahead. I will ensure things move along here. As for the esteemed Xiao Lu Tu, I will need to trouble you for some flattering words. Ha ha. As Chen Jiansheng rubbed his hands together incessantly, after the man departed, Chen Jiansheng nonchalantly settled into a chair, lighting a cigarette and crossing his legs. Beautiful lady, he remarked, I'm not like that fellow from earlier. I'm rather easy to converse with. I've heard that the substances extracted from that corpse can grant one the gift of youth and immortality. Is there any truth to this? The woman in the white lab coat, referred to as Shaoan, shook her head and replied, we are still far from achieving that. To be honest, I do not believe our current technology can reach such heights. There are still many mysteries that elude explanation. The substances we have extracted can only be considered a semi-finished product at best. As she spoke, she produced a small glass vial containing a translucent, pale blue liquid. This is it, she said, gently shaking the transparent bottle. Chen Jiansheng swallowed hard, his gaze fixated on the pale blue liquid within the vial. Taking a deep drag from his cigarette, he exhaled a plume of smoke slowly through his nostrils, a smile gracing his lips. You may continue. Consider me invisible, he declared, flicking the spent cigarette butt aside and beginning to close his eyes in contemplation. You two carry on. I shall step away for a moment. Shaoan, in her white coat, suddenly announced before turning to exit the tent. There were still many aspects of the situation beneath Fei Imo Mountain that puzzled me, observing that my target was now alone, and furthermore a woman. I recognized a prime opportunity. I knew this woman's companion as Shawan, while I referred to her as researcher and with swift, measured steps, researcher and finally chose to relieve herself behind a rock. She glanced around to ensure no one was watching, then began to lift her lab coat in preparation to squat. Don't move. I seized the moment, advancing swiftly to encircle her from behind, pressing a small blade against her throat. Don't scream. If you do, I shall cut your throat. You. Who are you? Her eyes widened in terror, her voice trembling. Chapter 58. Turning point. The woman inquired about my intentions, suggesting that if it was money I sought, she had some. Why would I want money? I retorted. Do you think I would venture to this godforsaken place for money? I know you came from some pharmaceutical company in Hong Kong, Tianlin, I believe. I fabricated an identity, claiming to be a police officer, here in pursuit of you. Police, sir? Her expression shifted to one of surprise. What is this about? In this era, Hong Kong crime films were all the rage, with DVDs of infernal affairs and police story ubiquitous. The woman, though young, seemed to take my words to heart upon seeing her reaction. Can you take me away? I do not wish to remain here any longer. She pleaded. If you cooperate, you can leave, I replied. All right, but could you please lower the knife? I am not a bad person and I am willing to cooperate. I found her words rather dubious. Throughout history, there have been countless wealthy and powerful individuals. No one desires death. I surmised that this so-called high-ranking figure from Changchun believed that this blue liquid could prolong her life. How could that be possible? Please, I've told you everything. Just take me away. I cannot bear to stay in this cave any longer. I casually pocketed the blue vial, asking, do you know where you are? She nodded, then shook her head. I am only aware that we are in Shand. Beyond that, I possess little knowledge. Before we boarded the vehicle, our eyes were covered, and by the time we arrived here, the necessary instruments and equipment were already prepared, including a hematology analyzer. But let us not dwell on those details. That I remarked with exasperation. There is no need to elaborate. I have no interest in such matters. That I bear you no ill will and would not harm you without cause. However, given the peculiar circumstances we find ourselves in, if you and your two companions wish to leave and survive in Shund, you must acquiesce to my terms. She nodded repeatedly, inquiring what those terms were. I propose that I be allowed to infiltrate your group, while you act as my informant. These individuals typically conceal themselves beneath masks and protective gear. I had taken note that one of the men bore a striking resemblance to me. Provided I donned a mask and the protective suit, refraining from speech to impersonate him, I surmised that I would likely go unnoticed. This was a plan I had devised on the spur of the moment, and upon further reflection, it might indeed prove feasible. As the saying goes, what is hidden in the light is often overlooked, and to reap rewards, one must take risks. I assured her of my sincerity, stating that as long as she did not renege and expose me, I would not bring her harm. I instructed her, now, call your male companion over here. Researcher and looked perplexed and asked what my intentions were. Do not concern yourself with the details. Do you wish to leave, or do you prefer to remain imprisoned? I pressed. I do not wish to stay. Then do as I say, swiftly. After a brief hesitation, she advanced a short distance and shouted towards the tent. Sugu, Sugu, I forgot to bring paper. Could you bring me some? I concealed myself and reached down to grasp a somewhat smooth stone from the ground. Haha, here he comes, Shawan. How could you go out without any paper? The man approached slowly. Seizing the moment, I dashed behind him and struck his occiput with the stone that I had tempered my force. Yet he still attempted to turn around. His footing faltered, and he collapsed unconscious. That Sugu, what are you doing? Researcher and questioned me. I swiftly stripped off the protective suit and mask from the man and donned them myself. As I dressed, I reassured her, do not worry. He will not die. If you wish to leave this place, you must assist me. With my mask affixed, I transformed my appearance, masquerading as one of the researchers sent by Chun Jianxing from Hong Kong Island. Researcher and scrutinized the injury, gritting her teeth as she admonished, do not deceive me, let's head back together. Upon reaching the entrance, I adjusted my mask and lowered my voice, stating, remember my earlier words. We each seek our own ends and shall remain at peace. Once this is over, you may depart, and we shall never cross paths again. Do you understand? She paused for 2 or 3 minutes, then took a deep breath and parted the leather curtain. My, you are not merely going to the restroom, are you? I saw you summon your colleague and request paper. The two of you. Surely you are not going to. Haha. Chun Jianxing cast a glance in my direction, offering an expression that any man would understand. Researcher and retorted, do not speak nonsense. I am simply going to relieve myself. Lao Su has returned. Please bring me the U-shaped tube. Suddenly, another man in a white coat shouted at me, I in a state of frantic disarray. I rummaged through the shelves, causing glassware to clink and clatter. At that moment, aside from researcher in, both Qin Jianxing and the figure in the white lab coat turned to gaze at me. Clearing her throat, researcher in came to my aid, saying, I have the items here. You see, my memory is rather poor. I used them this morning and forgot to place them back on the shelf. I discreetly exchanged glances with researcher in, who nodded in understanding, then turned to Qin Jianxing and said, Listen, at this critical juncture, we require one more thing. To ensure the accuracy of our results, we need a living specimen. Preferably a woman around 30 years of age. What do you mean? Are you suggesting we need a living person for the experiment? And it must be a woman in her 30s. Why didn't you mention this before? Qin Jianxing inquired, his expression one of disbelief. Researcher and shot me a glance and sternly replied, Regardless, it's been entrusted to you. This is a pivotal step. You must handle it yourself. If that group later questions why we failed, don't say I didn't forewarn you. Qin Jianxing's expression shifted subtly. A few minutes later, he spoke in a low voice. Wait here. I'll go find someone and see if we can meet your requirements. With that, he hastily pushed aside the leather curtain and exited. Shaoan, what is this? At that moment, another male researcher in a white lab coat appeared to be unaware of the situation. Senior brother? You needn't concern yourself. This is a procedure assigned by the professor. Shaoan deflected, managing to navigate the inquiry. The passage of time felt agonizingly slow. The words of researcher echoed in my mind. All of which I had previously emphasized. I found myself gambling on the notion that the only eligible candidate here was Hongjia, hoping that the group wouldn't uncover the underlying issues and that the influential figure from Changchun would deem this matter significant. As time ticked by, approximately an hour later, upon hearing footsteps, I sensed that my gamble had paid off. Qin Hoqin, can you not be so honest? Step inside. If you don't comply, don't blame me for being unforgiving. As the curtain opened, Hongjia was thrust into the room. Seeing her standing before me unscathed filled my heart with exhilaration. I could hardly believe that my serendipitous plan had succeeded. All right, you may step outside and wait. Researcher and cast a glance at Che. Your words are quite foul. Madam, who do you dare to insult as a little chick? No, Li Gu, do not engage in an argument with this woman. Interjected researcher and Shaoan. Why do I feel as though you have transformed into an entirely different person today? Your speech lacks coherence, utterly disjointed. And you, Li Zheng remarked, looking at me. And you, Lao Su. You were usually so talkative. What has come over you today? Have you had a change of heart? Did you lose your senses after taking a leak? I met researcher In's gaze, and she nodded at me. What on earth are you two doing, playing a game of charades? Li Zheng questioned, taking a step back. Taking a deep breath, I fixed my gaze upon him and slowly removed my mask. As the mask slipped away. Li Zheng, realizing I was not Lao Su, was about to erupt in anger. Researcher In swiftly gestured for silence towards Li Zheng, simultaneously pointing towards the door, indicating that Qin Jianxing was outside. Hongjia stared at me with wide eyes, her expression one of disbelief, as she gritted her teeth and uttered two words. Yunfeng. Chapter 59. Partnership. Hush. Hongjia, do not make a sound. I gestured towards the tense entrance. Hongjia remained in shock as she heard a male voice ask, Who are you? Where is Lao Su? I crept to the edge of the curtain and peeked outside. Qin Jianxing was pacing back and forth not far away. Turning back, I addressed the man named Li, stating, You need not inquire about my identity. I shall tell you one thing. Do you and she wish to go outside? Li Zheng furrowed his brows. First, answer me. Where is Lao Su? Li Gu, Lao Su is fine. This person may be. Researcher and whispered something into Li Zheng's ear. Li Zheng scrutinized me with suspicion, questioning my intentions. This Li Zheng was an intern who graduated from a renowned medical university in the country. Due to family connections, he had been developing his career in the Hong Kong area these past few years. Much like researcher, and they were both employed by a prestigious private pharmaceutical company, frequently featured in television advertisements. Regarding the so-called teacher who had sent them here, researcher and had skillfully sidestepped the topic, which I could discern. Hongjia, having pieced together the situation, quietly asked, Yunfeng, what are your plans moving forward? I know where the boss and his group are being held. How do you intend to rescue them? Upon hearing this, I let out a sigh of relief. Knowing that Hongjia had an idea of the location simplified matters greatly. Come here, let's proceed with this plan. Will that work? What if we get discovered? Li Zheng raised an eyebrow after hearing my proposal, setting others aside. What about that diminutive old man, the one under 1.5 meters in height? You've seen him before. Haven to you? I nodded in acknowledgement. Elijah lowered his voice. That little old man, when we first arrived, encountered a few four-legged snakes. Guess what? That little old man casually went out and threw 3 flying knives. Each one struck true, piercing the heads of the snakes. What? Flying knives? I exclaimed, my eyes widening. You cannot be serious. Who uses such things in this day and age? Why would I deceive you? Every word I speak is the truth. Had I not witnessed it myself, would I speak so? Li Zheng did not appear to be lying. Consider the possibility that should we be discovered, that individual might not hesitate to pierce us through. Upon hearing this, Hongjie let out a soft sigh. Yin Feng, he speaks the truth. In my youth, I heard my father mention this person. He said that Su Qin, known as the Little Lintu, is a senior member within the Changchun Society. Within this society, my grandfather, Mei Mai Jingchen, held a rank equivalent to his, and although he may not be the most senior, he certainly ranks among the foremost. This individual is known for wielding a 3.5-inch flying knife. My father often jested that the Little Lintu possesses an endless supply of flying knives, making it nearly impossible for an ordinary person to approach him if he were to discover our plans. We would undoubtedly be in grave danger. After hearing Hongjie's words, I began to pace back and forth within the tent that I harbored doubts about Li Zheng, yet I found merit in Hongjie's statements. My mind was awash with thoughts, not only concerning the old man, but also regarding a pressing matter before us. Even if we managed to evade that group under the cover of darkness alongside researcherin, we still needed to discern our path to escape. Suddenly, a resounding thunderclap echoed above us, clear and distinct. The southern regions are known for their abundant rainfall and scarce snowfall. At this juncture, Shund is transitioning from spring to summer, and thunderstorms are commonplace. I listened to the rumbling from the cave above. My gaze fell upon a large vat positioned in the corner that contained half a vat of clear water, presumably used by researcher N's group for their daily ablutions. Noticing my unwavering stare at the vat, Hongjie whispered, Yin Feng, are you contemplating? I nodded in response, gesturing towards the thunderous sky, and said, with the thunder rolling, we might as well try a dead horse as a live one. I wish to test this. If it proves effective, we may indeed discover our means of escape. However, Hongjie seemed hesitant to speak further. I understood her apprehension. She might doubt my abilities given my youthful appearance, and I had not previously mentioned any experience in this regard. The method I proposed might be unfamiliar to the average person. Yet there exist numerous instances from the past within the realm of tomb raiding. Historically, in the practice of tomb raiding, those from the north emphasize observation, scent, inquiry, and palpation, while those from the south focus on olfactory investigation and exploration. Though there are some commonalities between these two approaches, they remain distinct upon deeper examination. The act of observation involves scrutinizing the entire mountain's contours. Ancient practitioners placed great importance on the feng shui of burial sites, and seasoned experts can readily identify prime locations at a glance. Furthermore, there are various subtle techniques related to observation. For instance, if one were to visit a rural area and encounter a field of crops thriving except for a specific patch in the center that appears wilted and stunted, a tomb raider would instantly recognize this as a strong indicator of an ancient tomb beneath. The presence of a layer of clay and compacted earth would hinder the crop's ability to absorb rainfall, resulting in their poor growth. This is what is referred to as observation. Without delving into the aspects of scent, let us consider inquiry and palpation. Inquiry involves gathering information, particularly from the elderly villagers whose families have resided in the area for generations. By offering them a few fine cigarettes, one might elicit invaluable tales and legends that often yield significant insights. The tomb of Emperor Hongxi of the Ming Dynasty's 9th son, Prince Liang Zhuang, was uncovered through information gleaned from an elderly resident of Liang village by a group of grave robbers. This process is akin to taking a pulse, where the northern faction is further divided into upper and lower cuts. The upper cut refers to the point of entry, signifying the robber's study of how to excavate directly to the main burial chamber beneath, aligning with the notion of reaching the source of an ailment. Conversely, the lower cut pertains to the opening of the coffin within the tomb, which follows established protocols. If the remains of the deceased are still present, one must begin by probing from the head, proceeding along the body to the posterior, and finally to the feet. The final aspect is the act of listening, which signifies attuning oneself to sounds as a method of locating an exit. I am inclined to adopt this technique because, months prior, I had a casual conversation with the leader, who mentioned this very matter. I was deeply intrigued at the time, yet my limited experience prevented me from attempting it. The leader remarked that as one ages, this technique becomes less feasible, emphasizing the necessity of keen hearing for its efficacy, which is also a matter of innate talent. He informed me that some individuals can make their ears move up and down, and with proper guidance, such individuals are well suited for grave robbing. Conversely, there are those who, regardless of their efforts, cannot move their ears. The leader suggested that these individuals might lack the requisite talent and, therefore, would be unable to utilize the technique of listening for thunder. Upon hearing his words, I felt elated, for my ears were not merely capable of movement. In my youth, I often practiced this, with a slight furrow of my brow. I could control my ears to move back and forth independently, directing one ear to move at will while keeping the other still. I ponder whether this is what one might call talent. Chapter 60. Listening for thunder. Our tent had a back door, which served as the usual restroom for several of them. As there was no bathroom below, it would be impractical to relieve oneself haphazardly. Having devised a plan, researcher and intentionally set the diesel generator to its maximum power, thereby masking the noise of our maneuvering the large VAT. Is it really that loud? Can I go in now? Shun Jianxing shouted from outside, hearing the generator's roar. Not yet. Hold on, researcher and replied loudly. We're halfway through. The instruments need to operate at full capacity. We will call you once we are ready. Shun Jianxing muttered something indistinct outside, which I could not quite catch. Just then, strange sounds emanated from an unknown source, resembling the calls of some bird, perhaps akin to a chicken's cluck. Are there chickens down there? I called out to Hongjia, who seemed lost in thought. Hongjia? Hongjia? After calling her name twice, she snapped back to reality. It's probably a mountain chicken or something. No need to worry, she said, shifting the topic as she gestured toward the water vat. Let us get started. We commenced our operation by emptying the water stored in the vat, pulling aside the leather curtain of the back door, and placing a shovel inside the vat. Subsequently, we began to rotate the heavy vat outward. Its weight made it laborious to lift, compelling us to roll it little by little. Watch your step back there, Li Zheng cautioned. If you see any clumps of toilet paper, be careful to avoid stepping in anything unpleasant. Researcher blushed slightly upon hearing this, offering an awkward smile. The rumbling of thunder persists, yet I remain unaware of whether it is raining outside. In my heart, I fervently pray that the thunder does not cease. For if it were to stop, my plan would falter. The water tank is exceedingly heavy, and after a short while of laboring in circles, Li Zheng finds himself utterly exhausted. He gasps for breath and complains. With such a cumbersome object, where can we possibly go? If we must continue for another hour or two, we shall not only risk capture by that group, but we may very well perish from sheer fatigue. Surveying my surroundings, I deem the conditions satisfactory and inform the others that we need not proceed further. We shall commence our work here. I gesture towards a vacant patch of ground. After a brief clearing of rubble, I ascertain the optimal location and plunge the shovel into the earth. Fortune is on our side, as there are no significant stones beneath the soil, and the earth is pliable. Digging a pit is undoubtedly a laborious task, best suited for men. Thus, Li Zheng in his white coat and I alternate our efforts, and after more than an hour, we have excavated a pit of moderate dimensions, just sufficient to accommodate the water tank we have rolled along our journey. With collective strength, we maneuver the tank into the prepared pit. Researcher wipes the sweat from his brow and murmurs, "Is this method truly effective? Let us not labor in vain, only to be captured in the end." Hearing this, Hongjia's demeanor darkens. She furrows her brow and retorts, "One must not speak of that which they do not understand. If you lack knowledge, it is better to remain silent or utter words of good fortune." Hongjia possesses a bold and spirited nature, while researcher is timid, solely concerned with preserving his own life. Thus, he does not retaliate against her remarks, his cheeks flushing with embarrassment. "Come on, you Feng. Since I have entrusted this task to you, I have faith in your abilities," Hongjia encourages, casting a supportive glance in my direction. Nodding, I inhale deeply and caution the others to refrain from speaking, as it might distract me, before I leap into the water tank. The pit I excavate serves as a rudimentary echo collector, akin to a crude bamboo tube used for sound transmission, albeit with the distinction that the bamboo tube relies on a string as its medium. While the water tank utilizes the ground, the louder the thunder, the clearer the echoes reverberating from beneath the surface. It is akin to an individual igniting firecrackers within a cavern, with the sounds dispersing and returning from both dead ends and escape routes, producing distinct echoes. In the realm of tomb raiding, this technique is referred to as listening to the thunder. Legends speak of formidable tomb raiders who could listen to the wind and discern objects. However, attaining such skills requires extensive training, The surroundings fall into a profound silence. Suddenly, a resounding clap of spring thunder reverberates. This is insufficient. I implore the heavens for a few more boisterous strikes. Crouched within the tank, I attentively listen to the echoes of thunder emanating from below, fervently wishing for additional claps. Boom, boom. While researcher and the others above may perceive little, I sense a shift in the air. A smile gracing my lips. Noticing that I have opened my eyes, Hongjie gazes at me expectantly, inquiring about my findings. Emerging from the tank, I strive to recall the direction from which the thunder resonated. Bending down, I utilize a small stick to form a triangle in the earth, its apex pointing southwest at a precise 45-degree angle. Observing the triangular formation I have crafted, I indicate a specific spot and declare. The echoes from that direction are distinct. It is highly probable that they lead to the surface. Hongjie nodded and remarked, "This gives us a rough idea, preventing us from wandering aimlessly like headless flies." She then turned to researcher and inquired, "So, do you already know the way? Will you two go on your own or accompany us? However, I must clarify that Yunfeng and I still need to find someone to rescue." Researcher and fell into contemplation, while Li Zheng promptly made a decision. "Shaoan and I need to return to find Lao Su. Now that we have a general direction, we shall part ways with you. To share some auspicious words, should we all emerge safely, you are welcome to visit us in Hong Kong. You can find me at number 36, Times Square in Causeway Bay." Thus, after exchanging a few pleasantries, Li Zheng handed me and Hongjie a flashlight for illumination, and we four went our separate ways. They were headed back to search for their companion Lao Su, while Hongjie and I were off to find our elder brother. I sighed inwardly, hoping that both parties would make it out alive. "Hongjie, are you certain this is the place? Why is there no one on guard? Are our elder brothers held captive by that old man's gang here?" I inquired, observing the scene before me. On the ground lay a circular stone cover. Lifting it revealed a ladder, indicating that the previous visitors must have descended via it. What struck me as peculiar was the absence of any guardians in the vicinity. Not a single figure was in sight, making it seem utterly unprotected. It hardly resembled a clandestine location for confinement. Rather, it resembled a larger rodent hole. Indeed, this is the spot that I took note of it when I separated from the elder. "They were halted here at that time," Hongjie asserted, appearing quite confident in her memory. "Very well then, since there seems to be no one watching, let us descend and investigate." With that, I bit down on the flashlight and led the way down the ladder, Hongjie closely following behind. Upon reaching the ground, I lifted my flashlight to cast light upwards. The ladder was approximately 7 to 8 meters high, and the rocky walls of the cave appeared to be weathered, suggesting they were not newly excavated, as the exposed stones had mostly eroded and smoothed over time. That I asked Hongjie which direction we should take, to which she firmly pointed to the left and declared, "We should proceed that way." Her unwavering certainty took me by surprise, prompting me to ask, "Hongjie, how do you know? Have you been here before?" She shook her head. "No, I'm merely guessing that we must choose a direction anyway. This is what I call a woman's sixth sense. Sometimes it proves remarkably accurate." I thought to myself, "Very well, we shall soon discover whether your so-called sixth sense holds true or not." Chapter 61. Into the trap. Following the path Hongjie indicated, I illuminated the way with the flashlight for several meters, when I stumbled upon a thin plastic bag on the ground, adorned with a trademark, resembling those used for instant bread from supermarket shelves. Without turning back, I frowned and cautioned, "Be careful, Hongjie. There may be someone nearby." Strangely, there was no response from Hongjie behind me. "Hongjie?" I turned around to look. The surrounding light was dim. I found myself alone, with not even a trace of Hongjie in sight. She had vanished, despite having been right behind me moments ago. I scoured the area in a state of escalating anxiety, my heart racing with each passing moment. I longed to call out to Hongjie. Yet fear gripped me, for I was apprehensive that the group might be lurking nearby. The acoustics of this enclosed space amplified sound, rendering me hesitant to raise my voice, and my forehead glistened with perspiration as I continually whispered her name. But to no avail. Suddenly, as I shone my flashlight, I discerned a figure in the northwest corner, standing motionless with its back to me. The attire suggested it was indeed Hongjie. A chill ran down my spine. Why was she unresponsive to my calls? She remained rooted to the spot, seemingly oblivious to my presence. Approaching her swiftly, I illuminated her face with the flashlight, revealing a pallid complexion and vacant gaze, showing no reaction to the beam of light. It was as if she did not even blink. Just then, from the depths of the darkness ahead, I heard a series of bird calls, eerily reminiscent of the sounds we had encountered earlier. Hongjia had speculated they might belong to a type of mountain chicken and advised me not to dwell on them at that moment. Flickering lights began to materialize in the dark, pulsating erratically, akin to ghostly flames rising from the depths of hell that I instinctively tugged at Hongjia, retreating a couple of steps, yearning to flee, yet she stood unwavering, impervious to my attempts to move her. The flickering lights drew ever closer, and shadows began to coalesce into faces. My heart sank into despair as I realized the gravity of our predicament. It seemed this was the end for us, our team destined for annihilation. There were 5 individuals in total, 3 of whom wielded flaming torches. Among them were Xiao Lu, a tall middle-aged man known as Jian Gu, Chen Jiansheng, and 2 others, a man and a woman, whom I did not recognize. Xiao Lu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression inscrutable. Chen Jiansheng held a torch, a smirk playing on his lips, as if he were observing a pet. The woman, tall and clad in black, possessed striking yellow-hued pupils. Most notably, a pure white owl perched on her left shoulder, unrestrained by a leash, its eyes mirroring the woman's, both exuding a cold, unsettling aura. Our eyes met briefly, sending a shiver down my spine. Her gaze was chillingly frigid. Chen Jiansheng, torch in hand, grinned and remarked, "You've proven to be quite resourceful. Haven to you. We underestimated you. Escaping from the snake pit at such a young age shows you possess some skill. It seems our efforts to capture you were not in vain." Taking a deep breath, I confronted Chen Jiansheng, inquiring, "What has happened to Hongjia? What is going on? How did you discover my whereabouts?" At that moment, the owl on the woman's shoulder emitted a low hoot. Upon hearing the creature's call, Hongjia visibly flinched. Xiao Lu turned to me and said, "Let me introduce you. This is Wenyun, the inheritor of the bird's mouth gold from the 8 small gates. She specializes in training owls and wild ewes. If a person has ingested a certain gold powder, Wenyun can manipulate their basic movements through bird calls. It is a technique reminiscent of the arcane arts of the old society, akin to the mesmerizing incense of the old sea dogs. That a surge of shock and fury coursed through me. It became evident that Chen Jiansheng and his group had long been aware of my plans. Chen Jiansheng had previously feigned ignorance, and just as I was masquerading in a white coat to demand Hongjia as a test subject, this group had merely been toying with me. In other words, from the moment Hongjia entered the tent, she had been forcibly fed that mysterious substance. Hongjia was already under the control of this woman who played the owl, and oh wonder, she deliberately claimed to know where brother and third brother were imprisoned. And when she first arrived, she resolutely pointed to the left path, ultimately leading me here. To face this group. It is akin to catching a turtle in a jar. It seems that researcher N's group is also in jeopardy. I thought myself to be like Sun Wukong, seeking to turn the tables, fantasizing about rescuing everyone single-handedly, only to realize in the end my lack of experience in the underworld. They were merely using me as a pawn. What I could not fathom was why, if they had long discovered my plan, they did not simply capture me with their manpower, yet instead went through all this effort to lead me here. Could there be some significance to this place? I gazed at the little rascal before me, who stood with his hands clasped behind him, and gritted my teeth to ask, "Why? I believe your intricate machinations are not solely for the amusement of playing with me. Are they? Play with you?" The little rascal shook his head and chuckled. "You overestimate yourself, kid. You are merely a small fish. You have hooked onto our bait, and we are simply fishing for the bigger fish behind you." What small fish fishing for big fish? I could hardly comprehend what he was saying. Given the circumstances, whether to kill or to maim is entirely up to you. A sense of foreboding crept over me, as I vaguely guessed what he meant by the bigger fish. Ha! Chen Jiansheng laughed. "You do have some guts, but I see that you are merely putting on an act." With that, he turned to the little rascal, wearing a fawning expression. "Sir, when will the big fish bite? I wonder if the big fish is currently beneath the surface or above it. In my view, with your elusive 4-inch flying dagger, any big fish that dares to surface will surely meet a gruesome fate. Spare the flattery." The little rascal frowned and replied, "If I am not mistaken, there is at least one individual on the opposite side who is of my rank. I hope it is not Wei Wentong or Beggar Lu." Chen Jiansheng exclaimed, "Sir, Wei Wentong died of cancer over a decade ago. I heard Beggar Lu has also succumbed to dementia and has long been incapacitated, confined to a wheelchair." The little rascal shook his head with a bitter smile. 13 years ago, since the vice president took control, the vast Changchun society has nearly crumbled. Some have either faded into obscurity or, under the guise of illness, distanced themselves from the organization to retire in peace. Jiansheng, although you are a descendant of Baichuandian, there are matters you still know far too little about. Upon hearing this, Chun Jiansheng fell into silence, the gravity of the situation evident on his face. The little rascal lifted his gaze into the darkness, murmuring to himself, I hope the treasures in the underground palace prove useful, allowing the vice president to live a few more years. Otherwise, the underworld that will once again descend into chaos. Observing the others lost in contemplation, I seized the opportunity, abruptly turned, and fled, launching into a frantic run. Without even casting a glance behind me, I threw myself into a desperate sprint. I was acutely aware that if I could ascend the ladder before those individuals, and then seal the cover above, I might still have a glimmer of hope. 30 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters. Just as I was about to reach the ladder, I suddenly heard the distinctive hoot of an owl and the flapping of wings behind me. No matter how swiftly one runs, one cannot outpace a bird endowed with wings. The owl landed precisely on my left shoulder. When I turned to look in the darkness, the woman's eyes seemed to emit a yellowish glow. The owl turned its head to fixate on me, and within its pale yellow vertical pupils, my entire visage was reflected, and I, paralyzed with fear, dared not move. Chapter 62. Nocturnal conversations in the Jianghu. This cavern resembled a dungeon. Once the cover was placed, the light vanished in an instant. I felt an overwhelming sense that if I dared to make even the slightest movement, that white owl would immediately peck out my eyes. After the departure of the group, led by Xiao Lu, only Hong Jie and I remained confined here. It took Hong Jie over 2 hours to regain her senses. She informed me that she retained some memory of the earlier events and had contemplated resistance. But her body would not obey her commands. That we sat on the ground back to back, and she recounted some details regarding the woman with the owl. She mentioned that she had been forcibly made to swallow a small packet, which contained what was referred to as finger gold.myrmate, and I felt cold and hungry, yet I mustered the strength to inquire, that owl is white. What was wrapped within the finger gold? How could it possibly exert control over a person? Is it not more potent than that old sea dog's soul ensnaring incense? In the darkness, Hong Jie weakly replied, Yin Feng, have you ever heard of a man called Zhigu Shao? Zhigu Shao? Is he not the tomb raider who can mimic the calls of all birds? Indeed, that is the very man. This method is reminiscent of the old practices. Their identities extend beyond mere tomb raiders. The man is called Zhigu Shao, while the woman is known as Zhigu Per. This trade has always had few practitioners, and female Zhigu Pa are even rarer, almost non-existent. Yin Feng. The person we encountered earlier is indeed a true Zhigu Pa. I never anticipated that there would still be such a young Zhigu Pa today. The term Pai Xing refers to those who performed tricks in the past. According to Hong Jie, many individuals in the old Pai Xing had genuine skills. The methods familiar to contemporary practitioners, such as the 3 immortals returning to the cave, swallowing swords or iron balls, and resisting gun barrels with their throats, were considered inferior in the realm of Pai Xing. Zhigu Shao could imitate birds, while Zhigu Pa could command them. Within this realm lay many esoteric secrets that ordinary people could scarcely comprehend. In the last century's-old society, Pai Xing fell into disarray. Some chose to continue wandering the streets as performers, while others, influenced by foreign troops, ultimately opted to join circuses abroad. Among the most renowned were the duo Hong Nyangzi and Zhu Liankui. Zhu Liankui had once performed in the palace before Empress Dowager Cixi, who was so pleased that she instructed son Dianying to bestow upon him a small yellow fish as a reward. Zhu Liankui possesses 4 remarkable skills: the ability to produce a 100-foot stream of water from his mouth, fishing with an empty rod, the art of paper restoration, and his signature technique, the Great Bowl of Water. The latter, the Great Bowl of Water, stands out as Zhu Liankui's Pai Si de assistance, unmatched by any other in the realm of the martial arts community at that time. In 1898, Zhu Liankui made his debut in America under the auspices of a circus, and the unveiling of the Eastern magic of the Great Bowl of Water sent shockwaves through the foreign magic scene. Henceforth, every performance by Zhu Liankui was met with overwhelming attendance, captivating foreign audiences with sheer enchantment. During that period, several prominent theaters in the West vied fiercely for Zhu Liankui, engaging in fierce competition to secure the services of this enigmatic magician from the East. The theaters offered exorbitant weekly salaries, and ultimately, he chose the Boston Theater, which granted him a staggering weekly wage of $1,013, an astonishing sum for 130 years ago, when a mere $5 could secure a concubine. At the same time, There existed another master of illusions in the circus named Chung Lien-su, who claimed to have fully deciphered the secret behind the Great Bowl of Water and issued a challenge to Zhu Lien-kuei. That winter, this extraordinary duel of magical prowess from the mysterious East captivated the headlines of foreign tabloids. The theater was packed with spectators eager to witness the confrontation amidst the snowfall. As the moment arrived, Zhu Lien-kuei and Chung Lien-su exchanged courteous bows, greeting each other as Brother Zhu and Brother Chung to ignite the atmosphere. Both parties showcased their unique talents first. A ritual known as the reveal. Chung Lien-su's act involved shooting a live target, but unexpectedly, during the performance, a blackbird, some reported it as a crow, flew into the venue. Initially, the audience paid little heed to the bird, but to their astonishment, it landed on the barrel of Chung Lien-su's gun and inadvertently pulled the trigger. A gunshot rang out. Chung Lien-su fell to the ground, lifeless, due to the unfortunate mishap. Zhu Lien-kuei emerged victorious without a contest, and the enigma surrounding his great bowl of water trick deepened. Shot by a bird? Upon grasping this historical context, I exclaimed in astonishment, Hong Jie. Are you suggesting that over a century ago, this Zhu Lien-kuei was indeed the partridge call? In the dim light, I could not discern Hong Jie's expression, but she responded, although Zhu Lien-kuei also hailed from the world of performers. He was not adept in the art of birds, nor was he the partridge call. However, I have heard my father, Qin Shaohei, mention that Zhu Lien-kuei had a concubine named Yi, who, prior to marrying him, was known as the Partridge Lady, but she ceased her profession upon marriage. Reflecting on the intricate details, I frowned and pondered aloud. Hong Jie, could it be that Chung Lien-su from the circus truly uncovered the secret of the Great Bowl of Water? In that case, did Zhu Lien-kuei fear the exposure of his secret, prompting him to enlist his concubine, the Partridge Lady, to orchestrate Chung Lien-su's demise, crafting a tragic accident? If so, could it be that the woman caring for the owl beside Xiao Lu just now bears the surname Zhu? Is she a descendant of Zhu Lien-kuei and his concubine, Yi? Hong Jie remarked, things are not as simple as they seem. My father once said that Zhu Lien-kuei is a man of great integrity in the underworld. He would never stoop to such despicable acts. However, my father also mentioned that after Chung Lien-su's accidental death, Zhu Lien-kuei issued a divorce decree, severing ties with that woman surnamed Yi. The partridge. Although these events transpired abroad, very few people in our country were aware of them. Yin Feng, you are quite astute. If you ponder this matter carefully, you should be able to uncover the truth. I meticulously revisited the events of that year and arrived at a conclusion. Perhaps Zhu Lien-kuei genuinely wished to engage in a fair contest with Chung Lien-su to determine who was the true master of the trade. Yet, his concubine, perhaps fearing her husband's defeat or for some other reason, covertly utilized her skills to eliminate Chung Lien-su. With his sole rival gone, Zhu Lien-kuei found himself disheartened and unable to move past this hurdle, ultimately choosing to part ways with his partridge. The morality of Zhu Lien-kuei and his concubine is difficult to ascertain. Perhaps among the two masters of their craft, there existed a mutual respect, and Ye's actions were merely a means to protect her husband. However, one fact remains indisputable. Chung Lien-su was blameless. He became the victim. I then inquired, Hong Jie, since you consumed the partridge's secret ingredient, will you remain under her control in the future? Hong Jie patted my shoulder and sighed. It is indeed possible, but not at this moment. For her to exert control over me, there must be a gap in time from the last occurrence. The substance within the secret ingredient is not genuine gold, but rather a type of drug. I know a few individuals from the southern Miao region who can assist me in resolving the effects of the secret ingredient. But this is contingent upon our ability to escape. We will definitely find a way out. Hong Jie, you must have faith in yourself. Perhaps wearied by the weight of her burdens, Hong Jie appeared despondent as she lamented. Over the years, I have mingled with various tomb-raiding factions. Though I am reluctant to admit it, I am aware that my father did not pass down my grandfather's skills to me. He insisted that a girl should not wield weapons all day. My father believed that in these better times, the outdated practices of the old society are no longer necessary, that I should seek a good family, marry, and raise children. At this juncture, Hong Jie suddenly became animated. Her teeth chattered with intensity. If only my father had entrusted me with my grandfather's coal horse knife, he would not have met such a tragic end. Indeed, I am merely a woman, but if I possessed my grandfather's abilities, if I could wield the coal horse knife, I would march northward, storm into the northeast. I would confront the Long Chun society. I would eradicate those vile old wretches. I would annihilate those responsible for my family's suffering. Overcome with emotion, Hong Jie was soon reduced to tears that in the year I had known her, I had never witnessed her cry. In the darkness, she buried her head in sorrow, her upper body trembling with uncontrollable sobs that in that moment. She was no longer the infamous and flamboyant figure known as Chen Hong. She was simply a wounded woman. And I, a mere youth a decade her junior, possessed little in the way of ability. Having entered this world as a young lad, I had never encountered the so-called underworld she spoke of. In the shadows, I gently embraced Hong Jie, hoping to provide her with a modicum of solace that I pondered in my mind. Hong Jie's grandfather was the coal horse-eyed Chun. What could he possibly look like? Is he a scholar of the anti-Japanese resistance, adorned with round-framed glasses and wielding a coal-black saber? By chronological reckoning, if this individual were still among the living, he would undoubtedly be considerably older than the young scoundrel. The young scoundrel himself claimed that the one with the coal-black glasses and the single-edged sword stormed the fortress, single-handedly annihilating an entire regiment of Japanese commanders. If this master still breathes, I surmise he would not allow his descendants to be imprisoned and subjected to such indignities. Chapter 63. Medicine. Thus far, this matter has entangled numerous individuals. The young scoundrel mentioned that the owl woman is a descendant of a minor lineage of goldsmiths. Not of the Zhu surname, but rather the Wen surname, named Wen Yun. A partridge lady in her 20s, in the bygone era, would have been regarded as an extraordinary talent. It seems that the young scoundrel has gathered quite a number of skilled individuals around him this time. At that moment, the dungeon cover was abruptly lifted from above. Down you go. Behave yourself, if you dare to flee again. Heh. You must have witnessed the fate of your recent companion. Researcher in, disheveled, was pushed down the ladder. And immediately afterward, another individual hurled a snakeskin sack down. The sack, round in shape, concealed an unknown object within. It rolled on the ground a few times before coming to a stop beside Researcher in. Pa. That person spat towards us and replaced the cover. Are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries? It was quite a height from which you fell. I expressed my concern as I hurried over to support her. Researcher and repeatedly murmured, We shouldn't have run. We shouldn't have run. We ought not to have fled. Yin Feng, speak to her. She is clearly frightened, said Hong Jie, shaking her head at the sight of Researcher and knowing her timid nature. I softly reassured her. Look, it's me, do not be afraid. Where have your two companions gone? After 5 minutes, her gaze cleared somewhat. Trembling, she pointed towards the snakeskin sack that had been thrown down. Curiously glancing at the sack, I cautiously approached to untie it. Inside, it was wrapped in a layer of plastic. I felt it with my hand, discernibly a spherical object. What on earth is this? I held the sack open, squinting in the dim light to peer inside. What is it, Yin Feng? Hong Jie inquired, noticing my stunned expression. Taking 2 steps back, I stammered in terror. A human head. It's the head of that old Sioux. My words seemed to agitate Researcher in, who began to shake her head and mutter, It will be our turn soon. It will be our turn soon. We will be next. Where is Li Zheng? Dead, dead, all dead. Researcher in lamented, sitting cross-legged on the ground, her eyes filled with horror, as if she had witnessed something truly terrifying. A living person, just hours ago in perfect health, the image of Li Zheng in his white lab coat surfaced in my mind. He had made a pact with me, promising that if we both survived, I should find him at Times Square in Causeway Bay, Hong Kong. I never imagined that just a few hours later, it would come to this. Hong Jie solemnly questioned Researcher in, Tell me, who killed these two? Was it the young scoundrel? He exerted tremendous effort to summon you here, and expended considerable resources to transport such a multitude of medical instruments. Indeed, you may be fearful of fleeing, yet even so, you hold significant value to him. How could they possibly commit murder? Could it be? Hong Jie gazed at Researcher in with suspicion, inquiring, Is there a deeper truth behind their demise? You must know something. Speak up. I do not know. I do not know. I have seen nothing. I implore you, do not ask me any further. Researcher incessantly tugged at her hair, pulling out large handfuls that in the darkness. Hong Jie rose to her feet. She approached Researcher and crouched before her, lifting her gaze. Researcher with a bewildered expression, raised her head. Slap, slap, slap. Hong Jie delivered 3 resounding slaps with all her might. The sound echoed painfully in my ears. Blood trickled from the corner of Researcher An's mouth. Hong Jie coldly remarked, Are you awake now? If not, I would not hesitate to administer a few more. With blood streaming from her lips, Researcher An sobbed. It's the drug. The corpse. The corpse killed old Sioux. The corpse submerged in water. Clarify. What drug? What corpse? Whose corpse? Hong Jie relentlessly pressed. Instinctively, I reached into my pocket and felt the icy touch of something. Pulling it out, I discovered a glass vial containing a pale blue liquid. A drug? Is this the kind of drug? I raised the vial and asked. Upon seeing the pale blue liquid within the small glass bottle, researcher N's pupils dilated instantly, her body trembling as she nodded vigorously. I frowned and asked, "Did you not say this substance was useless, merely a half-finished product, and that with current technology, it was utterly unattainable?" "No," that S nodded. "We were wrong. The teacher was wrong. The teacher should never have sent us to shunt." She pointed at the glass vial in my hand, her voice quivering. That is not of this world. It is a creature of the supernatural." "What do you mean?" "A creature of the supernatural?" I thought she had succumbed to madness after witnessing her companion's death. Noticing my and Hong Jie's indifference, researcher N suddenly seemed to lose all restraint. Seizing the moment, she lunged forward and snatched the glass vial from my hand. "Don't come closer," she shouted, brandishing the vial. As she moved, the pale blue liquid inside swayed perilously, threatening to spill. "Step back. I shall show you with your own eyes. Once you see, you will understand I am not insane. I speak only the truth. You must believe me. Do not be agitated. Lower the vial first. We trust you." Researcher N disregarded our pleas, instead moving toward the burlap sack containing old Sue's head. With trembling hands, she opened the sack and cautiously extracted old Sue's severed head. Though the light was dim, I could still discern the details. Blood flowed from the corner of old Sue's mouth, his eyes bulging, forever unclosed. A beautiful young woman in her 20s held aloft the recently severed head, creating an extraordinarily terrifying and bizarre scene. Researcher N bit down on the cork of the glass vial, then pried open old Sue's upper lip, dripping 3 drops of the pale blue liquid into his mouth. Time passed by, second by second. Researcher N, holding the severed head with a trembling voice, exclaimed, "Look, see if what I say is true." No sooner had her words left her lips than a shocking scene unfolded before my eyes, sending shivers down my spine. I witnessed the eyeball of the deceased Lao Su suddenly move. This was a severed head. The lifeless Lao Su had only the whites of his eyes remaining. Yet both Hong Jie and I truly saw the white eyeball darting up and down, side to side, as if it were a newborn baby curiously surveying its surroundings. The entire episode lasted no more than 3 minutes, after which it returned to its original state. The head lay motionless, the eyes ceased to turn, indistinguishable from before. We believed. Quickly, put that down," I urged. Researcher N loosened her grip, and Lao Su's head rolled away with a soft thud. "Hearing is but a whisper. Seeing is believing. Moments ago there were merely 3 drops of that pale blue liquid. What might happen if someone were to consume an entire bottle? Could it truly restore youth to some powerful figure within the Changchun society?" Researcher N pretended to return the glass vial to me, but I was not foolish enough to carry such a thing after witnessing that scene. What if I accidentally stumbled and shattered the vial? Taking a deep breath, I endeavored to calm myself. The events unfolding before me had already surpassed my comprehension. That I turned to Researcher N and inquired, "What else? I recall you mentioned something about a corpse earlier. What was that about?" No, not a corpse," she said, her eyes wide with panic as she glanced around, fear evident in her voice. "Not a corpse, but a monster, dripping with thick fluid, with long hair, short in stature, and unclothed, like a little old lady." That I recalled a previous incident. Earlier, Chen Jianxing had bludgeoned Pai Saner to death over a dispute regarding money, and I had witnessed Pai Saner's body decomposing within the large vat. I had noted that within the vat's white liquid, a dark shape floated, its outline resembling that of a person with limbs. The suspicion arose within me. The golden coffin and silver casket had housed Ergo, yet I had not seen the corpse of the tomb owner. Could it be that those individuals had removed the original body and submerged it in the large vat? Ergo had been missing for several months, and when we finally discovered him, he was gnawed upon by 2 four-legged snakes. Chen Jianxing's group claimed that Ergo's blood was unsuitable, leading to his current state of uncertainty regarding life or death. The more I pondered, the more dread enveloped me, and beads of cold sweat began to form on my forehead. Researcher N had said it was not a corpse, but a little old lady with long hair, dripping with thick fluid. That I was sweating not just from fear, but because a sudden memory surfaced. Before descending into the tomb, I had been at the Xingxing Hotel celebrating Li Jing's birthday, where I encountered Yao Yuman and several men in suits. Yao Yuman had called me to the 2nd floor to join her for a meal. During our dining, she casually produced a compass. I distinctly remembered the silver needle incessantly trembling, pointing directly behind me. I also recalled her saying something. With a smile, Yao Yuman had remarked, "Yin Feng, there's a toothless old lady standing behind you, watching you eat." Chapter 64. The living stake that I had not dared to share this incident with Hongjia. I shook my head internally in denial. This was simply impossible. Yao Yuman must have been joking when he said that, lacking any deeper significance. Perhaps I was overthinking it. After a brief respite, researcher in, perhaps strained to the point of nervous breakdown, soon leaned against the wall and drifted off to sleep. As for the outside world, I was oblivious to whether it was day or night. In a state of confusion, I too leaned against the wall and succumbed to slumber, feeling as though I had slept for an eternity, when suddenly, a noise broke the silence. It turned out that the guards, fearing we might perish from thirst, lowered a bucket of water down with a rope, a wooden ladle floating within. "Hongjia, researcher in, come quickly. There's water," I exclaimed. "Let us drink some." I was parched and, without a second thought, scooped up a ladleful of cool water and gulped it down. I wasn't afraid of the possibility of poisoning. If they intended to kill us, they wouldn't bother with such complexities. Since they kept us alive, it surely served their interests, something Hongjia was well aware of. Yet, researcher in held a different view. With terror etched on her face, she gazed at the clear water in the bucket, shaking her head vehemently. "No, we cannot drink. The water must be poisoned. There's nothing to fear. Look, I've already drunk so much and am fine. Your lips are cracked from thirst. Researcher in, you truly need to drink." I brought the ladle to her lips. I want to drink. I was taken aback by her unexpected strength as she forcefully swatted the ladle away. It struck the wall, spilling all the water. I felt a surge of anger and urgency. She immediately recognized her error, burying her head between her legs and sobbing like a lost little girl. Sighing, I felt my earlier ire dissipate significantly. Considering her perspective, she had witnessed her companions perish, leaving her utterly alone. After all, she was but a timid girl. If she refused to drink, so be it. I retrieved the ladle and turned to Hongjia. "Would you care for another sip? Was there something on the wall?" I noticed Hongjia was staring intently at the stone wall. It wasn't merely stone. The lower part was composed of rammed earth, pale and yellowish, exhibiting remarkable hardness, likely constructed during the same period as the cave. It might have once been a small burial pit, abandoned for some special reason. Suddenly, Hongjia rose, approaching the wall and gently gliding her hand across its surface. This area was damp from the water that had just spilled from the ladle. I walked over, curiosity piqued, and upon closer inspection, I saw that the rammed earth was quickly absorbing the water. To my astonishment, I discerned, faintly and indistinctly, several human faces emerging. Moreover, these faces were all wide-mouthed and closed-eyed. I jumped back, rubbing my eyes vigorously before looking again. It was no illusion. The resemblance grew more pronounced the longer I stared. The rammed earth absorbed water rapidly. Once it dried, those faces would vanish. What is happening? I swallowed hard, my voice trembling. "Hongjia, what just transpired? Did we imagine it?" Hongjia furrowed her brow, deep in thought. Remaining silent, she stood up, seized the bucket, and began ladling water, flinging it against the wall, one scoop after another. This time, the rammed earth absorbed the water amply. Soon, the entire wall before me revealed the outlines of hundreds of faces. They were densely packed, indistinguishable as male or female, all sharing the same expression, mouths agape, eyes shut, all facing us. Researcher in was so frightened that he continuously screamed, "Useless thing, shut up," in a fit of rage. Hongjia turned around and kicked researcher in several times. I hurriedly restrained her, pleading for N's mercy. Subsequently, Hongjia picked up a small, sharp stone from the ground and abruptly asked me if I could urinate now. With a grimace, I replied that I had just drunk water and could not relieve myself at the moment. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, I inquired about Hongjia's meaning. She shook her head and said, "Yu Feng, I suspect this place is not merely an abandoned burial pit. Those who were sacrificed may have been turned into Sai Dolong and embedded within these walls." Noticing my confusion, Hongjia took a deep breath and explained, "This is merely a conjecture for now, but later, if you urinate on the wall, it may reveal something that I have encountered a similar situation before." Sai Dolong was a term used during the Shang and Zhou dynasties, whereas after the Spring and Autumn period and the Warring States period, it became known as Mai Hanzhu, and in contemporary times, it is referred to as Da Shengzhuang. Da Shengzhuang? I echoed, as I was familiar with the term. This phenomenon still occurs today, albeit rarely. The so-called shengzhuang is, in fact, an exceedingly sinister and terrifying architectural practice passed down from ancient times. Due to the underdeveloped engineering techniques of the past, many large construction projects often resulted in accidents and fatalities. The ancients, unaware of the underlying principles, perceived these incidents as divine punishment and vengeful spirits' retribution. But to appease the wrath of the spirits and expel the lingering vengeful souls, homeowners would bury individuals, especially children, alive beneath the foundations of their buildings to ensure the successful completion of the structures. The person who was buried alive was referred to as a shengzhuang, condemned to guard that spot for millennia, eternally denied rebirth. In contemporary discourse, there is a phrase that encapsulates this belief: to build a great bridge, one must sacrifice lives. If one is skeptical, they can review the history of bridge construction. It is said that for a certain renowned bridge project, the accepted toll was up to 50 lives. Furthermore, there are tales surrounding the Haizhu Bridge, constructed in the 1930s, wherein it is said that upon its completion, passers-by would often hear the sounds of weeping from both men and women behind them. Yet upon turning around, there was nothing to be seen. When the decision was made to construct the Haizhu Bridge, the warlord Qin Jitong was in power in Guangzhou, a man notoriously superstitious about various forms of sorcery and divination. Regardless of the matter's magnitude, he would first consult omens. His household was filled with fortune-tellers, though it remains uncertain whether any possessed genuine abilities. Consequently, rumors circulated that many mentally challenged individuals, both male and female, were buried within the concrete foundation of the Haizhu Bridge by Qin Jitong, serving as shengzhuang. Hongjia mentioned that this malevolent practice has undergone an evolution, initially referred to as sai dolong. After waiting for less than an hour, I felt the urge to urinate and asked Hongjia where I should do so. She pointed to a section of the wall and instructed, "That middle part, aim higher." The urine of a young boy mixed with vinegar possesses acidic properties that can soften the rammed earth. Unsure of the veracity of her claim, I complied that I had engaged in similar antics during my school days, where a wall separated the boys' and girls' restrooms. Mischievous boys from our class would often press against that wall, forcefully squirting upwards like a high-pressure water gun, which would frequently elicit screams and curses from the adjacent girls' restroom. Following such incidents, they would boastfully shout through the wall, "What's the matter? Not satisfied? If you dare, urinate back at us." There is a humorous saying that goes, in the past, one could urinate against the wind for 3 zhong. Now, one finds oneself wetting their shoes with the wind at their back. This just playfully mocks a man's advancing age. I find myself in a period of robust vitality. After Hongjia stepped down, I gazed at the earthen wall before me and promptly began to relieve myself. The stream of urine rose higher and higher, resembling a fountain, leaving researcher and behind me utterly astonished. In less than 3 minutes, the earth softened noticeably after being soaked. Observing this, Hongjia's countenance brightened. She pinpointed a particular spot and began vigorously striking it with a sharp stone. Clods of gray clay began to fall away, and she managed to create a small dent in the wall. However, this brief moment of progress was soon overshadowed as the inner earth became too hard to break through. Perspiring, Hongjia turned to me, panting, and declared, "Yufeng, we have a chance to escape, but it all depends on you." "What? Surely not. This earthen wall's thickness is indeterminate, and there may be remains of sacrificial victims within. That if we pursue this course that I lamented, how could I possibly produce that much virgin urine? How much water would I need to drink? I am a human, not a watering cart." Chapter 65. Breaching the wall, Hongjia undertook a substantial effort to persuade me, and eventually, I was swayed. After all, there is an age-old adage, with sufficient diligence, even an iron pestle can be ground down to a needle. Hongjia earnestly emphasized my significance, which inflated my ego somewhat. The earthen material in the tomb is indeed quite hard, yet it is vulnerable to both virgin urine and vinegar. This is its Achilles heel. Those intrigued by the chemistry involved might consider procuring a small quantity of this earth from tomb raiders and soaking it in vinegar at home to observe whether it softens. A simple experiment to undertake. The emphasis on virgin urine initially perplexed me, but Hongjia elucidated that it is slightly acidic, whereas that of an adult male is weakly alkaline. Thereafter, I consumed water incessantly, using a ladle to drink. Once my belly swelled, I leaned against the wall to rest, hastily relieving myself whenever the urge arose. That I struck with precision, consistently targeting the same spot. As soon as the earth softened, Hongjia would commence her vigorous assault with the stone. The debris that fell from the wall was discreetly piled in a corner and covered with burlap. Old Sue's head was also concealed beneath the mound of earth. For a disembodied head inadvertently glimpsed could be quite terrifying that I was unaware of the criteria for water intoxication. Suffice it to say, my activities consisted solely of drinking, sleeping, and urinating against the wall. And I felt as though I had swollen from excessive hydration. Perhaps 2 or 3 days passed out. On one particular day, I heard the sound of a stone lid shifting. Quickly, quickly, I shouted, noticing someone approaching from above. Hongjia and researcher and sprang into action, immediately positioning their bodies to obscure the indentation in the wall and the small mound of soil in the corner. This was a rehearsed maneuver. As we had successfully executed it several times before, we understood that the person delivering our meals would not descend, merely casting a glance from above, ensuring that the 3 of us were present. The meals consisted solely of dry bread, visibly cracked, signifying that we were merely expected to survive hunger. I called out, "Hey, brother, could you send down a bucket of water? We've finished what we had." The individual shone a flashlight downwards, glaring at the now empty water bucket, and shouted in exasperation, "You lot are utterly outrageous. A few days ago, I had already consumed 2 buckets of water. Even a cow wouldn't drink as much as you lot." Concealing my misgivings, I loudly explained, "Brother, that girl has been suffering from diarrhea recently. She might be afflicted with dysentery if she doesn't drink enough water. She risks dehydration, which can be fatal." I gestured toward the pale-faced researcher, and, leaning against the wall, "Damn, no wonder the moment the lid was opened, a foul stench of urine wafted in. Tie the buckets to the rope and step back. Keep your distance." Thus, I promptly secured the empty water bucket to the rope and retreated to a safe distance. The latter had been removed a few days prior, and the bucket was gradually pulled up, after which the lid was closed. In less than half an hour, a full bucket of water was lowered by the rope. This person worked swiftly. I surmised that perhaps they had received explicit instructions, not daring to let us come to harm. After all, a person can survive a few days without food, but dehydration can be lethal. The person had likely moved away, and then, Red Jia and I exchanged glances. The wall was not as thick as we had imagined. We toiled day and night, and the indentation on the wall gradually expanded. Red Jia gently tapped a few times, and the sound in this area was distinctly different from elsewhere, indicating that we were close to breaking through. Red Jia, puzzled, remarked, "How strange, this is not what I expected. I thought we might uncover the bones of those who perished here. Yet there is nothing." I advised her not to dwell on it, considering the multitude of matters at hand and the uncertainty of where this wall might lead. If we broke through, it could lead to an underground river or a precipice, which would spell disaster. That group likely remained oblivious to this fact, suggesting that what lay beyond the wall could be an undiscovered location. What it was, we could only ascertain by venturing through. Several hours passed, and a gentle breeze wafted in. We had broken through. My face lit up with joy. The wind blowing in signified our success. With a final blow, the last layer of earth was shattered, revealing a half-meter-long black hole in the wall, allowing a faint, cool breeze to enter. Red Jia strained to peek outside. How could this be? "What's wrong, Red Jia? What do you see out there? Have you discovered something?" Red Jia's expression fluctuated, and she replied solemnly, "Let's get through first. Remaining here could lead to unforeseen complications. I estimate that they will come down with our meal in just over 3 hours. During this time, we must distance ourselves as much as possible." "Who told you to follow us?" Red Jia raised an eyebrow at the researcher, and, who seemed ready to escape with us, and, clutching the hem of her garment, whispered, "Please, take me with you. I don't want to die. I promise, I won't be a burden." "Coward." Red Jia turned away with displeasure, evidently leaving the decision to me, and, with her disheveled hair and dirted face, gazed at me with pitiful eyes. "Red Jia, why don't we take her with us? After all, she has helped us to get this far," I said, softening and pleading for her sake. "Very well," Red Jia pointed at her. "You can come along, but you go first." Before, Hongjia had struck her, and researcher and was aware that she was being treated as a mere guinea pig. She gazed at the dark, gaping hole in the wall. Fear gripped her heart, yet a deeper terror loomed. The thought of being abandoned by us. She refrained from voicing her concerns. We urged her forward, allowing researcher to pass through first. After waiting for 5 minutes, N's voice echoed back, "I'm fine. The ground here is a bit soft. You should come over too." I was the second to cross, while Hongjia brought up the rear. Something felt amiss. Why was there so much soft mud? The moment I landed, I sensed the anomaly. Looking around, I saw nothing but muck. Walking was a struggle, akin to treading through the silt at the riverbed. I turned to Hongjie and inquired if she knew anything about this place. Pondering deeply, Hongjie replied, Yinfeng, do you recall the wooden hill we saw when we first entered? The wooden hill. Are you referring to that winding, treacherous path? I remember. We even observed the murals on the wall. At that time, Urge mentioned that we were close together and, due to the scent of the cypress fungus, we experienced hallucinations while gazing at the murals. It was only after consuming that vial of medicine that we regained our senses. I recounted the scene from earlier. I believe something is awry. It has manifested here, I stated. Hongjie surveyed her surroundings, reminiscing. The content of the murals I saw included not only coffins, but also a vast expanse of muddy swamp. Moreover, if my memory serves me right, there were 6 figures depicted in the mural. I asked that why you reacted so strongly just now. I inquired. You must be overthinking it, Hongjie. Have you forgotten that Sanji and the others mentioned the cypress fungus could induce hallucinations? None of that was real. Besides, there are only 3 of us now. How can you claim to have seen 6 figures in the mural? I gazed into the eerie silence surrounding us and pondered. Could the other 3 figures be right beside us, invisible to our eyes? Ghosts, perhaps? Chapter 66. Crisis. Stop with the nonsense about ghosts. I don't know. Let's move forward and put some distance between us and this place. Watch your step, Hongjie commanded, advancing ahead. Curiously, there appeared to be no significant accumulation of water on the ground, yet the path was inexplicably treacherous. Help me. I can't move anymore, Researcher exclaimed, having become stuck after only a few steps. Grab my hand. With a firm tug, I pulled her free from the mire. Just follow my footsteps. Tread only where I have walked. Avoid stepping elsewhere. Understood. The terrain grew increasingly arduous, and I noticed that while earlier the mud only engulfed our ankles, it had now risen to our calves after just a few minutes of trekking. Truly, the fears I harbored had come to fruition. I had dreaded encountering such a predicament. Yet, we had no choice. Remaining stationary would surely invite pursuit from those behind us. That we pressed onward, determined to escape this quagmire swiftly. Suddenly, we heard Hongjie's startled cry. Yinfeng, she shouted desperately. I turned to see that she had misstepped, her entire body rapidly sinking. Quick, help. Upon witnessing the dire situation, I was taken aback and hastily called for Researcher in to assist in pulling Hongjie out. It is often said that panic clouds one's rationality. Had I not rushed over, things might have been different. However, in my frantic haste, not only did I fail to save Hongjie, but I also found myself ensnared in the mire. The 3 of us were grasping hands, succumbing together to the sinking depths, as the mud quickly enveloped us to the roots of our thighs. Hongjie, in a state of distress, was drenched in sweat and shouted, Do not move. Do not struggle. Yet, this only temporarily slowed our descent. Visibly, we continued to sink deeper. Quick, think of a way. Researcher cried, tears streaming down her face. I knew I had to remain composed, as the sole male among us. I forced myself to maintain my calm, fully aware that any sign of panic could lead us to certain doom. My forehead dripped with sweat as I scanned our surroundings, contemplating a strategy. I attempted to recline backward, simultaneously relaxing my thighs to cease my frantic struggle. I endeavored to shift my center of gravity from sinking downward to lying back. Soon, I realized this maneuver bore fruit. My lower body ceased its descent. I called out to them, Lift your toes, lean back. Hongjie and Researcher promptly emulated my technique, striving to shift their weight. This approach increased the surface area of our bodies against the quagmire. Yet we remained ensnared, floating helplessly. How I wished for a tree root or a piece of driftwood to grasp for support. Unfortunately, none such object was available. We remained in this precarious state for nearly 2 hours. Paralyzed by fear, knowing that any sudden movement would spell our demise, exhaustion began to take its toll, and Hongjie, in a feeble voice, uttered despondently, Yinfeng, there seems to be no hope. It appears we shall perish here. No, that cannot be. There must be a way. We certainly have options. I fervently urged Hongjie not to surrender. I lack the strength. I cannot hold on any longer. Researcher, pale as a ghost, declared. No sooner had she spoken than her body began to visibly sink faster. My heart raced with alarm, yet I was immobilized, helplessly watching as she descended further into the abyss. At that critical moment, a piece of rotting wood was tossed before us with a resounding splash. I glanced toward the shore and saw a diminutive figure standing not far away, indeterminate in gender, resembling a child, wearing a hat woven from grass and tattered clothing. This person appeared agitated, pacing in circles, and had hurled the wood to us. Survival took precedence. I wasted no time and seized the wood, draping my upper body over it. Hongjia, mirroring my actions, clung to the driftwood as well. Hands, quickly. Give me your hands. Researcherin, having sunk significantly, caught sight of a glimmer of hope, her will to survive igniting. With urgency, she extended her hands, and Hongjia and I, seizing the moment, grasped her wrists, one on each side. Lift, I implored. Hongjia, with all your strength. I summoned every ounce of my energy. In the midst of misfortune, a stroke of luck emerged. Researcherin, slender and light in weight, was finally hoisted up with the combined efforts of Hongjia and myself. Using a piece of driftwood for support, the strain of this endeavor left my left arm in excruciating pain. Initially, I had believed the injury to my arm was a fracture, but after a few days, the pain had subsided, leading me to suspect I had misjudged the severity. Perhaps it was merely a ligament tear or a hairline fracture. Not far off, a short individual wearing a bark hat waved his arms and jumped in delight upon witnessing our rescue. Breathless and drenched in sweat, Hongjia urged, hold on to the wood. The three of us together. On the count of 3, we push. I counted, 1, 2, 3. Move forward. With perseverance paying off, we managed to pull ourselves into the safety zone. Thanks to that piece of wood, or rather, the person we had just encountered. Exhausted, I bent over, resting my hands on my knees as I gasped for breath, my gaze drifting toward the spot where the bark-hatted figure had been. Where had he gone? Upon closer inspection, I realized the area was deserted, save for a series of footprints imprinted in the mud. Our lower bodies were caked in muck, and as I approached the prints, a frown creased my brow. Something was amiss. These footprints were unmistakably bare, yet what struck me as odd was their count. While a typical human foot bears 5 toes, this set clearly displayed only 4. Recalling the diminutive figure we had just seen, I exchanged a glance with Hongjia, our expressions transforming in alarm that we both uttered in unison. The mountain demon. These footprints, along with the height of the figure, were unmistakably not those of a mere child wearing a bark hat. They belonged to the mountain demon we had encountered previously. I looked at Hongjia, disbelief etched on my face, and stammered, Hongjia, could it be that creature saved us? How is that even possible? Hongjia scrutinized the line of footprints stretching into the distance, and remarked solemnly, Yinfeng, did you notice? That creature wore a hat woven from bark and garments seemingly scavenged from the ground. Tattered and torn as if it truly were a mountain demon. It would likely belong to a different clan than the one we previously encountered, which was adorned in black hats. The trail of footprints extended into the shadows ahead. Hongjia pointed to the ground, stating, if this creature did indeed save us, it at least indicates that it harbors no hostility towards us. Let us follow these footprints and see where they lead. Chapter 67. A startling revelation. Having narrowly escaped a dire fate previously, we proceeded with heightened caution this time. Following the trail of footprints, we soon arrived at the entrance of a diminutive cave, where the prints ultimately vanished. Though referred to as a cave, it would be more aptly described as a hole, with an entrance barely 1.5 meters high, compelling adults to stoop to enter. Let us venture inside, Hongjia suggested as she gazed at the opening. Researcherin appeared to exhibit signs of claustrophobia, visibly apprehensive. I reassured her, urging her not to dwell on her fears, suggesting that it might be merely a small cave with nothing to worry about. Be mindful of your head, watch out for bumps. Hongjia frequently reminds us to exercise caution. This small cavern stretches approximately 40 to 50 meters in length, and by the time we reach its end, we can stand upright. Upon inspection, we notice remnants of charred branches and crude stone vessels scattered upon the ground. In one corner, a considerable pile of dry hay seems to serve as a makeshift bedding. I swallow hard. How could animals possibly create fire for cooking? Hongjia, look at these stone tools on the ground. Could it be that the mountain monkey has reverted to the state of a primitive cave dweller? No, she replies, surveying the surroundings with a discerning eye. This is evidently evidence of human habitation. I doubt those creatures possess the skills necessary for such living. It simply does not add up. Humans, where are they? The space is confined, and I rummage through the haystack, searching for any signs of life beneath it. While I find no people, I stumble upon a significant discovery, a concealed olive green backpack. Look, come quickly. I knew there was something here. I hurriedly place the backpack on the ground and open it, eager to unveil its contents. After thoroughly inspecting every compartment, we are pleasantly surprised by our findings: a dagger, a couple of fire starters, several bags of well-packaged compressed rations, a length of cut rope, and a small box of gauze. This evidence clearly indicates that the cave was once inhabited, and certainly not by our current group, nor by Chun Jiansheng and his gang. So, whose belongings are these? Hushed out at that moment, Hongjie suddenly pointed towards the cave entrance and whispered, "Listen closely, there are footsteps. Someone is approaching." Straining my ears, I discerned the footsteps drawing nearer. I quickly grab a stone from the ground, clutching it tightly as a weapon, thinking that if Qin Jianquan's group has caught up with us, we must strike first. Soon, a figure emerges from the cave entrance. And just as I raise the stone, poised to strike, the individual looks up, and our eyes meet. What a surprise! What are you doing here? I recognize that face, impossibly familiar. It is none other than Yao Yuman, whom I haven't seen in months. She stands there, stunned, clearly taken aback by our sudden appearance, and we lock eyes for 2 to 3 minutes. Yao Yuman gestures towards the stone I am holding and suddenly laughs. What is this? Xiang Yunfeng. After months apart, do you intend to bash my head in upon our first encounter? I am taken aback, swiftly discarding the stone and rushing over to her. Yujia, what is happening? How did you suddenly appear here? Didn't you leave Shun long ago? Where is this place? And what on earth is going on? After regaining her composure, Hongjie nods at Yao Yuman as a form of greeting, only researcher and remains rooted in place. Seemingly at a loss. Please, take a seat. Yao Yuman gestures towards the haystack. Once seated, she looks at me and says, "This is a long story. To be honest, I am quite surprised to encounter you all here. Where are the Sun brothers? Have they encountered any trouble?" My expression darkens, and I sigh. Eldest brother and third brother have been captured. I have no idea where they are being held, and the second brother's fate remains uncertain. Yao Yuman shook her head and remarked, "I had warned you all back then, but you chose to disregard my counsel. At this juncture, one cannot blame others. Initially, we were scheduled to make our appearance a few days later. Yet unexpectedly, you stumbled upon our presence. We, sister you. What do you mean?" At this point, Hong Jie gazed at Yao Yuman, pondering for a moment before softly stating, "I never anticipated that it would turn out this way." I grew anxious, for I could not comprehend the cryptic exchange between them. Hong Jie looked at me, shaking her head, and said, "Yinfeng, do you still not see it? From the very beginning, we have been kept in the dark regarding this matter. The irony is that we pretended to be mysterious while blindfolding ourselves. Oh, the head. The head has arrived. How is that even possible?" Yao Yuman urged me to calm down, briefly recounting the events, which took me a while to digest. I was at a loss for words. That it turned out that initially, the Sun brothers and I had conspired to venture into the underground palace beneath Fei Imo Mountain in search of Ergo. Since the head disapproved, we intentionally kept him in the dark about the entire affair, including purchasing equipment, acquiring water fields, and acquiring calves. That time, we deceived the head, claiming we were heading to Dongguan for leisure, while we had believed he had already departed shunned for Beijing. That it was only at this very moment, through this fortuitous encounter with Yao Yuman, that we uncovered the truth. The head had never left shunned, and everything we had done had transpired right under his nose. He was fully aware of it all. Sister you, then why didn't you persuade us back then? Furthermore, why did you conceal this matter from us? After a moment's reflection, I posed the question, "Persuade?" "Huh?" She chuckled, looking at me. "Did I not attempt to counsel you? The question is, did you heed my words?" I mumbled, "That was you." Why did the head choose to feign ignorance? Had he spoken directly, my elder brother and the others would likely have listened. No. Yinfeng, you misunderstand the head. The entire situation is quite complex. Wang Ba has his own concerns. In truth, the moment I laid eyes on those skeletal remains, the head anticipated that you would undoubtedly venture into the tomb and open the underground palace. He understood the nature of the Sun brothers, and our plan was agreed upon with Wang Ba from that very day. Hong Jie took a deep breath and addressed Yao Yuman. Now, it is not merely a north-south conflict. The small factions of Changchun have also intervened, involving certain pharmaceutical groups from the Hong Kong region. Are you and the head aware of this? Ha! Yao Yuman replied, brushing aside her bangs with a cold smile. This is the interstice of the underground palace. I have lived here for 3 to 4 months. What is there that I do not know? My eyes widened in astonishment. 3 to 4 months. So, aside from that stone door of the underground palace, are there other entrances to this place? Sister you, if you say this area is indeed the interstice of the underground palace, how did you come to know about those individuals? Naturally, I have allies who gather intelligence for me. With that, she snapped her fingers. Moments later, 2 diminutive figures donning straw hats emerged from the cave. Upon spotting Yao Yuman, they began to chatter incessantly. Yao Yuman pointed ahead and said, "I have given them names. The male on the left is called Dalong, and the female on the right is named Xiao Siwai. As she spoke, The mountain macaque named Dalong unexpectedly removed its straw hat. This creature possessed an elongated face, with fur in shades of yellow and black, a red nose, and two wisps of white hair flanking its nostrils, lending it an exceedingly peculiar appearance. At that moment, it began to pout at me, appearing as if it intended to approach and kiss me. Chapter 68. A game within a game. Noticing my discomfort, Yao Yuman smiled reassuringly. You need not be afraid. They have been tamed and generally do not pose a threat to humans. I awkwardly took a couple of steps back. What is going on? Yujia, you possess such skills. No, you've misunderstood that I mentioned that they are tamed, but I never claimed to be the one who tamed them. I lack that capability. Then who did? I inquired with curiosity. Her smile faded as she regarded me, saying, the individual responsible is not present at the moment, but we should be able to meet him soon. Chen Hong, you must have heard of the figure known as Qi Lu in the circles. Hongjia pondered for a moment before replying, I have not encountered him, but I have heard of him. Qi Lu's prowess in monkey training was quite renowned in Tianjin, and it is said that he possesses a unique ancestral method for taming animals. Precisely. Yao Yuman nodded. In fact, the mountain macaque reigns as the king of the mountains. These creatures are remarkably intelligent, and when provoked, they exhibit a ferocious temperament, instilling fear even in tigers and leopards that tame them. Even descendants of Qi Lu have had to shed blood. I found this hard to dispute. Although these creatures appeared small and akin to monkeys, their savage nature was undeniable, and they exhibited a tendency to cannibalize their own kind. At this juncture, Hongjia furrowed her brow and asked, and what about Bao? Where is he now? From Hongjia's words, I detected a hint of tension. I recalled that Xiaotu had mentioned keeping us around to lure a bigger fish, our benefactor lurking behind us. I surmised that he must be aware of someone supporting us, yet with the vastness beneath Famo Mountain, he could not ascertain whether these individuals had descended or were concealing themselves. Baotou and Xiaotu had navigated the underworld for half their lives. Xiaotu belonged to the Changchun Society, surrounded by experts and peculiar talents. I conjectured that Baotou's hidden agenda was to secure victory from the shadows. In truth, these two were engaged in a strategic game, a nested scheme in which, whether we wished to accept it or not, Hongjia, along with the Sun brothers and I, had become mere pawns in their intricate machinations. Xiaotu's next move was uncertain, and reflecting on the events of the past few months, I could not help but feel a sense of helplessness, for I was far too inexperienced compared to these individuals. They possessed vast networks and intricate connections within the underworld, maneuvering against one another in both overt and covert ways. Until the final confrontation, when all cards were laid bare, no one could truly predict the victor. Ultimately, those entangled in the matter of the Jiao Ho tomb would find that the final contest would hinge on one's own strength and connections within the realm. At this juncture, I posed a question to Yao Yuman regarding the Jiao Ho. Leaning against the haystack, she narrowed her eyes and said, the occupant of the golden coffin and silver sarcophagus is not the tomb's master. Jiao Ho. Previously, I had a friend inquire at the National Museum's historical archives, and he uncovered a lead. During the Han Dynasty, there was a historian named Ban Jiyu. In addition to authoring the book of the later Han, he exhibited a profound enthusiasm for the study of Western Zhou history. His preserved text, the Book of the Zhou Kings, makes mention of a certain Marquis of Jiao, and Ban Chao noted that the Marquis had a daughter whom he cherished deeply. Tragically, this daughter succumbed to a lingering ailment at a tender age, prompting the Marquis, in his sorrow, to declare that he wished to be interred alongside his beloved daughter after his demise, a matter that he reported to the Son of Heaven of Zhou. The ancients placed great emphasis on the proprieties and moral order. Thus, the burial of a parent and child together would contravene familial conventions. If Ban Chao's account holds true, and the Zhou monarch consented to this arrangement, it reveals the elevated status of the Marquis of Jiao during that era. The gilded coffin and silver sarcophagus do not contain the remains of the Marquis. Could it be that they hold the body of his young daughter? I was taken aback by this revelation. Who, then, lies within that grand coffin? I inquired of researcher who had claimed to have seen a corpse that could bite. Was it discernible whether the body was male or female? Researcher pondered for a moment, then fearfully shook her head, unable to distinguish between the genders. She recounted, I only dared to glance once more. I recall that the corpse had long hair, was of modest height, and was grotesquely swollen. At this juncture, Yao Yuman sighed deeply and exhaled, saying, that must be the Marquis's young daughter. Her golden coffin and silver sarcophagus have been breached by those individuals. Changchun will enlist experts to attempt suppression. I knew it was only a matter of time before something untoward occurred. You should also be aware that this entity is, in fact, the most terrifying of all. Yao Jia, Do you imply that she has risen from the dead? I queried. No, it is not a resurrection. From the perspective of geomancy, this is an ancient corpse that has not been seen for a millennium if his young daughter has transformed in such a manner. I shudder to contemplate what the Marquis of Jiao has become. The items we have prepared may not even prove effective. The memory of a dream I had on that fateful night resurfaced in my mind. The visage of that figure upon the four-dragon bronze bed sent chills down my spine. I asked her whether we had prepared black donkey hoofs, for I had often heard that such items were essential for dealing with these phenomena. Yao Yuman scoffed. Black donkey hoofs. Consider this, in the grand museums. Among the ancient talismans and protective artifacts, do you find black donkey hoofs? No, I presume. Those have only been mass-produced since the Republic ERA.AS for their connection to tomb raiding. I cannot say. The ancient corpse is a concept rooted in the geomantic traditions of Europe. Thus, employing such items is utterly futile. None of us have truly encountered such an entity. However, I have heard my uncle mention that when faced with such a being, employing the ancient binding ropes and offering coins from the Shaanxi region might be of some efficacy. This matter pertains to the art of pacifying spirits. The old binding ropes from Shaanxi are naturally linked to the local custom of corpse transportation. This is a regional folk legend, akin to the shamanic practices in northeast China. The cultivation of insects in Miao territory and the descending arts in the southernmost regions, collectively known as the four great folk arts. Tracing the lineage further back, it becomes evident that all of these practices are interconnected with the art of pacifying spirits. The term pacifying spirits first appears in the early volumes of the Lu Ban Shu, while it is said that the latter volumes document the art of dispelling misfortune in contemporary terms. The practice of pacifying spirits may be less accessible to the average person, yet the art of dispelling misfortune is frequently encountered. For instance, the charms commonly encountered in the antique market, such as the Yenxing flower money, the mountain ghost flower money, the door gods posted during the new year, and the fire pans crossed during weddings, all belong to the folk traditions of protective rituals passed down through generations. The authenticity of the corpse transportation in Shaanxi is a matter for another discussion, especially since cremation has become the norm, rendering it obsolete. However, in ancient times, one adhered to the principle that the body, a gift from one's parents, should return to its roots after death. Initially, the corpses transported in Shaanxi were those of soldiers who fell in battle that a veil was placed over the face. The living steered clear, paper money was laid along the path, and bells were rung to clear the way. My elder brother had previously informed me that within the realm of the underworld, there existed a profession known as the corpse transporter. The ropes used for binding corpses and the mouth money were indeed instruments employed by the Shaanxi corpse transporters to manage the deceased. Yao Yuman's assertion that they could be used against the Inzi corpses is somewhat plausible. Researcher and was now utterly petrified, and my heart raced with trepidation that I silently prayed for these items to prove useful. The consequences of their ineffectiveness were too grim to contemplate that we were not only contending with the members of the Changchun society, but might also have to confront the fabled Inzi corpses. It seemed prudent to exercise utmost caution. Caution, indeed, is the mother of safety. Chapter 69. Researcher and after a brief tidying up, Yao Yuman insisted we must leave this place, as the gang led by Xiao Lutu could arrive at any moment. She remarked that the timing was not yet right for a direct confrontation with them. That I inquired about what she was waiting for and why the others remained concealed. Yao Yuman shook her head and cryptically replied, "You will understand in due course that in any case, you must all exercise caution. This is no game. It is a matter of life and death." That my curiosity about the plan was piqued, yet this woman remained tight-lipped, and I felt disinclined to press her further. Thus, I followed her, eager to see where she would lead us to evade danger point. Two mountain monkeys forged ahead, occasionally glancing back and calling out to Yao Yuman. Their intentions unclear. "Can you understand their speech?" I queried. "Do not regard me with such eyes. That I am human, not a monkey. How could I possibly comprehend the utterances of these creatures?" Yao Yuman replied, her gaze fixed ahead. "Pay close attention to their calls. 3 long and 1 short signify safety ahead, while 3 long and 2 short indicate potential trouble." This was imparted to me by a descendant of the Chiliu family. I marveled at this revelation. After all, they were primates, and I had not anticipated that such specialized training could yield such utility. As I peered into the darkness ahead, I asked, "Sister, you must have been here for quite some time. Where does this path lead?" "It is difficult to say. The terrain below is exceedingly intricate, and without a map, I typically refrain from wandering aimlessly, she responded. Suddenly, the two mountain monkeys began screeching loudly. Upon closer inspection, their cries seemed to correspond to the pattern of 3 long and 2 short. Yao Yuman raised her hand. Be cautious. They are issuing a warning. There may be danger ahead. This area is a hidden lair. No one has ever located it before. Perhaps we should take a detour and seek another route, suggested researcher, glancing nervously into the darkness. Hongjia frowned, expressing her discontent. It is merely the call of 2 beasts. There may be nothing at all. The foremost taboo when entering a tomb is to frighten oneself. She turned to researcher with a cold glare. If you dare to speak recklessly again, you need not accompany us. I, researcher, lowered my head in hesitation. Unable to meet Hongjia's gaze, several of us proceeded further along the path. Squeak, squeak. At that moment, the cap-wearing mountain monkey shrieked frantically, darting back and forth while incessantly pointing at the ground. Yao Yuman directed her flashlight downward, and we discovered something intriguing. It was a shed skin resembling that of a serpentine creature. Could this be the skin of a 4-legged lizard? How could such a thing shed its skin? Isn't that rather large? I bent down to touch it. The snake's skin was partially exposed on the ground, with the majority still buried beneath the muds. I prodded it. I noted that the skin felt somewhat weathered, suggesting it had been here for quite some time. Typically, such creatures measure only a few dozen centimeters. Anything exceeding half a meter is considered extraordinary. However, judging by the skin before us, its length far surpassed this norm, as most of it remained concealed in the muck, leaving us uncertain of its true size. Yao Yuman scanned the surroundings with her flashlight and remarked, based on the environment, there were originally no stone lizards and shunned. The presence of such creatures in the underground caverns beneath Fafing Mountain may be linked to the original tomb owner, possibly indicating a unique population of stone lizards. These beings are cold-blooded. Their brains are not highly developed, lacking self-awareness. Furthermore, due to their severely regressed senses, they can only hunt, being unable to identify static targets, let alone recognize individuals, making them uncontrollable by human means. Indeed, I concurred. Sister Yu, we previously encountered that enclosed back garden. Perhaps the deceased had a penchant for rare flora and fauna, indulging in a peculiar collecting obsession. Wait, be cautious. There's something beneath. Hongjia suddenly shouted. Squeak, squeak. 2 mountain monkeys clambered up a protruding rock, fixating on a specific spot on the ground while screeching wildly. Step back. Gather closely, Yao Yuman said, her expression grave as she retrieved a dagger from her bosom. Gripping it tightly, to the left, illuminated by the flashlight, I suddenly noticed an unusual bulge beneath the mud. Moments later, a 4-legged lizard, exceeding 2 meters in length and adorned in a yellow-brown hue, emerged from the mire. It lay on the ground, less than 10 meters away from us, hissing as it flicked its long tongue. Everyone was paralyzed with fear, hesitant to move. Was this a 4-legged lizard or a large iguana? Surely, this creature could sever a person's head in one bite. Do not act recklessly. It cannot perceive static objects. Yao Yuman remained the most composed among us. The beast hissed, twisting its body as it began to crawl toward us. Its movements awkward. Suddenly, researcher, without any warning, turned and sprinted backward. Don't run, Hongjia cried out. But it was too late. The creature, on all fours, swiftly pursued the direction in which researcher fled. Its speed far exceeded that of a normal human. Researcher glanced back, her face draining of color. She slipped, falling directly into the muddy pit. The 4-legged lizard sank its jaws into her calf, dragging her away. Help! Help! Save me! She cried, flailing her arms in agony. Bang! 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 The sound of 4 consecutive gunshots reverberated through the air. Yao Yuman's expression was as cold as frost. She held a handgun aloft and opened fire. The beast immediately released its grip, and researcher crawled toward us. Crying and screaming, she was covered in mud, with blood streaming down her shins. I hurried over to pull her to safety. The beast staggered and crawled a few meters before it lay still. Summoning my courage, I took a glance and discovered that the creature was already dead. Every shot Yao Yuman had fired had found its mark. Yao Yuman appeared remarkably composed, as if the sudden turn of events had not unnerved her. We had to leave immediately. I had not intended to use the weapon, but the gunfire would certainly have alerted that group, and our location was compromised. But what about her? Could she still walk? I gestured toward researcher, who now sat on the ground, her pants torn and blood oozing from her injury, a sight that looked quite severe. Hongjia exclaimed angrily, "It's all her fault. If it weren't for her, We wouldn't have exposed our position so early. That gang from Changchun is surely on their way here. We need to move. Hongjia pulled my arm forward. Yao Yuman remained silent. We left researcher in behind. I glanced back occasionally, only to see her sitting in the dirt, covering her leg, her body smeared with mud, tears streaming down her face, a pitiful sight. She wiped her tears and looked up at me, her gaze seemingly pleading, as if to say, "Save me." I felt a pang of compassion and turned to Hongjia, imploring, "Why don't we take her with us? Look at her, she's in such a sorry state. We can't just leave her to die." Hongjia clenched her teeth, about to respond. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Researcher and fell backward, lifeless. Yao Yuman wiped the barrel of her gun and, appearing unfazed, uttered 2 words. "Let's go." Chapter 70. The chase. I stood frozen, staring at the fallen researcher. And are you insane? I rushed over, only to find her eyes wide open, devoid of life, a bullet having struck her forehead. She was dead. I had once taken her hostage to survive, but I had never contemplated actually killing her. Just moments ago, she had been a living being. Now, she was a cooling corpse, with tears in my eyes. I turned and shouted, "Why? We could have left her behind. Why did you have to kill her?" Yao Yuman retracted her weapon, casting a fleeting glance my way, and replied, "She can no longer walk. She had already heard our plans. Rather than allowing her to be captured and suffer, it is better to grant her a swift end. Furthermore, if you had attempted to save her, the outcome would have been dire for us all. You are fortunate. Your first foray into this line of work is with Wang, the head of the gang. Had you been with those from the south, you would have long been buried without a trace. Now tell me, do you intend to stay with this corpse, or will you continue onward with us? Come on, Yinfeng." Hongjia sighed. That I understood the rationale in her words, yet I doubt. "You all go ahead. I will follow shortly." "Very well, do as you wish. Death is but a finality. Yinfeng, do hasten." After exchanging a few words, she strode ahead with determination. Laying researcher down gently, I covered her eyes with my hand, helping her to rest in peace. "I am sorry. You ought not to have ventured to shunt. Alas, in a way, you are now reunited with Lao Su and Li Zhang. Let us depart together." I straightened her legs, wishing to preserve her dignity in this moment. Just then, a small blue glass vial tumbled from her pocket, rolling to a stop at my feet without shattering. I gazed at the closed eyes of researcher, and an inexplicable thought crossed my mind. Could this stop be of any use? I unscrewed the cap and brought the vial to her lips, raising my hand to administer a third of its contents. I stepped back, my heart racing, contrary to my expectations. No dramatic transformation akin to that of Lao Su occurred. Researcher remained unchanged, her eyes still shut. "Yinfeng, hurry up. What are you dawdling for?" The voice of Hongjia echoed from ahead. "That I'm coming. I'm coming." I tucked the glass vial into my pocket. Initially, I had intended to dig a grave for her, but given our current circumstances, time was not on our side. I took one last, lingering look at researcher before hastening to catch up with Hongjia. Noticing my despondency, Hongjia furrowed her brow and asked, "What troubles you? Have you developed feelings for that woman?" No, that is not the case." I hurriedly waved my hands in denial. That it was merely a fleeting encounter. After all, having spent a few days together, it is only natural to feel some attachment. You needn't feign indifference. I can see right through you. You still care for her. If I were in your position, I would have acted similarly. In matters of severance, one must be decisive. Yao Yuman did nothing wrong. That a sense of emptiness settled in my heart as I lowered my gaze and replied, "I understand. Hongjia, rest assured, I can distinguish between urgency and importance." "That's good to hear," Hongjia said, patting my back. That I apologized to Yao Yuman, expressing that I should not have raised my voice earlier. She nodded in acknowledgement, saying little, then whistled sharply, summoning the 2 mountain monkeys to her command. Their keen ears could detect any disturbance within a kilometer radius, so I instructed them to stay behind and keep watch. After more than an hour of travel, we encountered a boulder over a meter high obstructing our path. Yao Yuman suggested we rest for 10 minutes behind the stone before continuing, taking this opportunity to replenish our energy with some food. Hidden behind the large rock, we shared compressed biscuits, and Hongjia took a few sips of water before passing the bottle to me. After gulping down several mouthfuls of water and swallowing my dry rations, I wiped my mouth and remarked, "Yujia, I had no idea you possessed a firearm, and your aim seems quite precise. Might I take a look? I have never seen a real one before." Never mind. I am reluctant to entrust it to you. What if it were to misfire? Generally, People on the road prefer to avoid such weapons. My marksmanship is merely average, especially when compared to my brother's skill. This firearm was given to me by my uncle for self-defense. One must always be cautious of others. She spoke with a calm demeanor, her tone light and untroubled that I couldn't help but marvel silently. Anyone daring to covet your attention must be seeking a death wish. A bullet to the head would leave them with a face frozen in shock, as long as you refrain from instigating trouble with others. It would be a blessing. As for the one she mentioned, the flat-headed Yao Wentz, the only impression he left on me was his reticence, suggesting a depth of character beneath his silence. Just then, a mountain baboon, released from its confinement, suddenly dashed toward us, gesticulating wildly. Yao Yuman's expression shifted dramatically. "Run, we must hurry," he urged. "That group is closing in on us faster than I anticipated. This won't do. If we continue like this, we'll inevitably be discovered." She turned to the baboon before us and commanded, "Lead us to a nearby hiding place. Crevices, underground caves, or any suitable shelter will suffice." Quickly, the creature seemed to comprehend her words and promptly turned to flee. "Hurry, keep up." Thanks to this creature's guidance, it wasn't long before we stumbled upon a narrow mountain crevice, deep yet just wide enough to accommodate a single person, that we three swiftly concealed ourselves within. Before long, voices emerged from outside. "Brother Jian, these people are extraordinarily swift. Despite our haste, we haven't caught a glimpse of them," another man chimed in. "Indeed, Brother Jian, these rascals can truly run. Did you see that four-legged beast that was just struck? There's still a considerable amount of blood on the ground. I can attest. It is human blood. Someone among them must be injured. We will inevitably catch up." Concealed in the crevice, I exchanged a silent glance with Hongjia. Was it merely blood? Had they not noticed anything else? What of Researcher N's corpse? Could it be? I swallowed hard, refraining from articulating my thoughts. Let us press onward. These individuals cannot escape. As I observed the group depart, I internally sighed in relief. Thankfully, we had not been discovered. Hongjia remarked, "That was a golden opportunity. You should have taken the shot. With your precision, it shouldn't have been difficult." Yao Yuman shook his head. "You may not recognize the man known as Brother Jian, but he has been closely associated with the little leader in recent years, seldom making an appearance in the underworld. Not only is he skilled in combat, but he also has a powerful patron within the Changchun society. The head has advised against defending him, or it could lead to considerable trouble, which is why I refrained from taking his life. Who is his patron? Someone capable of instilling such fear in the head. Please share a name. I'd like to see if I am familiar." Yao Yuman looked at Hongjia, his expression earnest. "His patron is currently confined in a psychiatric hospital, and his surname is Xia." Hongjia's pupils dilated. "Xia Chirong? Is he still alive?" Chapter 71. A reunion. This is not a place for conversation. Follow me. Yao Yuman then led us to a secluded corner, shielded on all sides by rocks, providing ample concealment. Once we arrived, I inquired, "You mentioned that Jian's patron is named Xia Chirong. That is this individual male or female? What is their background? It's evident that you all hold them in considerable reverence." Hongjia furrowed her brow and remarked, "The Changchun society encompasses a diverse array of individuals from all walks of life, including some formidable outlaws, contrary to its seemingly tranquil facade. The society has gradually evolved since the late 1990s into factions of the old school and the new. The woman who previously controlled people using the white owl and a small golden mouthpiece belongs to the new faction, while the group led by Xiaodu represents the old school. There have been rumors circulating in the underworld that Xie Chirong once annihilated the entire family of a descendant of Yinzi Li San and defiled his wife and daughters. Coincidentally, the meteor king Xiao Yuan from Beiping is also a descendant of Yinzi Li San. What happened next? Did Xiao Yuan seek revenge for his sect? I inquired. Hongjia shook her head, stating, "Subsequently, Xiao Yuan was defeated by Xie Chirong, who had his eyes gouged out, transforming him overnight from the illustrious hero of Beiping into a blind man. To contend with Xie Chirong, the president of the Changchun Society dispatched 7 masters, ultimately restoring order to the organization. It has been over a decade since then, and to think that man is still alive." Hongjia sighed in disbelief. Yao Yuman glanced at her and nodded, saying, "You possess considerable knowledge. It seems you have gathered quite a bit of intelligence regarding the Changchun Society." Hongjia clenched her fist and then gradually relaxed it. "Let us not dwell on this for now." Yao Yuman whistled. Summoning a mountain monkey, she produced a circular pendant from her pocket and hung it around the monkey's neck. "Plans have changed. We need to meet someone in advance." The mountain monkey sniffed the orb and immediately began chattering excitedly. as it leaped away. We followed the monkey through a labyrinth of twists and turns for quite some time, eventually arriving at the entrance of a cave. Suddenly, another mountain monkey sprang out from nowhere. Upon closer inspection, I noticed this one also wore a similar small orb around its neck. The two monkeys, adorned with their pendant orbs, entered the cave together. After approximately 5 minutes, as time seemed to be nearing its end, Yao Yuman stood at the cave entrance and shouted, "Cut the twist, and there is a fierce tiger. Reverse the twist, and there is an azure dragon. Sun twist brings flowing water. Secret twist brings Qi Lu." Shortly thereafter, footsteps echoed from within the cave, and a middle-aged man emerged, holding a torch aloft in one hand. This man had fair skin and distinct features, yet a large burn scar marred the left side of his face. The mountain monkey, wearing the orb pendant, trailed behind him like a servant. Yao Yuman slightly bowed and said, "I am Yao Yuman from the northern faction, and I convey my regards to the Qi Lu family on behalf of my uncle, Yao Wenzhong." The middle-aged man nodded and smiled. "There is no need for such formality. You may simply call me Lu Yushan." Yao Yuman shook her head, replying, "We must not muddle our hierarchies, since you have said so. I shall dare to address you as Brother Lu." The middle-aged man smiled and nodded in agreement. It was only later that I comprehended why Sister Yi held this man in such high esteem. In the past, the Qi Lu family from Juho Tianjinwei was a prominent clan, and its descendants no longer needed to take to the streets to perform tricks for a living. In 1942, Hunan faced a severe drought, followed by a locust plague, resulting in millions suffering, particularly in the eastern and southern regions of Hunan, including Zhemadian and Xiping at that time. The head of the Qi Lu family was Lu Yuan, who held a high position within the Changchun society and was a notable figure in the underworld, universally addressed as Master Lu. Upon arriving in Hunan, Lu Yuan was met with the harrowing sight of countless famine-stricken victims, which filled him with profound sorrow, causing him to weep uncontrollably. The Lu family exhausted over a century's worth of accumulated wealth to purchase grain for the relief of the afflicted, yet in the end, their efforts proved to be a mere drop in the ocean. This led to the infamous gray and yellow grain warehouse incident in the winter of 1942, on the 17th day of the 12th lunar month. An extraordinary event transpired. This incident, along with the later occurrences of the Harbin cat-faced old lady's resurrection and the haunting of Guangzhou's Liqi Bay, was catalogued among the top 10 bizarre tales. Eyewitnesses reported that on that night, the streets were overrun with an uncountable number of large rats and weasels, numbering in the tens of thousands. These rodents moved in swarms, coming and going, and overnight, they emptied the local granaries of the Japanese army. The rats and weasels delivered the pilfered grain to the starving victims, miraculously saving countless lives. Subsequently, the Japanese authorities launched an investigation and ultimately determined that Lu Yuan of the Lu family from Tianjinwei had orchestrated this audacious act. The Lu family faced catastrophic repercussions, losing not only their ancestral home, but also suffering the execution of many family members. The valiant Lu Yuan met his demise with noble sacrifice. This is the tale of the gray and yellow grain warehouse incident that transpired in Hunan in 1942. To this day, in a grand mountain west of Zhemadian, a mouse immortal temple remains, a unique testament to history, built specifically for the veneration of mice. Henceforth, although the Lu family of Tianjinwei has fallen into decline, they continue to be held in high regard in both the underworld and the legitimate realm. I naturally hold great respect for the heroic deeds of these individuals from yesteryear. Upon entering the cave, Lu Yushan placed the torch against the wall and beckoned us to sit and converse. "Lu de Gu, according to our plan, we are not scheduled to meet for a few more days. But due to the circumstances surrounding Yunfeng and Chunhong, we cannot afford to wait any longer. Where are the leaders and those two?" Yao Yuman glanced around. Lu Yushan pointed behind him. "Look, are they not arriving? Here comes the leader." 3 individuals entered, and upon seeing the elder at the forefront, I sprang to my feet in astonishment. The elder, clad in black, though his hair was streaked with gray, possessed a pair of vibrant eyes. Indeed, it was Wang Badu. "Yunfeng, it has been several months since we last met." Wang approached, smiling as he patted my shoulder. "Xiansheng, is this the youth you mentioned?" I turned to see the speaker, whose attire was in tatters, appearing as though it had not been washed in years, showing a glossy, dark patina. His hair was disheveled, obscuring half of his eyes, presenting the image of a beggar, yet his gaze was bright and pure, reminiscent of an infant's innocence. Yao Yuman bowed slightly, greeting this beggar with respect. Lu Yi, another helper brought by Wang Batu, was an elderly man of short stature, comparable to Hong Jie, clad in black. With a head full of white hair and numerous age spots on his face, he carried a dark blue cloth bag and stood there slightly hunched, exuding an air of lethargy. Yunfeng, this is Zhao Yi from Xiangxi. Wang Batu introduced. A shiver ran down my spine as I recognized him as the corpse handler Wang had summoned from Xiangxi. Explaining his somber demeanor, that I quickly bowed my head in deference, addressing him as Zhao Yi. The hunchbacked elder squinted at me, offering no words. Wang cleared his throat, stating, Yufeng, Xiaohong, do you now regret not heeding my advice from the outset? Especially you, Yufeng, and you, along with the third brother. Deceived me into thinking we would have a delightful time in Dongguan? What kind of amusement did you indulge in? How did we end up here? Hongjia, feeling awkward, struggled to articulate her thoughts, reminiscing about the hardships endured below. I, in my grievance, lamented. We were mistaken. We were wrong. We only wished to locate Urge. Baotou gently patted my shoulder and, casting a glance at me and Hongjia, remarked, the world of Jianghu is fraught with peril. Yunfeng, Xiaohong, let this be a lesson learned. Squinting his eyes, Baotou gazed at the flickering torch on the wall and solemnly stated, while I cannot afford to offend the Changchun society, I, Wang Xianxing, am not to be trifled with. Anyone daring to lay hands on me, be they human or ghost, must provide an explanation. Chapter 72. A calculation. Hongjia lowered her head, obscuring her expression from my view. Baotou, have you truly considered this, regardless of the outcome, whether the Sun brothers can rescue us or not? We have surely offended the Changchun society. Baotou smiled and replied, Xiaohong, we did not instigate this matter. They have been somewhat overbearing. You know what Urge would have said if he were here? Hongjia suddenly lifted her head, a smile gracing her lips. Urge would undoubtedly say, to hell with them. Wang Baotou, allow me to interject. At this moment Lu Yushan inquired, how did your earlier reconnaissance fare? Did you uncover anything? I nearly forgot the pressing matter. Baotou turned to Yao Yuman and said, Miss Yao, we have determined the approximate area, roughly 200 meters, but to pinpoint the exact location of the coffin, we will need your family's special compass. Yao Yuman nodded, acknowledging, I am aware. Everything is prepared. We merely need to ascertain the general location to proceed. Subsequently, under the guidance of Baotou and a skilled corpse transporter from Xiangxi, our group exited the cave. Along the way, I inquired of Baotou about his whereabouts in the past few days, to which he responded that he had been seeking the realm of extreme Yin. In other words, beneath the entire Moth Mountain, there are two locations of extreme Yin. One is the burial site of the Jiaoho's coffin, as forming a Yin-nurtured corpse necessitates interment in such a place. The other is that secret chamber, the one concealing golden and silver coffins. Upon entering, one feels an intense chill, indicative of its extreme Yin nature. However, it is not the coffin of Jiaoho, but rather that of his youngest daughter. And I surmise that this individual chose an even more sinister location for himself. Yao Yuman is well versed in the arts of feng shui and mechanisms, and similarly, there are individuals of such expertise surrounding Xiaotu, which implies that they too are in search of this final realm of extreme Yin. Baotou's intention was to be the first to locate Jiaoho's coffin, leveraging it as a bargaining chip for the release of our elder brother and third brother. Having laid the groundwork months in advance, it appears we are currently a step ahead as we traverse the path. I began to feel an unsettling sense of familiarity upon arriving at our destination. I was left in utter disbelief. Before my eyes lay a vast, deep pit. Indeed, this was the very place. I had been confined here. Chun Jianxing's group had previously bound me to a stone platform, nearly leading to my demise at the jaws of a four-legged serpent. How had we circled back to this very spot? I was momentarily lost in thought and asked, Baotou, is this truly the extreme Yin realm you speak of? To be precise, it is beneath the pit, where the darkness engulfs everything, rendering visibility impossible. He stretched his hand downward and gestured, no, do not go down. I urgently informed them of my previous encounter, yet the head remained expressionless, as if he had already been aware of these details. Oh, you child, what is there to fear from a bunch of little bugs? They want to eat you, chuckled the beggar surnamed Lu. You do not understand. Lu Gu, I exclaimed, those little creatures can indeed consume a person. How could they not? We encountered a four-legged snake over 2 meters long. It could easily bite off a person's head. Oh, Lu Yushan inquired with curiosity. A stone dragon over 2 meters long. Did you see it with your own eyes? Yao Yuman nodded. Yufeng is not lying, Lu Gu. It was indeed over 2 meters long, and I was present at the time. To my surprise, Lu Yushan, rather than being frightened, brightened at the news. Well then, After so many years, I've neither seen nor even heard of a stone dragon over 2 meters long. If I could encounter one, I would see if I could tame it. However, Lu Gu, the stone dragon, is a cold-blooded creature. Its intelligence pales in comparison to that of a mountain demon, though it matters not. A four-legged snake is still a snake. Akin to rats and snakes dwelling together. I have my own ways. Let us not dwell on this. We shall discuss it further once we reach the bottom of the pit. After all, the last time we descended, we did not encounter anything so large, only a few small bugs that he pointed towards a rope dangling in the distance, saying, "We shall descend first. Yunfeng and Xiaohong, you follow behind. Be cautious and hold onto the rope tightly." The group slid down the rope to the bottom of the pit, and the beggar Lu left a profound impression on me during his descent. He grasped the rope with one hand, not even glancing at his feet, and slid down for several meters with an ease that resembled a swallow in flight, his arm's strength astonishing, outmatching even my youthful vigor. Upon reaching the bottom, Lu Yushan produced a stick of incense from his bosom, igniting it with a lighter. Holding it aloft, the wisp of blue smoke ascended slowly. The fragrance of the incense was peculiar. I had never encountered such a scent before, pleasant and reminiscent of Vietnamese agarwood, yet distinct upon closer inspection. Curiously, once this stick of incense was lit, not a single four-legged snake appeared in the vicinity. Lu Yushan waved his hand to fan the air, attempting to encourage the incense to burn more vigorously. He explained, "This is a snake-repelling incense prepared by old Hegu. Four-legged snakes, being snakes, have keen senses. Once they catch a whiff of this fragrance, they will retreat far away, fearing to cause any disturbance." The head shone his flashlight around, then remarked, "Miss Yao, it is your turn to take action." Yu Jian nodded, retrieving a piece of yellow cloth from her bosom. Unfolding it revealed a palm-sized compass. This compass, known as a small fat-eye compass, is typically used for observing mountains and determining dragon veins, focusing on seeking a grand trend, while the smaller fat-eye compass is better suited for examining in houses and locating burial pits. As the head had mentioned, the area at the bottom of the pit spans approximately 200 meters, and from above, it resembles an oval shape. Yao Yumin bestowed upon each of us a small magnet, which, at first glance, appeared unremarkable in size and appearance. However, she disclosed that this was no ordinary magnet. It was known as Lu Ming magnet. The creation of such a magnet requires infusing a standard magnet with red cinnabar, subsequently burying it beneath a willow or locust tree for a year and a half. Once the time has elapsed, the magnet is unearthed and cleansed. Lu Ming magnets are specifically utilized in the realm of feng shui, exhibiting a potent response to certain unique magnetic fields. She then instructed us to position ourselves at the corners of the southeast, southwest, northwest, and northeast. Meanwhile, she stood solemnly in the center, holding a small divination plate. If a red line were to connect us at that moment, any discerning observer would immediately recognize that we formed a perfectly inwardly concave pentagon, each of us precisely 1 meter apart. At that juncture, the leader called out from a distance, "How does it appear?" Yao Yumin furrowed her brow, gazing at the compass in her hand. After a moment of contemplation, she remarked, "The pulse indicates the opening of a well. The qian signifies the opening of a well. The ping denotes the opening of a well, yet the ku shows no response. The pulse corresponds to the horned dragon, qian to the heart rabbit, ping to the mouth fire monkey, and ku to the wall water snake. The water snake transforms into a dragon, the heart rabbit. Positioned at 4:30. Yunfeng, proceed 70 steps to your left front," she commanded me. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. I called out to Yao Jia as I reached her. "Next, dig a small hole in the ground with your hand. Then bury the magnet within and cover it with soil, ensuring it is well concealed." Following her instructions, I excavated a small pit, placed the Lu Ming magnet inside, and covered it with earth. "Done. Step back," she instructed, after surveying the surroundings and glancing at the compass once more. She nodded affirmatively, stating, "Right here, the margin of error will not exceed 1.5 meters. The yin energy is quite potent. The magnetic field response of the Lu Ming magnet is exceptionally strong." She pointed decisively to the spot and declared, "There must be something buried beneath that location." Chapter 73. Rebirth. The leader possessed a folding whirlwind shovel, which, in contrast to the Luoyang shovel, allowed for swifter excavation. The distinction lay in one being tailored for meticulous soil probing, while the other prioritized efficiency in digging. After marking the site, the leader beckoned me to join him in our descent. We commenced digging. The top layer of soil proved relatively soft. However, As we delved deeper, we encountered increasingly compact earth. Ultimately, we unearthed not the expected bluish-white soil, but rather a type bearing a faint white frost, reminiscent of frost settling in winter. When I touched it, I was surprised to find it cold to the touch. The hunchbacked elder from Xiangxi observed silently. Upon witnessing this phenomenon, he raised an eyebrow and remarked softly, an extremely keen location. It seems we have indeed found the right spot. If a corpse were to lie here for over 2 millennia, it would be difficult to avoid the accumulation of energy. This individual is quite ruthless, burying their descendants for 18 generations alongside them. Despite our vigorous efforts in digging, we remained devoid of sweat, and I distinctly sensed a drop in temperature surrounding us. I questioned whether I had simply imagined it. But for an instant, it appeared as though my breath transformed into a cloud of white vapor. I in the realm of tomb raiding. A skilled digger with a whirlwind shovel would typically reach a depth of 2 to 3 meters in an hour, while seasoned diggers like Ergu and Sangu could achieve depths exceeding 4 meters in the same time frame. The situation was somewhat manageable, yet I found myself feeling inadequate. My slow progress was due to the hard soil, compounded by my lack of experience in this task. Suddenly, a sense of unease overwhelmed me. "Wait, something's amiss," Beggar Lu exclaimed, abruptly halting our efforts. "What is it, Lu?" I inquired, turning to face him. As we ceased our movements, the clattering sound of our tools digging into the earth vanished in an instant. With his eyes closed, Beggar Lu appeared to be intently listening to something, his ears twitching. Suddenly, he opened his eyes with a start. He turned and shone his flashlight upwards. At that moment, the beam of the flashlight illuminated a figure, sharp and clear, as if it were a spotlight. To our astonishment, there was a person clinging to the rock face like a gecko, head down, staring directly at us. Just that fleeting glance that I stumbled backward, my hand unsteady with the whirlwind shovel, which clattered to the ground. Trembling, I pointed in the direction of the rock face and stammered, "An researcher." The figure on the rock face, with her head bowed, obscured by her hair, was unmistakably clad in the attire of an researcher. I recognized her instantly. But how could this be? She had clearly perished before. My face drained of color, terror gripping me. Red's sister gazed at the scene with equal dread, for we both had witnessed an researcher's lifeless body. "What in the world is this?" Yao Yumin cursed vehemently, drawing her sidearm without a moment's hesitation, firing twice, without a second thought. Bang bang, one shot went awry, ricocheting off the rocky surface, sparks flying as the bullet collided with the hardened stone. The figure of an researcher spread her limbs wide, and suddenly, she began to descend the rock face with astonishing speed, akin to a gecko. "Be careful," I shouted, raising my whirlwind shovel as a weapon. The researcher moved with such swiftness that I had to keep my flashlight trained on her. Bang bang. Yao Yumin fired twice more, both shots striking true, yet an researcher merely shuddered, maintaining her relentless pace, swiftly closing the distance to Yao Yumin. "Sister Yu, be cautious," I shouted, disregarding my own fear as I picked up the whirlwind shovel and aimed for this creature's head. With a resounding crack, I realized I was not striking a human skull, but something as hard as stone. The recoil sent a jolt through my hands, nearly causing me to lose grip on the shovel. In that fleeting moment, I discerned the truth. This was no timid beauty and researcher. Her complexion resembled a pallid sheet of paper, veins visibly dark and purple against her skin, her eyes devoid of color, merely white. Furthermore, her mouth hung open, revealing teeth as black as night, while a viscous dark liquid dripped from the corners of her lips. "Beast!" At that critical moment, the elder from Xiangxi bellowed, swiftly retrieving a length of rope from his deep blue bag. He quickly fashioned a loop at one end and hurled it forward. The rope encircled an researcher's neck with precision. Wrapping the rope around his hands several times, the elder yanked it tight. "What are you waiting for?" he shouted at me. I rushed to grasp the rope, pulling with all my might alongside him. Yet, an researcher possessed immense strength, and despite our combined efforts, we found ourselves being dragged along as if we were losing a tug of war. I propelled myself backward with my legs planted firmly against the ground, arching my upper body with all my might. If a living person were to have a rope tightened around their neck and be pulled in such a manner, their head would likely be wrenched from their body. With a resounding crack, the rope snapped. The force of my exertion sent me sprawling backward as the rope gave way. The hunched old man gasped in alarm, exclaiming, "My corpse-binding rope!" I felt as if I might shatter into pieces from the fall, a mixture of rage and urgency surging within me as I sprang to my feet. Cursing, "It snaps at the slightest tug. What kind of wretched rope is this? Researcher In, seemingly indifferent to both me and the elder from Xiangxi, appeared to harbor immense resentment towards Yu Jia, with half of the corpse-binding rope still ensnaring her neck. She lunged at Yao Yuman, attempting to bite her throat. "Watch out, girl." Lu Yushan bellowed. In a moment of crisis, Yu Jia thrust the barrel of her gun into In's mouth, effectively jamming it against her teeth. As In bit down on the barrel, a torrent of black liquid dripped from her mouth, splattering onto Yu Jia's forehead. The cacophony of gunfire erupted. Bang, bang, bang. With a fierce expression, Yu Jia relentlessly squeezed the trigger. Emptying the magazine at such close range, the bullets entered through her mouth and exited from the back of her head, obliterating In's skull. "Beggar, why are you still standing idly by?" Lu Yushan shouted urgently. With a metallic sound, the unmistakable sound of a sword being drawn filled the air. I was taken aback as I witnessed Beggar Lu unsheathing a glimmering soft sword from his waist. The weapon coiled around him like a belt. In an instant, I barely registered the flash of white light. A head was severed and floated momentarily before rolling to the ground, the entire occurrence transpiring in a mere 5 seconds. With Beggar Lu having decapitated Researcher and she est still alive, I stammered, my words faltering. "Huh?" Beggar Lu, curious, knelt down and seized In's hair, lifting her head. She was not dead at that moment. Her eyes still darted about, her mouth opening and closing like a fish deprived of oxygen. Gasping for breath. How peculiar. This was not a reanimation. What on earth was this? Beggar Lu, gripping In's hair, expressed his astonishment with a click of his tongue. Witnessing this grotesque scene, my very soul felt as though it might flee in terror. The elder from Xiangxi, brimming with indignation, declared, "This is neither a resurrection nor a trick of the dead. What in the world is this?" No wonder my corpse-binding rope proved utterly useless at that moment. Hong Jia seemed to have a revelation, casting a suspicious glance in my direction. I lowered my head, feeling somewhat guilty, unable to meet her gaze. She had been present during the incident with Lao Su, having witnessed everything unfold. "What is going on, Yinfeng?" she inquired, her tone grave. I realized I had landed us in trouble after Yao Yuman had nearly been bitten to death. I retrieved a small glass vial from my pocket for them to see. It contained a pale blue liquid, still half full. "What is this?" the head asked, staring at the vial in confusion. Before I could explain, Hong Jia inhaled deeply and interjected, "Listen, everyone. I suspect this substance is precisely what the Changchun Society has been seeking." Chapter 74. The burial offering. Quickly dispose of it. "Are you planning to keep that thing for the new year, beggar?" Lu Yushan cast a fleeting glance at the severed head. Indeed, it was nothing of worth. And with a casual flick, Master Lu discarded it to the side. Researcher In lay motionless, his body rendered still by the beheading. Yet, perplexingly, there was little blood oozing from his neck. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the wound bore the faintest signs of coagulation. After scrutinizing the small glass vial, skepticism clouded his mind. He could hardly believe that such a potion could resurrect the lifeless. Master Zhao from Xiangxi lamented over the frayed ropes, sighing deeply. "The Zhao family has fed on the dead for generations. Yet I never anticipated that one day, the ancestral binding ropes would meet their demise in my hands. I am unfilial, utterly unfilial." Observing his continuous lamentations, I could not help but interject, "Master Zhao, it's not that I doubt you, but what kind of rope was that? A corpse-binding rope that snaps at a mere tug. It is hardly sturdy. I see that it cannot bind anything. Alas, young one. You do not understand. You simply do not comprehend." Master Zhao silently retrieved the broken rope and tucked it back into his bag. Returning to the matter at hand, I inquired, "Miss Yao, you weren't injured, were you?" "I am well. Nothing serious," she replied. "That is good to hear. Please rest, but keep an eye on everyone," the head urged in a solemn tone. "Having come this far, we cannot falter now." Yinfeng continued digging. Without uttering another word, I grasped the whirlwind shovel and resumed my work, daring only to gaze at the ground beneath my feet, avoiding the sight of Researcher In severed form. At that moment, Lu Yushan spoke up. "Are you too weary? Would you like me to summon my friends to assist?" I was well aware that his friends referred to the mountain spirits. "No need, Brother Lu," I replied, shaking the whirlwind shovel in my hand. "Your friends are likely not even as tall as the shovel. How could they dig? We appreciate the offer, but excavating tunnels is our forte. You may simply observe." Lu Yushan nodded and refrained from further comment. While Master Zhao, the corpse handler, became increasingly inquisitive, that he relentlessly questioned me about the composition and origin of the potion in the glass vial, seeking to uncover its secrets. The only ones privy to its ingredients and production were researcher In and his companions. And now that the three of them had perished, where could I find such knowledge? Growing somewhat impatient with his inquiries, I fabricated a tale, claiming it was merely corpse oil, derived from the bodies of the deceased. As for the specifics, I cannot say that if you wish to know more, Master Zhao, you should consult Chen Jianxing and Xiao Chiodo. They are sure to have the answers. O.I.C. The elder mused, falling silent thereafter. As we delved deeper into the tunnel, both I and the head leaped into the pit, each shovel full of earth being tossed aside relentlessly. Suddenly, a clang echoed as the head's whirlwind shovel struck a metallic object. The surrounding silence thickened, and the sound felt jarring in the stillness. Have we unearthed something? What is it? Yujia rushed over to inquire. The head sifted through the soil and extracted a rusted bronze artifact. Its peculiar design was unlike any I had previously encountered. Despite my familiarity with various bronze vessels, this flat, rounded piece bore a lid, which was sealed tight, revealing only the faintest impression of an animal motif. Judging by its shape, it resembled a modern hand warmer one might plug in for warmth. The preservation state is rather poor. I feel that a gentle touch could shatter this item into countless fragments. Upon examining the contours of the patterns on the lid, Bao Tou expressed his astonishment, saying, "Could this design possibly resemble that of the tomb guardian beast? Look closely. Doesn't it bear a striking resemblance to the clam sculpture unearthed in Puyang?" Hunan, decades ago, Yao Yuman nodded fervently after inspecting it, remarking, "You're right. It does indeed resemble it. If my memory serves me correctly, that archaeological site in Puyang dates back to the late Neolithic period, significantly predating the Western Zhou. I was at a loss regarding their conversation and inquired of Sister Yu about the clam sculpture. She explained that this artifact has the head of a pig and the tail of a monkey. When it was first excavated, no one recognized it, but later scholars identified its likeness to a creature described in the ancient Shan Hai Jing known as the clam sculpture. Thus, the term came into being. Those in the field regarded the Puyang piece as a unique specimen. Yet here we uncover a bronze vessel adorned with a similar design. Oh, I see, I remarked. That is indeed quite precious, though regrettably. It is all covered in black dry rust, thoroughly decayed. I sighed, expressing my lament for this valuable bronze artifact. Black dry rust is a term used among tomb raiders, as this type of corrosion is most despised in their circles. For such bronze items typically originate from filthy pits, which command the lowest prices and possess poor aesthetics. A side note. It is worth mentioning that those in the trade classify the patina of bronze artifacts from the Shang and Zhou dynasties to the Warring States period into 4 categories. Just as jade can be evaluated by its surface, the pricing of bronze is similarly determined by its rust. The first type is the dry green rust, also known as flat rust, characterized by an entirely green surface. Commonly found in northern regions such as Hebei, Shaanxi, and Inner Mongolia. The second type is mercury rust, specifically referring to items retrieved from water. This rust appears as a white layer and is toxic. Any bronze with mercury rust must be treated before it can be handled, lest one risk poisoning. The third type is the red-blue anti-lead rust, which commands the highest prices in the market. Elder Sun once advised me to avoid cleansing red-blue anti-lead rust artifacts with the method of killing the green, as such treatment would significantly diminish their value. The final type is the black dry rust present on this bronze piece. The presence of black dry rust indicates previous exposure to filthy pits, which refer to places like dung heaps, latrines, or pig and sheep pens. Bao Tou lifted the bronze artifact to his nose and frowned, stating, "Indeed, there is a distinct odor of excrement. True tomb raiders possess an acute sense of smell." Bao Tou, being an experienced hand, left no room for doubt in his assertion. We continued to excavate, gradually unearthing 2 more bronze pieces, both bearing black dry rust. The subsequent artifacts were peculiar in shape, each distinct from the other. One lid was adorned with the engraving of a swimming figure, its body covered in scales, thrashing about in water. The last piece was even stranger, depicting a monstrous creature with the head of a tiger and 8 legs, its neck entwined with a 4-legged serpent. Could these 2 artifacts be ancient totems worshipped by the ancient Yu kingdom? Hongjia exclaimed in astonishment. "Xiao Hong, what do you know about this?" Bao Tou inquired. Hongjia nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed, Bao Tou, these are the very 2 items. I have always held an interest in ancient biological legends and have read the old version of the Shan Hai Jing more than once. The diminutive figure adorned with fish scales swimming in the water is known as Zouyu, while that creature with 8 legs and a tiger's head is referred to as Juchi. The first one unearthed is indeed called Bangsu. These patterns were once revered within the totemic culture of the ancient Yu people. Bateau, Yinfeng, continue your excavation. I suspect there are more discoveries to be made, she urged. Hongjia, resting her chin on her hand, pondered. Yinfeng, do you recall the designs on the golden coffin and silver sarcophagus? I replied, of course, I remember. The coffins are engraved with soldiers, each adorned with 4-legged serpents atop their heads. Precisely, Hongjia nodded. The soldiers of the ancient Yu state bore 4-legged serpents, which likely served as the prototype for this Juchi. She turned to the assembly, speaking gravely. The clues have converged. This Jieho is not merely a noble of the Western Zhou, but potentially a descendant of a faction of the ancient Yu. Otherwise, Jieho would not have brought these totemic elements into the tomb. The totem, intertwined with ancestral deities, represents more than mere designs. Millennia ago, these were a form of script, a pictographic writing of the ancient Yu, the meaning of which remains a mystery to this day. However, a deceased professor had once published a note before his passing, wherein he speculated that these ancient designs might be the origins of oracle bone script. Chapter 75. The hidden coins. The origins of oracle bone script remain an enigma. Both the ancient Yu and ancient Shu were prehistoric civilizations, and aside from the sporadic discovery of scattered designs, historical texts provide scant information on these ancient states predating the Shang and Zhou dynasties. Our understanding is largely attributed to Hongjia's extensive knowledge. Otherwise, we would be utterly in the dark. Hongjia busied herself with several bronze artifacts, her brow furrowed in deep contemplation. At that moment, Bateau declared, Yinfeng, let us exert ourselves. We must accomplish this task before that group arrives. The presence of burial goods indicates that the main coffin is not far from here. After a period of digging, the whirlwind shovel struck a thick stone slab. This blue stone slab was quite substantial, and Bateau called for several individuals to assist in pushing it aside as the slab was moved halfway. A foul odor wafted from below, invading our nostrils. It was evident from the expressions of those around me that everyone had caught a whiff. The odor had been concealed beneath the slab, but once it was lifted, the stench was unbearable, reminiscent of a latrine pit in the sweltering summer heat. I clutched my nose and exclaimed, why does it smell so foul? Bateau, this can't possibly be a latrine. Can it? Being the closest, I was nearly retching from the stench. What of a latrine? A latrine must be traversed. Jieho's coffin lies beneath, Bateau remarked. Yinfeng, you nimble lad, with your slight weight, this depth is manageable for you. We shall lower you with a rope, descend and assess the situation. What? I stammered. Bateau, are you suggesting I jump into a latrine? 5 minutes later, with a rope tied securely around my waist, and Bateau cautioning me to exercise care, the others hoisted me downward like a water bucket that wasn't too deep. Within less than 5 meters, I found my feet on solid ground. I raised the flashlight upward, gesturing a sign of a safe landing to my companions. The rope was quite lengthy, hence I refrained from untying it. In the event that a large, 4-legged creature lurked below, they would be able to pull me back up promptly. As I illuminated my surroundings with the flashlight, my gaze fell upon a colossal bronze coffin lying in the northwestern corner. The lid of the coffin was encrusted with dried, dark rust, and a layer of decayed moss covered it. Upon closer inspection, I realized that apart from this coffin, there was nothing else in the vicinity. The closer I approached the coffin, the more pungent the odor became. Initially, I had thought there was a latrine beneath, but upon taking a whiff, it appeared that all the foul stench emanated from within the bronze coffin. Could it be that the coffin contained excrement? Why was it so foul? Even if it were excrement, how could it still smell after 2 millennia? I shouted upwards, reporting my findings. Bateau, come down quickly. There's a coffin. Shortly thereafter, they descended, grasping the rope. The group circled the bronze coffin several times, utterly at a loss as to how to proceed. For we discovered that the entire lid was sealed with molten copper, making it impossible to pry open by sheer strength alone. Step back. Let me give it a try, the beggar Lu declared, drawing forth a glimmering soft sword from his waist. The sword, regarded as the king of weapons, was indeed an unusual type of sword. In the hands of a skilled practitioner, it could be both supple and formidable. It took decades of dedicated practice for an ordinary person to wield a soft sword proficiently. The illustrious beggar Lu, renowned in the realm, had earned his reputation not without reason. His prowess was evident from the tale of how he severed the head of researcher and with a single stroke. The sound of metal clashing echoed as Lu's soft sword deftly found its way into the crevice of the coffin. With a swift motion, he yanked the sword out, creating a small gap between the coffin lid and the body. Though bronze is not as hard as wrought iron, it is still a metal. One can only imagine the immense force behind that strike. "Quick, bring me a shovel, pry it open," Bateau exclaimed with delight, hastily inserting a whirlwind shovel into the gap beneath the coffin lid. Due to the overwhelming stench, we all covered our noses and mouths with our clothing, despite being forged from molten copper. After 2 millennia, the bronze had severely corroded, and once a breach was made, it merely required a little extra force to continue. After clanging and clattering for about an hour, Bateau, using a steel shovel and leveraging his own weight, finally managed to pry open a corner of the coffin lid. However, as soon as that small corner was opened, a visibly dark smoke erupted from within the coffin. Being nearest to it, Bateau yelled, "Danger! It's the stench of corpses!" He shouted and quickly retreated, narrowly avoiding the small plume of black smoke that I reacted a moment too late. I managed to escape, but inhaled a small breath of it. Instantly, I felt a wave of dizziness, and my nose began to bleed. "Don't move. Lie flat quickly. It could be fatal," the old man from Xiangxi shouted urgently. I promptly lay flat on the ground, and within just a minute or two, I realized that not only was I dizzy, but my throat felt constricted, as if an invisible force was gripping my neck. Breathing became increasingly labored, and my limbs began to tremble uncontrollably. "Hold him down." Bateau's expression fluctuated between concern and alarm, while the others firmly restrained my limbs. "Open your mouth, swallow it whole. Do not bite," commanded the old man from Xiangxi, as he retrieved a small black pill from his bag and promptly placed it in my mouth. I gulped down the black pill in a hasty manner, akin to a glutton devouring dates. He then produced a small self-sealing bag containing a handful of verdant willow leaves, which appeared quite fresh within their sealed confines. He stuffed a handful of the green leaves into my mouth, forbidding me to chew or swallow, instructing me instead to hold them without releasing. After what felt like 5 minutes, he finally said, "It should be enough now. Spit it out carefully. Do not swallow it." As I expelled the leaves, I noticed they had transformed from green to a deep black. Observing the darkened leaves I had expelled, the old man sighed in relief, saying, "It's all right. Thankfully, you inhaled only a little, and I happened to have brought something. Otherwise, you wouldn't have survived more than 10 minutes. Although my head still swam slightly, I sensed a gradual improvement. Struggling to rise, I expressed my gratitude to the old man for his timely intervention. My companion, seeing that I was unharmed, also exhaled in relief, gravely stating, "It was fortunate that I brought Zhao here this time." The presence of corpse GAS grave robbers. We dread encountering such things, for once you inhale this, even a robust individual cannot endure beyond 10 minutes. That moment, the old man from Xiangxi squinted at the bronze coffin, his expression grave as he remarked, "There is indeed corpse gas, and it is so concentrated that it has turned black. This indicates that the occupant of the coffin has not yet decayed. A coffin that contains only bones cannot produce such dense corpse gas. If the corpse were to rise, we would be in dire straits. Our ancestral binding ropes have frayed, leaving us with no choice but to rely on the mouthful of money. As for whether that will suffice," the old man shook his head, saying we could only pray for our ancestors' blessing and leave it to fate. With that, he withdrew a bundle of plastic bags from his robe, layered and wrapped in newspaper. Carefully, he unwrapped the newspaper and extracted a pure gold coin, renowned for its patina of age. This coin, measuring merely 3 centimeters in diameter, was a small flat coin inscribed with the characters Ingantong Bao in seal script, rendered in an elegant and archaic style that I was taken aback, for I recognized this currency. The Ingantong Bao was minted during the Chunhua era of the Northern Song dynasty by the rebel leader Li Shun, ranking among the top 50 ancient coins, exceedingly rare in existence to date. Only 1 iron flat coin and 1 copper coin of lesser value have been discovered, both considered first-rate treasures. Moreover, the piece in the old man's possession was a gold version of the Ingantong Bao, an unprecedented find, unrecorded in any historical catalog of coins. This must be a unique artifact. Chapter 76. A long-awaited encounter. Noticing my astonishment, the old man shot me a proud glance, stating, "This Ingantong Bao has indeed been passed down in my family. My ancestor, Zhao, was a spear-wielding aide to General Li Shun, tasked not only with ensuring the general's safety but also with the grim duties of retrieving and managing corpses on the battlefield." I pondered to myself, no wonder such a family heirloom exists. It is improbable that a historical legacy would lack significance if one day this gentleman were to abandon this vocation. Just the auction of this singular ancient coin, ranked among the top 50 treasures, would likely yield enough wealth for his descendants to live comfortably for generations. Subsequently, the elderly man, with a face etched in anxiety, clutched the offering of money and turned to the leader, saying, "It should be about time. Let us proceed." The leader, his expression grave, nodded in agreement. It was an arduous task to push open the heavy bronze coffin lid by mere hand. Thus, the leader and I resorted to a method of leverage that we utilized the steel handle of the whirlwind shovel as a pry bar, inserting it carefully and employing the principles of leverage to gradually shift it. As we exerted our strength, the bronze lid emitted a series of unpleasant and jarring scraping sounds. The noxious aura from within the coffin surged forth, and with a resounding thud, the nearly 1,000-pound lid crashed to the ground, stirring up considerable dust. Zhao Yi, holding the offering of money, remained vigilant. The leader and I lowered our heads simultaneously and raised our flashlights to illuminate the interior. The sight that greeted us, despite prior mental preparation, caused my stomach to churn violently, almost prompting me to vomit. That it was utterly revolting, so repugnant. No wonder it reeked. The faces of all who witnessed this scene paled, for we beheld a flat layer of the carcasses of over 100 four-legged snakes sprawled within the coffin. The bodies entwined with one another, forming twisted spirals akin to a giant braid, all in varying stages of decay, while clusters of wriggling maggots thrived amidst the putrid flesh. The leader's countenance darkened as he inquired, "Where have the bodies gone? Why are there only these wretched creatures? What about the corpse of Jieho?" Undeterred by the nauseating sight, he stubbornly wielded the whirlwind shovel like a spade, digging into the mound of decayed snake flesh. As he moved, he suddenly paused, realization dawning upon him. "Wait, this coffin has a partition. There's another layer beneath. Yunfeng, come assist me in removing these things," the leader commanded, turning to me. The stench emanating from the coffin was overwhelming. Yet we continued to scoop out the rotting four-legged snakes. The surface of my whirlwind shovel glistened with a whitish layer under the flashlight's beam, maggots, which truly revolted me. After clearing a significant portion, it became evident, just as the leader had surmised, that a partition existed within the coffin. With the mass of snakes lying atop it, I tapped the partition with my shovel. The sound indicated a void beneath. At that moment, Yao Yumin suddenly interjected, "Wang Baitu, look quickly at that section in the middle. Is there not a small hole?" Indeed, upon her prompting, the leader and I noticed an irregularly shaped small aperture in the center. This hole was narrow at both ends and wider in the middle, resembling a peculiar keyhole. Hong Jie exclaimed in surprise, "I feel I have encountered a shape like this before." She lifted her gaze to me and inquired, "Yunfeng, do you recall that bronze artifact?" "Bronze artifact? What bronze artifact?" Suddenly, a memory flashed through my mind. The bronze axe, that ceremonial vessel, precisely, that very item. Hong Jie pointed at the small hole. It is narrow at both ends and wide in the center. And from my estimation, its dimensions seem quite similar. How could this be? Chun Jianxing previously possessed that item. If that is the case, it is highly likely that it has now fallen into the hands of Xiao Lu Tu's group. The leader's expression darkened further, and he turned to beggar Lu Yi, expressing a desire to request his assistance in attempting to open this partition, just as he had done previously. To my astonishment, beggar Lu shook his head after examining the situation. He remarked, "There's no point in trying. It would be futile. The coffin lid was originally cast with molten copper, and it is separate from the coffin itself. Moreover, after a millennium, the corrosion is so severe that it is why I managed to pry it open." He gestured dismissively at the partition, stating, "You see, this partition was crafted as a single unit back in the day. It is inseparable. I can't break it open. Unless we had explosives. Explosives we indeed possessed some previously. The detonators were in Hongjie's bag that we had used too and still had some left. But later we were captured, and that group took our backpacks." Hongjie glanced at Bao Tou, shaking her head, indicating that she did not have such items on her. At that moment, a heavy silence enveloped us. If only we had more time, we could devise a way to breach this partition within the coffin, but time was not on our side. According to Bao Tou's speculation, that group might already be en route. Suddenly, I raised my hand, hesitatingly suggesting, "What if we withdraw for now?" "No, let us think of another solution," Bao Tou replied, taking a deep breath, unwilling to concede defeat so easily. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside the cave, and I noticed several beams of flashlight flickering in the distance, accompanied by indistinct voices. Startled, I stepped back, exclaiming, "Run! They're coming! Run! Where do you plan to escape to? Into the ground." Beggar Lu unsheathed his soft sword. A cold smile playing on his lips, Yao Yuman, with a grim expression, drew her small pistol, methodically loading each chamber. Bao To's forehead was lined with tension as he quietly instructed us, "Remember to follow my lead." I gripped my whirlwind shovel tightly, swallowing hard, my gaze fixed intently on the cave entrance. The footsteps drew nearer, and the number of flashlight beams multiplied. As they rounded the corner, I was the first to spot Chen Jiansheng leading the way, followed by a group of individuals, several familiar faces among them. Xiaolu, the owl woman, and Jian Gu were unmistakably present. They were armed with machetes and guns, outnumbering us 2-1. Despite our efforts to evade, we had finally crossed paths, and judging by Bao To's demeanor, he seemed to have abandoned the notion of hiding. In that moment, both factions stood face to face. "Well, if it isn't Ti Chun Hong and this kid. So you've been hiding here?" Chun Jinxing flashed his flashlight directly into my eyes. Hong Jie regarded him coldly, uttering not a single word. Bao To raised his hand, signaling us to remain still. "Bei Pai, Wang Xiansheng." Bao To acknowledged Xiaolu. Tension crackled in the air as Xiaolu stepped forward, hands clasped behind his back, and said, "Wang Xiansheng, I know who you are. I'm aware you've been down here for some time, truly a master of concealment. I've dispatched people to search for you, but to no avail. So, what is it going to be? Have you decided to stop hiding, or do you wish to challenge me?" "Puff, my dear," Chun Jianxing suddenly chuckled. "With so many of us here, including Jian Gu and Wen Jie, do you really think these insignificant tunnel rats dare to bare their fangs at us?" I felt a surge of anger rising within me. The impulsiveness of youth taking hold, the mere command of the leader, I would dare to charge forward with a shovel in hand. Death is simply a fate that befalls both man and bird alike. This relentless pursuit and capture along the way has been utterly stifling. It would be far better to confront them with genuine weapons, rather than suffer this indignity. If death is to come, then so be it. The leader, maintaining a calm demeanor, coldly remarked, "Indeed, we dare not provoke the Changchun society. We are, after all, but mere mice. However, that when a mouse is cornered, it can still bite. Wouldn't you agree?" Ding. This crisp sound caught the attention of Xiao Lu, who then noticed the individuals behind the leader. Beggar Lu flicked the blade of his sword with his fingers and grinned. "Ah, Su Qin, it's been over a decade since we last met. Though I am no longer with the Changchun Society, I occasionally find myself reminiscing about you, you old rascal." Chapter 77. Negotiation years have passed, and we have all aged. I wonder if you, Su Qin, still possess the skill to wield your sword. How about we put it to the test, to see whether your concealed 33 flying daggers are swifter, or that my sword? Xiaolu narrowed his eyes and casually remarked, "I did not expect that the person Wang Xianxing sought would be you." "Why not?" "Not only me, but also him." Beggar Lu pointed his sword at Lu Yushan. According to the conventions of the martial world, both parties were to greet each other upon meeting. Xiao Lu held a higher status than Lu Yushan. Yet when it came to reputation within the martial community, he paled in comparison to the illustrious Qi Lu family of Tianjin. My lord, this beggar asking for alms cannot possibly be. Chun Jinxing's expression grew grave as a realization dawned upon him. Xiao Lu raised an eyebrow and stated, "State your conditions." He appeared somewhat apprehensive. I was acutely aware of my own capabilities and recognized that his true concern lay with the reinforcements the leader had summoned. The leader regarded him with a detached expression and said, "Our terms are straightforward. Hand over the Sun Brothers, and then we shall take half of the treasures within the bronze coffin. Is that all?" Xiao Lu retorted coldly. The leader shook his head. "That is all. My lord." Chun Jianxing interjected, pointing at us. "We have the numbers. Why should we acquiesce to their demands? How will you justify this to the society?" "Slap? My lord, you." Chun Jianxing covered one side of his face, disbelief etched across his features. Xiao Lu did not even glance at him, casually stating, "I mean what I say. We only desire the corpse within the coffin. While you may keep the accompanying artifacts." Though reluctant, I could see the situation for what it was. Both sides were wary, and should hostilities erupt, casualties would be inevitable. Furthermore, I was acutely aware that without the support of Tianjin's Qi Lu family and Beggar Lu, they would never have dared to negotiate with the leader. Ultimately, Xiao Lu harbored a disdain for the leader, and for our profession as grave robbers. 10 minutes later, both parties stood on opposite sides. The atmosphere seemingly calm, yet a tempest brewed beneath the surface. No one could predict if the other would strike suddenly. All were on guard. After listening to the leader's words, Xiao Lu glanced at the partition within the bronze coffin and inquired of Chen Jianxing. Is what they said true? Where is that bronze axe now? Chen Jianxing hurriedly waved his hand and said, My lord, I fear no one would believe me if I divulged this. It was truly something I stumbled upon by chance. I buried it initially to lure Chen Hong, only to have it later excavated and taken by that band of brutes. As you are aware, my lord, I have endured considerable hardship in training those beasts. This matter is not insurmountable. Lu Yushan interjected. As long as the item remains in their possession, there exists a way to retrieve it. He then whistled, and shortly thereafter, a baboon adorned with a pendant around its neck trotted in with an eager gait. At that moment, I noticed something peculiar. Upon Lu's whistle, the white-headed eagle perched on the woman's shoulder flapped its wings restlessly, displaying signs of agitation. The woman, who introduced herself as one, had to soothe the creature several times before it calmed down. Lu Yushan gently patted the baboon's head and instructed, Go, retrieve the item. The baboon complied without delay. Time passed swiftly. Within half an hour, it returned, albeit bearing numerous injuries, its eyes and nose scratched and bleeding profusely. Presenting a ghastly sight, Lu Yushan extended his hand, and from the baboon, he retrieved a bronze artifact, the very bronze axe that had been stolen. Much like the bronze chime bells I had encountered previously. This artifact still functioned after 2 millennia, a testament to the ingenuity of ancient mechanical arts. At this moment, the bronze coffin resembled a grand mechanism, with the key to unlock its secrets now firmly in our grasp. You phone, it's your turn, he suddenly declared, handing the bronze axe to me. Instantly, the gazes of all present converged upon me. Under such scrutiny, I felt a twinge of discomfort, yet I remained silent and extended my hand. Inserting the bronze axe into a small hole on the coffin's partition, a click echoed as the axe fit snugly, neither too tight nor too loose, as if it were an integral part of the structure. I first attempted to twist it to the left, but there was no response. Then I tried turning it to the right, yet still, nothing happened. Sweat began to bead on my forehead, and my hands trembled slightly. At that moment, Yao Yumin offered a reminder. Though ancient mechanisms are often complex and intricate, they typically possess some flaw. Yin Feng, try moving it up and down first, then aim for a 45-degree angle to the left. Adjusting the bronze axe to its proper position, I heeded Yu Jia's advice and began again. Gradually, as I turned the axe to a 45-degree angle, I heard a series of clicks, followed by the sound of chains being drawn. It worked. Instantly, every pair of eyes turned toward me. Under the unseen movement of the chains, the bronze partition within the coffin began to slide open to the right. To everyone's astonishment, what lay beneath the partition was a golden silk and jade mat. The golden threads remained intact, and the jade pieces appeared to have aged to a greenish hue. Upon closer inspection, it seemed as though there was a figure concealed beneath the mat. The golden silk and jade burial garments were a Han Dynasty innovation. Seeing this tangible example, I realized that even in the Western Zhou period, the rudiments of such garments had already begun to take form. Go. Xiao Lutu gestured to a middle-aged man beside him. He swallowed hard, visibly apprehensive. The figure beneath the mat could very well be a corpse from over 2,000 years ago, and it was likely that anyone involved in this endeavor felt a sense of trepidation. I quietly inquired of the elder from Xiangxi, Zhao Yi, what do you make of this? Is there perhaps a ghostly presence beneath the jade mat? The elderly man clutched the money in his hand. His expression somewhat grimmed. At that moment, Yao Yumin tugged at me from behind. What's the matter, Yu Jia? Yao Yumin's gaze was grave as she revealed her ancestral geomantic compass to me. Upon seeing it, I was taken aback. The compass in her hand, its needle, north needle, and true needle, were all aligned in a single line, pointed directly at the bronze coffin. Such a phenomenon on the compass was exceedingly rare. Yu Jia whispered to me that typically, only the true needle, the longest one, would sway back and forth during operation. However, in this instance, with all 3 needles aligned, it was referred to in feng shui as a line of yin. I hurriedly inquired what it meant if this line of yin appeared on the compass. Yu Jia leaned closer to my ear and said softly, Yin Feng, remember this. If anything happens, turn around and run. Do you understand? The path you discerned during the thunderstorm might lead to the surface. I nodded, my heart racing, palms clammy with anxiety. The man slowly extended his hand, intent on uncovering the jade mat. Suddenly, his hand froze mid-air. At that moment, every flashlight in the hands of the onlookers began to flicker erratically, uncertain whether it was due to low battery or something else. The lights oscillated between brightness and darkness. Chapter 78. The corpse raising Qin Jiansheng patted his flashlight, pointing at the man, and shouted, "Damn it. Why the hesitation? Hurry up." The man gritted his teeth, steeling himself. He mumbled something under his breath, then seized a corner of the jade mat and yanked it forcefully. The main subject was revealed. Jiahou had made an appearance. Those with daring rushed forward to take a look. Though fear gripped my heart, curiosity prevailed, and I cautiously stepped closer. Ugh! Whatever he saw made the man who unveiled the jade mat suddenly double over by the coffin, retching violently, as if he were expelling the remnants of his last meal. Then I saw it, and so did they, particularly Zhao Yi from Xiangxi, whose face turned the most ashen. Inside the coffin lay a male corpse, remarkably preserved after 2 millennia, though its clothing had long since disintegrated. The skin of the corpse was sunken and retracted, yet the face was strikingly large, as if it had been submerged in water. The corpse lay with closed eyes, its lower lip curled up, completely obscuring the upper lip, with long hair cascading down either side of its body. Upon closer inspection, I noticed that the corpse's fingernails were still growing. The tips a ghastly shade of blue-black, exceeding 5 centimeters in length. How to describe it resembled a bloated soccer ball, yet one that had been punctured and deflated, the features appearing as if someone had pressed them down. The entire visage was covered in a pale, viscous fluid, resembling strands of pus. "Don't touch anything," Zhao Yi from Xiangxi suddenly shouted. The little leader squinted and replied, "Oh, what do you mean, sir?" The elderly man's face was grave as he stated, "You know exactly what I mean. A corpse that hasn't decayed for 1,000 years, hair regrown, lying 6 feet beneath the ground. This body has become a vessel of Yin. Once it absorbs human energy, it could rise at any moment. Do you understand the consequences if a vessel of Yin were to rise?" "Oh, is that all? Do you have anything else to say?" The little leader's tone remained calm. "We had a prior understanding between us, and I place great importance on the face of my friends from the martial world. Since we have dared to come, we would certainly not be unprepared." After the young leader finished speaking, he waved his hand, and immediately, a middle-aged man stepped forward from the group. This man, in his 50s, sported a distinctive mustache and held a coiled black rope in his hand. "A rope for binding corpses? Young man, have you also come from Xiangxi? What is your ancestral name?" The middle-aged man with the mustache slightly bowed and spoke in a courteous tone, in response to Master Zhao. "My father is Qin Bihua, and my grandfather is Qin Sholi." Hearing this, the old man from Xiangxi's expression darkened. The old Qin family has guarded their territory for generations and has never involved themselves in the factional disputes of the martial world. Residing in seclusion at the foot of Huqiu Mountain, what has happened to your branch? The middle-aged man adjusted the rope in his hand and earnestly replied, in response to Master Zhao, "Our ancestors have adhered to tradition for too long. In my generation, there is no need for the descendants of the old Qin family to suffer further. I possess the ability to afford them a better life. And all of this is for the sake of money, for indeed, money can make the devil do his bidding. Since we have a prior agreement, I kindly ask Master Zhao to facilitate our passage. I have already bound a younger one, thus binding this elder should be a trivial matter, even if the corpse were to rise due to residual vitality, with the ancestral skills of the old Qin family. I am confident I can subdue it." I understood that he was referring to the body they had previously removed from the golden coffin, which should be the youngest daughter of the Jiahou. As for why my second brother was meticulously arranged within the golden coffin, I suspect there lies a secret I am yet unaware of. I discreetly touched my pocket, surmising that it likely relates to the blue potion in the glass bottle I possess. Researcher and had explicitly told me before his demise that the body had transformed into a monster, claiming to have witnessed old Su being bitten to death. This implies that the entity must have already risen. From the expressions of Master Zhao and the man conversing, it was evident that this self-proclaimed descendant of the Qin family held a significant position within their profession. Being invited by the young leader suggests he possesses genuine skills. At that moment, I gently patted Master Zhao on the shoulder, and with a sigh, he ceased to obstruct our way. Observing the actions of the man, Master Zhao elucidated to us. "This individual is quite remarkable. Pay attention, he is currently putting on gloves, which are no ordinary gloves, but rather crafted from a mixture of pig bladder and baking soda. By wearing these gloves while handling the corpse, he can isolate the human aura on his hands, preventing the corpse from rising. He is preparing to bind the corpse with the rope now, and notice how he keeps his head turned outward while tying. This is to prevent his breath from blowing onto the corpse's face. Corpse rising is a rare phenomenon, and to encounter one over 2,000 years old is even more extraordinary." In Changchun, Few would anticipate the existence of such a corpse, for its rarity far surpasses that of the mummies of ancient Egypt. Having spent my entire life in this field, with the earth nearly up to my neck, the middle-aged man donned gloves crafted from pig bladders. Tilting his head as he meticulously bound the corpse with a length of rope, circling it methodically. Finally, he produced a tattered burlap sack, its age evident, adorned with the words inscribed in red cinnabar. He deftly placed the sack over the head of the deceased, his movements brisk and efficient, devoid of hesitation. In mere minutes, the sack was secured, and the knots of the binding rope expertly tied. The entire process executed with a calm fluidity reminiscent of flowing water. Once he had completed his task, the man turned and nodded at the small leader, who waved his hand, summoning Chen Jianxing and another individual, both of whom hurried over with a long bamboo pole in hand. As the middle-aged man left knots in the binding rope, Chen Jianxing threaded the pole through one of the knots. Shouting, "On the count of 3, lift!" The corpse stirred but did not rise. Veins bulging on his forehead, Chen Jianxing bellowed, "This is heavier than a dead pig. Lift it." Gradually, swaying unsteadily, the two men used the bamboo pole in unison to hoist the body from the coffin. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Yi remarked, "Bound with rope, covered with a sack, pierced by a bamboo pole, such is the way to ensure the corpse remains unseen by the heavens, untouched by the earth, and untainted by human hands. Truly a masterful technique befitting the son of Qin Bihua." With the body secured, the small leader spoke, "The items desired by the Changchun Society are now in hand. I have no further interest in the rest. The agreement still stands that if you dare, follow me. Once we arrive, I shall deliver those 3 individuals to you." He concluded his statement and turned to leave, the others trailing him cautiously, evidently wary of our potential for a surprise attack. "Let us go and meet them to retrieve the individuals," I urged, stepping up to the leader. "But, leader, shall we simply let this go? Did you not see the state of Ergo? We cannot be certain he is even alive. This group has employed some dark sorcery, placing him in the coffin to be drained by the 4-legged serpent. This shall not end here." The leader squinted at the retreating figures ahead, contemplating my plan, which was only just beginning. Chapter 79. Cave number 9. From the outset, the two groups were not united in purpose, proceeding cautiously as we maintained our distance from the small leader's faction. It would not be an exaggeration to say that both parties harbored ulterior motives. The weight of the corpse was considerable, and Chen Jianxing along with the others exchanged the bamboo pole. Thus their pace was slowed. That moment, Hong Jia leaned in and whispered a revelation. She had borrowed the leader's backpack and stealthily stashed the 3 bronze artifacts from the grave pit inside. I recognized that these artifacts would undoubtedly fetch a high price on the black market, and Hong Jia intended to find a way to profit from them. My unease stemmed from this very notion. According to Yao Yuman, should these unique bronze artifacts circulate in the black market, they might very well bring about our ruin. If we were to be summoned for tea, it would spell disaster. It seems that Hong Jia has discerned my subtle intentions. In a hushed tone, she reassured me, "Rest assured, I have my connections for this matter. When the time comes, I will reach out to the associates in Hong Kong, and we shall utilize intermediaries to facilitate the sale. Those runners are quite shrewd. They have their own circles. As long as we refrain from drawing attention in the local black market, no one will trace the trail back to us." As she spoke, we arrived at our destination. Before us lay an expansive area, not far from the underground river. The group had set up several tents, akin to the one used by researcher indicating that they had been hiding here for some time. Outside the tents, a lookout was lounging, smoking a cigarette. Upon seeing the return of Xiao Chiodo and the others, he hastily discarded his cigarette and approached. Chen Jianxing, bearing a bamboo pole on his shoulder, entered a tent carrying a body without a word. Xiao Chiodo inquired of the lookout whether there were any developments. The man respectfully responded that everything was normal. "Lure, take this group to Cave 9 and release those 3 individuals you are guarding," Xiao Chiodo commanded. The man raised an eyebrow in response, questioning, "Sir, release those 3? That might not be wise. That will not be necessary." Xiao Chiodo waved his hand dismissively. "Those little ones are too fierce. You witnessed the last incident. With Mr. Qin present, we lost 3 men. This time, thanks to Mr. Qin's assistance, with such a significant matter at hand. The lesser ones are expendable. Relay a message to the association stating that we have secured the goods and urge them to send a vehicle to Shun for the pickup." "Understood." The man nodded respectfully and gestured for us to follow him. As we departed, Beggar Lu paused beside Xiao Chiodo, chuckling, "Old Su Qin, You are of a certain age yet still running errands for the association. They must hold you in high regard. You exert so much effort to come all the way to Shun merely to bind this ancient Zongzi. Perhaps it would be more fitting to call you Suchin the corpse-bearer. Ha, ha. Xiao Chiodo's expression shifted slightly, and I noticed his right hand subtly rising. Beggar Lu placed his hand on his waist, his smile instantly vanishing. After a moment's deliberation, Xiao Chiodo lowered his hand and shook his head, stating, I will do as the association instructs. Old beggar, do not push your luck to Taha. Beggar Lu chuckled, patting him on the shoulder as he brushed past. Upon seeing Beggar Lu approach, I quietly asked, Lu Yi, it seems Xiao Chiodo is wary of you. Is it because he fears he cannot contend with you? Fear not, my boy, Beggar Lu replied, shaking his head. It is not a matter of strength, but rather the differing powers each side represents. Alas, discussing this with a young lad like you is futile. Once you secure the individuals, make haste to depart. I scoffed inwardly, thinking how his manner of speaking mirrored that of the leader, always shrouded in ambiguity. Just moments ago, the leader mentioned having plans, yet when I inquired, he spoke in riddles, revealing not a single word. After walking another 100 meters, a turn brought us to Cave 9, and the man leading us suddenly turned back to speak. The 9th cave is, in fact, a subterranean cavern, a geological formation quite prevalent beneath Phi Mountain. Particularly when one searches along the banks of the underground river, where such formations can often be observed. I surmise that the designation of the 9th cave was coined by this group of individuals. Perhaps there exists an 8th cave or a 7th cave as well. As we halted outside the cave, the man activated the strobe function of his flashlight, directing its brilliance into the depths of the cave. In no time, a response echoed from within, as someone inside reciprocated with their own flashlight. After deactivating the strobe, he beckoned us to follow him inside. Within the cave, we encountered a formidable iron door, secured to the walls with cast iron bolts. This door was exceedingly robust, and the iron pipes embedded within were undeniably solid, each as thick as a child's arm. A large iron lock dangled in the center, and it was evident to any discerning eye that this door had been installed by this group after their arrival. Oh, it's you, sixth brother, someone inside remarked while rummaging for keys, assessing us with a scrutinizing gaze. What are these people here for? Sixth brother, Yuan, there is no need for so many questions. They are friends of the adult, here to collect the goods. Just unlock the door and let them in. Also, the adult asked me to convey a message. He appreciates your efforts in guarding the 9th cave, but rest assured, we are about to leave. Once we do, the adult will ensure that your due share is given to your sister. I observed a subtle detail. When the term collect the goods was mentioned, the man's hand momentarily froze in its search for keys. Furthermore, upon hearing the sixth brother's final statement, a slight change flickered across his expression. These small gestures and micro-expressions left me uncertain. It could merely be an unconscious reaction. He chuckled, saying, understood, so you're here to collect the goods. You see, my eyesight isn't the best. It took me ages to find a key. I apologize for the delay. With a soft click, he unlocked the heavy padlock. Ladies and gentlemen, please follow me. I will escort you. After walking for 5 or 6 minutes deeper into the cave, we approached a bend. The leading man illuminated the path ahead with his flashlight, saying, just around the corner, you will find the individuals you seeked. At this moment, the usually taciturn Zhao from Xiangxi suddenly remarked, I have an uneasy feeling about this. Oh, the curious beggar Lu replied, what seems amiss? Does Xiao Lutu dare to harm us? As long as my old friends are still around, he wouldn't have the audacity. Not just him, even those in the association would think twice. The man, with a grin, spread his hands and said, oh, as you say, I have received instructions from the adult to bring you here for the goods. Why would I wish to harm you? Not right. Yao Yumin's pupils constricted as he glared at the man's empty, outstretched hands, demanding, where are the keys? The keys you had just moments ago. I illuminated the area with my flashlight, stiffly glancing back, only to find that the imposing iron door we had entered through had, unbeknownst to us, been locked at some point. Moreover, the man who had been trailing closely behind us, referred to as sixth brother, had vanished. In that instant, a tightness gripped my scalp, and an ominous feeling stirred within me. The man continued to laugh, exclaiming, sixth brother, and the adults have assured me that they will look after my sister. My entire existence is dedicated to her. There is nothing in this world as precious as my sister. Suddenly, Yao Yumin pulled out a handgun, disengaged the safety, and raised it with one hand, directing the ominous muzzle towards the man's forehead. Speak. What are your intentions? The man remained silent, closing his eyes. Yao Yuman's complexion paled. As if sensing something amiss, she hastily retrieved a small talisman from her bosom that we all observed clearly. The current talisman had 3 needles combined into one, pointing straight towards the bend ahead, a sign of impending doom. Suddenly, from the direction of the turn, there came the clattering sound of dragging iron chains, accompanied by the clinking of metal colliding against metal. In the darkness, the clamor of the chains grew louder, causing everyone's nerves to tighten instantaneously. Abruptly, the man seized the gun barrel, gazing at Yao Yuman with maniacal laughter. Ha ha! Too late. In a few minutes. It will be mealtime. The little one hasn't eaten in 2 days. You shall all perish. You shall all perish. Forget about him. Zhao Yi from Xiangxi frantically rummaged through his bag, speaking sternly. The strength of a corpse is formidable, and its skin is tough and insensate, showing no fear of ordinary weapons that we must strike first. Let's go. As he spoke, he unearthed an ancestral talisman, a coin used by Zhao Ye's forebears, which he claimed possessed the ability to subdue corpses and ward off malevolent energies. Bang! Yao Yuman, with a face as cold as ice, ruthlessly fired, piercing the man's calf. Despite the excruciating pain, the man exhibited remarkable fortitude, his forehead glistening with cold sweat. He neither yelled nor cried out, but instead, with a twisted smile, muttered, "Let us all die. Let us all die together. Ha ha." Leading the way, Zhao Yi, clutching the talisman, and I walked at the forefront. As we drew nearer, the sound of the chains grew increasingly deafening, and the unseen filled our hearts with dread and uncertainty. Our previous route had been sealed off. This was undoubtedly the scheme of the little rascal. The situation had not unfolded as anticipated. And the beggar, Lu, remained silent, his face devoid of expression. The little rascal had opted against a direct confrontation with us, resorting instead to this insidious tactic, intending for us all to serve as fodder for the corpses. With our flashlights all set to their maximum intensity, we turned a corner and shone our beams forward. Even though we had mentally prepared ourselves, the sight that met our eyes as we discerned what the chains were binding was utterly horrifying. The chains were secured around a diminutive, bloated corpse, measuring less than 1.5 meters in height, perhaps due to having previously been submerged in a large vat. The body was severely decomposed, with large patches of putrid flesh riddled with pockmarked holes across the head, chest, abdomen, and calves, emitting a nauseating stench mixed with the acrid scent of chemicals that invaded our nostrils. Moreover, the visage of this corpse could not merely be described as terrifying. The pale, decaying flesh, with numerous indentations, evoked a sense of both repulsion and horror. It seemed to sense the presence of the living, beginning to thrash wildly, while dust cascaded down from the walls, the iron chains threatening to be torn asunder at any moment. In the remote regions of Xiangxi, an elderly man placed a pill in his mouth and shouted, "Beggar, open your mouth." With a soft sword at his side, the beggar Lu Yi unsheathed it, taking 2 strides forward, and thrusting the blade towards the creature's mouth with astonishing swiftness, the sound of slicing air resonating around us. With a crunch, the sword penetrated the creature's mouth, prompting Lu Yi to exclaim, "No!" Its teeth are clamped shut. An unusual noise echoed as the iron chains affixed to the wall snapped. Startled, Lu Yi delivered a powerful kick, utilizing the recoil to withdraw his soft sword. Retreat, quickly, seeing the only binding chain severed. The elder Zhao turned and withdrew. Yu Jia was the first to race towards the iron gate, shaking it desperately, but the heavy lock secured it tightly, rendering it impossible to open. As the group, panting heavily, rushed to the gate, a man's anguished cry rang out from behind. The man, shot in the calf by Yao Yuman and unable to move, was in peril. "Zhao, we can't escape. Think of something." "Who, in a state of urgency?" shouted. The elder pondered for a moment, his expression grave as he addressed us. "The binding ropes are no longer usable. Utilizing the mouth pill is significantly more challenging. Our escape route is cut off. And to confront this 1,000-year-old corpse's sinister aura, we have but one method left. This is made from yellow reeds mixed with mugwort." He glanced at Lu Yi, Lu Yushan, and me, saying, "Only 3 remain. Place them in your mouths. They will shield you from the corpse's malevolent essence." After speaking, the elder handed each of us a small black pill, identical to one I had previously consumed, intended to ward off the corpse's energy. The sound of dragging chains filled the air again as the elder looked ahead and cautioned, "Remember, there are only 3 pills, and we have but one chance for close contact if we fail to subdue this creature now. We may all be doomed." I, in the darkness, who switched on his flashlight. A diminutive shadow emerged ahead, and upon closer inspection, It appeared to be holding a bloodied human arm. The beam of light startled the creature. "It's coming." I hastily placed the pill in my mouth. Bang, bang, bang. Yao Yuman fired 3 shots at the creature, yet it merely swayed. Now, the elder charged forward, clutching a gold coin tightly in his hand, gritting our teeth. The 3 of us followed suit, knowing that if we did not fight with all our might, we would perish. Yet, fighting might still offer a glimmer of hope. The sinister corpse reached out, and Louis, with a swift motion of his wrist, deflected its grasp with his soft sword. Propelling himself off the wall, he leaped high, his legs soaring like cannonballs, delivering a powerful kick to the creature's face. The momentum sent the creature crashing to the ground, and Lu Yushan and I immediately pounced from either side, pinning it down. The elder acted swiftly, his fingers pinching the gold coin as he aimed to force it into the creature's mouth. However, the first attempt faltered due to the creature's wild thrashing. The stench of decay and rot wafted towards us, and despite the pill in my mouth, I was still affected. The creature's strength intensified, and I felt myself on the brink of losing control. Quickly, I can barely hold it down. In this moment of crisis, the elder, in a fervent determination, extended his right hand without aiming. Zhao, the malevolent specter, sank its teeth into the elder's wrist, causing blood to spurt forth in a crimson fountain. The elder, losing consciousness from excessive blood loss, turned pale as he calculated his next move. With a decisive press and release of his right hand, he thrust the radiant copper coin, an embodiment of the ancient currency, into the gaping maw of the malevolent entity. The effect was immediate. A foul, charred odor emanated from the creature's mouth, mingling with an acrid stench that threatened to induce nausea in any nearby observer. The creature's movements began to slow, and within mere seconds, it lay motionless on the ground, resembling a grotesquely decayed corpse. The elder, his face ashen, withdrew his injured hand, revealing a gaping wound from which blood flowed profusely. 2 rows of teeth marks nearly penetrating his wrist. Gasping for breath, the elder turned to the beggar Lu and urged him, quickly. Lu nodded in understanding, brandishing his soft sword with a swift motion. Just then, Hongjia rushed over, retrieving bandages from her head wrap and deftly applying them to the elder's wound to staunch the bleeding. Her meticulous wrapping was crucial. Even the slightest looseness would render the bandage ineffective. As they observed the motionless specter on the ground, it now lay undisturbed, akin to an ordinary, half-decayed corpse. The elder had lost his right hand, yet there was no trace of despair in his gaze. Instead, I perceived a sense of relief and accomplishment. The urgency of the situation diminished. The bandaging was straightforward. For an ordinary person, a bite from such a creature would spell doom, with survival unlikely beyond a month. Given the plethora of bacteria harbored within its mouth, this aligned with folklore, which decrees that any individual bitten by a zombie, irrespective of the wound's severity, would ultimately succumb. Upon hearing the elder's words, Lu unsheathed his sword and questioned, "Are you suggesting, old man, that you've been bitten by the specter? Will you transform into one of them? If so, I shall send you on your way." The elder coughed violently, responding with urgency. "That applies to common folk. Our Zhao clan has been in this profession for generations. We possess means of self-preservation. As long as I can escape within 3 days, I will find a way to save myself. I shall not turn into a zombie. What are you so anxious about?" Chapter 81. Sealing the tomb. There are mysteries that elude my understanding, yet I surmise that Zhao's implication was that being bitten by this entity is akin to being bitten by a lizard, both harboring bacteria. It was imperative to seek further treatment within 3 days, or face fatal consequences. That I turned to Zhao, observing the lifeless body on the ground, and inquired, "Master Zhao, how long will the coin's protection last? Is there a time limit, lest it rise again?" Having secured the wound with clothing, Zhao replied weakly, "Do not fret. As long as the coin remains in its possession, this creature cannot rise. However, that group may attempt to counterattack. We must hasten to find the key and depart. That there's no need for concern. The key has been located," I interjected. Just then, Hongjia emerged from a wall crevice, holding a set of keys that I in the blink of an eye. That individual had hidden them, and I surmised that the hiding place must be close to the iron door. She jingled the keys, trying each one in turn until the iron door creaked open, allowing our party to exit Cave 9. That we shone our flashlights around, finding no sign of the hostile group. "What is our next course of action?" I inquired. After a moment of contemplation, the leader remarked, "The little rascal has been caught between 2 blades, yet I surmise that our boss and the others must be imprisoned nearby. Let us take a stroll around the vicinity of Cave 9. It appeared that Zhao Yi had lost considerable blood. I noticed he walked slowly, reliant on the support of others to manage even a feeble stride. The situation indeed mirrored the leader's conjecture. We retraced our steps along Cave 9 and soon stumbled upon Cave 7, in addition to an unmarked cavern. Regrettably, the cave did not contain the Sun brothers. After another half-hour of trudging along, the leader suddenly urged, "Switch off the flashlight. There's something ahead." We extinguished our lights and crouched down to peer forward. The acoustics of the cavern amplified sounds, and I discerned voices ahead. Damn it. After enduring this wretched place for so long, it seems we are finally nearing the end. Once I get out, I must find 3 women to relieve my pent-up frustrations. This has been unbearable. Enough of this grumbling. Jian Gu has instructed us to swiftly escort the captives and prepare for a hasty withdrawal. The compensation for this task is substantial, and once we are out, you can indulge as you please. The 2 men finished their cigarettes and turned to enter the cave. The leader cast a glance at Beggar Lu, who nodded and said, "2 ordinary individuals. I shall handle it. Await my signal." Upon finishing his words, he drew his soft sword and stealthily approached the wall. In less than 10 minutes, a flashlight from the cave flickered towards us, and the leader gestured for us to proceed. Upon entering the cave, we discovered 2 guards lying lifeless in a pool of blood, while Beggar Lu bit down on his flashlight, meticulously cleaning his sword. The ruthlessness of Lu's actions revealed the pent-up anger within him. At that moment, the leader suddenly raised his hand. "Silence. Listen closely." Straining my ears, I discerned faint whimpering emanating from the depths of the cavern. There, Beggar Lu advanced with his sword drawn. As we turned the corner, we beheld 3 individuals lying bound on the ground, their mouths gagged with ragged cloth. These 3 were none other than the long-lost Sun brothers. Eldest brother, boss. As soon as they were unbound, the eldest brother grasped the leader's hand tightly, his face alight with fervor, exclaiming, "I knew it. I knew you would find us." The eldest now appeared disheveled, his clothes unchanged for months, emanating a foul odor, likely due to prolonged dehydration and malnutrition. His lips were chapped, and he had noticeably lost weight, his countenance drawn and haggard. The leader promptly inquired, "What is the situation with the second brother?" Supported by Hongjia, the third brother stood up, his pallor stark, gritting his teeth as he said, "Second brother has been like this, waking and sleeping intermittently, not uttering a word." The leader shook his head. "You have all endured great hardship. For now, let us exit and discuss further outside. You phone, carry the second brother. The rest of you lend a hand." I hoisted the second brother onto my back and remarked, "Leader, during the rain, I employed a method of listening for thunder. From our current position, the exit appears to be in the northwest direction. I understand. It is not that I do not know. Without a clear path, we cannot descend. I have also left a significant parting gift for those ruffians." Having located the Sun brothers, the leader's expression visibly relaxed. "What parting gift? Do not inquire. You shall know in due time." That we were numerous, and as we ventured out, we divided into 2 groups. One contingent, led by the Beggar Lu, was tasked with scouting ahead, while the other, including myself, was responsible for tending to the wounded. After less than an hour's journey, the leader was seen searching the stone wall for something. When I inquired, he mentioned that he had marked the wall with a talc pencil, asserting that if the general direction was correct, the exit should be nearby. Indeed, as he had anticipated, he found the mark he had made on the wall, following the cave's path westward, and eventually, we reached the exit. This direction perfectly aligned with what I had previously deduced using the thunder listening method. Exiting this way would allow us to ascend to the surface, although the theft hole above was some distance from the one we had descended. "Miss Yao, how is the examination of the items progressing?" Yao Yuman approached the wall and turned back to say, "Wang Bateau, the items are still intact. There are a total of 37 detonators if detonated all at once. They would be sufficient to collapse the cave." Wang Bateau, with a stern expression, responded, "You all leave first. I will detonate the explosives. If this route is sealed off, it would be enough to thwart that group." This was the plan Wang Bateau had previously outlined. Once the Sun brothers were rescued, he would use the explosives to block the path, trapping the small thieves inside. After more than 10 minutes, while I supported the injured Zhao Yi, we suddenly heard a thunderous roar behind us. Dust billowed from the distant cave as it collapsed. After a brief moment, amidst the swirling dust and smoke, Wang Bateau emerged, covering his mouth with his clothing. "You harm my people. I shall seal your escape," he proclaimed. This preemptive strategy was indeed a masterstroke, rendering the enemy's acquisition of the corpse meaningless. Without food or water inside, their fate was sealed. The beggar Lu turned to gaze at the collapsed cave and burst into laughter, exclaiming a single word, extinguished. As the sun reached its zenith, a group of individuals suddenly emerged on Fei Mountain, most of them looking disheveled, including an elderly man with a severed hand. Shielding my forehead with my hand, I lifted my gaze to the long-missed sun and murmured, "At last, we see the sun." Upon reaching the rented flat at the foot of the mountain, Yao Yumin made a phone call and arranged for 2 vehicles. We prepared to part ways. The beggar Lu clasped his fists and said, "Wang Bato, consider this my assistance in repaying a favor. It would be best if that small thief is dead. If not, you will surely face retribution from the Changchun society, especially since that so-called Jiangu's godfather is Xiechirong. Should you encounter any trouble, go directly to the Zhaowang Hotel in Handan, Hebei. Once there, I shall ensure your safety." Wang Bato similarly clasped his fists and replied, "Thank you." Chapter 82. Boss Zhao Lu Yushan and Zhao Yi departed in the afternoon. Zhao Yi, with his severed hand, seemed to have also suffered from the stench of corpses. Wang Bato felt compelled to offer them 100,000 yuan as a token of gratitude. Lu Yushan smiled and shook his head, insisting it was unnecessary. They had come to assist not for monetary gain. Watching the departing figures, I couldn't help but reflect. This is the essence of navigating the underworld, the true nature of connections. People risking their lives to help without expecting payment. All for the sake of face. When would I, Xiang Yunfeng, ever possess such stature? The situation with second brother appeared grim, and I suggested taking him to the hospital. But Wang Bato shook his head, stating that a hospital would be of no use. This was not an ailment that could be cured there. He mentioned he would ask a friend to inquire in the Miao village of Guangxi. The current state of Ergu resembles that of a bewildered soul, deeply averse to light. The curtains must be drawn tightly. Furthermore, he has lost the ability to feed himself. He will eat if someone offers him food, but will abstain if none is presented. What is even more alarming is the gradual transformation of his pupils, turning a faint yellow for reasons unknown. Though he has been rescued, the question of how long he can survive remains a grave concern. After Yao Yumin departed, our group returned to the inn, owned by a middle-aged woman named Qin, who carried a slightly plump physique. Upon seeing us, her expression turned to one of astonishment as she remarked, "Goodness, where have you all been? You look positively disheveled." She mused, "I was thinking, having paid a year's rent, why haven't you stayed here?" She then pointed at Sun Laudi, inquiring about his condition. Bao To cleared his throat and replied, "It's nothing, dear proprietress. We were simply on a trip, and now we have returned. We're fine here, and should anything arise, we shall call upon you." The following day, Bao To assigned me a task. He instructed me to seek out a dealer named Zhao at the local antique market and to inform him to contact his superior. As there was merchandise to discuss, I fully understood Bao To's intentions. We had only managed to sell half of the previous batch of bronze artifacts, and I had pocketed a sum exceeding 100,000. It appeared that Bao To was eager to liquidate the remaining pieces swiftly. As previously mentioned, such bronze artifacts predominantly find their way to Hong Kong, where some excavated relics can be laundered through auction, while others, deemed unsellable, ultimately end up in the private collections of affluent individuals in Hong Kong. Selling to such clientele ensures safety, as they are not inclined to sell and possess the means to retain their acquisitions, making it exceedingly difficult for law enforcement to penetrate their private repositories. That I surmised that the Zhao I was to find had connections to those in the trade. This was a substantial transaction, not limited to that batch of bronze artifacts, but also inclusive of the 3 exquisite pieces that Hong Jie and I had brought along, each adorned with the enigmatic totems of the ancient Yu kingdom, possessing an extraordinarily high value. I estimated that even a price of 1 million would find willing buyers. It is crucial to note that 1 million at the turn of the millennium equates to a sum exceeding 10 million today. In Shund, there exists a modest antique market situated in Fengnan district. When I arrived, the market was rather desolate. Following Bao To's instructions, I entered an antique shop named Sandwich, owned by a corpulent man known in the industry by the moniker Zhao Sampang. "Young brother, feel free to browse. My shop is filled with treasures, all ancient relics," he beckoned. Noticing the absence of patrons, I lowered my voice and said, "Boss Zhao, Wang Xianqing sent me. He requested you to contact your superior, as there is merchandise available." Upon hearing Wang Xianqing's name, the rotund proprietor's demeanor shifted, and he promptly locked the shop door, instructing his assistant to draw all the curtains. Once inside the back room, the portly owner served me a cup of tea and quietly inquired, "Young brother, how much merchandise are we discussing? What is the quality like, and what capacity do we require to contain it?" His query was steeped in the clandestine vernacular of the trade that I responded earnestly. We have both donkey and dragon meat, and it cannot be contained in bowls. We will need barrels. Dragon meat, exclaimed the stout owner, slamming his hand on the table, his excitement palpable. Is that true? How many pieces? After a moment's contemplation, I held up 3 fingers to indicate the quantity. Goodness, that the corpulent boss, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, lamented, if this matter is not handled properly, my wife will be the one to see me off in the end. That he spoke without reservation, dialing a number right in front of me, conversing in Cantonese. As the call progressed, the boss furrowed his brow, engaging in a flurry of words I could not comprehend, yet the last phrase he uttered was unmistakable. Damn it all. What's going on? What's the situation? I inquired. The portly boss, with a troubled expression, began to explain. Initially, I was taken aback, struggling to grasp how things had escalated. It turned out that the person he was contacting was also a runner from Hong Kong, someone capable of liaising directly with the financier. However, this individual had just stipulated that while 3 pieces of dragon meat could be accepted, we must personally deliver the goods to a designated location for inspection and transaction. This posed a dilemma, as the items were likely still and shunned, leaving us to ponder how we could safely transport such a large shipment. As we were parting ways, the corpulent boss murmured, Little brother, everyone desires to make a profit, but the matter at hand is delicate. You should discuss this with Wang Xianxing. You have a larger group, and transporting it there carries significant risks. If it proves too challenging, you might as well leave some with me at a reduced price. I will bear the burden of any loss or gain alone. Reduced price for you. How much are you willing to lower it? I inquired. Well, he said, rubbing his hands together nervously, let us consider 20 in total, along with those 3 pieces of dragon meat. I'll shoulder the risk myself. I nearly erupted in protest. A total of 200,000? And that included the 3 ancient bronze artifacts adorned with intricate patterns. Each of those would fetch far more than 20,000. The boss was being quite unscrupulous. Nevertheless, I maintained an impassive facade and replied, I'll go back and inquire. All right, do ask, the corpulent boss chuckled, giving my shoulder a heavy pat. If we can finalize the deal, rest assured, little brother, I will not let you go unrewarded. You understand. I refrained from responding. Turning to leave the antique shop, the boss's intentions were clear. This batch of goods was challenging to sell, and he sought to acquire it at an exceedingly low price. If I could successfully negotiate this transaction, he would privately compensate me, of course, under the condition that such dealings remained clandestine between us. Yet, he had overestimated my influence. Upon returning to the inn, I found my superior engaged in a phone call. Once he finished, he inquired, how did the negotiations go? Yin Feng, did you manage to connect with Boss Zhao? I recounted the truth. There was a hitch, Chief. The runner Boss Zhao contacted is hesitant to take the goods. He insists we must personally deliver them, likely out of fear. Moreover, Boss Zhao is looking to purchase all of our stock for 200,000. My superior paused, then chuckled, that Zhao fellow, having dealt with us before, thinks we are fools. 200,000 as if we were beggars. I nodded in agreement. Exactly. Chief, this offer is outrageous. Perhaps we should keep it for ourselves. Keep it. He poured himself a cup of tea, shaking his head. That one tea do. We are tomb raiders, not collectors. Cash in hand is the most practical approach. Chapter 83. Parting, setting his teacup down, my superior frowned and said, You Feng, you must always remember one thing. Be proactive in preventing potential troubles. Zhao Peng is a purveyor of second-hand goods, and his earnings, much like ours, hinge upon audacity. To amass wealth, one must possess a certain boldness. Nevertheless, I suspect he has not spoken untruths. The scale of this business is immense, and relying solely on a singular venture in Moro Street would be imprudent. Moro Street is the most renowned antique thoroughfare in Hong Kong, divided into upper and lower sections. The Moro Street referred to by the head is actually Moro Upper Street. Along the narrow lanes, dozens of antique shops lined both sides, and in years past, it was indeed a treasure trove of national artifacts, while the sheer volume of goods may not rival that of Panjian or Shenyang Dao. In terms of quality, it surpasses the latter by leaps and bounds. My initial foray into the antique circle of Moro Street occurred during this particular operation. Years ago, many items made their way from Moro Street to Sotheby's and Christie's. Perhaps unbeknownst to many, the yuan blue and white vase of Gagouzi that fetched over 200 million at auction in 2005 had appeared on Moro Street back in July 2002. I later heard from a friend that a gentleman surnamed Lin from the mainland purchased it for 14 million. and it remained in his home for less than 3 years before being auctioned again, ultimately selling for 260 million. Reflecting on the situation at that time, I inquired, "So, what do you mean?" The head pondered for a moment and replied, "Changchun has temporarily overlooked us. This presents an excellent opportunity for us to make our exit. I am prepared to relinquish 30% of the profits to collaborate with someone who possesses the right connections. It may prove fruitful." I looked up and asked, "Who is it?" The head tapped the table twice and stated, "Goei Shou, the master of severing dragon veins, the underground monarch of the northern tomb-raiding sect." Yao Wenzhong. I was momentarily taken aback. This individual was well known, though I had only interacted with his niece, Yao Yuman. Unsure, I queried the head, "Is he reliable?" He replied, "Fairly so. Let us give it a try." On the third evening, shortly after 8, the sound of brakes echoed outside. As a Santana came to a halt before the inn, a man in his 50s, donned in a Zhongshan suit, emerged from the vehicle, exuding a reserved demeanor and a calm expression. The head addressed him with respect, saying, "After your journey, Mr. Wang has prepared a banquet for you, esteemed sir." This man, Yao Yuman's uncle, was none other than Yao Wenzhong. It was my first encounter with him. From the head, I learned that this man typically operated independently. Although he maintained a team, most had never laid eyes on him. That night, in the inn, the company consisted of the head, Boss Sun, Hongjie, and myself, totaling 4 individuals. Yao Wenzhong did not touch the utensils. Upon taking his seat, he calmly remarked, "Wang Baotou, we have met twice before, have we not? My niece has informed me of your predicaments." The head replied, "Indeed, esteemed sir. Our first meeting was at a northern sect gathering in Hainan, and the second was 2 years ago at the bed exchange on the 2nd floor of the Huawei Hotel in Panjiayuan. I had always assumed that the head and Yao Wenzhong were quite familiar. However, it became evident that while the head was well acquainted with Yao Yuman, he had only met her uncle on 2 occasions. Yao Wenzhong twirled his empty teacup and sighed, "In my lifetime, I have encountered the reanimation of corpses. But the Yingji corpses from the Western Zhou period are exceedingly rare. For such relics to endure, the geomantic structure, temperature, environmental conditions, and the balance of yin and yang, along with skilled artisans, are all indispensable." Yuman then asked me, "Wang Baotou, did you blow up the entrance?" With a nod of my head, I admitted that what I, Wang Xianxing, was witnessing for the first time was a rather formidable sight. Had it not been for my meticulous preparations and the assistance I had summoned, it is likely that we would have found ourselves in dire straits. Perhaps we may discuss this matter further at another time. For now, let us set it aside. I turned to the master and said earnestly, "As I mentioned over the phone, there are parties in Hong Kong who can absorb our goods, though the logistics of delivery are rather cumbersome. If we were to collaborate, leveraging your connections, I, Wang Xiansheng, would be willing to offer you 30% of the proceeds upon receipt of payment. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Yao Wenzhong smirked, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he replied, 30%. Wang, you are quite generous. To be frank, no one else you approach will be able to assist you, but I do possess a modicum of influence in the local waterways, although it may require considerable effort. It seems feasible. Wang Xianxing chuckled heartily. The master and I share the same sentiment. We shall transport the goods directly to Zhanggang by water, once we arrive there with both personnel and cargo. Your assistance will no longer be necessary, as I have my own means. Thus, over the course of a meal, the two of them meticulously devised their plan, with Sun Laodao occasionally interjecting suggestions to ensure the utmost security for their shipment. It is worth noting that this 30% profit is no trifling sum. It represents a significant portion of the total value of the goods, regardless of Yao Wenzhong's considerable reputation. He remains a man who values monetary gain above all else. 13 years hence, he met his demise due to a financial dispute. The journey from Shun to Hong Kong would certainly not be suitable for air or train transport, given the nature of the goods. Shun boasts a thriving fishing industry, and there exists a company known as Hongxing Fisheries. Wang Xianxin's plan was as follows. Second brother, who was unable to care for himself, would remain at the hotel with third brother. Wang Xianxing and Sun Laodao would board a plane empty-handed, and upon their arrival in Hong Kong, they would rendezvous with a local broker on Morrow Street. Meanwhile, I and Hongjie would oversee the cargo aboard the vessel. As for the logistics of transporting the goods to Zhonggang City by water, that would fall to Yao Wenzhong and the arrangements made by Hongxing Fisheries. The agreed departure time was set for midnight the day after tomorrow. Yao Wenzhong assured us that a pickup truck would arrive to assist with loading the cargo, and he would oversee the logistics. Once the goods were loaded onto the ship, we would leave the rest to fate. The following morning, my elder brother and I procured 2 large wooden crates, carefully wrapping the copper goods in bubble wrap, stacking them neatly, stuffing newspapers into the gaps, and finally sealing the lids with wooden slats and iron nails. I was acutely aware that once this endeavor departed shunned, it was unlikely I would return. At that moment, my thoughts lingered on one individual, Li Jing. I yearned to see her one last time before my departure. For it was possible that we may never meet again. On the eve of our embarkation, I found myself standing alone before Li Jing's doorstep. Gazing at the wooden door, I hesitated several times, my hand poised to knock, only to withdraw each time. The memory of her hurling a pillow at me in anger was vivid in my mind. After 10 minutes of internal struggle, I sighed and turned to leave. Xiang Yunfeng, is that you? A familiar voice called from behind me. I paused and turned around. Having not seen her for over a month, Li Jing's countenance appeared somewhat haggard. Initially composed, her eyes gradually reddened. She approached me with small, hurried steps, biting her lower lip as she inquired, Xiang Yunfeng, why do you hesitate to knock? I stammered. I am about to leave. Where are you going? Will you not return? It is likely that I will not come back. Li Jing, her eyes glistening with tears, exclaimed, where's the money? Are you simply going to disregard the 50,000 yuan I lent you? Aren't you attending school anymore? Fine, if that's how it is, I shall forget about the money. After a moment's contemplation, she added, Li Jing, I must confess that I deceived you earlier. Your suspicions were indeed correct. I am not a student from No.1 high school. My hometown is in Mo, and I ceased my education after the second year of junior high. Upon hearing this, Li Jing's emotion surged, and she grasped my arm tightly, shouting, then tell me, what exactly do you do? Are you involved in drug trafficking or loan sharking? You can casually dismiss 50,000 yuan, so you must be quite wealthy. She continued, you're too afraid to tell me. Aren't you? Very well, I shall report you. What? I responded, bewildered. What are you going to report me for? Li Jing's face flushed crimson as she suddenly gritted her teeth and declared, I'll report you for raping me. Chapter 84. The river route. Still naively, I replied, Xiao Jing, don't say such things. When have I ever done that? I left when you called me to the hotel that day. I don't care. Li Jing insisted, causing a ruckus. If you don't tell me what you're doing and where you're going, I will report you. At that moment, I thought it would have been better not to come at all. It would have been far more prudent to leave quietly. Although I was young, I had learned a great deal about human relationships in the past 6 months and understood what could and could not be said. After careful consideration, I fabricated a story, telling Li Jing that my family was involved in the importation of foreign goods. It was true that during those years, many in the southern regions had prospered from this trade, which had its fair share of gray areas, especially concerning electronic products. Seeing Li Jing in a daze, I added, Xiao Jing, the Sony Walkman I gave you for your birthday actually came from our family's business. Noticing her expression soften, I sighed with relief. She seemed to believe me, for the Sony Walkman was quite expensive, costing as much as 2 months' salary for an ordinary person, and I, being a student without a job, could hardly afford it. After a few minutes, Li Jing, sniffling, said, Xiang Yunfeng, where will I find you in the future? I don't intend to go to university anymore. After graduating from high school next year, I will go to work. My mother says my studies are poor, and there's no future in attending university. It's better to start working in an electronics factory. Please, don't, I urged her. You must not go to an electronics factory, Xiao Jing. Doing so would be detrimental to your future. Trust me, you must go to university. Knowledge changes destinies. Li Jing ceased her tears and broke into a smile at my words. After pondering for a moment, she shook her head and replied, but my family's situation is dire. My sister told me that attending university for 4 years costs over 20,000 yuan, and I might not even be accepted. After contemplating for a while, I asked her to wait for me at the arch bridge. I hastily returned to the inn to retrieve 20,000 yuan, my share, half of which I used to help Li Jing's family repay her father's loan shark debt. Leaving little for myself now that I handed the 20,000 yuan to Li Jing and provided her with the address of my hometown in Mo, wishing to alleviate any mental burden she might feel. I suggested, Xiao Jing, let us make a pact. Once you graduate from university in 5 years, you can come to Mo to find me. Thus, on that evening atop the arch bridge, Li Jing and I made a pact. She confided in me her intention to continue her studies and promised that after graduating from university, she would certainly seek me out in Mo. She urged me to wait for her. Although I had spent money, my heart felt at ease. In truth, it was the folly of youthful infatuation that led to our plight. Reflecting on it now, what seemed a matter of utmost importance was, in reality, a triviality that we exaggerated into a scene of heart-wrenching separation. When Li Jing and I finally met again, she had undergone a remarkable transformation, but that is a tale for another time. In the early hours of that night, shortly after 1 o'clock, a green Great Wall pickup truck arrived punctually at the inn. After loading 2 large wooden boxes, Hongjie and I boarded the vehicle. Bound for a fishing boat arranged by Hongxing Fisheries. It was a bona fide medium-sized operational fishing vessel. Aside from Hongjie and me, I encountered 4 crew members. The captain was a balding middle-aged man, whom the pickup driver referred to as Lao Hua. Lao Hua directed the crew to assist us with our boxes, and upon reaching our accommodations, Hongjie frowned in evident dissatisfaction. Lao Hua had assigned us to a storage room adjacent to the engine room, which was filled with dust and devoid of even a bed. On the floor lay 2 old mattresses, clearly hastily arranged. The captain, Lao Hua, awkwardly apologized, saying, "I'm sorry, but you two will have to make do. I only received the order this afternoon to bring you to Zhonggang City, and the conditions are indeed rather rudimentary." Yao Shiye took a 30% cut, and this was the dismal arrangement we received. With an unhappy expression, Hongjie retorted, "Is this what you call rudimentary? Where are we supposed to relieve ourselves or eat? There isn't even a window. It feels suffocating. That won't be a problem." Lao Hua scratched his head in response. There's a metal plate on the boardwalk outside the engine room. When convenient, you can simply lift it.as for meals. Rest assured, breakfast, lunch, and dinner will be provided without fail. After relaying these instructions, Lao Hua left us a walkie-talkie, tuning it to channel 16, stating that only he could receive communications on that frequency, while the other crew members would not. That he advised us to call for him if any situations arose. Traveling by boat from Shun to Zhonggang was relatively swift, taking only a few hours. However, at that time it was rather slow, as the vessel had to engage in regular fishing operations to avoid drawing attention, moving at a pace akin to that of a snail. Hongjie managed well, but as a northern landlubber, it was my first experience on a boat, and I succumbed to seasickness that very night. Lao Hua repeatedly cautioned us to remain indoors. If we encountered an inspection without crew identification, it would spell trouble. He suggested that if we felt stifled, we could step out for fresh air after 1 in the morning. The entire voyage was planned to take 7 days to reach Zhonggang. Hongjie and I found the meals in the storage room quite decent, consisting primarily of shrimp and fish. The young man who delivered our meals was also the one who helped us load the boxes onto the boat. He was Lao Hua's nephew, nicknamed Do Yazai, and one of the few aboard who knew about our stay in the storage room. In his early 20s, Do Yazai was quite talkative. Noticing Hongjie and me looking rather listless, he would chat with us whenever he brought our meals. He regaled us with numerous tales from the sea, while I shared a few stories from our northeastern folklore about the guardian spirits and the yellow weasel, leaving Do Yazai utterly captivated. On the 4th night, around 9 o'clock, Hongjie and I were idly passing the time playing poker in the storeroom, when suddenly the urgent voice of Captain Lao Hua crackled through the intercom. "Are you there, both of you? Please respond if you can hear me." I pressed the intercom button and inquired, "What's the matter?" "Things have taken a turn for the worse. There are inspectors arriving. I'll try to stall them for a few minutes. I've sent Diazi over. You two should follow him quickly and let him guide you to hide." As soon as Lao Hua finished speaking, there came a series of loud knocks at the door. Diazi was at the entrance. Once we opened the door, he anxiously tossed 2 raincoats to Hongjie and me, instructing us to put them on and follow him. After exiting the wheelhouse, Diazi whispered into the intercom, "Uncle, what's the situation now? Can we go up on deck?" After a few tense minutes, the small intercom lit up with Lao Hua's voice. "Diazi, that group is checking the forms in the control room. Quickly lead them to hide in the fish hold. We have only 5 minutes left. Go, hurry," Diazi urged, and he guided Hongjie and me as we pushed open the small door of the wheelhouse and emerged onto the deck. In the middle of the deck lay a hatch, beneath which was the fish hold, filled with several tons of dead fish, the stench potent enough to suffocate a person. Upon lifting the hatch, there was a ladder, and at Diazi's insistence, we donned our raincoats and hurriedly descended. With a clang, the foul odor engulfed us, and the surroundings became slick and greasy. Diazi closed the hatch, plunging the fish hold into darkness. Almost simultaneously, Hongjie and I heard voices approaching from the deck. "What are you doing? Why weren't you present during the roster check? Where's your crew ID?" I heard Lao Hua reply, "Oh, I apologize. This is my nephew Diazi. I called for him just now, but he didn't respond. Perhaps his intercom is out of battery." Diazi quickly interjected, "Uncle, you just called for me. I didn't hear you. I think I forgot to charge my intercom last night." Lao Hua chuckled and scolded, "You rascal, can't you be more mindful? How many times have I told you not to neglect charging your intercom? You really never learn. Gentlemen, Shall we head to the crew quarters for a look? Not yet. That's the fish hold. Isn't it? Open it up. Let me have a look. Chapter 85. Evading in that moment. I thought we were doomed, in the darkness. Hongjie gripped my arm, panting heavily. I could sense her muscles were tense, and she was equally anxious. What to do? We can't just sit here and await our fate. Suddenly, an idea, albeit not a brilliant one, struck me. The commotion on the deck indicated Lao Wu was clearly trying to alert us. I heard Diazi's voice. The fish hold reeks of dead fish. I suggest you refrain from inspecting further. Hey, you talk too much. We're conducting a routine inspection. Just open it up and stop wasting time. It was inevitable. Diazi first tapped the metal plate twice for effect before directly lifting it. Immediately, several beams of powerful flashlights shone down. Captain Lao smiled and said, "Gentlemen, look here. These are just the dead fish that haven't been frozen yet. The aroma is quite robust. There's a ladder here. If you don't mind, you can come down and inspect further." The intense beam of the flashlight oscillated for a minute or two before a voice declared, "All right, the inspection is complete. Turn it off. We won't be going down. Please report any developments promptly." With a clang, Lao covered the hatch with an iron plate, one foot resting upon it as he chuckled. Understood. Should anything arise, I will ensure it is reported. Have you all had your meal? If not, I can prepare some fresh delicacies for everyone. No. Thank you, came the distant replies of the group. As they retreated, Hongjie and I suddenly emerged from the pile of dead fish. The stench had us retching uncontrollably. The odor of decaying fish permeated my nostrils and ears, threatening to make me vomit my bile. Should anyone wish to experience such a scent, I recommend purchasing a fish in the summer, leaving it to rot for a week, then curling up under the covers with it, head covered, ensuring a lasting impression. With the inspectors gone, Doya pulled Hongjie and me from the fish hold. Our heads spinning from the noxious fumes, Lao arranged for us to receive several bottles of herbal essence, claiming that it would clear our minds and invigorate us once we regained a semblance of composure. Hongjie, her expression dark, inquired of Lao, "How much longer until we arrive?" Lao replied with unwavering certainty, "By tomorrow evening, around 7, we will definitely reach the Zhonggang Wharf." I asked, "Captain, our cargo has been discovered?" "Has it? Rest assured, everything is fine," he replied. I stowed those 2 boxes in the crew's quarters, disguised as a wardrobe. They did not notice. However, he hesitated. "May I ask what kind of goods are in your boxes?" Realizing I had overstepped, I replied, "Just focus on your payment and refrain from asking unnecessary questions." Hongjie was still fuming over the fish hold. The remainder of the day passed without incident, and as we neared Zhonggang Wharf, the distant sound of numerous ship horns filled the air, and fishing vessels gradually approached the shore. Captain Sun himself came to greet us, having rented a closed seafood wholesale van, while he drove a Nissan. "Yufeng, Xiaohong, you've worked hard. This journey was no easy feat, was it, brother? Where's the boss?" I asked him. "The boss is currently engaged in discussions. I'll take you to our resting place first. It's not the right time to discuss certain matters." Lao Hua and Doyu assisted us in loading the boxes onto the small truck, while Captain Sun gestured for Hongjie and me to enter his Nissan. Confused, I asked, "Brother, isn't our cargo coming with us?" Pointing to the seafood wholesale van, Captain Sun shook his head. "It can't go yet. This matter requires careful handling. Yufeng, do you think we can leave the wharf without inspections? It's quite complicated here. The boss has to give up 30% of the profits to have Yao Wenzhong pull some strings. Our money isn't simply given away. I began to understand a bit more. Over the past few days, Doya and I had become good friends. He mentioned their fishing boat would be docked at Zhonggang for 3 days, and if I had time, I could visit him on board. After bidding farewell to Lao Hua and Doya, the brothers started the Nissan, taking Hongjie and me away from the wharf. Those who have been to that place should know that the former Zhonggang Wharf is now the Tsimsha Sui Ferry Terminal. And the distance to Maroshang Street in the Special Administrative Region is quite short, approximately 6.5 kilometers. Our lodging is situated in a quaint, homestay-style inn, a stark contrast to the grandeur of large hotels. Tucked away in the alleys of the city, this modest accommodation offers a sense of safety. The small truck must undergo inspection before it can be released from the dock. Those 2 sizable crates filled with bronze artifacts could hardly go unnoticed. It all hinges on the plan devised by Yao Wenzhong. Having compensated him for his services, it is imperative that he ensures the safe passage of the truck. The nightlife here is vibrant, with an abundance of street stalls and food vendors, creating a somewhat chaotic atmosphere. At that time, the gangster films were immensely popular. I had watched a DVD at a classmate's home in Mo. never imagining I would one day find myself in the territory of Chinhaonan. This wave of gangster culture has persisted for several years, with the infamous machete wielded by those donning white towels becoming the object of aspiration for many wayward youths. Notable figures from the underworld, along with iconic films like Mighty Dragon Crossing the River and One Hand Covers the Sky, originated from this very region. That night, around 10 o'clock, the leader returned, weary from his travels. I inquired whether he had successfully contacted the buyers. After sipping some water, he replied, "The boss and I arrived a couple of days ago and had already reached out to 2 individuals. This afternoon, I met with another, and all these brokers expressed keen interest in our goods. It appears our journey here was indeed worthwhile, and we shall undoubtedly fare well." Elated by his words, I asked, "So, have you estimated how much we can sell this batch for?" "You phone, you are quite the money enthusiast," the leader chuckled. "Though we haven't finalized any deals yet, we can be certain of securing a modest profit while aiming for a substantial one." His implication was clear, a minimum pricing of several million, while hoping for a much greater sum. Though a few million might not sound daunting today, one must remember it was the early 2000s. At that time, Laoma aimed to sell the invaluable Penguin software for a mere 3 million as long as these brokers on Molo Street see the merchandise. Once they lay eyes on the tangible goods, the deal will be sealed. Everything is in place. We are merely awaiting the favorable winds. We are now just waiting for the truck to clear inspection at the Zhonggong dock. After analyzing the situation, the leader contacted Yuan Zhong again, who confirmed that everything was in order. If no unforeseen complications arise, our small truck should be released tomorrow morning. That night, I found myself tossing and turning, unable to sleep. When I departed from Shund, I carried a small bag, and apart from myself, no one knew that within it lay a small vial of blue liquid. Rising from my bed, I retrieved the tiny glass bottle from my bag. Observing the fluid within, reminiscent of blue water, my thoughts drifted to researcher N and his team. Alas, they were all gone. I recalled that Li Jing had mentioned reaching out to him at Times Square in Causeway Bay upon arriving in Hong Kong. But it seemed that opportunity had slipped away. Lost in my thoughts, I gradually succumbed to slumber. Chapter 86. The shipment. Wake up, Yun Feng, rise and shine. It's time to get to work. I was roused from my sleep by the voice of Boss Sun. Noticing his beaming expression, I surmised that our truck had indeed been released from the dock. Upon inquiry, my assumption was confirmed. The small truck had just arrived downstairs at the inn, and the boss was beckoning me to assist in unloading it. Upon opening the rear doors of the box truck and removing the seafood that served merely as a distraction, 2 sizable wooden crates were revealed at the back. The nails we had secured on the crates remained intact and undamaged. The proprietor of the guest house was a woman in her 50s, who, due to her frequent hosting of mainland tourists, spoke Mandarin quite proficiently. Observing us unloading the cargo, she mistakenly assumed we had purchased furniture and enthusiastically offered her assistance. We politely declined her offer, assuring her that we could manage on our own and would not scuff her wooden floor. Only then did she sheepishly retreat. We proceeded to transport the 2 large wooden crates to our room, ensuring the door was closed and the windows locked. With the television's volume turned up to maximum, we began to pry open the crates with a hammer. Upon unveiling the contents within, a collective sigh of relief escaped us. The bronze items were neatly arranged, complete with bubble wrap and newspaper. Not a single piece was missing. This shipment included a plethora of items such as goblets, boxes, ritual vessels, tripods, beans, ears of grain, and assorted small chariots, showcasing an impressive variety. Most notably, there were 3 pieces of bronze artifacts adorned with ancient totems. To this day, I remain unaware of their precise academic nomenclature. Not only I, but even the seasoned Baotou and Yao Wenzhong were at a loss, admitting that they had never encountered such forms and patterns before. Despite our inability to identify these 3 items by name, their value is indisputable. They could very well be one-of-a-kind treasures, much like the golden masks of the ancient Shu-Seng-Singui civilization. These artifacts belong to the ancient Yu kingdom. In the afternoon, Baotou summoned 3 brokers from Molo Street to inspect the goods at the guest house. All 3 were locals, speaking a fluent mix of Cantonese and Mandarin. And as they examined the items, they could not help but exclaim in admiration, "How Li-Hai," meaning incredible. While scrutinizing the merchandise, they snapped photographs to send to their employer. Their primary motivation was to secure a commission, and they continuously boasted to their boss about the exceptional quality of our goods, hoping their patron would be inclined to make a purchase, which would guarantee them a lucrative reward. They inquired whether Baotou had a psychological price in mind, asking for the lowest acceptable offer to relay to their boss. Should he find the price negotiable, He would personally come to inspect the goods and sign the contract. Bao, however, deliberately stated his terms with firmness. Take it all. No piecemeal offers, starting at 500 or more. Anything less is non-negotiable. 500. The brokers gasped collectively, for that was a substantial sum. Purchasing a single piece of Qianlong imperial porcelain typically costs just over 100,000, making the price of this shipment equivalent to that of 50 such porcelain pieces combined. That moment, one of the brokers stepped outside to answer a call on his flip phone. Shortly thereafter, he rushed back in, holding the phone aloft. It settled. My boss is interested. So soon. I was taken aback. A price in the millions confirmed from a mere photograph and a phone call. Who was the buyer? Was it someone as wealthy as the tycoon of Hong Kong? Bao, too, was somewhat surprised. He had anticipated pushback on his quoted price of 500, yet the current situation suggested he had underestimated its value. The broker informed us that the big boss would arrive in 2 hours, and as long as the items matched the photographs, the price would undoubtedly exceed 500. Elated, Bao instructed the head to arrange a lavish banquet. Eagerly awaiting the arrival of the big boss, true to his word, the guest arrived punctually, alighting from a sleek, black, newly released long-wheelbase Alpha. Upon arrival, the driver opened the door, and a silver-haired gentleman in his 60s descended from the Alpha. Come, take your seats quickly, he said, smiling as he beckoned others inside. The elderly man had a rosy complexion and an air of affluence about him. It was evident he belonged to the wealthier class. He waved his hand dismissively, indicating that there was no need for a meal, and expressed his desire to first examine the 3 pieces of dragon meat. The host nodded in agreement, clapped his hands, and the elder turned to exit the room. Within a few minutes, the elder returned, cradling a bundle of yellow cloth, which concealed 3 bronze artifacts. Among them was a remarkable piece from the ancient state of Yu, adorned with 8 totemic hand engravings inlaid with gold and silver. The elderly gentleman retrieved his spectacles from his pocket and, with an air of sophistication, donned white gloves. After scrutinizing the bronze artifact, he inhaled deeply and inquired, "Is this truly authentic?" "Do you know what this is?" the host replied. "This should be a sacrificial bronze vessel from ancient Yu. I can see you are quite the connoisseur, so I shall not conceal it from you. This item originates from the great deep pit of the Western Zhou dynasty." The elder's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he asked, "Who was the owner of the tomb?" The host did not withhold information, stating candidly, "A feudal lord from the southern territories, known as the Duke of Jiao." The elder nodded in satisfaction, realizing his assumptions were correct. "For decades, I have been in search of artifacts from ancient Yu. The relics passed down from this civilization are no less significant than those from the Sanxingdui site. This bronze vessel, known as a Wazujia, was specifically crafted for the rituals of the ancient Yu black sorcerers. There exists a small fragment in the Baoji Museum, yet no one has ever seen the actual item. Who would have thought I would encounter it here? Might I request to examine the other 2 pieces as well?" The host nodded affirmatively and instructed the elder to bring forth the remaining artifacts. The silver-haired gentleman became utterly engrossed, studying them for over 10 minutes without uttering a word. A gentle cough from the host finally roused the elder from his reverie. He spoke, "Including these 3 pieces, I would like to purchase the remainder of your collection for 500. The host feigned reluctance, replying, "My esteemed sir, as you can see, this is a modest sum that I have yet to hear other offers, and I fear such a hasty transaction may not be prudent." The elder chuckled. "Ah, I understand. Do you believe my prompt agreement indicates you would be at a loss? If finances are the concern, I am willing to offer you 550. However," the elder continued, "many do not recognize the value of ancient Yu artifacts. The lack of acknowledgement in the market signifies their rarity. The price I propose is already generous. You might wish to verify it. Should you decide to sell, we can finalize the contract now, and I can provide you with the funds today. What say you? Will you sell, or shall we linger?" After a moment of contemplation, the host replied, "How would the payment of 550 be arranged? I require a lump sum. Specify your preference. Cash, bank transfer, or check are all acceptable." The elder responded, "Let us proceed with the check then." The host resolved to sell the entire collection to the silver-haired gentleman. "Very well," the elder nodded. "The company seal for the check is secured in my office drawer. You may send someone to accompany me back to the office. Additionally, there is one more matter. Upon receipt of the funds, it is imperative that you maintain confidentiality regarding our meeting at XX Company. Likewise, once this collection is in my possession, there should be no trace leading back to you." The elder rose and, as he walked away, continued speaking that a person is needed to accompany me in retrieving the funds. Chapter 87. Who is seeking me? I in Hong Kong. The affluent are plentiful for these individuals. As long as the merchandise is of high quality, they do not fear exorbitant prices. The transaction primarily unfolds in two stages. The buyer leaves an individual at the hotel to oversee the goods while I and Hongjia accompany the buyer to collect the money. Upon receipt of the funds, we notify the individuals at the hotel, allowing them to directly take possession of the items. This method safeguards the interests of both parties and also prevents any illicit exchanges or swaps. The elderly gentleman, surnamed Li, shall remain unnamed. His dealings are family-oriented, encompassing real estate, tourism, dining, and investments, and he holds a significant position within the local wealthy circles. Adjacent to the northern side of Moroa Street, there stands a villa on the hillside, into which Hongjia and I followed him. The villa's reception room was tastefully decorated in understated luxury, with Su Beihong's painting of galloping horses adorning the central wall, flanked by Huang Zhou's donkey and Qi Baishi's shrimp. What left a profound impression on me was a colossal snow scene painting of Lishan by the Yuan dynasty artist Huang Gongwang, measuring over 20 square feet. The reason for this deep impression is that 9 years hence, Huang Gongwang's dwelling in the Fujian Mountains would be merged into a singular national treasure. This day, I speculate that Huang Gongwang's snow scene may still be concealed within the Li family's collection in Hong Kong. After settling down with tea, the elderly man smiled warmly and remarked, "Do not rush. The accountant has gone to fetch the seal. Please enjoy some tea first, young man. From which part of the mainland do you hail?" The aroma of Longjing tea was captivating, and after a sip that lingered delightfully on my palate, I set down my cup and replied, "I am from Mo in northeast China." The elder chuckled. "No wonder a young man from the 3 northeastern provinces exhibits such audacity. Perhaps you will carve out a name for yourself in the future." I humbly replied, "You flatter me. I am merely a small errand boy following the leader." He responded, encouraging me not to underestimate myself, for youth is indeed a capital asset. As I conversed with Hongjia and the elder, I learned of his passion for collecting artifacts from ancient, mysterious small nations such as Lulan, Xixia, Yalong, ancient Dian, ancient Shu, Xiangxiong, and the Gyuj kingdom. This peculiar collecting habit of the wealthy is often beyond the comprehension of ordinary people, primarily due to the extreme rarity of such items, most of which are unique pieces. In other words, he must have engaged frequently with tomb raiders, and he was fully aware of our line of work. His interest in the tomb raiding trade was evident. He spoke eloquently about the Luoyang shovel and searching for ancient tombs, inquiring if I found his statements accurate. Indeed, most of what he said was correct, yet those of us in the know could discern that his knowledge was more theoretical than practical. Although he had dealt with tomb raiders, it seemed he had never descended into a pit himself. For instance, he mentioned that when using the Luoyang shovel, one should twist left 3 times and right twice. This is incorrect. The true method requires 2 left twists and 2 right twists to ensure the soil layers extracted are uniform and do not crumble. "Sir, the seal has been affixed. Please fill in the amount and sign," he was informed, as someone entered bearing a blank check. Without hesitation, the elder donned his glasses, scrutinized it, and upon confirming its validity, promptly filled in the amount. It was a transfer check that he handed it to me for inspection. Lacking knowledge in such matters, I sought Hongjia's confirmation that he instructed, "The check is valid for 10 days. Be sure to collect it. I will have the accountant assist in obtaining a check holder. Take care to avoid any creases on the check." After meticulously scrutinizing the details, Hongjia rose and extended her hand, saying, "I apologize for the inconvenience. Mr. Li, may our collaboration be fruitful. Indeed, may our partnership flourish." The elderly gentleman replied with a smile as he shook hands with Honj. "My friend has mentioned that the atmosphere has become quite tense recently. It would be prudent for you to exercise caution. You may rest assured that my private collection will remain confidential." Hongjia promptly informed that the initial payment had been received, and we subsequently departed from the villa. Having traveled such a distance, I was pleasantly surprised by the swift conclusion of our business transaction. Over the phone, the voice of the initial contact radiated with joy, expressing that opportunities like this are rare, and instructed Hongjia to return with a check. He indicated his willingness to explore freely and purchase any appealing items, emphasizing the rarity of such chances. Thus, Hongjia hailed a taxi back to the hotel, while I contemplated leisurely wandering around the vicinity of Moro Street. This narrow and bustling street boasted an abundance of treasures. Qing Dynasty official kiln, wares were prominently displayed in the glass showcases of the street-side shops. With hopes of discovering a hidden gem, I inquired about the prices, only to find that the proprietors were quite astute that it proved exceedingly difficult to unearth bargains in plain sight of these individuals that I strolled. Someone unexpectedly tapped me on the shoulder from behind. Turning around, I found myself confronted by a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. "Allow me to introduce myself. Wang Yuan," he said with a smile as he extended his hand. That I did not recognize him and was uncertain of his intentions. Noticing my confusion, he withdrew his hand and remarked, "My friend, have you sold your goods?" "What do you mean?" I replied, somewhat perplexed. "That I'm sorry, but I didn't quite catch that. I have matters to attend to." I feigned composure and attempted to walk away. Yet he maintained his cheerful demeanor, saying, "Friend, are you pretending not to understand?" His words implied that information had been leaked, with a hint of anger in my voice. I retorted, "Did those brokers inform you?" "Not quite," the bespectacled man denied. "Brokers of their caliber value their reputation above all else. They wouldn't betray their benefactors for anything. If you wish to know how I came by this information, follow me to a certain place." "Are you out of your mind?" I laughed. "After all this talk, you haven't revealed anything, yet you want me to follow you somewhere. Why should I go with you?" "Well, the choice is yours," he replied nonchalantly before turning to leave. That I watched as he walked a dozen or so steps away, when suddenly he called back. Without Times Square boasts an array of shops and office buildings. After disembarking, I followed a man who ultimately halted at number 85 in the northwest corner of the square. On the tiled wall, the address plaque read Tianlin Pharmaceutical Research Division. A sense of familiarity washed over me, as if I had previously heard someone mention this place. Suddenly, a jolt of recognition struck me. Beneath Fei Mo Mountain, there was a man in a white coat named Li Zheng who was part of Researcher and S team. He had once uttered a phrase to me. "Once you're out, you can find me at number 85, Times Square, Causeway Bay." Could it possibly be him? Chapter 88. Number 85, Times Square. Researcher and had explicitly stated that Li Zheng had died, leaving me increasingly perplexed about the identity of this bespectacled man. However, one thing was certain. The trio led by Researcher and had traveled to Shun to attend the Changchun meeting, and this man should possess some knowledge regarding that affair. Number 85, Times Square, is a modern pharmaceutical company, and at that time, many large companies in the mainland had yet to implement access control cards. However, Tianlin Pharmaceuticals had adopted the most advanced fingerprint recognition technology available. The bespectacled man requested that I wait in the conference room. A few minutes later, a young and attractive girl brought in tea and snacks. Judging by her attire, she appeared to be a secretary. The bespectacled man exited, but the female secretary remained, crossing her legs tightly in black stockings and smiling as she said, "Mr. Xiang, please don't be so formal. The boss has instructed me to take good care of you. If you have any needs this evening, feel free to call for me." Her words were rather explicit, and I thought to myself how brazen she was. "In no trouble at all," I replied, glancing at the time. "I will wait for 3 more minutes, and if the person I am expecting does not arrive, I shall take my leave." No sooner had I spoken than the sound of a card swipe echoed from outside. It would be remiss of me not to extend my hospitality to a rare visitor. A man entered, clad in all black, wearing a sun hat and large sunglasses indoors. "Who are you?" "Brother, it seems you have forgotten your benefactor. Do you not remember me? We once moved a water tank together." "Li Zheng." "You are Li Zheng," I exclaimed, springing up from the sofa and pointing at him. Yuan, you may step outside for a moment. If needed, I will call for you." The man gestured to the female secretary. She rose, licked her lips while looking at me, and departed with the rhythmic click of her high heels. Once she exited, the conference room was left with just the two of us. Despite his disguise, complete with a sun hat and sunglasses, the more I looked at him, the more convinced I became. There was no mistake. This was indeed Li Zheng, the very person I had encountered beneath Fei Mo Mountain. "Indeed, I am Li Zheng," the man declared, removing his hat and sunglasses. He had undergone a significant transformation. His hair and eyebrows were gone, leaving him bald. Upon closer inspection, his eyes appeared somewhat abnormal, resembling those of a patient afflicted with jaundice, the sclera a shade of yellow. "Researcher and informed me that you had perished. How have you come to be in this state?" Li Zheng rubbed his bald head and squinted, saying, "This tale is rather lengthy. That day, after parting ways with Shaoan and you, I had intended to return and pick up Lao Su to leave together. However, upon my return, I was apprehended. It seemed they had been waiting for Shaoan and me to unwittingly walk into their trap. He spoke those words with a conviction that resonated with me. For I too shared a similar fate. The stark reality was that at that time, Hongjia was under control. Our every movement was scrutinized, making it entirely plausible that we were apprehended. Li Zheng adjusted his sunglasses and continued. When Xiaoan and I were captured, you have witnessed old Su's plight. He was fed to the dead, and I too was destined for death. Yet by a stroke of fortune, I managed to escape. That I clawed my way out through sheer willpower. And had it not been for my teacher's timely intervention, I might not have survived. Li Zheng's words were delivered with a casual air, yet I could sense the turmoil beneath his composed exterior. He wore his sunglasses persistently, seemingly wary of the light. Young brother, news has emerged from Molo Street regarding a batch of Western Zhou bronze ware. The seller hails from the mainland, and I inquired through a friend about the appearance of those sellers. It quickly became evident that they are your associates. My unsolicited invitation is a plea for your assistance. Assistance? What sort of assistance? I inquired, feeling disoriented in this unfamiliar territory, uncertain of the nature of his request. Li Zheng regarded me earnestly and asked, do you still possess that vial of substance from Xiaoan? If you do, the teacher has requested that you set a price. The corpse is currently untraceable, and what you hold is of utmost importance. That my current state is entirely a consequence of that substance. I fear the light. My vision has developed astigmatism with white spots, and my hair is gradually falling out. If I can obtain that vial, perhaps with the help of my teacher and the laboratory, there may still be hope for me. You must assist me. Brother Li Zheng's earnestness was palpable. My mind was in disarray, and many aspects remained unclear. After further elucidation from Li Zheng, I gleaned a crucial piece of information. According to him, he had contracted a strain of active bacteria that had emerged from the tomb of the mustard seed. It was highly likely that this was related to the injuries inflicted by the Inzi corpse, which bore a resemblance to his condition, as my second brother's pupils were also gradually turning yellow. Li Zheng explained that, based on his teacher's research, the Inzi corpse harbored a specific bacterial spore. He cited the example of the German microbiologist Kramer, who discovered similar pathogenic bacterial spores on the mummies of pharaohs. This type of bacteria can survive and remain dormant on mummified corpses for millennia, much like the infamous curse of Tutankhamun. A group of archaeologists who ventured into his pyramid met with untimely deaths over subsequent years. Biologist Kramer posited that the demise of those archaeologists was linked to the presence of this active bacteria. Seeing my silence, Li Zheng shook his head, saying, Brother, you may find this tale extraordinary, yet it is the truth. Such active bacteria were deliberately cultivated by people thousands of years ago. My teacher posits that this could also serve as a means of preventing tomb robbery. The world is vast, and its wonders are boundless. The wisdom of the ancients is beyond our imagination. I queried Li Zheng. So, are you suggesting that researcher believes this substance can indeed cure ailments and save lives? No, it's not that simple. Li Zheng sketched 2 circles on a sheet of white paper with a ballpoint pen. Look, according to the teacher's research, these 2 circles represent a certain type of invisible active bacteria. They lie dormant in slumber. But if awakened, they transform into something else. He then drew a smaller circle within one of the larger ones. Once this ancient, nameless bacterium, which has existed for thousands of years, is awakened, it becomes the innermost circle within a larger circle. If there were a way to isolate the effects of this central circle on the human body, my teacher firmly believed that truly miraculous results would ensue, perhaps even bestowing youth upon individuals. I was momentarily taken aback, startled by the revelation. Could such a thing truly exist? Might this be the very elixir of immortality that emperors throughout history have sought? The Changchun would undoubtedly be aware of such consequences. Otherwise, they would not go to such great lengths to procure a corpse. I pondered internally whether I should entrust this information to Li Zheng and the so-called teacher. After 5 minutes of contemplation, I decided to bide my time. I said, Li Zheng, the item is indeed in my possession, but it is not currently with me. I have stored it at a friend's residence. Oh, is that so? Li Zheng seemed to suspect that I was not being entirely truthful. He stood up and declared, I will reiterate, if my brother locates that vial, the price is negotiable. My teacher regards me as family, and he has promised to assist in my treatment. That vial is the key. You needn't return tonight. Allow me to host and make arrangements for you. This that I wish to return, but Li Zheng patted my shoulder and interjected, who are we to each other? There is no need for pleasantries. Besides, didn't you sell your item? There is nothing of consequence awaiting you at home. What about that woman from earlier? Should I arrange for her to accompany you tonight? He was referring to the rather flamboyant secretary named Yuan. And I was taken aback by his sudden suggestion. Noticing my stunned expression, Li Zheng chuckled and clapped his hands, summoning the secretary once more. Mr. Li, did you call for me? Li Zheng wrapped his arm around me and smiled.